Dog, did you know it's UFC? This shit is giant, son. Trey's way. Trey's way. Trey's way. Yo, baby. We got this lady fighting this other lady in the UFC, and it's sick. Solidify 100. The first ever Pepe token. The first ever girl Pepe token. Might be the only kid that's ever done it like that. She is in rarefied air. She is a tremendous striker. But it's the evolution of her game. It's very classic. From being a person that was known for kickboxing to now being a dominant grappler, she is doing everything to continue to get better. I said, how in the world do you still wake up in the morning and you're motivated? She said, because martial arts is my job. She goes, martial arts is my life. This is what I do my whole life with. I don't know what I would be without it. It's great. She's so dedicated to it because it's not just martial arts. Dedicated. I mean, she's a world-class markswoman, dangerous lady, just all across the board. And when it comes to her martial arts skills, she is a valid athlete, mixed martial arts fighter that you can't get a fight. She submits people off her back, did not pull out with head kicks. I mean, she's just complete and absolutely dedicated to her path of being a great martial artist. You're talking about a woman who lost her title at 35 years of age. They go, well, it's over. Nope, comes back, wins it again, defends it multiple times, and here she is again in a massive super fight. This bitch is gonna destroy her. Zhang Wei, UFC 322. Two of only 5 fighters in UFC history with 3+ fights with 200+ total strikes. First matchup in UFC history between fighters who have done this. This is unprecedented. These bitches want to kill each other. Valentina Shevchenko is not bad looking. Zhang Wei. Okay. Valentina Shevchenko. She's from Kyrgyzstan. Co-main event, folks. Zhang Wang Li. This bitch is gonna kill the other woman. This bitch looks like a dude who's pissed. Out of Beijing, China, folks. This
bitch is General Tso's granddaughter. Zhang Wei Li. She's gonna kill this other bitch. Live from the most famous arena in the world, folks. Madison Square Garden. I'm telling you, Zhang Wang Lei is going to beat the shit out of this girl. It's not even close. Oh. This bitch is just throwing punches. Oh, she got dick. That's a bad kick. Oh, there you go, girl. Oh, Valentina. There's blood all over this mat. It's absolutely disgusting. They need to clean this shit better. Come on, Zhang. Oh, Zhang's done. This Kyrgyzstani is whooping this bitch's ass. Come on, Zhang. Oh, Zhang, you're done, girl. This Kyrgyzstani is whooping your ass. Oh, shit. She's pissed. Zhang Wei Li is going to whoop girl. No doubt. Come on, Zhang Wei Li. This is like the first women's fight I've ever seen. Kick her ass, Zhang Wei Li. Oh, you're fucked, girl. You're fucked. This game is over. Zhang Wei Li is going to whoop your ass. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Zhang Wei, I bet Zhang Wei Li whooped the shit out of me. Same with the other bitch. Oh shit. Damn, this Chichenko bitch. Shevchenko fighting like a fucking communist out together. They're fighting like the Cossacks are gonna kill her. John Wei Lee. Why did they call it Zhang? Oh, because that's her last name. It's Wei Lee Zhang. Damn, Shevchenko. He's just dominating this little Asian bitch. They're both Asian. Wow, this bitch is just sitting on her. This bitch looking like she's from northern Mississippi. Shevchenko, what a start. This is the closest fight I've ever watched. John Wei Lee, girl, come on. What up, baby? This is an intense UFC fight. Wham. Shevchenko. Ooh. Ooh. I like him. Guys. Come on, Zhang. Come on, Zhang. Shevchenko can just sit on this bitch. And that big bitch is from northern Mississippi. Get in there, girl. Scissor this bitch. Oh, they're kicking each other in the nuts. Zhang, you're fucked, girl. Zhang is fucked. Turn out the lights. Shevchenko's gonna whoop this bitch's ass. She got him in the old headlock. It's over. She's got the 27-inch pythons in there. Come on, girl. Zhang, you're getting python. This bitch is with a reticulated python. Oh, she's gonna tap. She's gonna tap. Oh, fuck. She's getting elbows to the head. Tap, bitch. Tap. Motherfucker, I'd be eye poking. I'd be fingering this bitch like a bowling ball. Oh, Zhang is done. Shevchenko's whooping her ass. Shevchenko is whooping her ass. I'd be punching her right in the face right now. I'd be like, huh? How you like that, bitch? How you like that, bitch? Oh, I'd be biting people, fish hooking a motherfucker. I'd be chewing their nose. Oh shit. Oh shit. She's in the old python. She's in the old python. She's getting punches to the head. She's getting punches to the head. 2-minute warning, Shane. You're done, bitch. You're done. Girl, it's time to grab an apron and pay off change because you are done. If you're experienced your hostess, though, you're not meant for the backroom fryers like the rest of the homeless cats. This bitch is our hostess. Oh, dog. No, you're not doing shit. Headlock. 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 Jane, come on, girl. Oh, you're fucked, baby. Baby, you done. It's over for you, girl. Man, I bet this girl is such a fucking roll in the hay. I would be headbutting. Dang. Zhang is fucked. This bitch is done. Oh, she's taking it in the face. She's taking it in the face. Zhang Wee. Come on, baby. Zhang, girl. Zhang is fucked. Yet she gets up like a fucking Rottweiler. I like when they talk to her. Bitch, you are fucked. She's like, no, I'm not. I've got this. I am amazed at how small these bitches' checks are. I'm bigger than that. I like this other bitch. Yo, Sarukian versus Trucker. Dohan Qatar hero. Whoop her ass. Man, Zhang Li looks so good, but then just gets sat on. Why don't they talk to the other girl? I don't think I see the other girl like, they're cool. Whooping this bitch's ass. Oh, I would have caught the foot and then threw her ass on the ground and beat the shit out of her. That was terrible. Oh, yeah, unbelievable. Oh, no. Bitch. Oh, that was a big time one. Thread sucks. Everybody knows Thread sucks. Reds is the worst. 2-0. Korean John. What? This is Chin's like, this girl is fucked. Here goes MMA. Oh, what was a kick to the kidney? Come on, Shevchenko. Get your shit together, girl. You were whooping this bitch's ass for the first 2 rounds. You got it. You got it, girl. Sit on her ass. Oh, it's over. That bitch is the last time that girl's gonna kick you. Just sit on her ass. Take off her top. Whoop her ass. Ooh. Ooh, dang. Damn, girl. If she came back and won, this would be like Texas A&M over South Carolina. It would be unbelievable. Oh, no. This bitch is tucking her elbow. Will this fight go the distance? Yes. Minus 250. No, plus 185. I think we're going to go the distance. Sorry. Oh, she grabbed her. She's fucked. She's fucked. She's in the bear hug, folks. This bitch. She is too small. She's too small. Bitch, you're done. Dominant. Oh, you're fucked, girl. Get your feet off the shit. Damn, get up, girl. Rottweiler time. Okay, let's see what their camp said. Bitch, you just sit on this woman.
Right now, it's very slippery in the cage. You not to slip, be very careful. Other than that, everything's good. Just make sure you pay attention to your right hand, Okay, you're set. Just wave the cheek at the right hand cheek. That counter right hand, that was a straight counter. Really didn't let that elbow in both. Look at the feet.
Bam.
You can see we leading like that. And then another takedown by the chin.
This motherfucker's done. This guy's gonna destroy.
They've been together in terms of her career. The moment she started, he was right next to her side. They worked together. Now we're 30. It's all the knees and the kicks to the body are what's there. Stop waiting. They keep her go up top. John Wayne dropped that elbow with expectation. That's what she did with Jessica. Now she's under pressure. Instagram chat. How good is this? Body kick of dad.
Shit on this bitch. I would shit on her. Oh, you're done, girl. You're done. No, one time she got up. Yeah, you're done, girl. You better call your girl fucking auto parts Tina to help your ass. We have engine and warehouse. New engine and warehouse. Auto parts Tina's not even gonna save you from this fucking Kyrgyzstanian. This Kyrgyzstanian is pissed. No doubt. This bitch is showing that she might be the greatest female fighter in the history of females. Third emoji. Goat emoji. Hitbox Grills. Whaley, you are done, girl. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of the UFC. This would be Texas A&M over South Carolina. Girl, you are fucked. Oh, bitch, you're down again. Oh, this girl is done. And now she's gonna get in the fucking reticulated python for 3 fucking minutes with this fucking Kyrgyzstanian. This bitch is done. Oh, it's over, girl. Dude, shout out to Zane, though, for her fucking intensity and not giving up. General Sal taught her well. I mean that in all funniness, not to be anything disrespectful. I think she thinks it's funny if she didn't. She thought it was disrespectful. This fight is over.
There's a real argument that Shevchenko, yes, is in that. He's in the discussion. It's like my son is not going to be one of those. But I think now we are at least that conversation because of what Valentina did. Again, being another all-time great. Yes. Certainly in those judgments right now. I think we realize that Sean Wheeler and dominant. Before you go to the store, let's talk about kind of crazy shit.
Damn. Good job to the Kyrgyzstanian. You took that in. Damn, bro, you cute.
This one's called Hero. This is a very smart right body shot. By Valentina, she did great shoulder body. The knee that she landed, the knee directly at the target every time. Look at this. Spinning back fist, lands that Whaley enters. Right into a knee, by the way. Then the counter right hand, still available for Valentina. But ultimately, it was like takedown control of Valentina Shevchenko that was the difference in this fight. The body kicked unanimously, but like I said, it was Valentina with her strength side and her control that allowed her to beat one of the greatest female fighters of all time. And it could beat like Sean Whaley landed one consequential elbow in round 3. Other than that, he didn't really have a singular involvement in a fight that honestly was
Damn, who's that though? Hey, shout out to girl in that fucking tank.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 rounds, we go to the judges for hard for decision. All 46 reps for the top is 45 for the winner. Are you ready?
Damn it. Go whoop their ass. Like one of them big, super big. And you speak English?
Challenge in my life. I knew that I never crossed this way because she has super fine power like out. That's why when it was not because they just read. That's why I know that for the very shot, because they just get body, regular up the power.
Well, you've been so dominant here in the weight class. We needed someone that looked like they had the opportunity or had a possibility of beating you. You didn't shut all that down tonight. the best at it. You're one of the most dominant champions in the history of the sport. You are now in a position where there's not a clear contender for you after this. Where does that leave you? How do you feel about your future?
So I have couple of options in flyweight division. For example, in my previous title defense, Natalia Silva was very successful in her fight. Thank you very much. Dennis Lashman did a amazing job. And also, I heard 1 year, Kyla Harrison is going down. So I have a lot of options to think about.
So you're still enjoying this? You're still enjoying dominating? You're still enjoying being champion?
Of course, this is my life. Martial arts is not only sport in my career, it's like my lifestyle. That's who I am, martial artist. And before my health stays yes, I will do it. But first of all, I have to feel a couple of injuries. It's like follow the whole my career and starting to.
And this girl speaks well.
But I'm here. I'm still in.
It's been a pleasure watching you compete. It's been an honor following your fight. Congratulations on once again defending your flyweight title.
I just wanted to say thank you very much to my team, to my coach, Kyle Pilota, to Master to everyone who was involved in this very and I want to dedicate this job to my coach, Kyle Pilota, because all my this belt belongs to my coach, Kyle Pilota. 34 years I ran under leadership, and my coach and amazing.
Congratulations to you, sir. And congratulations to you, Valentina. Ladies and gentlemen, the flyweight champion of the world, Valentina Shevchenko.
Damn, that was a nice kick, man.
Tonight, you dare to be
Baby, you look at this chick.
one of the greatest strawweights of all time. Do you now think that you will go back down to 115 pounds?
I'm gonna go to northern Mississippi and take on those big old bitches. That lock that took down Andy Kaufman.
First, I want to give correction to Chettle. She did a great job. Also tonight, I really did my best. I lost. I feel sorry all the fans.
Oh, you're so sweet, girl.
Thank you guys for allowing me to your TV fight, especially the fans coming from China. Thank you. I will not stop trying. I'm not going to get tired. We'll continue marching forward. 好的 all the fans right now watching on the TV, don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm good.
Good. We love you, Zane. You look unbeatable. You can kill anybody with a vagina in China.
My coaches, they have done a lot for me. Thanks to my family, my friends, everyone.
Will you continue at 115 pounds or will you try to stay at 125?
你觉得你会是在好像Yeah, I'm gonna take a break and think about it. 哎，非常感谢最后一个人，就是张伟丽。因为我觉得伟丽是一个跌倒了再可以站起来的人，伟丽是一个没有放弃的人。我非常感谢。
This bitch is like, we don't know what she's saying.
Because young lady is someone who falls and gets up, never gives up.
Yeah, you did really well, girl.
Ladies and gentlemen, John
What about Rain? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who is that?
Get ready for action.
Big old Mississippi bitch. BYD sucks. What are these llamas? What is that? Gravy boat. Bistro. Shit looks like diarrhea. Ah, bistro. Chicken gravy. Looks like diarrhea. Lego. Fuck, that shit is expensive. Donuts. Damn, that's expensive. Fuck. That shit is too expensive. It's just plastic. I'm gonna come out with my own fucking Lego. That's super cheap. You can swallow it. Do it. Bananas. Pajamas. What is this? Flashing images and scenes of life. No one gives a fuck. Hey, we have an AI therapist. Hey, guess what? I think your project sucks. What a pretty place. Shit looks sick. Madalena versus Makachev. Everybody calls him Islam. Oh, he's a champion. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? I'm the most spectacular lightweight trader for a long time. I'm proud for my team.
Now here's the thing, you're basically you're saying this.
Number one, Stella Madalena. Guy looks like punching a face a lot. I'm the best UFC commentator ever.
You're saying that there was a tussle. You're saying that there was a
Is he Australian? Or yep, Australia. I'm one of the best boxers in this sport. It's over, son. It's over. He whoops his ass. And still. Islam. He was born in a desert. I'm the best welterweight ever. I'm the best super heavyweight ever. I'm the best flyweight ever. Octagon. Oh. Madison Square Garden does not look that big. It looks kind of small. Looks like the Jack. Oh. Islam. He's like my favorite fighter I've never seen fight. Except Conor McGregor when it's not boxing. I like his beard. Whoop his ass. Islam Makhachev. Islam Makhachev. I like it with the Vaseline on. They don't put it in their hair though. It's just What would you say to him? Dog, you're Islam Makhachev. I'm Drew Rothschild. Sickest mother ever. Put Vaseline in his beard and his hair. His shit.
A lot of expectation. And expectation first, right? This one's got to have all this expectation on us because of the things that he's done in his career. The moment this guy walked into the gym, everybody had an idea.
He's Russian. Longest win streak. Second longest win streak.
He's winning, but he's winning impressively. He has opportunities to really set himself apart.
Go. Anderson Silva. What is up with this? Go. I am. Maybe it's this motherfucker's TNT. He's dynamite.
It's crazy that he's so famous that he can just go out there and he says that to me in a way it doesn't like me. Like any people understand what he's talking about. And then he calls me a doobie. Yeah, you are a doobie. Like everyone does that. Dana White's the only person on the majority.
This man's face is like flat.
I can't just take when you're 39, that is the age where you can just take it. When you're 15, that's when you get mad about something like that. 17, 18, like you can 17, you can get in a fight and maybe not go to 39. If you're really angry about someone calling you a dumb, you are a dumb. That's ironic. Really good. Stuff on the YouTube, I'm not like, well, 35, I'm not going to take this shit again.
This motherfucker's face looks like it got was in a meat slicer. He has no nose bridge. He looks like Artie Lang. 18-fight win streak. Has not lost in more than 10 years. That's incredible. He has no nose bridge. How does this motherfucker breathe? Okay. Most bet props on Super Bowl submission. Who's this guy?
Job is so stupid, he doesn't know basic things about himself. He's not chasing that thing that was trying to have sex with
It's Jack Dilla, Madalena. This is the main event of the evening. Sponsored by Rockstar Games, Grand Theft Auto 6. I like that guy. or Dean. He's my favorite referee of all time, easily. Why? Because I've never seen another one. This motherfucker has no nose bridge. It's time. The Garden in New York City. It's time. I don't know. He's only lost once? That's incredible. Oh. Marchenko. Whatever. Welcome. Welcome. And now, introducing you. Hello. Terrible way to market yourself. Terrible. So I don't know if that's a real apt comparison either. I think Dana White has killed anybody to keep Shop in the UFC. He should just go by JDM. And a lot of guys go by Islam. So does Rabbi. So does Rabbi. Look at this box. Shit. Yeah, who's that guy? Who's that guy? This is huge. Get him, Islam. Oh, Islam. Islam already at the disadvantage. Control center map. Who's this guy? Grab him. There you go. Get him on the ground. Get him, Islam. Get him, Islam. Put him in a headlock. Islam. Islam. Damn. You're fucked.
It's a real challenge to get back to your feet. Very different than anything you've experienced before. Yes, it's not Rob Asadi, nor Gilbert Burns, nor Bilal Muhammad. And it's also the Islam concept that is not great. Right? It's not struggling to get down to 155 minutes.
Oh. Oh. Rear naked choke. Rear naked choke. Rear naked choke. Islam. Ladies and gentlemen, honey, baby. Guillotine. No. Fuck. This is going so well. Gotta support the team. Grab him. Get him on the ground. Oh. Oh. So close. Sean Bader. Suck. Hashtag Rabbi Rock. Have you seen Rabbi Rock?
He's doing right now is literally just describing an episode of a show that he watched. That's a reality show. And no jokes. Nothing. Just, and I want you to know that he's going to continue to do that. Just so you know. It's interesting because they had last week just to did the cut thing that we do on videos everybody does on TikTok and Reels. And so you were well, and then they added like off like it's whatever. But like you can tell this is not going well, so it's kind of funny that they picked the clip. And no one's laughing. There's like laughs in the corner. And so it's like, is there a friend? Just giving back in the corner. The premise is that they're trying to walk around the mine, and you can't ask, are you fat? But it, like, if what he's saying is true, continuous working, there's no joke. He just says what the guy says at the end. Like, the guy gets that it's just like, kind of put on his shoulders, and that's actually what's in the show. Jesus, yes, I saw that scene. But I also see like a talk about this integrator on Flawless. Just for the podcast, jeez, yeah, it's like all the bits that he talks about.
Headlock.
Yes,
Headlock.
it's crazy.
Nookies. Nookies. 'Look at this athleticism. Shit. Guillotine. Rear naked choke. "30 seconds. I bet this time takes so long. I want to be the guy who hits the wood together. That'd be sick. $1 million. Like, the issue he's having is this motherfucker's whooping his ass.
So serious. That guy's not my favorite guy. I don't know. What his name is. He's not Jim. He goes, Carol, all the time. What are you doing? I got Jim and I hate Jim. It's like, dude, what the fuck? How are you saying that? All serious. Unreal. We have 2 more clips. So we do that. It's about racist. Okay, that's right. Interesting. It's your boy Nick. Read this. Read understand. I'm not getting it wrong. Let me clarify. His joke there is race for this kid talking about potential dating incest. It says to me about his Mennonites. He said that
Islam.
Mennonites were some of those. That's his joke. He's keeping it saying branch buddies and all
Yo, I got when I come together and when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. And when I leave, come together like butt cheeks. And when I leave, come together. Oh, what a spear. That was a Bill Goldberg spear. Ankle lock submission. Ankle lock submission. Ankle lock submission. Ankle lock submission. Ankle lock submission.
The fact that Kansas City don't do a good job as a city. What do you know about Kansas City? Are you saying they do a good job to them?
He's done. He's done. He's done. Ankle lock submission. Rear naked choke. Islam. Islam. Ground and pound. Hey, Bob.
It's really hard, especially like when we have bottle caps that lose their mom or the mom isn't accepting it, then you like form a relationship. It's easier when it's just like a herd and I'm moving it and they just call their number. If we don't do anything
Ankle exhibition.
We'll have to agree to disagree on this one. Because Betsy's like the kid's name, the cow Betsy, so they have like this connection. Listen, I will call 911 right now. Get the ambulance in here, start to laugh at chaplains. Right here, and look, right to take the carry of weight. Alright, is there any? Wait, listen, thanks again. This is air guitar. The Discord is growing, so definitely check out the Discord. We're fucking chopping it up in there, chopping it up. I'm already on the Discord. Dude, oh, there you go. See you next week.
Are you the kind of person who knows things? Things like you can get into a meeting for Squarespace, not just your website. Well, now you are that person.
Shots by Blitz.
Game.
We have a Discord now. We forgot to mention the Discord last week, but we're having fun in there. Protein farms, Wadsworth. Those are the big But yeah, we're having a good time with everybody, so join us if you want to. But you didn't come here for that. You came here for 10 minutes to shop. Started at 10 or here we go. This one's called Another Show Canceled because of COVID. What's up, fam? I am here with the fans. It's so funny that's way because like at work I have to like send out messages to people like songs and like email like co-posts and kind of like keep everybody safe. And one of Shav's way of doing that to the show is like, "What's up, fam? Check it out, me and Brian. We had COVID, so you probably have COVID too. My bad, dog. Keep it 100. No cap." The damn theater doesn't have a chance. I don't blame the damn theater. Don't be upset at the theater. Refund all your tickets. My team didn't do their homework when we got the contract. Don't realize that the damn theater has a very short doors. With the actual signs and posters and all that stuff. I'm going to do it. Don't let them take just part of the whole entire Chicago Theater Union. And they have still implementing these restrictions. What do you notice? Yeah, I take that and all that stuff. But what I mean, I believe in people making decisions that you should have really came with a company comment show. So I can't partake in that. No. Making your own thing. It was a privilege to be landing a stuff. I just became aware of it. I can't partake in it. So I'm even doing 2 shows at the Lounge in Chicago now. On 4 hours. I'm doing 20 minutes at the 30 show.
No, just watching UFC. It's the last fight.
I'll tell him I wouldn't use tonight.
I'm sorry for the people at the deck. What is the punishment for his
Rear naked choke.
This is a hard one for his local option. And it has a even the Valentina fight. I told him zero endurance problem, no spades whatsoever, no strength problems at all. Every bit of 170-pound champ.
Yo. Hey. How are you? What's good?
How are you?
Amazing. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Slightly in there. This is good. I want pizza.
Amazing.
Check that.
I see you brought friends. Hello. How are you?
Yeah, got boyfriend. My friend falling is a straining
Thank you.
He's a stalker.
All right, that's cool. Trades, remind me, how did you find out about me? That's right. Okay, I'm going to ask you that from now until we meet in real life, and then I'm going to continue. I always ask you that because that's not one where people usually find me, even though I've been living there for years. They usually find me. So I'm happy that you found me there. And then you brought your friend. Yeah, Trey's the crew now. He's made himself home in here. I know that you are comfortable when you know that I'm focused on something else and you can entertain yourself. Usually I have to entertain the people. So excellent job, Trace. All right, so you've got friends here. How how are your friends doing? Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about I'm well, thank you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, good.
All right, friends. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You don't know who I am. You will soon. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and this is why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have archived on the internet than any person ever, which makes me a very influential person, and I'm going to viral. And when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I'm going to give generational wealth if you're already, and I'll make sure you're going to have the opportunity to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. In addition to wanting to make you rich and stream my life for world peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agriculture drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud saving. I want to end world thirst, sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations, such as Nigeria, for the benefit of those fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestraw program, and most important, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you? Excellent. I'm a futurist. I'm someone who studies the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, space elevators, space tourism, interstellar travel, things like invisibility cloaks, replicators, teleportation, Santa Claus machines, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth. I want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you and those like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that with your consent, utilizing types of technology that are like technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, tropics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, testosterone replacement therapy to get you to 100 past 120 years old. But at 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you thought seemed like science fiction, but it's science fact. What's the next plan? My body's going to break down. Is there another step? And there one, again, this is with your consent. You may be able to utilize a technology known as mind uploading technology. With your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like it is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal, whatever you want to be. Essentially, what I'm saying to you is you have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Sounds like an interesting concept.
Word, girl. All right, so that's what I do. What are your interests? What are your favorite things?
That was a lot, and I need to process it before I can tell you.
Okay, that's fine. How about your other friend here? Are you still processing? That's what I like to hear. Okay, what games do you like to play? Big Dog, what games do you like to play? Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, I have played that. I thought Call of Duty and played that.
All right, what are your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto being delayed from May 26, 2026 until November 19th, 2026? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, probably give it away for a bit. That's a rough. So, yeah, that's it. But it does get money over and over again. Yeah. But coming out, you know what I'm saying?
So you don't even think it's going to come out November 19th, 2026?
No, no way. No. Not the light again.
Trace, what do you think? All right. All right. I mean, that's a legitimate take. Definitely a legitimate take.
Then it comes out, and then it's going to be a PS7, and then it's going to be on the next Xbox. Yeah, no way. At least up here too.
All right. Trace, how long have you been watching me? Like, in total? 2 months? Right. Just a blur, right? That's all right. Islam did. He dominated all 5 rounds. It was an ass whooping. And then the other main event between the two chicks, the Kyrgyzstanian woman won. She beat Zhang, the Chinese woman. She dominated her. I did too, man. I was rooting for her. I totally liked Zhang. I thought she was unstoppable, obviously. She's like the best Chinese woman fighter in the world. You got to think. They're like a billion Chinese people. There are 500 million Chinese women. And this is the best fighter of them all. And she went up against a Stanian woman, and her ass handed to her. The thing is, Zhang isn't that big, and she just didn't have the size. She moved up a weight class, so she was at a disadvantage. Islam moved up a weight class and just fucking dominated. So now he's the welterweight champion, which is tight. So yeah, that's baller. Do you guys watch any American football?
Australia.
Okay, you guys are Australian?
I am full of
Oh, okay.
There is American.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, shout out to my Patriot. All right. Do you like the All Blacks? All right. Do you know who James McCann is? He's from Adelaide. He's a stand-up comedian. Right. Good on you. Excellent. All right. Do you know about Pine Gap? So Pine Gap is a somewhat secretive military base in the middle of the outback. You've never heard of it? It's called Australia's Area 51. It's interesting. Yeah, dog. It's one of the most secretive places. And basically, it's like impossible to get there unless you're going to take like a 24-hour car ride. I mean, it's like in the middle of the outback. All right.
chicken in there.
Oh, okay.
I'll jump over the fence. I'll leave you in the bobwire.
Excellent. So you like chicken?
I love chicken. Chicken's my lady.
All right.
My lady. Chicken's second.
All right. How do you like your chicken prepared? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Raw's disgusting, dog. That's how you get salmonella poisoning. No, chicken is not chicken. That's it's raw. That's got salmonella written all over it. Have you eaten raw chicken?
I would if I saw chicken. But yeah, if I could watch chicken on like horseback, it's like what I was trying to say. If I could try, I would.
When I was a little kid, I would see chicken in the store uncooked, and I just thought you could eat it. I didn't know any better. Not that I ever tried, but it looked like something that you could eat. It doesn't look necessarily unappetizing, uncooked, like some things do, but I certainly know they can't do that. All right, so are you a fan of fried chicken?
Oh yeah, I love fried chicken.
All right. Hey, what part of the chicken do you like the most? Like a rotisserie, like a rotisserie chicken. Yeah, dog. I love rotisserie chickens. All right. I'm of chicken legs.
Oh yeah.
Word, dog. All right. You prefer fried chicken or roasted chicken? Okay, but I mean, if you had to eat one on a desert island for the rest of your life, which would you choose? There you go, big dog. Okay, okay. Well, that's not the rules. You have to choose one. There you go, big man. All right. So we talked about chicken breast. So do you prefer white meat or dark meat? Yeah, same. All right. And do you like turkey? Oh, dude. Okay. So you're just all about that bird. Okay. That's cool. You want to hear something interesting? Okay, so like there's something in finance that's known as a loss leader. It's basically a product that a company sells at either break even or they lose on it, but in exchange they get more customers into their store. So there's a big chain of stores in the United States that are warehouses called Costco, and Costco has this $5 rotisserie chicken. They don't make money on it. They actually lose a little bit of money on it, but because it's so desired by the customer base, they choose to lose a little bit of money so that more customers come in, and then when customers are there, they'll buy a bunch of stuff. All right. Happening though was the Costco was going up. Costco wasn't making that much money. Costco actually began its own type of chicken that was a little bit smaller so that they could continue to sell these at $5 each and not operate at a loss. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, it's good.
So now there's like a breed of chicken that is called the Costco chicken that is like it's become like it's this a distinct like species of chicken. I think that's wild shit. All right. So you're a big fan of chicken. Now I'm gonna ask, like, there's some stuff that's disgusting to me of a chicken. Like, what about chicken feet? Do you eat chicken feet? Okay, that's disgusting. How about chicken gizzards? Okay, that's all disgusting as well. Okay, cool though. I mean, you don't discriminate. That's neat. All right. How about chicken innards?
No, I need the whole birds, honestly.
Okay.
Give me the whole birds every time it's like fish.
All right. Would you eat that little red thing that they've got on the rooster?
Oh, yeah, I play with it.
Yeah. Fuck yeah,
Yeah,
man.
definitely.
Like bubble gum. All right, man.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'm trying to think of. Okay, so I don't eat at places, but I don't know if you guys have them. Do you have Kentucky Fried Chicken where you are?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Do you have Popeyes where you are?
No.
No. What else? Do they? I don't know. There are a bunch of kind. Okay, Kentucky Fried Chicken in China. Believe it or not, Kentucky Fried Chicken is bigger than McDonald's in China. That's wild shit. Um, did you know that the first Kentucky Chicken was not in Kentucky? It was in Salt Lake City, Utah. Yeah, this is wild shit that you're gonna learn. That I'm gonna teach you. Excellent. All right. So with that being said, to our American friend, have you thought about your hobbies yet, or are you still contemplating?
I work a lot and I like to read when I'm not at work.
Okay, what do you like to read?
Just when I'm on display. So it's got my selection of genres is very nice.
Okay. Have you read the book 50 Shades of Grey?
I have on boards.
Oh, okay, you didn't like it. I liked it. I've read it like a ton. Well, I've at least listened to the audiobook like 30 times.
I read it for one time, and then they started releasing more of the books, and I decided I didn't need to read that.
Oh, okay, so like 50 Shades Darker and 50 Shades Freed.
Yeah, I didn't read those.
Okay, I listened to them on, and I saw something funny. I thought it was funny. It was like if whatever the guy's name is, Mr. Gray, weren't a billionaire, he would be seen as a super creepy dude. Like the fact that he's a billionaire allows him to get away with all this stuff. But if he were just like living in a one-bedroom house, he would be just considered super creepy. I just saw that. Okay, so yeah. Okay, what other books do you read? Have you read like George or R. Martin? Any of that?
So he's not there yet. I have about 1,000 books on my reading list.
Okay.
That I'm looking through. I've read. Hold on. I just read.
That's what I need. I need exact figures.
I'm reading my 51st book so far this year.
Wow, that's quite an accomplishment. Okay. Very well.
I'll probably finish this one tonight or tomorrow.
Oh, excellent. Okay, I'm going to name an author and you tell me if you like him. Mark. Theodore.
I haven't read Slur.
Okay, definitely. If you haven't, put it on that 1,000 book, at least a few of them. There's some really good ones on there. Okay, George Orwell.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so those would be 1984 Animal Farm. Those are good ones.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael Crichton.
I think I may have read one of his books, but it wasn't recent, so I can't remember.
That's okay. He does Jurassic Park, and he also did like a bunch of law books. The I forget. He did like Rainmaker and a bunch of. Okay. What about Stephen King?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a favorite Stephen King novel?
have a least favorite.
Okay, what would that be?
I can't remember what it's called.
Okay.
But it had shit weasels in it.
Oh, okay. All right. Did you read the Twilight Saga? What were your thoughts?
It wasn't the worst thing I've ever read.
Okay, very well.
I don't know if I would ever read it again.
Okay,
Yeah,
I've got you. Okay, what about R.L. Stein? Do you know who that is?
I know the name, but I'm honestly not fantastic with names.
That's okay.
Um,
They have the Goosebumps with like children's books from the 1990s. Okay, um, what about Jane Austen? Pride and Prejudice, Sense and Sensibility.
she's a good author, but it's my preferred genre. Like that's not really my niche. I read stuff. That's just it's not really just like I don't really read. I prefer. I don't want to say any specific genre, but I do prefer speaking slightly more modern writing.
Okay.
Um,
How about Jack Kerouac? The Beat Generation. On the Road.
don't think I've read him.
That's okay. How about
Oh, the Stephen King book that I was thinking about was called Dreamcatcher, and it was terrible.
Oh, okay. All right, and it was terrible. Okay, excellent to know. What about
It was terrible.
um? Who? How about Tolkien?
I think I read. I haven't read a lot of this.
Okay, so that would
It's
be like
very wordy.
yeah, no,
Massively wordy.
definitely you can't put it in languages. Um, okay, yes, Lewis.
I do like yes, but
Okay, what do you like? The Chronicles of Narnia. What?
I grew up with the Chronicles of Narnia. What is it, 7
Yeah,
to read the whole thing through.
the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe kind of deal. Okay.
Caspian,
Yeah.
Voyage of the Dawn Treader, and him and his nephew. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I think there's 8.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on Harry?
You know, I've never read the Harry Potter books. They're on my list, actually.
Okay.
I grew up in a household where Harry's forbidden.
Okay, because of witchcraft.
Yes.
Okay.
But C.S. Lewis was fine because
He was a
Christian
Christian
author
author.
about witchcraft, so that was acceptable for whatever reason. I don't know.
Sure, I get you. Okay. What are your thoughts? Have you read The Hobbit of J.R.R. Tolkien?
I have read parts of it. I have not read it all the way through.
That's okay. All right. What about okay, I'm just gonna name classic books and you tell me yay or nay. The Great Gatsby.
Yeah,
Okay. Do you like it?
it's in the middle. I'm
Okay.
pretty neutral.
Catcher in the Rye by Steinbeck.
I
That's okay. Um, what about H.G. Wells? The Around the World in 80 Days, The Time Machine, 20,000 to See.
Very much, yes. It was all of the
Okay, excellent. Um, what about um, Mary Shelley, Frankenstein?
and neutral.
Okay, you know they're making it into a movie.
I believe it. I feel like they've made like 50 Frankenstein movies. I know that's an exaggeration, but I believe that they're making another.
Right. Okay. Here's one you may not know, but if you do, it'll lead us into some discussion. Philip K. Dick. Have you heard of Philip K. Dick?
I don't think so, no.
That's okay. He wrote a lot of books that are based on stuff like today. Um, so he wrote Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which is what Blade Runner is based on. Um, he wrote The Man in the Castle, A Skin Darkly. He wrote um, like a lot of futuristic dystopian books that are very AI oriented and very popular with at least like
I don't know if it counts. I watched the series.
Excellent. Yeah. That counts. Yeah. So that's the one where like the Nazis and the Japanese Empire take over the United States. Like it's a World War II,
Yeah,
right?
they won the war, basically.
What did you think of it?
Pretty good. Honestly, once it started to get more into the futuristic stuff, I started to lose a little bit of interest. I think that was towards like the later seasons because they didn't really show too much of that in the initial maybe two, 3 seasons. I don't remember how long show ran. Once it started to get much more futuristic, I started to kind of fall off.
That's okay. All right. So you read 51 books this year. What are a few of them that you enjoyed?
Ooh, let me go to my list. Because again, I don't remember names very well.
That's okay.
It's also almost 2 in the morning, so it's a little late. I'm still doing this. No, I'm talking about books. Books. Anything. So I really enjoyed The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue.
I've heard of it. Is it good?
By D.E. Schwab.
Okay.
It's a really good book. I really enjoyed I'll know the name as soon as I see it. The Unmaking of Jim Farrell.
Heard of it?
Pretty good. I really enjoyed. Okay, because I also rate all of the books that I read. I enjoyed Keep It in the Family, which is by John Mars.
Okay. Have you read the Iliad and the Odyssey?
I've read bits and pieces. I read them for school more than just for kids.
Okay, they're coming out with an Odyssey movie. Anne Hathaway's in it. Timothy Chalamet. Have you heard about this? Comes out next.
I think I have, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Christopher Nolan is directing it. The guy who did Oppenheimer. In what was the name of that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio? It's like in that's like in your dreams. Um, oh, how can I? Inception. Um. Okay. Read. Oh. Charles Dickens. Any Charles Dickens books?
Hey, let's see.
Okay. Do you like Charles Dickens?
He's a good author. Again, I generally, at least recently, have looked more to the slightly more modern authors.
I understand. How about Arthur Miller, Death of a Salesman? That's more a play.
I don't think I've read that.
That's okay. Um, okay, so you've read 50 Shades, the first one. You've read Twilight. Not read Harry Potter. Lord of the Rings, that little bit here and there. Some Michael Crichton. Did you read the Boxcar Children when you were little, or the Visitors Club?
Yeah.
Okay.
Boxcar Children.
You know what was amazing?
Nancy Drew.
Yeah, all of those. You know, they were all written by like a group of people, not just one person.
Not surprised considering the sheer number of books there are.
Exactly. They were a giant moneymaker for like McGraw Hill and Scholastic and stuff. And yeah, they were written by teams. So you had the male equivalent, which was the Hardy Boys, again by a team of people, um, which is a little disappointing as well. All right.
Yeah, my brother read the Hardy Boys.
Right, and you read Babysitter's Club?
No, I was Nancy Drew in the Boxcar Kids.
Oh, yeah. Nancy Drew and Boxcar. Okay. Boxcar Children. Yeah, I read Boxcar Children.
There you go.
Yeah, that's okay. All right. What other authors can I think who you might have read? Do you have a favorite Mark Twain book? That's okay.
I mean, I like Mark Twain, but again, it's not my favorite niche. really, it's not my favorite style, like him, and I see him as an author. But I can't say that I have a favorite book of his.
All right. And what is a book? What's your favorite book you've ever read?
Oh, that's a really hard question.
I know it is.
Um,
I hate questions like this. Let me just say, I get asked them all the time. What's your favorite movie? And it's like, it depends on the day. And I forget about, I'll say A and think about it later on, and it'll really be B, and then I'll feel, but yeah. So I'm going to put you in that position.
Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, I can't answer that. That's too broad of a question.
I understand. It's like choosing a child. Okay.
I do that easily.
Okay, so you have a favorite child. You have a favorite child?
Well, no, I don't have kids, but I pick two.
Okay. Well, no, that's different. But if you ever talk to parents and you say, "Who's your favorite child?" Maybe they secretly have one, which many do, but they won't say it. And I think
Yeah, they'll all say that they don't have a favorite, but they're lying. Everybody has favorites. They can't help it. It's human nature.
right. That's true. Though I guess book enjoyment is a little different because there are so many varied aspects. Usually with children, it's like I like the one that's closest to me or the one that's best behaved or whatever. But um, book can touch you in so many different ways that it's difficult to measure. Do you ever read nonfiction?
Do sometimes, typically, if I'm going to read nonfiction, I prefer memoirs.
Okay. I personally really like biography. Like when you say memoirs, you mean autobiographies?
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. Okay. So like, okay, this is simple. What's the difference between a memoir and an autobiography? I always thought a memoir was like somebody's writings and their letters things, and then an autobiography is written by a biography of someone written by the person. There's no letter, right?
They are similar, I believe. I mean, I think they're typically kind of class biography is maybe one of the larger.
Okay.
Memoirs are a little conversational.
Yeah. Two people, or like maybe not necessarily between two people, but focused on a relationship. Like these are my memoirs with my wife, or something like that. It doesn't necessarily cover someone's entire life, but I think that you.
I mean, not necessarily. It might cover more of like a specific aspect of somebody's life.
Oh, that could be too, like a presidential memoirs.
It's a little bit. It's a lot less. I don't want to say it's less factually strict, so it is still somebody's story, but it's less focused on. It's less focused on the facts and more focused on the story. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. I get that. That leads me to think you don't hear many people writing an autobiography anymore alone. They usually have a writer or they're with an author, or they just have somebody write a biography on them. But I don't really. I mean, I'm sure it happens. I'm just thinking of them, but rarely anymore I hear of somebody who's like, "Yeah, I wrote my autobiography, and I wrote it by myself. I didn't have anyone. We went to a publisher and published." It's just not. It's usually like the John Doe story, written with the help of Jane Doe or whatever it be. Um, but I don't know. I think a lot of times people today write books to make money or to perhaps launder money or funnel money or whatever it is, and it's less to get out their story. Like, um, not necessarily that way, but at least with a lot of these major publishing houses, it can be that way. But okay,
Yeah, I can see that.
I like biographies a lot. They're definitely my favorite. I They're probably my favorite genre. I really like learning about people and their struggles, especially when they're young. I like to hear like I don't know, just like stories from people's childhood or adolescence, and I guess there's like a beauty to human experience that like we all kind of start from the same place generally, like as children, and then we go into something really special and interesting to me that be like, oh, and this person and then UN Secretary General, or this person ended up being a famous singer, or this person ended up being a global leader, whatever it is. And it's like, but they also got in trouble with their parents when they were a little kid, or didn't do their homework, or whatever it is. It's like that. Those they're just interesting anecdotes that I find interesting. Um, okay,
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah,
So
definitely.
I'm gonna excuse myself because it is almost spring, and I actually meant to go to sleep about.
That's okay. Thank you so much for sharing and get to talk about literature. Sweet dream. Take care. Thank you for making my acquaintance. You as well. Take care. Bye. All right, boys. I'm gonna water.
Yeah. Get it? What are you doing? Rusty. I mean, occasionally, father arrived when I told him I wouldn't pay for it until the goodies. The goodies. It's ridiculous. Right.
You can imagine, right? There's the thorns, the animal's struggling. What happens when you try to get a rabbit out of the
Into the draft night, and I was worried. I was kind of thinking, nice.
rabbit out of the thicket? You get cut, you bleed, there's struggle. I don't know when you saw where there is struggle, there is kedusha. Where there is easiness, there's kedusha. Where there's struggle, you are going to get cut. You are going to get beaten. You are going to get bruised. That's where there is kedusha. So where there's ease, there's comfort, but no kedusha. Where there's struggle, absolute holiness. And listen, that's the story. Sometimes starting off with Adam Avinu. Yishmael starting off with these sometimes in life. We try to take holy endeavors and then they get difficult. We make the mistake of thinking that if Hashem would want this to happen, it would have been easy. fact that if there's difficulty shows that it's not the right thing. In fact, yeah, that's just the opposite. Just the opposite. The endeavor, the more intense the resistance, the greater ease. Yes, it might be something very nice, but lots of for that it's incredible. So it's back to Navi Shaka a little bit. Navi Shufia, so Navi is trying to get people to go ahead and worship God. I'm sure we're kind of English. So Gemara says, remember again. So when you see the Navi Shufia, that means like a Navi who tries to go ahead and get either an individual or a group. Next, Madicha and Dakas is, remember, those who try to get the entire city worship idolatry. So what's that? But the skila, I'm sure I'm going to finish this time. Navi Yukiach the skila, my time is up. So Navi tries to get people to worship about get skila. Why is that? What's logical for that one? Nasis. So ultimately, the Xer Shava from Nasis. Mala Alon the skila, Afghan the skila. Okay, from Shimon. Misa skila, Rabbi Shimon says, no. By the Navi it says Misa. And what's that? The Nisa Mula Torah stands in your Elachel. In general, any Nisa that is mentioned in the Torah is Chelach. Madicha Erni Dachas Beskila, my time is Rabbanon. So why is it that Madicha Erni Dachas get skila? What's the logic from Rabbanon? Kami Hadacha Omi Mesis, Omi Navi Shizia. So again, making zero Shava of Hadacha either from Mesis or from the Navi Shizia. Kama Hadacha Minavi. Shimon and Hadacha Navi. Never kind of the Ligmar means why doesn't Rabbi Shimon say Shabbat from Mesis? So Ligmar says, Ligmar Mesis, done in Mesis, not in Mesis Rabin. They ain't done in Mesis, not in Mesis Hayden. Mesis Shabbat. Because again, we'd rather go ahead and learn how to get a travel from Mesis Shabbat to Mesis Rabin. Remember, in this context, in this discussion, there's two types of insiders. There are those who incite individuals, and there are those who are incite. Therefore, again, we'd rather go ahead and say Shabbat to a like type of insider. I'd rather learn how to get what we call the common insider from a common insider, and not the common insider from another who incites. Rabbi Shimon will say, you should say, no, even though it's a Navi who may be doing inciting, but once he's inciting him of the day, he becomes a Hegel. He no longer really has the exalted position of Navi, rather he's a Hegel. Don't worry, Chisda. The Chisda says, I'll say top of Tzadik, 98. Machlokes, that's very interesting to say. So in general, now we're back a little bit to this, right? False prophet. This false prophet, right? So now the Shaila is, what exactly is it that he has to do in order to go ahead and be considered a false prophet? Now obviously, he's inciting people to worship Allah. These are fine, but let's listen to this. Machlokes ba'oker hakuf ta'avodas lo'chavim, v'kiyum mixas u'bidol. I will say this is interesting. Machlokes case comes up in the following situation. If he goes ahead and literally again uproots some total halacha of avodah zarah, and in other respects maintains certain aspects of the prohibition of avodah zarah. And take a look at Rashi for just a moment. First Rashi, Tzadik Aleph, Machlokes, Rabban Rabbi Shimon. I must say now, obviously, both Rabban and Rabbi Shimon hold that halacha l'maisa, obviously, Navi Sheker is going to be Chayv Misa. What's the Machlokes? Type of Misa. That's the Machlokes. So look what Rashi says over here. He says, Machlokes Rabban Shimon, the Navi ba'oker kol ha'guf ba'avodos lo'chavim, v'amar nitztad kodesh v'yagvura v'yishavos la'akor kol mitzvahs avodos lo'chavim min ha'torah. So this is obviously the classic case of this Navi Sheker. He prophesies and he says, I have received the word from God, I've been commanded by God to abrogate, to totally uproot. There's no prohibition of Zara. No such thing Zara. Okay, or all the tiny mitzvahs to the background mitzvahs, the high will become here on skila, we shouldn't so say, or the other possibility is like this. The other possibility is he's even part of Avodah Zarah, but uprooting part of Avodah Zarah. So, for example, this would be examples of this. Well, as he says, you know what? You're not to offer a carbon to Avodah Zarah. But you are allowed to bow down to Avodah Zarah. An example of she's maintaining prohibition but uprooting part. So that's what this machloket. So again, obviously both Rav Shimon and Rabbi Shimon are both of that. Watch this. Because the Torah says that the Navi will try to hear you from the derech, min haderech. Min haderech means even if he just tries to get you off part of the derech. In other words, that he's upholding part of the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and negating another part of it. Listen to this. About Okir have the shar mitzvahs, Livra Kol B'Chanek. This is interesting. But let's say someone goes that Navi comes along and says, nothing to do with Avodah Zarah. The Navi comes along and says, you know what? I got a prophecy from God. The prohibition of shackles no longer applies. Not with Avodah Zarah. He's just uprooting another mitzvah. Every chanek. It's put to death. Put that because he's a false prophet and corrupting the word of God. But everyone agrees in that situation, he's put to death by chanek. The kiyum mitzvah. But by other mitzvahs, if he goes ahead and let's say uproots part, but then goes ahead and maintains part. By other mitzvahs, everyone agrees. Will be an example of that. He says that on instead of 7 days. Something like that. In other words, so it's shar mitzvahs. So again, I'll say there's 3 categories. Category 1 is Avodah Zarah. Whenever a false prophet comes along and either uproots the entire prohibition of Avodah Zarah, or even if he maintains part of it, that's the focus of the Shimon and the Rabbanon. Schai Misa, is it skila or is it chana? That's category 1. Category 2, uprooting another mitzvah, not Avodah Zarah in its entirety. The other mitzvah or another Avera doesn't apply. Everyone agrees. Chana. Category 3 is in the law, the uproots part of it, there, pater. It doesn't mean that it's fine. I think that breathing is not permitted. She's massive Ramuna is 1 second. Lalakas, now you both say the pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is the pasuk. You must keep either Sarah Allah Shalokech and Homotia Shayan Nabrota. So this is talking about the Navi Sheker, the false prophets. False prophets. Now the Gemara is dissecting that pasuk a little bit. Lalachas, like because you can remember, he's going ahead, like he's veering you from the path that Hashem told you to follow. Lalachas, Zum Mitzvahs Aseh. This is the first positive commandment. Ba, Zum Mitzvahs Lo Saseh. Prohibition. What does this sound like? It sounds like that even if the Navi messes with other parts of the Torah, what's going on over here? These are like and if you want to think it's talking about idolatry, it looks like is there any positive commandment associated with idolatry? To which the person says, funny you should ask. There is. So Gemara pissed off and he cuts them. There is a positive commandment. What's the positive commandment? And just supposed to be the altars of Avodah Zarah. That Amnuna Amar, supposed to be Amnuna there for another version of this. Amnuna says like this. I will say, a tremendous of this, Master Tov Shem, I learned like a grandchild almost. You know, Tov Master Shem, much of you nachas in Eretz Hashem, follow the lazy dad of Salah Kadisha. But and say really, it's an opportunity. This is now obviously second issue. On the top, I'll be very thankful for for us this morning. Tremendous. I shared it at 5:49 this morning. There was a Zoom right, which is strange. And we saw Hashem the promotion and gives us some thank you. Thank you really for all the late nights, the early mornings, and the coffee is delicious. Thank you very much. I will say I never get a round of applause. Wow, okay, also making the coffee. Fine, you guys as follows. Rabbanuna says as follows. Rabbanuna says like this. Our machlokes ba'oker hadros. Being that was coming every Shabbos. She also said if Rabbanuna comes along, and Rabbanuna he has a different approach. He says like this: any time a false prophet comes along and uproots something totality, something from the Torah, whether that is avodah zarah or any other mitzvah. So in this case, again, the Rebbe is coming along and he's saying this mitzvah or this aver or whatever it is no longer applies. So he's uprooting it in its totality. Anytime that happens, the Gemara says, there are multiple categories. First of all, he consolidates two categories like this. Uprooting of a mitzvah, whether it's idolatry or any other mitzvah, prohibited, punishable by death. Furthermore, when it comes to idolatry, whether you go ahead and part of idolatry or all of idolatry, punishable by death. Here makes us, if you uproot and confirm some part of other mitzvahs. Said before, you go and shine on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but not for that stuff. So that would be an example of uprooting and confirming part. In that context, the partner. So listen to this. The Navi promises in order to go and uproot some element of the Torah. And again, once again, the price will be here is not distinguishing between the Torah or anything else. The Navi comes along and says a particular mitzvah or particular no longer applies. Okay, or I feel fine. The kind mixes with the battle mitzvah. Let's take any emphasizes to uphold part of the mitzvah and to negate part of the mitzvah. The Shimon says that Potter. By avodah zarah, even if you partially uphold it, partially negate it, ultimately again you're going to be chayiv. You're going to be chayiv. It's interesting, by the way, his example of that is, let's say he says, on Mondays you're allowed to worship avodah zarah, the rest of the weekend there's still liability for that. Abayi is someone like that. So, and now we have essentially two different versions about how the Truma focus ultimately unfolds. So Abayi holds like let's just go through this. Abayi holds like a Krista, or Mataris like Krista, and he therefore interprets this entire discussion like Krista. So, Rava also Rava someone like Krista, or Mataris like Krista, Rava holds like Krista, and ultimately again goes ahead and interprets the Krista. Here we go. Abayi so let's wrap this to guys like this. Sabai holds like Krista and interprets this like this there. Hamisnavi, here we go. Hamisnavi, like for David Torah, again, if a Navi comes along and up in the Torah, now what's the definition of reading in totality? You say it doesn't apply to particular Aver's eye. Whether we're talking about a Torah or Shar Mitzvah. Now, Locha is everyone agrees. By Lakim mitzvahs from the back of mitzvahs. What happens if it comes along by mitzvahs? Holds part of it. Negation. Rabbi Shimon Potter, Rabbi Potter. That's by Shar mitzvahs. By Shar mitzvahs. What din l'Rabbanon? When it comes to idolatry, Afilu Amr Hayy B'Tluah Chayiv. But when it comes to idolatry, even if the false prophet is partially upholding it and partially negating it, everyone agrees there is liability, right? But when you mess with avodah zarah, whether it's full negation, partial negation, there is going to be a chiyuv misa. What's the chiyuv misa? Market this, market this. That's my focus. That's my focus. Chenek versus skiva. Go, that's Abaye. Rava Saralak Rav Amnuna, Mutasik Rav Amnuna, and interprets the price like Rav Amnuna. Hamisnavi, last part from the Torah. They have all come bein b'shamis. It's chayit. Market this way. If a false prophet comes along and comes to uproot something in the Torah, right? Full negation. Whether it's about Mizar or something else, chayit misa. What's the misa? What's the misa? Again, according to this approach, machlokas. Kanek versus skiva. Fine. The chayit misa of the Bible. B'shamis. What comes along by other mitzvahs. Now Mizar and he upholds part of the mitzvah. What? But Shimon told that. Shimon says that you're when it comes to idolatry, idolatry, even part of negation is still going liability. What's the liability? Market Islay or market Islay. That's the machlokas. Okay, so let's say, so what's the solve? So really what it comes to, the machlokas is really the nature of the punishment as much about the nature of the halal. So essentially, here's what everyone is agreeing upon. Comes along and tries to go ahead and uproot idolatry. Whether he's going to end up rooting idolatry as a whole, saying there's no avodah, or there's partial negation of holding chayiv. Chayiv. Next case is another comes right to uproot. The truth is any stalafa chayiv. Next case, another comes along and tries to uproot, tries to partially uproots and partially negates another mitzvah in the Torah. What right now? What's halacha? Potter. Another comes and tries to uproot and partially uproot and partially confirm avodah zarah. Everyone agrees. Chayiv. The machlokes in these cases is what's the death penalty. But again, but the Ikar Halachos, everyone's agreeing with. Fascinating. Good. I'm ready to go on with Yochanan. B'chol, Bakol, Yom Lachon Navi, Avor Al Divrei Torah, Shema, Lo, Chutz Ne'avonos Lo Chavim. So we'll say this is right. This is fascinating halacha. So we also didn't know in general, if a Navi tells you to violate the words of Torah, you have to listen. You have to listen. With one exception, avodah zarah. Avodah zarah, even if a bona fide Navi tells you about avodah zarah, you don't listen. Shafilu mamidlo chama be'emtza rakia, al tishmalo. Even if the Navi literally again performs a tremendous miracle, and he causes the sun to stop and all this guy, right? The sun doesn't set, and he says, "Look, I'm preventing the sun from setting. Go worship avodah zarah." We don't listen to him. I've always said, what is this? What is this? So remember, we have biblical precedent for this. This is yesterday's Navi, right? In Harakana, Navi instructed to do something that is biblically prohibited, i.e., to worship, to offer kabbalah outside of Mishkan, outside his mikdash. Yeah, we did it. So you see from here that a Navi has certain power, and a Navi has certain ways to instruct the clouds to transgress. Hey, Hora Ashah, you see this concept. You see this concept. The exception or the line that we draw idolatry. Under no circumstances do we ever listen to a worship idolatry, which means I'll listen to an Navi to do a lot of avodah zarah. So the Gemara says as follows, and the Gemara backs up to say even if the Navi performs a dramatic miracle. So you say, well, if he's performing a miracle, obviously, what's like, who does the power to perform miracles come from? From HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, if Hashem is allowing him to do it, unless Hashem wants us to listen to him, no, it's not it. It's not it. However, whatever the story with the miracle is, one thing is clear, which is do not worship idolatry under any circumstances. Tanya, but Yosef Omer, he geared on himself, Daisa Shavuos Koshavin. Now I said, now this is an interesting lashon over here. The Torah understands literally again the logic of avodas koshavim. Nitna Torah memshala shakilu mecha chama be'emtzarakia al tishmolo. So interestingly enough, that if you look at Rashi, Nisna Torah memshala kilomar filu tira sunavi Moshe va'ikirtzon said nasan elecha. Host in Mofis. So what's interestingly enough, when Yosef is saying like this creates an interesting logical conundrum. Like, why? Because the power to do miracles comes from Hashem, and this Navi putting off a tremendous miracle. So what is that? Like what? So what? I'm just a regular guy. I'm trying to do the right thing, and here this problem is obviously testing this Navi with this incredible amount of power. So how am I, as a regular individual, supposed to understand the circumstances that are unfolding right in front? To which Rabbi Yosef really says that Baruch Hu sometimes tests us in our spiritual fidelity to Him, and therefore our to certainty and to certain again. It's against the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Again, even if the Navi performs a tremendous miracle, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? How can you imagine for a moment that Hashem would give power over nature to someone who's defiant? How would that even work? What are you talking about? Hashem is going to give the ability to give power to a Navi Sheker. It doesn't make any sense. Elo, he goes, Chananya ben Azor, Shem Filas or Navi, MS, and the Basof Navi Sheker. Let me keep this no. Where does the Navi Shah scenario arise? So where does it arise? Unfortunately, good Navi went bad. Good Navi went bad. So what happens? It happens, right? Sometimes good Navi go bad. You have someone who has his credentials as a bona fide Navi, right? And what happens? Unfortunately, he loses his way. It was like even there's like an issue that Allah says, "Come in the Atzmachad Yamosta." Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. You're a Navi. Just because you're a Navi doesn't mean that you can't lose your way. So the Kiva says that's the case of the Navi Sheker. So the Navi Sheker is someone who everyone knows. He's proven himself through real miracles. Because once upon a time he was King God. And then what happens? He loses his way. He's not performing any miracles now, right? But he's got credibility because he was a good Navi. Even if that guy comes and tells Chavira, the Lord spoke to the Lord and he said, let's worship idolatry. So listen to him. And even if this is the kind of Navi, when he was a good Navi, kept this setting, he's still going. Still listen to him. But Akiva says there's no way a false prophet would ever be able to learn any miracles. Okay, that's the last point. Remember again, right? Bas Cohen makes about worship punishment, straight up. So the Mishnah said, interesting enough, if so testify about her, they don't get them straight, but rather what do they get? They get chenek. So that's for adultery, right? Adultery. Behind me, we really know this one. Amrav Acha Breit Rav Ika, sign Rav Yossi, or this is Mata Lomar, Bas Sisin Lo Kasher Zomam Lasos the Ochid. Pasuk says for Edom's only. You have to do to the Edom what they conspire their brother. So the Gemara says why? The Fishakol Hamizominim Shevitorah Zomein Ubalin Yosef. So in general, again, listen, the way Edom Zomin works is what kind of punishment is it? Reciprocal punishment. Whatever the Edom wants to visit upon the defendant is exactly the punishment that they themselves get. Now listen to this. The Gemara says so what happened? Now we know Abbas commits adultery. She is put to death straight. Now we know that her Boel, the man with whom she commits adultery, doesn't get straight, right? Because again, the Torah and the punishment her. Zolamin in Yodea. In Lohokshu, in Lohokshu, or that they can go. Suppose it's now 3 different. Two people committed the same crime, but yet their punishments are dramatically different. The Baskin is going to get long, the guy is going to get chenek, right? So, what are they getting? What are they getting? To which the Gemara says, "Omer lasos la'achiv lo lasos." So, interestingly enough, the way the pasuk is phrased is that the Edom are given a reciprocal punishment. Whatever they wanted to do la'achiv to their brothers, right? We give them the reciprocal that they were going to visit upon the Boel, and therefore Allah said they get chenek as well. Hadr Allah Elohim Hanech. We'll say Mazel Tov. We'll say, get ready now for perhaps the most overwhelming. What we are about to engage in now. We'll say the next couple of days. It's Olam Haba. Every morning is Olam Haba and Olam Hazar. And these Gemaras are going to change our lives in so many ways. Mishnah. Call yourself. Yeshon Chelik Olam Haba. Okay. Every year has a Chelik Olam Haba. Shneimar. Va'amech Kulam Tzadikim. V'Olam Yershu Aretz. Neitzer Mata'ay Ma'aseh Adal Yisrael. So it says the Gemara quotes the pasuk. Those of us from Yeshaya, that little Yadin, your nation, are all tzaddikim. They will forever inherit the land. Neitzer Matai, literally again, like my creations of my plantings, Maaseh Hispire, and they are the creations of my hand through which I become glorified. So the idea, the part of the concept you must be focusing on over here was by the way, Rashi says like, what is this doing? Right? What does this have to do with our context of our discussion here, right? We were like knee deep in death, right? And now, so that's look what Rashi says. Also, Rashi is on both sides on here. So this is Rashi on the left side. So Rashi says over here, about that penalties, and we're going to talk about how. The truth is, this next saying, what I'm saying is the moment. Fine. But I think just even before we go, what it's saying is, no one is beyond salvation. Right? And even those who are killed by mishaps, ultimately, as long as they get killed before they die, Holy Spirit is going, you motherfuckers are being executed by them. That is the end of the road for you in this world and the next. It's not true. First, it's going to be about Shiva, literally again until their last breath. So here we just finish about Chenek. Okay, it's not 50 Chenek. Unfortunately, make sure to do Shiva before you die, because if you do so, next line, Kol Yisrael Yishlim Chazal. Every Yid has a portion to come, and therefore even you, Jews being executed by Chenek, by Skila, by Streifa, by Herod, whatever it is, you could say what come if you die about children. Incredible. So also, it's interesting, by the way. It's interesting because if you look at the past that the Mishnah quoted, Ba'ameh can also be used in a different way, which is how Imcha. The Imcha Kulam Tzadi. We thought that the Baruch Hu is a big tzaddik, right? Every year is a big tzaddik. In other words, we say, what does that mean? The Rebbe sees us regardless. He doesn't just see you inside. He doesn't also see who we can become. So because the Rebbe is the one entity in this world who is able to see potential, the Imcha Tzadi. Baruch Hu, at least it's a tzaddik. Because once again, he doesn't just see the prism of what we are right now, he looks through the prism of who and what we can become. And every year has such incredible potential, and therefore, the income throughout this Baruch Hu, that's the first line. And then if you remember, and these are the people who don't have a portion of all to come. So, obviously, there's an inherent contribution right here. Anyway, so what's the shot? Always everyone has every pleasure, every Jew has a portion of what to come. And these are the ones who don't have a portion of what to come. So I'll say, so how do you reconcile that? It's very simple. What's the difference also between the first and second line? You are a member of Klal. If you identify as part of Christ, in other words, you have a portion in the world. When do you lose your portion? The moment you remove yourself from the cloud. Because if you notice again, it doesn't say the Elu shall be Yisrael. It says the Elu could be Yisrael. You could be Elu. If you're Yisrael, if you start building up bonds of Africa, embedding yourself within the cloud, sometimes no matter what you do, you have a portion of the world to come. But if you're an Elu, you're Balak Logan, you're in dissension, you don't like other Jews, you have difficulties with Africa, you remove yourself from the cloud, then you could lose your own power. Put yourself in the cloud, all will always be yours. Remove yourself from the cloud, you put yourself in danger of your sacred portion. This is the portion of the world to come. As there is no resurrection of the dead. It says not divine. Vatikoris. Again, we see Bashi says on the first, Vatikoris. Kiva says, Apakori is foreign. This is very interesting. So I want to say, even one who spends time, so what is that? What is that? Secular knowledge, secular books, what? So again, I have to define exactly what that means. Someone who whispers some type of incantation over wounds. Like I said, we're going to define all of these things. Abishal says, someone who pronounces the name of Hashem better. Like that's the UK fucking name. Who actually says it. There are 3 and 4 regular people go down in history as having lost their portion in the world. Shoshim Lacham, the 3 kings, Achab, and Menachem. Achab was Yurav, actually both Yurav and Menachem. We made mention yesterday, right? The both evil kings, Menachem. So about Menachem, the mother. We're going to say, so they said, I don't know if I mentioned, the Deacons are just overwhelming. And He says, Menashe King Menashe, by the way, the longest serving monarch, 55 years old. King Menashe has a portion in the world to come. So there's also the time that Menashe got himself in some trouble, some really significant trouble, happened to Hashem, and Hashem was to his monarchy in Yerushalayim. So what do you see over there? Menashe got in, and his tefillos were answered, which indicate that Menashe became about. They said to him, no. The Machusa Yeshivu, below the Chayal, the Mabah Yeshivu. So Menashe was returned to his monarchy, but he was not start to his portion in the world to come. Our had Yotos, who were guys who lost their portion in the world to come. Bilam, Doeg, we're discussing, he was an advisor to King Shaul, Achitofel, one of the advisors to David and then switch sides to Shalom, and the Chazi, like the Gabbai of Eliyahu Hanavi. Again, we'll talk about all of those. First, the Kol Kach Lama. We're jumping right into this. Why is it that someone who goes and denies resurrection, like someone denies transformation, why is it that he does not have a portion in the world to come? So the Gemara says, by the way, just as an aside, just a little bit more, there's machlokas. What's the phrase "olam haba" refers to? What is that? Is that like Israelites? Is that when you done like that? That's is that messianic, like post-resurrection? Well, we're just going to break that for our purposes today. Although I'm just telling you right now, we're going to switch. We're going to flip flop on this. But the nice for right now, the idea that olam haba is how we find your portion of what comes where you go after you die. So we'll call it eternal life. Now again, what's the interface between Abba and Messianic resurrection? So again, we'll see some allusion to this in Eretz Hashem, but that's all this. Gemara says, I understand. The guy denies resurrection, he loses his all of Abba, to which the Gemara says, yes. The Gemara says, the Kol Rach Lama, Tano, who covered with Chesamesim? See, he rejects the notion of Chesamesim. If you thought, well, yeah, no, Chelek with Chesamesim. But let's say that, interestingly enough, from the Gemara, in this context actually means Messianic era, because the Gemara says like this guy, he rejected the notion of Tchias HaMesim, and therefore again he gets no Tchias HaMesim, which by the way makes sense. If you don't believe it, you don't get it. If you don't believe in resurrection of the dead, you don't get resurrection of the dead. As well say the way that devotion works is reciprocity. He's the connected to the task, reciprocity. The Rabbi Shalom, I'm Rabbi Yonasan. How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu works? Listen to this. Interesting where the Gemara learns. Even though there are other psukim in the Torah which seem to indicate this, but Gemara chooses this story. Vayomer Elisha, Shimu Dvar Hashem, Ka'is Machar, Solas B'Shakal, Usasayim Solim B'Shakal, B'Shar Shomro. Okay. The army of Aram has laid siege to Yerushalayim. Now what happened is famine. Obviously, it's famine. So there's no opportunity. Deborah, do not worry. This time tomorrow, you'll be able to buy a ton of food for very little money. In other words, you overabundance of food. So what happens? Vayaran hashalish, Ashar melech, Mishar lever, es Yishalakim. Vayomer, Hine Hashem oser rubos b'shamayim, hayiyeh hadavar hazeh. So one of the like commanding officer of the army essentially says to Elisha, that's ridiculous. Even if Hashem opened up all of the windows in Shamayim, could such a thing occur? In other words, what the officer was saying is there's no food yet. Then we're going to go from no food to overabundance of food that doesn't make any sense. Vayomer, so Elisha says to this officer, this is going to happen. You're going to see the overabundance, but you're not going to get to eat. So what happens? This is interesting. So, okay, by the way, the end story is that night the army of Aram packed up and just left. They just left for a single reason, and they left behind all of their food, all of their provisions. So the next morning there was a stampede out of the city to get the food of the Aramean army. who was killed in the stampede? This officer. This officer, I have a Dilma Killa Alicia Garno, right? So maybe it was the curse of Alicia that caused this death. I'm already losing all around. Killa Sakama people really involved. Again, the curse of Falcom is very powerful. Even if again, if it's just other any other exposure becomes immersed in the crowd, and then the if that's the case, so just understand my bishar, why does it say by the gate? I'll just say shar because the conversation that happens between Elisha by the gate. Therefore, I say, therefore, Allah for myself must from here meet the connection. As far as what absolutely therefore, again, if a person doesn't believe in Triasis, then the process is fine. Don't believe it, I'm also not giving it to you. If you don't believe it, you're not blessed. Says this is one of the most important episodes in Torah Kula. The Rebbe actually bases it on the pasuk in Tehillim. Hashem Silcha. Hashem Silcha. Often you translate Hashem Silcha as Hashem is your shade. The Rebbe says, no, that's not what it means. What does it mean? Hashem is your shadow. What does your shadow do? Your shadow does whatever you do. The Rebbe says, what you get from Hashem is what you are willing to pay. Right? What you invest is what you get out. The way Akash works in our relationship with him is divine reciprocity. So if I go above and beyond for him, he'll go above and beyond for me. I act in supernatural manners for him, he'll act supernaturally for me. I push myself beyond the realm of that which is expected of me, then he'll do the same for me. Again, it's very important. If I'm the kind of person that I'll check the boxes, I'll do what I have to do to maintain just no, I don't want to chayik. So therefore, I'm going to do what I have to in order to get by. Just that same type of person. Because I was going to react the same way. So again, if I am embedded with mediocre Judaism, so then expect mediocre divine response. That's the way it's best possible. On the other hand, if I want more from Hashem, if I want supernatural Hashem, if I want to see him in the flows, then I actually become supernatural on my own people. Then I have to push myself to grow. Don't expect more from God than you yourself are willing to invest in a relationship. Hashem is my shadow. Hashem's incredible. I'm going to be up and that's all right. From where do we see the scriptural allusion to chesed? By the way, this is the general question of like this stuff. Chesed, Mason, Mashiach, Olam Haba. Why is it not mentioned explicitly in Torah? The Rambam includes right? Chesed, Mason, what is this made? Okay, so not everybody is the Rambam. It's the Rambam. So what's the shot? Something that is so central here. Very simple. Judaism is a life-centric. Judaism is on Christ. Torah about the afterlife. Why? Because that's not where our focus is. Torah doesn't. It's incredible, by the way. Torah doesn't even speak about Mashiach. Why? It's fascinating. That's not where our focus needs to be. Where does our focus need to be? Maximizing this house. Maximizing this moment right now. Now, it's not easy. But Lamaisa, that's our church makes an amazing observation. The first says, by the way, if you notice, if you ever drive by, the fundamental distinction between what you see in virtually every church, every shul, fundamental distinction is cemetery. Churches often have cemeteries attached to it. Shuls, cemeteries. The only places often you'll find shuls and cemeteries. And that was because of land damage. Like that was just often because community was given like a plot of land. You had to do like you and die on that same plot of land. So that's why you have cemeteries. But if you notice, like no one ever, it's not like you could have like a nice over here, courtyard over here, but right? So it generated much easier fun. So right, but nice, right? Go to Kiddush Club, your parents, you know, get everything beautiful all together. So the nice so like one that shows for a cemetery. It's very simple. Judaism is a life-affirming religion. It's a life-affirming religion. It's really not about what happens after 120 after Mashiach comes. It's about now. It's Monday. It's Monday. So what am I doing to maximize my Monday? What am I doing to make this something spectacularly amazing? It's not about where I go after I die. It's about what am I doing in this world to maximize the life that I've been given. That's why, again, you'll find those response. When I ask, by the way, can you at least give me a hint? Because when I thought it, when I start, so beautiful. When I start, when I truma says something, Aaron, I call it. Plus, it says, you will give the truma to Aaron. You must why? What does that mean? I'm supposed to give my truma to Aaron, but Aaron's dead. Aaron my truma to Aaron. Here's the bigger problem. Not only is Aaron dead, but what? Aaron never came to Eretz Yisrael. Aaron at 25, carried the boat. He never came to Eretz Yisrael. So what does it mean that I'm giving him a truma? I'm allowing us so no school of truma. So what's it? What do you mean? It means that one day Aaron is going to come back to life. And the nurse said, Klal Yisrael is okay to give that to give him the truma. You can't. And here is a remez to Pias, and supposed to say, how do that? Which means also that they come, Pias, and these things, the adult Aaron is going to come back to life, and each of us will have the opportunity to bring our truma to Aaron Cohen. In fact, the Pasuk phrases is that way. That is a scriptural allusion because this is also stop over for today. Do not worry, do not look ahead. We're great. Both like tremendous, it's incredible.
Yeah, no, every time. We hear everything that's going on right now and just total silence other than Turtle laughing at him, talking about sucking dick again. And he's always just like,
All right,
it's always a bad day.
good morning. Let us begin a good
It's very important in the Shabbos verse.
Begin the week.
Shabbos is like
Turning
the
up the
meta
face
verse,
on the net,
where you can be a character, but it's someone's like secretly gay
beautiful
or suck a dick or something.
I want to give you coming instructions this week. Ridiculous.
The Black
It's too
Daria
good.
thing,
So good it should be
I
legal.
guarantee
That's
you
how good this is.
so it's like
I was going to say, so begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's ritual thing. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for top 10 hey. The Toasting is spot on to solve for dedicating all the children's rockals as it exists for the sons levels to honor Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, carrying
Daria's a good
the
show.
Was we got that up the great job to take test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. The Mishnah says as follows. Hopefully you get to the middle of it. If I don't pick that on Sunday, there will be no chance. And plus, if you look at, we have something incredible like that ahead of us this week, but something ahead of us as well. So, gotta give myself a fighting. So, again, we are still on the incredible Savior of the numbers. One of these should be out there. So, again, we learned already the halachas concerning when a zakinare is put to death, what type of masmur is needed making it to a zakinare. Now it comes to the actual execution of a zakinare. So the Mishnah says, you do not execute things in the city, you execute it in things in the Initially, so the Mishnah says like this. In order to go ahead Zakim Mamre, the global has to be situated in the less adversity chamber of his innovative compound. Politic disintegration is not place, rightful place, even if the is still standing, you can't execute the Zakim Mamre. Mali also locates in Agodas in Shalayim, you see the Zakim Mamre up to this goes up to the High Court in Shalayim, Shami also at Harayel, Nisi also Harayel. So what we do is we incarcerate him, we put him in a hole himself, but so the next up coming Zagal. The next upcoming young people are going to create so this was it to the point that how level is this? Remember again, this is the first dot, the first post-corner dot, and what does it make reference to? To the dollar. Like, everyone's on a journey. Everyone managed, we're always journeying to something else. That's the beauty of the youth, right? It's never dictionary. It's not like, okay, let's sit back to reflect, that's it. We're always traveling towards the next thing. So part of this now behind us is again, we're not yet the privilege to be residents of Shalayim. So again, the rest of the probably so part's a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. There's something behind us, there's always something new right in front of us. He's not his head. So it keeps so again, the first thing the Mishnah will see, it keeps us up in memory in a whole up until the next level, up until the next level. And when we go to level, you execute on your which is fascinating. Now, why should Amar the color on the shul zero for the Yizid of the Rabbi Akiva? Because the Pasuk says literally, the entire nation will fear, they will fear, and the fact that they will not follow in the footsteps. These are Rabbi Akiva. Well, the says Rabbi Akiva says it like this: you gotta make a spectacle out of this. People have to see, people have to see this, people have to understand public part to this. Unfortunately, saying that you see this on cell phones, people see certain things, so that it says you got to execute from the government that should become public spectacle. Even the onions, so you not delay judgment like that. There's absolutely no need to do that. Also because the short in the columns. Here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Miguel Alonso needs some element of publicity. The very the publicity component essentially is established by holding on top of the belt and executing again under the belt. But you don't do that. I was saying, I'm not something you do not correct judgment. Somebody liable to that worldview. You execute it. We're not going to go ahead and work it potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute it. So what we'll do is we'll send out letters, the community say each point is going to be celebrated. And again, that's how we'll go ahead and we'll perform the publicity piece. We'll write about it and we will send it out. Incredible. There's a couple of guess about how we go ahead or just say when we go ahead and execute something on it. Good, that's how it was. Every single song. Essentially, what you say that you're not called the right, which pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The right says as follows. In the Nixon also, another basin should be actually based in something not really is local based in. Another based in Shadiatna, not even a based Yatna. Once again, you based in Yatna, with the Samuel itself was exiled too. Now they also living for another King Shalayim. That is, then when we do bring something number up to the high court King Shalayim, and the Sham is also Azarado. And we hold him like the other one himself. Up until you have this. And if you see also the Lego, we have speaking on the Kushiyama, the Palam, the Shmuel, you know it, you get that you have to keep up. Because the Pasuk says, someone and they will fear. They will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva, what you can confirm with everybody thinking about this, the Rabbi is also something you try to put it out. I'm going to be Yudah. But he, does the Pasuk say that you fear and you should see? But Akiva is making this about that people should see this already executed. Akiva says, does the Pasuk say that fear and you should see? All it says is that they should fear and they should fear. Lance Limon says, Mama, I am Dino Shells. So exactly again, but you just, as long as people hear about it, they don't care. They don't see it. As long as they hear about it, that's more than enough. Furthermore, again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? Mama, I am Dino Shells. They don't say that we can that the human mistake is like the corruption of the day. It's interesting something like, you know, life is, every child has stuff that the parents always which is not his name, but it's funny if you see that. Yeah, so the subreddit joke, like commercial confidence takes an absolute count now. Wherever is your life, fair point. Just why? You know, again, we spend so much time getting upset about things that don't go our way, or making things that don't go our way, or trying to kind of relax. Just being into it. Sometimes I like life is so much better than for circumstances. Just being into it and just go. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. You're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative is going to happen. But I'm like, are you ready for it? I know it's going to happen. Sometimes you don't know how to do this. That's what level of anxiety. I know what is going to happen. So it's always going to be this. Why don't you do this? I got it. You really execute something like that. So you got to execute. I'm going to execute them. But why do you delay it? What's the point of this? We've seen this more before. Yeah. And when you have to execute someone, you have to drop notice. That might sound like going on the time. But if you understand that, sometimes you have to be difficult and you have to be able to drop notice as well. Like, okay, that's it. He's going to be executed. But why delay it? Let's get it. So that the other resource and the other cultural show can become more kind of a big thing. And how do we fulfill the publicity piece? Like letters, send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. So-and-so is up in numbers. So most like, this is the one of the focus. But how do you execute it? And like, how do you execute this up in numbers? Okay, we got like, turn up on it. Turn up on it. I was speaking out for myself. Now, the truth is, because clearly, what's the truth is that the memory is, it's not just that we execute it. But there is this thing of this publicity to it that people have to see, people have to know what it is that's happening. You want to, by the way, there are four situations where in general, it's not just an execute, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Hammesis. Hammesis is the one who goes and incites others to worship a holy God. Then Solar Umo. Right? All of these foreign packages that we Americans, Rashi says over there, what we will take the answer of our neighbors, to the Americans as happy. So little visual, so execute the country of our neighbor, and all of this and all the spiritual public like the Muslim policies, you know, that single, but all Israel. So all the so like all of these the entire nation will see. It's interesting, we're all suffering these zones, the whole stuff, and so many say that it's hard. The armor functions the Russians behind this puzzle, like those who have made. Why don't people use the same explosive Russian as pull out the police? Reason because by Aegis, not everyone is fit for this. Aegis is always in it for why. So that's the person gamble. They can't do Aegis, right? Person, he's not doing it. I can't see that, but I can't do Aegis. So because Aegis itself is not open to each other, therefore, the public has the mission of doesn't have to be not as sweet as the other circumstances. Okay, very much so. So what is he? Not Imam Shalom Shama, Imam Shalom Ne'emah. So what's another step? So again, there are a couple of different examples of this. Number one could be a person who's prophesied something that you do not hear. Okay, or not said to him. That was an interesting. So let's say again, I'm scared. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So when you go at Kiddush, many people think it's going to be at Kiddush, right? Especially by your first Kiddush. Suddenly, like, you're prophesied these like old buddies, right? So again, so what I was saying yesterday, they even get to the law. Now, it happens to be, it's an achievement in the law, right? Two for the one is, I've taught them that the Bible did not say. Just number two, they both always get convicted of the law. I heard right? I heard the law, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy. That also falls under the category under the Rabbi Shaka. Because in these cases, these subsidy gather. These individuals, like Rabbi Shaka, is executed by court. By court. About a Kovic is also. So let's say this is fast. Kovic is also someone who is sure or refuses to share it. Like Kovic is like or something. So the student law and refuse to share it. Now the fact that I'll give it up, or one who goes out and simply disregards, ignores the word of the other, the Nabi Sha'aba I'll give it Asma, or the Nabi who receives the law, but violates the only law that he received. So all these things we suffer most of us are not, we suffer in Shemayim. Only individuals again get in Shemayim. Death at the hands of heaven. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Yeah, no, I know he has low to you know. And the Saudi should have all this stuff. I'm looking at what's anything to all these diseases a little bit. And the Saudi should have all this stuff. If somebody prophesizes in the name of an Avodah and what I saw, I'm not all this stuff. And again, says, little bit again, this is what the Avodah stuff says. People come in and come in. All the time in the car, as I thought, even if what he's saying is factually correct. But let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah, that one is supposed to, avoid kindling the fire on okay, right? So, even though you're not seeing anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah makes him wild. Abba, a person adultery, Kibbutz Shinus on the Shus about it, so I have to show you Abba, how is it a so if a man says, like, not with her husband, I don't say innocent and not soon, or they just got married and had soon. But again, that what it is, well, the adulterer is kind of punished by further. His ultimate murder wasn't excuse to remember. A box closed years ago, so once again, straight back. But remember again, that's unique for her, because it's not applied to her adulterer, nor does it apply to even solely, like even witnesses who testify falsely about her. Shakal, I'm losing you. You know also. So that's very much going about it. Because now again, the way it works with Roman's watch, you're getting a couple of classes and look at the exception to this. Adrian is only with 5 spots going, and she gets swept up, but they and what is the adulterer will get kind of. Okay, incredible. What should I say otherwise? Says the Gemara. Shloshim Yisazim B'Adam, Shloshim Yisazim B'Shemayim. So there are 3, these are all categories of false prophecy. 3 of them ultimately again are filled by a court, and there needs to be Shemayim, obviously. And it's not a national show, national Ne'emanah. Yes, it's ultimately again, a person goes ahead and prophesies something, I should say. That's a prophecy that was not set to the invented prophecy. Okay, this is prophecy meaning of right? The person just inventing prophecy, or they go and convey prophecy that was someone else but after them. Or, and it's not even share of all this stuff, right? You say all this stuff, or a person goes ahead and prophesies it to the name of Avodah Zarah, right? As you said before, even if what they're saying is truly correct, these individuals are executed by a Kovic as the law, so a Nabi receives the law, but does not share. And the back of the Navi. Somebody disregards the words of the Navi. The Navi Shaba Akive Atzmo, or Navi who disregards his prophecy, Nisasa Vidishalayim. Again, their death at the hands of heaven. You know, say, it's interesting to note this idea. Nisnave Mashal Shama. I understand why, if somebody prophesies, this person says, I received the more information, more information I did not receive, I understand what is the fear of your son. Like, it makes sense. It makes sense. When that's in prophecy. But I will say, but if I go ahead and I hear a prophecy given to someone else and I give it over, I understand that it's not good. Why is it a fear of your son? Like, what's I'm not making up the information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now, again, we'll see the part of it, we'll see why it is. But once again, practically what's wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? The worst avera a person to commit in life is trying to be someone else. If the end of the day, I hope in life is never to be someone else. You have always to become the best version of you. So when a person gives so much prophecy that is given to someone else, that prophecy is given to me. It's not mine. When I see and I now make it, that's me trying to become Ruben. If you are trying to become someone else, like that's ridiculous. That's such a toughness. You know, it's such an interesting thing because we often spend so much time trying to become other people. We see other people who kind of represent us like a model of success, and then, oh, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned from every individual. As we just talk about what we come up, I'm like, I have to learn from every person. But my hope is never to become someone else. So this thing, when you keep the Nevuah that was given to someone else, and you make your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic application. But again, my idea is to be me and to be the best version of me. You put someone else's Nevuah and you make it your own. Study stuff. And it's not, what are you doing? That's not a life. Because what's going on, if you fall into that trap, you're always trying to become somewhere else. Like, there's always someone better. There's always someone more successful. There's always someone else. But it's like trying to do that to other people. Rather, it's like trying to become the best version of you. Incredible. All right, let's go back to something else. Look, you're not really. So we know all this from. Already, I'm going to talk about it today. I'm not going to say Yossi with Daber Bishmi. So it says ultimately again, the Navi, who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? Zan Stamna Shama. That first, the Navi invented a prophecy giving over something that was not given to him. Next, Dasher Lo Tzivisid, has been not commanded to him. Hola Pavel Tzivisid, but then first, that I did command it to another Navi. So what is that referring to? Zan Shalom Ne'amarlo. That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go and see something over the name of another god. That first is someone who prophesizes in the name of idolatry. Again, what's the case of that? The case of that is even if information, what you are saying is correct, the fact that you've been given over the name of a God makes it liable to death. Okay, and all of these cases, what is about to say? The mace and nothing happened. It's probably for the death. From this side, and once again, stam, whenever the Torah says that thing, it doesn't identify that penalty. The default is kind of, I thought this was the also. The back I'll give it Rabbi, the I'll give it Ashman, the second in Shema, but the next three. This one he prophesizes, all that he doesn't share. The third disregards words of the Navi. Or number three, a Navi who violates his own Nevuah. So all these people are put to death to the Shema. And where do we know this from? It says, Ba'ish Asher Lo Yishma. So once in the Pasuk says the person will not live. The Navi will not listen. Kari Bey Lo Yashmiya. So the Quran has not only Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya will not make it be heard. Which means what? He's holding back his own prophecy. The Kari Bey Lo Yashmiya. Cardigan Yishma, Eldiray, Sid, Anoki, Adrosh, Imo, Ide Shemaim. Okay, so once I saw again, in that one passage, there's someone who hears it, disregards it, like somebody years ago, prophecy disregards it, and somebody else who hears it, another disregards it, and another ultimately again who is Kovish as who also does not share his name. And Mr. Not Shama. So now we might give some examples. Once I also, okay, fine. We'll calm down a little bit. Understanding National Shama. The person prophesies the son of Hebrew. So you might give an example. Zone Sikia Benano. But Sikia Benano. Who Sikia Benano? Said by Sikia Benano, paid by himself. So it's interesting by the way. So this is the story in Navi of where Alam was attacking Israel. And the interesting alliance, remember, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Israel, and Malchus. The kingdom of Malchus Israel is never in the Achab, and the kingdom of Malchus Israel is never in the Yoshaphat. Yoshaphat was very righteous. Achab, unfortunately, was righteously chose, and but they realized that they had formed an alliance in order to combat that on. So Yoshaphat like idolatry, but I need some prophecy to back this up. Because like a super unholy alliance, and you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So I just Akam produces. Akam got no choice. You can invest money. You can find plenty of profits, right? So Akam's producing it's a profit. And so your shepherd is not exactly convinced. So there was this other guy, Sidkia Berkinano, which is an interesting. So what does Sidkia Berkinano do? He fashions, he makes iron forms. And it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Khalifa was going to go around. They're going to be successful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So my having is so again. So now there was one guy. Sidkia really received prophecy. He really did receive prophecy, but ultimately again, it was going to see it was a false prophecy because again, what ended up happening in this battle is Achab was killed in this battle. All of this hoping with it, his heart was ready. So the little Achab into battle so that Achab would die in battle. So the Gemara says, my having on the other. What should Sidkia have done? It never was Hatices. This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit was a name sounds familiar. A beautiful vineyard that Ahab very much wanted, so the novels wouldn't sell. So Ahab has a lifetime name of Izelo. Izelo convinced Ahab to essentially bring Levels up charges and had him executed. Levels was executed, and ultimately Ahab was vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Levels came back and kind of appeared to Sidkia, making it look like it was Ahab's father, in order to get Ahab to go out to battle with Ahab was falling down. Okay, imagine this. They were not saying, you need to contest Ahab. Like, you got the Moskila, but put out a call to the Nishamas. She was willing to go down and pull Ahab into going to war. Like, you tell her, I am a Hashem. So Spirit came before and said, I need Ahab. I will go and entice Ahab to go to war. They got two thoughts say, but also or you might say, what is the meaning of the prophet? The spirit that turns out to be the spirit of novels. Go, say it to us. You have to leave me. There's a actually incredible. There's also a church in the same thing in the Shamas. Whichever one of the Shamas wants to go, you can go. But after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit is to deliver a false prophecy. Then you're going for all of this, all MS, and something that is not MS cannot reside inside of the confines of the evolving celestial sphere. And then also so Nabos is Israeli. So ultimately again it was the spirit of Nabos Israeli who was there to avenge his death by leading Ahab going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Sidkia so Sidkia should have been a little bit more vigilant. signals autonomy. Restream is having the signal effort. There's an interesting enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. What's fascinating? Well, prophets, you can have multiple prophets that give the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, they respond to it in the same way. You know, like, Obasi Amar, Zgodą Lidaka Isiaka. Yemi Amar, Kifata Sarisi Osta, Zgodą Lidaka. The Hasaga just examples of revealing, conveying the same general concept, but each of them is sitting and conveying it in a slightly different way. It's actually a very beautiful idea, because you think about it, what's the wrong? The wrong represents almost like the highest level of relationship with our first partner. So what is the saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically the same message, but the way that message is received and the way that message is conveyed varies from the person to person. I really profound you. So of course, and that's true by Nehuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with our peace partner. No two Jews have the same relationship partner, the same type of rituals, the same alokas, the same shulchan aruch, but at the end of the day, the way we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with that varies, maybe slightly, but nevertheless, there's a variance between one Jew and the next. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, ultimately, it's a situation of your life. And what's life? So I have studies with the prophets that was saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That prophetic red flag is to realize there's something wrong over here. The Gemara says, so it's not that's why your Shabbat, even though I have produced hundreds of videos, your Shabbat says there's something wrong. There's something wrong. The same exact thing. So it looks like that how profound this is. So not only is an incredible lesson in terms of like how intimate this far, that all of us interact in relation. Sometimes we think that what's you talking about this? Can you imagine 20 Jews sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want to see people saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying things, and yet all of them sitting in together and that's active. That's active. That was very skewed view of actors. The actors like unanimity. Everyone's on the same page. So how y'all for going to do that? Never happened, never happened. That's what she said about Sinai. And I said, I know that part. One people would say, it never says Pisha Hadea. It doesn't say one with one opinion. One people, one heart. One people, one heart.
I feel like I should know because I see that on this. You can make fun of me, call me an idiot, and make fun of me. When he keeps this focus, he's
everyone, my wife, you know, one of those looks. Okay, so I had to do that transaction, but the rest of the day, I did not. And it jumped on this particular number of my account. And it was like, and then what was so beautiful. Because that afterwards, after this went up about, I took about 3 hours, but it was 20 times, so it might have been like 30 seconds. You know, so whatever, everything. So that's what it was. At the end, like, the way it is, I don't know how, like, I don't know all the events. Somehow, it started like that, and then about 3 seconds, 3 minutes, whatever it was just a circle of blood and holding each other. I don't, like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, but when I was like, isn't that what it's about? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to hug people, even if you disagree with them. It's about the ability to love people, even though you think they're absolutely unequivocally wrong and miss the mark every single fucking way. But you think that what they are saying is the most uninformed, intelligent, incorrect thing in the world, but I love you. But I do. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing about us, we like to surround ourselves by people who say the same things as us. It's so boring. It's so boring. People live like in an echo chamber. And an echo chamber, that's not right, and it's certainly not cloudy. So if you just cause so much like a lot of Jews, a lot of opinions, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are correct, and a lot of them are wrong. You can see actors with all the correct opinions, or sheepless in positions in life, and not even free. Right? But Vanessa, so what happens? See hundreds of people, they're all saying the same thing. Something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people, and they're all saying different stuff. That's clout. Just is that moment where you can embrace those arguments. All right, then. So you know those arguments. I'm going to get behind you. So what happens? So no stuff like that. I need someone to do it. So after all the videos, look at all these hundreds of guys that are here. So you know what it says? I'm a man. Catholic Ryan is at the Abba. I learned this from my father. Signal and effort holding the terminal being. The ancient being is not the signal and effort. So ultimately, that's what I learned is this. You see that Fathers all espousing the same message, but they're not something that Father is nothing about. Right? But they don't, but none of them give it over in the same way. Right? They all get the same message, but don't give it over. So the fact that Shafat is sitting there and he's hundreds of prophets, who I try to point out, these were not followers, the prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because it was historically wanted Achav to go out to work to perform in battle. Shafat was what? I'm saying the same exact thing that doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, your Shafat needs meaning to you. Okay? So remember like that. So my good. I'm not sure all of that. What's the example of a Navi? It gives over something that was not said over. Didn't you go? Can I get that Azra? Because you say, can I use an Azra? What happens when I use an Azra? Because you know, it's marketplace for the Amar, Hashem Tzimakos, meaning Shover as precious, Elam, Yirmiyah Shemina practice. Right? And Yirmiyah said, break the bar Elam. Elimination Elam. I'm going to break and defeat Elam. Okay, so not Sakananya Kabbatzmo. So Sakananya, here's the prophecy of Yirmiyah, and you need to have what's the Kabbatzmo. Elam Shemova and Lazar Chobel. I'm not going to start with you. Shover as precious Elam. So they came to help Baba. They're going to break the ball and defeat them. Now, that's the coming to come. That's not Allah is coming to come. Now, the Spartan is coming to breaking the primary fault of the cell. So he's going to break the secondary fault. What secondary fault of the cell? So, can I even come up on that? As much Spartan is going to go and defeat Elon, he's going to go and defeat Baba. So, what happens? He goes out to the prophets. Fascinating. So Kananya gives a prophecy of he needs to have a comment from that scene, and he espouses a new prophecy. Only when it should. That's Prophet didn't say it. Prophet didn't say it. Only about Bible. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone with a prophecy given to his friend and gives it over. How do you make this up? You make this up. Bruce, you might just even be have a comment on the message. You're not really dummy. So, again, it's my mate, Johnny. You not know that my role. Those are all good to get me from that conversation. Because you have comments, and because you have a the exegetical principles, you might treat this like a case of saying over a prophecy that was not given over to you. Okay, beautiful. And the time share of all this cohabbing. That's an example of one prophesizing in the name of Shabbat the last line. Keep going with a bow. This is the easy one. Is he about? What did he have, Val? So again, Val was a fowler. He had his own review. I had his own review. And Val was Val things that were not true. Next, I thought this was so incredible. What's an example of holding your own prophecy? Yona Benamitai. Yona, right? Yona gets a prophecy. Right. What I say, just administering that the consciousness was lost. So many of us are over on that every single day. Every day when we go to see all this person right now, what does he say? What does he say? It could be great. You can accomplish good things. And that's just like the day Lord says, everything fast from your says, Shuvu Bunyan Shofadin. This is a gospel comes out and says, and I hear this pussy, and I hear this gospel, and what do I do with it? What do I do with it? What do I do with it? I suppress it, and I ignore it. That's published never also. Every day prophecy comes to us. Every day it's far from this first. Every day opportunity comes to us. The self-actualization becomes great. And if we suppress it, and we don't utilize it, and we don't actualize it, that's called hustle. None of it I need that. From the back of the Navi, what's an example of going disregarding the words of another? What's it on the page? So the Lord says, Chadre B'Nicha. These are the friends of Nicha. Now, the friends of Nicha actually says, Chadre B'Nicha. It's the Ishak on the word of being Omer on Hashem Kani, no, Zeh, Harry Kriyo, Shemimanda, Shemimanda, Osayom, Al-Acha, Rifa B'Yak, Olam. So again, this was also one of the prophets who emphasized that day. That's the day about after the Ishak Kani, When it goes to a guy and saying, Lord God, kiss me. So this is part of the process trying to show ultimately, I think that Father showing was successful ultimately over Aram, but that Aram was going to hold him back. But the aim of this also, so the man refused to KO, and what happens? You see, but no, Yaman after no Shamata, the Nabi Shafar, the answer Shamata, the guy was speaking my mind. Okay, so you're in this clearly, sorry, but I'm different guy. The Nabi Shafar, I'll give it Aslo, an example of a Nabi who violated his own words. Not violated his own words, he goes, ego, I'm not. He's not ego, what's what happened to ego? It says, the Kiva also, and then Kiva says, what's it? Ego was ultimately to go ahead. This was the story of Nineveh. Like Yoram Nineveh was the first king over the split milk. When Yoram Nineveh started out as a good man. He was appointed by his father. He started out as a good man. What is the happening to good people? How has his connection with people? Yoram Nineveh understood that if he was going to consolidate his leadership over Moses Israel, he had to prevent the Jews from going to his neighbors. Remember again, even once the monarchy spoke, the great unifier was his neighbors. Everybody had to be over Rego. And that's the case. Your rabbi said people are going to be subservient to the Davidic king and not to you, because he has to do something. So what did he do? Remember again, what did he do? That's what we're going to do now. We go to circles. We go to Golden Towns. He said, it's not about the Zara. It's wonderful. Just I'm seeing you a trip. You don't go ahead and like all these traditions. Make sure that here, but what happens? Ultimately, again, it evolved with Rabbi Yisrael. So ego can trust you, Rabbi, when he's offering his kavaras by his mishgach by Rabbi, and your Rabbi sticks out his own, like in a accusatory way, and his palm shriveled up. No shriveled up. So ego was that Nabi, but the Rabbi commanded ego, when you go. So you go through the sleep, don't stop. Don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. But you lose it, focus on the issue. Okay? You just don't stop to eat. What happens? Okay, I don't know. Somebody has to come up. So ultimately, again, what happens on the way back? He just has to like somebody likes to eat. He says, I'm sorry that you're the prophet of God on a mission. You guys, it's not going to be. I'm a prophet. Hey, come in. We can eat together. So ego goes ahead and it's a mistake. And it goes into his guy's constantly. We also have violation. It's serious. What happens when ego left after his meal? He was pursued by a lion. He was devoured by a lion ultimately again for violating his own will, violating his own word. Which was another is also such a story, such a profound matter. The Lord Christ will tell you, if you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to listen? Just refocus. Okay, folks, so if you feel uncomfortable about this in the Shah has Jesus. He says, what's Jesus? He says, why do you need Jesus? Jesus is necessary. We don't always appreciate it because more often than not, the reason you're accomplished in life is why? Why? Oh, as it is, everyone here and then, okay, well, sure, I'll tell you why. Because you get distracted. Because you get distracted. I'm on task, I'm on track, the track broken, I do this, I do this, I do everything in life. So just get distracted and start, I'm off. So how the whole use of this useless is when you start something, just get it done. Just get it done. Don't get distracted, because when you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what the Nabi's saying over here, this story, I mean, it's an actual story, it's not a metaphorical, it's an actual story. But the metaphor has to show up as far as you guys, don't go to don't get distracted. Don't get just stay focused on what counts. Don't get distracted. And have this moment to get distracted. You get seen by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is once you get distracted, that's it. That's it. You lose the momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. It's not the same. You want the momentum. This is what I would say, for example, even by learning. Like by learning, there's this soul of learning with sequence. Like what's going to do learning with sequence? To learn for a certain amount of time undistracted. Like the 5 minutes of learning with sequence is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. That's just our own lives. This is what happens. Like I'm learning, and then I'm here, I'm learning, and then I'm here, I'm learning, and then I'm here. It's nice. And at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there. And someone told me that that's not all this Hashem. It's not all this Hashem. Because what we want is be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get destroyed by the lion. It's such an incredible reason. First time I saw this stuff, I told this to me, I saw local. So listen to this. Person goes ahead and withholds his prophecy. Gets Marcus. It's Marcus. I'm already mind up coming back out of the love. And I'll say, this is confused. Look at the news. One of these dates out of the basket should get Marcus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of the basket? The answer is nothing. Nothing. So it's an expression of slippery out there. It's an expression that seems like what do you think they're looking at here. You might be asking over here about what a person did wrong with his whole prophecy. You might be asking is, how are we going to really know? Right? So you have another A, right? Another A called the prophecy. Okay. How exactly does anyone know that you have the prophecy? So you must say, I'm not stupid. Who's giving you not to know? I'm not buying it. How big is it? I'm not buying it. How big is it? I'm not buying it. 60, that's making the cover. So who's giving us prophecy? Muslims, that's what we said before. And this is interesting. How the prophecy works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, and each person can use it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another unique health prophet, apparently other people know it, and they'll know something that we do not share. They will not hide today, so that's an issue. Or maybe if it's responsible, attractive, or maybe given as one of the changes, safety changes, right? And you see the high day is really a hard moment in the week. It's possible for some changes in the world. And if you wouldn't have been right, you would inform the group of the being as well. The Yoda, you gave the Lord 1 second. Yoda, after the Father changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yoda. He didn't tell Yoda. Right? Yoda, remember again, Yoda finds out that everybody else was not destroying Noonday. The Shroud did not go ahead and give him any advance warning, to which the Imam says no. Yoda made Kara, Noonday Napapas Ami. So it's very important. The Russian of Yoda said, the old I've got the Nineveh Napapas. Now, what does Napapas mean? Here's all the just meant. In 40 days from now, something is going to dramatically change. To change deity, they can all become the deity by Shalom, or the change can be the same thing destroyed. So in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility for two servants. Amalei, Yaga, either Shobah, either Law. Again, it was an open in the book. Again, I'm not saying it's incredible. I don't point out. Part of the reason why we read all severely with Gipper is the cognitive story about Shiva. It's not another story, it's metaphor that our life is like this open-ended possibility. As well as the thing that all our body knows when you're in our past. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means that you live in it. It means that you live in it. As much because well we know what to do, how it is. Us. How always in danger of not. And 20 days is sitting there like we overcome. It's good, it's bad, it's up to you. Your life is going to be, who you're going to be, person who becomes, it's up to you. Now, if another says something, and I don't know, there's another so somebody says, I see the name of God, right? How do I know that he's nothing that I have to answer? You know what I'm gives a sign. He's a sign. Obviously, what's again? You gotta prove like you're not credentials, right? So you can't just when he's going to say nothing. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, I, but I'm new for the Lord, you're he's doing this for a team at this point. It does like, you know, just like this is not I guess, but it just there's closeness. Such shame. No, I will say, everybody even
First he says, it's like, I have a lawsuit against this YouTuber.
rather than say, well,
He goes, but you know,
you're not using mix. What do you know? You're
that is definitely the case. That was also the other thing.
obviously don't put to these words. You don't say off because you don't say this. I'm from the hallelujah. Make us shut it off. Why did you say this to his son? Right there. We're not going to be in touch with you. They're going to check you. You should have said. That's what he should have said. That's what, so why was he stuck listening to his father? Because he was stuck there was a dead hanging. He was doing it, you know, like maybe a conversation with God. I was doing something, a nuance, like I was speaking in metaphorical terms, you know. But if you notice by the visit, I use listen, why? Because Avram was a Navi. Furthermore, again, examples of this. Elio Barakano, the obvious with it. What's that? Elio Barakano. What happens is this one showdown between him and then the Diaban. Remember this in the story? Like they close everybody goes off. Elio goes also. And the Diaban also. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from first is the true God. Is the true God. So what happens? All kinds of crazy stuff. What is from this? Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? Above his altar, and all of that, what does he do? Fire comes down from heaven, consumes everything. This is beautiful. There's only one problem. Is that we need stuff to offer up carbonos out of the so what's happening over here? So how do we be able to use stupid voice? Again, Rob told him, now I believe you know, come on. Like, don't you give an oath? What do you see them there? The Gemara says, once a prophet has established his prophetic credentials, he no longer has to give oaths everywhere. What's the better? What posted yesterday is, right? About 80 on the DML. What happened in your next paragraph? Again, if you don't know, he gives his famous thing. I must say, I can swim Ashkenazi. How long is going to straddle the false cross? I will say, it's also these guys are very important to the story, which is, don't work. Miracles don't create a miracle. Miracles don't create a miracle. They grow. Again, listen, it's just passing out also. Probably so standing behind Sinai. And what happened? They did it with the golden calf. Miracles don't work. I will say, how many missiles were fired to my land? Fired to my land, and not one hit. So you would think again, fires were undergone. Massive children movement, actors everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles like fireworks. So what happens when you go watch fireworks? What happens? Ooh, yeah, and here's someone who comes back from court with what I thought, you know what? That was life altering. I was like, oh, you know what? I'm just going to become a better person, whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Like, what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go, right, you see all the videos, just for my man, it's like, yeah, what happens? People just go like, let's say, change doesn't come from miracles. Change comes from hard work. Change comes from our focus. Change comes ultimately from putting in the effort. And miracles are beautiful, and they can create momentary bursts of sensation, but they do not affect target coverage. That comes from using glorious work, getting in, and getting out. Incredible. That's what I do. People should push a second reaction. But I just like watching it. I'm like, he's ready to these jokes. And then you hear Stone's face. And I hate it. So I just enjoy watching it. But now that we mentioned Adam, that Adam did not need to give
two black guys watching like that because you play basketball, so Kobe Bryant or
because he was not some. So he was at the Akiva. He had one of the
highest clips of the week.
After my, after what? It says it was after these things, and I said to Adam, this is the Akiva. So after what I'm going to go to the dinner, after the bar sucker, after the sucker, what did the sucker say? He said, Vayida Hayara Sayida now. The concept said, Vayida, that's the word we start. The boy got up and he was moving. He grew up and he was moving. And then he was doing the beautiful movie. I'm not something of a guy. That's your crash. You know what's over? Something's that. But he's sucking the first time he saw these bags and like this whole man. So Canada, when they're showing off the button, so he's doing the type of thing 20 years old. You don't do the shot. I don't know how you look so after I go so after I do the so the sucking different property gave this old man so much. And all these things that he made, he actually looked a turtle dove, nothing. A little bit of nothing. I'm going to I love the show to know. Everything Adam didn't give for his son. And I knew all of those Americans, when you call it the fun eye, God was I was to tell Adam to sacrifice his son to do it. Asked Adam to give his own son to do it. Yad, Elohim says, immediately afterwards, Hashem tablet. So let's say this is interesting. So the Gemara seems to understand the Akiva, Genesis and the Akiva, with this conversation between Akabalahu and the sucker. Now let's finish. Can't take down the really two stages that we've fucking over enough. I'm going to be sure that Abarado ain't not Elohim Bakasha. Now, Noah is a request. It's a request. So listen to this. Gemara says, Moshe Melech Basa B'Garisha, I'm going to go on the phone card, which is what things can be prepared to. It should be very quick and way too many words. Once they first of the intermediate guidelines, people act like they're not like, you have like, the guy that was valued for, who was like really responsible for all of these things. The number of Allah is coming from Allah. He faced the most intense battle of his life. Allah, he says to his most valued soldier, the custom of peace, I'm most even of Allah. Stand strong, be victorious in this battle. So the Yom showed us in Brian Manish. Because if you don't get this battle, the most important battle, what will it do? It will take away all the previous victories. But if you stand for this to make the case of battle, not only you have victory here, but it's to make the previous victories up. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it cements everything which came before. Hasta que el cuerpo, hablo de Adam Marino. Hasta de Adam. Necesita the combinaciones. And giving me many tests over the years. But I'm not at all the cool, and you've been successful in all of them. Action, I'm married to you in the science, and now I'm asking you Please be successful in this battle as well. Show no move any non-negotiable. That people should, that there is no merit to do these tests. So listen here, this is a fascinating one. What the this is, first of all, it's a tremendous human nature is all about what have you done for me lately. People like to generally the human nature is that what we remember the failure of right now and erases all of the things before. This is interesting. Nice interesting. If the value of warrior fails battle, all the success of the past are those that want to do. Where's the box of the movement? He's a beautiful assassin. His coach says, son is Soros. He is not family. Bash to Kola, Koho, Shiish, the Minister, with the Saba, Alzara, with every single one of the Soros. What he is, he embedded another color in the DNA of Klavisov. He was our father. And with every test that he succeeded, every sign that he obtained, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akidas Yiskov represent? He says, Akidas Yiskov represent, at the end of the day, Kola Muruba Shamasiras Diash. That Akidas Yiskov represented was a willingness to do everything for that. I'm not even already demonstrating willingness to do himself. This was even more. A willingness to even give a shot. It represented the ability and the willingness to do anything that everything was that we wanted. Have the responsibility to be able to believe that I'm going to do what it says. You need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you. That's not for you. But if you pass this, then you embed this core within the spiritual DNA of Klavisov. If you go to Hallelujah and you take your son and you wait to offer him about the carbon, you embed within Klavisov the talk and the ability to do anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's a God who says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, then the truth is you leave the people deficient. And I will say, isn't that incredible? At the end of the day, I'm going to be passing this test as we know. And he embeds within us this stuff he said, listen, we're living through times like this. We're living in times that's not obviously, that's not much. Now, I think they'll find that we don't hear stories of dramatic spiritual terrorism. I don't know if you just see striking pictures that I saw from these little girls who were dressed up as a gun. Dressed up as a gun, but we should thank you every single reference tonight. I've never asked you to I work to you up at this incredible car. This is part of the this part of the New and this part of a really different girl. She's a child. Really does a child get color. Comes from Agnew. When Agnew was willing to go and do everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he embedded in our spiritual DNA the ability and the willingness to do the same. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is capital peace, and it's the place of shape of it, you have to pass this test. It's not to be like strength you're going to summon up, it's going to work in most people to see Zion. It is strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children. It is strength that you are going to access throughout the ages. Because Agnew was successful in his Zion. So give us the clout to be successful in our mission. As the Lord say, tremendous. All right, again, come right much again. I want to say a lot of these people, this is a lot of our answers. Teach a tremendous together of us.
I always want to know the context. Like, why is he talking about that? He's so confident too. Yeah. They just isolate.
I know.
They can find
it always balances out somehow.
And then they play it out, so we just see him being like a complete fool without any context. And it's great. It's like, why is he talking about this? Do you think you can run it on this one? Probably not.
All right. So it's like, good morning. Let us begin a good kavah. Let's Baruch Hashem. Begin the week. Journey up to Pesach, the Hashem, Abba, Lena, Latovo, with the new daf, and Hashem, beautiful daf, really. I want to hear your coming attractions this week. Ridiculous. It's too good. So good, it should be illegal. That's how good this is, Baruch Hashem. I just want to say by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should change our Torah sponsors Shin Pei Hey. Sim Mishpacha Beretz Yisrael for dedicating Sherman Drushos as hosts for the Soros Telling Yisrael. Our correspondent of the month of Adar, Terry Zin, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families of memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, and Yisrael Zechon Lebracha. We also have an American Icon Torah. All of them Shalom Savin the families in the Kamo, all of those who need a refuah Shabbat. Those called Holy Israel, home all of our hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. But Paul and Maaseh Yedei. Let's read that. Let us begin. Today, that's pay test 89. We are picking up at the Mishnah on pay test. Mishnah says as follows. Aim here. Hopefully, you did your homework. Rabbi Retzer assigned some homework last night at the end here. If I don't start the right dot on Sunday, there's absolutely no chance. I mean, and plus, if you look ahead, we have some incredible I got it ahead of us this week, but some very more ahead of us as well. So, gotta give myself a fighting chance. Says the Mishnah on page 89a. Even remember again, we are still on incredible sugya on Zaki Mamre. Same Mishnah also. So remember again, when we learned already the halachas concerning when a Zaki Mamre is put to death, what type of mashlok when it comes to the actual execution of the Zaki Mamre. So the Mishnah says you cannot execute him in the days in your city, nor to be executed in the days in Yavne. What's the base in Yavne? Look at Rashi. Rashi is about 3 lines from the top. Initial Mishkas Hagazis. Vamru Lahem, the Chazmi Le'iro, Shai Yamin, Akshe Golsa Sanhaki Tidolo Yavne, Vadain Abayis Kayum, Yachar Kin Horiki, in the Nisno Soviatis, no enough. Yavne was one of the locations. So the Mishnah says like this: in order to go ahead and execute the second Mamre, has to be situated in the Lishkas Hagazis in between brick and stone in the base of the fish compound. So if the Sanhedrin is not sitting in its place, rightful place, even if the base of the fish you can't execute the second Mamre. Ella, Malin also a base in Azovish Yerushalayim. We take the second Mamre up to the base of to the high court in Yerushalayim. On the ship also ad harega. On the mises also berega. So what we do is we first put him in the hole himself until the next upcoming rega. So next upcoming yom. Did one of the regalim, Pesach Shavuos Sukkos. Let's try to find out how terrible is this. Remember again, this is the first godly, the first post-Purim dot. And what does it make reference to? The regalim. The regalim, like everyone's on a journey. Everyone non-Mish is like we're always journeying to something else. Right? It's never stationary. It's never like, okay, let's sit back, reflect, that's it. We're always looking towards the next thing. So part of this not behind us is we're not privileged to be residents of Yerushalayim. So again, that's probably a little bit behind us. But now again, Baruch Hashem, it's okay. When something's always something new, like Pesach is head. So again, first being the Mishnah will see, they keep the Zaki Mamre in a hole himself up until the next regal, up until the next Yom Tov. When we start regal, we execute it on Yom Tov. Which is really just fascinating. Now, why? Why Shne'emar the Chala'ad Yishmu V'yo V'lo Yizidin Olekila? Because the pasuk says literally, the earth and the technically was following the footsteps. So Rabbi Kiva says it like this: you gotta make a spectacle out of it. People have to see. People have to see this. People have to understand this. There has to be a public part to this. So that again, unfortunately, people see this kind of thing. See this by so people see certain things. It has a road show. So the Kiva says, you have to don't execute it for the regalim. So that should be a public spectacle. The Kiva says no. Ima Anias Dino shows that. So Rabbi Yehuda says no. Do not delay judgment. There's absolutely no need to do that. Also so what you do is you execute immediately because then the shulchan shluchim become mafos. And what do we do? So here's the issue. Everyone agrees that Midbar Raisa needs some element of publicity. So according to Rabbi Akiva, the publicity component essentially is established by holding you until the rebuttal and executing you again on the regal. Now, this is no. We'll say, means we do not corrupt each other. If somebody's liable to death, you execute it. In other words, we're not going to go ahead and hold him potentially for months at a time. Rather, go ahead and execute him. And what we'll do is send out letters to all the saints, and again, how we'll go ahead and we'll fulfill the publicities. We'll write about it, and we'll send it out. Incredible. About how we go ahead, or should say, to go ahead and when we go ahead and execute the document. Even recent also, should be pretty much echoes the Mishnah. The Bryce says as follows. In the Nisan also, Loba Basin, so we don't execute, it's not even in local Basin. Loba Basin should be Yavne, not even in the Basin Yavne. Once again, Basin in Yavne, Yavne is where the Sanhedrin itself was exiled to. Ella, Malvin also the Basin of the rather, again, what we do is number up to the high court of Mishnah. And the Shamin also Adhareka. We hold him, like we hold him in the holding of Yom and we Nisan over Rego, and we execute the Shnemar Bafala on Gish, V'iro Divrei Rabbi Akiva. And they will fear. These are the words of Rabbi Akiva. So again, remember, Rabbi Akiva is actually the Chol Ha'am. When are you going to have a time when everybody can hear about this? The Father is also assembled in Yerushalayim for the Rego. Amar Rabbi Yehuda, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? In other words, Rabbi Akiva is making this about that people should see the Sakin Mamre executed. And Yehuda says, does the pasuk say that they should fear and they should see? All it says is that they should hear and they should fear. Gemara says, so essentially, again, this says, that's more than enough. Again, why go ahead and delay his judgment? Shows that. It's interesting that you don't understand this to be like an Inuit gives the corruption of the thing. It's interesting to know. Life is, I have like a little bit of an ongoing spiritual, like every child has stuff that their parents always say over and over and over. So my parents like a little bit of like lunch. I go to try to tell my kids is whatever is going on in life, into it. Just into it. Again, there's so much time set about things that don't go our way, We're trying to feel like sometimes in life is so much about taking whatever the current circumstances, just lean into it and just go. You're going to be straight, you're going to be fine, you're going to figure it out. So it's interesting. Sometimes the greatest anxiety in life is when you know that something negative going to happen, but it's not happening now. I'm like waiting for it. I know it's going to happen. It's like sometimes you don't know how to do it. That's my level of anxiety. And times, I know what's going to happen. So it's interesting. He says, why don't you do this to this person? Yeah, I got it. He's going to be executed in second round, right? So you got to execute him. You definitely have to execute him. But why would you? What's the serious motive before? Even when you have to execute someone, you have to with Rahmanos. Now, to the world, that might sound like a little bit of a contradiction, but if you understand, sometimes you have to do difficult things, but difficult things have to be done with Rahmanos as well. So the Zakir Mamre, okay, he bought a ticket, that's it, he's going to be executed. But why delay it? You need to let get it over with. That's it. Rabbi, the element of somebody, as the coach in the shop in the home, ish pony is high me sababazing. And again, so how do we fulfill the publicity piece? Right? Letters, just send out the letters to all the different Jewish communities. Some of those executed as a second member. So we'll say, this is the Hana's not focus. Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yehuda, how we execute the second member. Okay, Tanabanon. So Tanabanon. Arba Tzrichen Hasa. Now, it's interesting because clearly, once you see the second member, is, it's not just how we execute it, but there is this thing of this mystery that people have to know that's happening. By the way, there are four situations where in general it's not just an effect, but a public announcement has to be made. Who are they? Number one, Ramesis. Mesis is the one who goes out and incites others towards the Zara. Then Sofu Mora, Zake, and Aiden Zolu. Interesting. These four need hachras, need announcements. Rashi of Raza, float the days of Abra Davis. Could they lear those as half? So literally, these will announce so and so is executed in practice of Avera, and all of this in order to create the public example that people shouldn't follow suit. The Gemara says, "Huluk Sibu b'Chola'am b'Chol Yisrael." Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, b'Chola'am. So, like all of these situations, this is b'Chola'am, the entire nation will see. Interesting enough, b'Chol Yisrael b'Edim Zomim, b'Chol Yisrael b'Edim Zomim Ksiv Anisharim, the local Amma Chazalus Vidasa, Sahadusa. Sorry. Because I say, interestingly enough, by Edim Zomim, turns the Hanisharim. Those are left over, right? Those remain. Why doesn't it use the same expensive washing ultimately again as Kola Am Holy? What's the reason? It is because by Eidos, not everyone is fit for Eidos. Eidos is always more limited pool. Why? Because the other said there are some occasions the person gambles, they can't go ahead and do Eidos, right? The person commits an Avera, can't, or certain Averas can't do Eidos. So because Eidos itself is not open to the general public, therefore again the public admonition of it also doesn't have to be or isn't as sweeping as the other circumstances. Okay, that was like beautiful Gemara Mishnah. 12 on the Sunday, we've already done a whole Gemara. Great. Mishnah, Sheker, Navi Sheker. Next guy is Chaim. Navi Sheker, both brothers. Okay, so what is he? Hamisnavi Mashalo Shama, Umashalo Ne'emalo. So what's the Navi Sheker? So again, there are a couple of different examples. Number one could be a person emphasized something that he did not hear, okay, or something that was not said to him. That was interesting enough. So let's say again, I'm standing around with my friend at Kiddush. A lot of stuff happens at Kiddush, right? So what happens? My friend gets Nevuah at Kiddush. By the way, many people can get Nevuah at Kiddush, right? Especially by your third Kiddush. So again, so what happens? I'm standing next to Reuven. Reuven gets Nevuah. Now it happens to be, it's a legitimate Nevuah. Case number one is, I prophesy something that the Prophet did not say. Case number two, the Rebbe gave my friend the Nevuah. I heard, how that happens, right? I heard the Nevuah, and I say it over. That's not my prophecy to give. That also falls under the category, under the umbrella of Navi Sheker. In these cases, so these individuals, like Navi Sheker, is executed by court. Avala Kovish is Nevuah. So let's say this is fascinating. Kovish is Nevuah. So someone who receives Nevuah or refuses to share it. Like Kovish means like 5%. So receive Nevuah and refuses to share it. Or one who goes ahead and simply ignores the word of a Navi, or a Navi who receives Nevuah, but violates the own Nevuah that he received. So all these cases, Nisab is the first one. All these individuals, again, get into the mind. Death at the hands of heaven. Incredible. Shinemar, Anochi at Jeroshimo. I'm Mistavi B'Shem of all those Kochab. We're going to get into all the Mistavi B'Shem of all those Kochab. If somebody prophesies, I'm going to have all these Zara. And when I'm going to have all those Kochab. The person says, little all those Kochab says, even if what he's saying is factually correct. But let's say a person comes along and says, I hereby say in the name of Avodah Zarah, one is supposed to avoid kindling the fire on Shabbos. Okay, right? So in other words, the Mishnah says even though he's not saying anything wrong, and what he's saying is actually in alignment with what we believe as well, the fact that he's giving it over in the name of an Avodah Zarah by definition makes him liable. Bal Ish, a person who is adultery, Kevan Shenichnis on the Shus Abal Nisun, Afapishman Nivala, Haba Leha Izebekele. So again, if a man has a relationship with a married woman, even if this married woman has not yet lived with her husband, I don't know, so she had Yusin, not Yusin, or they just got married and Yusin, but again, they do not get lived together. Halacha is the Boel, the adulterer, is punished by Chenek. This is the last point of Allah. So ultimately, again, it wasn't remember. Bas coin commits adultery. Din, what's your din? Remember again, that's unique din for her. It does not apply to her adulterer, nor does it apply to Edom Solomon. Witnesses who testified falsely about her. Shekal, I'm a Muslim, Makimin Lot, Mizon, Bas coin Ubal, because in general, the way it works with Edom Solomon is we get a typical punishment. Basis this is Aiden is by a bas coin. She gets straight off, and what the adulterer will get kind of. Okay, incredible. Says supposed to be analyzed. Says the Gemara. So there are three. These are all categories of prophecy. Three of them, again, are killed by horse. And three of them is Mishnah. Okay, what are they?Amisnave Mashalo Shama, Mashalo Ne'emar Lo. So again, a person goes ahead and prophesies. Yes, doesn't see that was not essentially the revenge is prophecy. Now again, this is prophecy in the Torah, right? The person just inventing prophecy, or they go ahead and convey prophecy that was said to someone else but not to them. OrAmisnave B'Shem of all those Kochavim, right? Of all those Kochavim, or and prophesies in the name of, as you said before, even if what he's saying is factually correct, the halacha is Misasan Bide Adam. All three of these individuals are executed by a human court. Hakobish is the also, and nothing who receives the law, but does not share it. On the back of the Navi, or somebody disregards the Navi, the Navi Shabbat Divrei Ansimo, or not even disregards his own prophecy. Misasa ultimately, again, there is at the hands of heaven. They will say, it's interesting to say, Misnada Mashal Shama. I understand why, if somebody prophesies, the person says, I received the vote from Hashem and the devoted information not received. I understand what this is. Right? It makes sense since you're inventing prophecy. They will say, but if I go ahead and I hear prophecy given to someone else over, I understand that it's not good. Why should it be like I'm not making up new information. The information is factual. The information is correct. But now again, we'll see the positive. We'll see why it is. But what's like they will say the worst avera a person to commit in life is try to be someone else. At the end of the day, the avodah in life is to become the best. So when a person becomes a prophecy that was given to someone else, that prophecy was given to me. It's not mine. It's not mine. When I take prophecy and I now mine, that's me trying to become someone else in life. That's a toughness. It's such a good thing because you spend so much time trying to become other people. These other people who kind of present us like a model of success, and then, I want to be that guy. I want to be that guy. Now, again, there's something to be learned. You talk about what when you come up, right? I can learn from every person, but my goal is never to become someone else. So this notion, when you take the nevuah that was given to someone else and you make it your own, that is the highest fundamental level of personalistic application. That again, my vote is to be me and to be the best version. You take someone's nevuah, you make it your own. What are you doing? That's not a life. Because once you know, if you fall that trap, you're always trying to become someone else. Like because there's always someone that's successful. There's always someone who's don't spend your life trying to be like other people. Rather spend your life trying to become the best version of you. All right, let's go back. It says the Gemara. Good. So where do we know all this from? I'm going to work on this. The pasuk says, "Anovi asher yaziv ledaber davar b'shmi." So I'll say, so ultimately again, the Navi who will intentionally try to say something over my name. Who's that? Zam Stalmash Lo Shama. First, the Navi who invented a prophecy is giving over something that was not given to him. Next, Basher Lo Tzidis. I did not commit to him. But that refers that I did commit to another Navi. So what is that referring to? That refers ultimately again to a prophet who gives over something that was not said to him. And he will go ahead and over the name of another God. Therefore, someone who prophesizes meaning of idolatry. Again, what's the proof of that? The concept of that is even if what? Even if informationally what you are saying is correct, the fact that you over one of the Zara makes it liable to that. And in all of these cases, what does the pasuk say? Umeis hanavi habu. This prophet will put to death. I want to say again, stam, when the Torah says the death penalty, it doesn't identify which death penalty. The default is kind of good. So we'll say that's our first three. Next, Hakovish has never also. The bank I'll give the Navi Abra I'll give also, what about the text? This is someone who prophesies, but again, holds back his prophecy, doesn't share it. The Vater disregards the words of the Navi. Number three, a Navi who violates his own So all these people are put to death with Yishamayim. Where do we know this from? The Siv, Basher Lo Yishma. So what's the it says the first one not the Navi will not listen. Kari Bay Lo Yashmiya. So we learn as not only Lo Yishma, but what Lo Yashmiya, he will not make it be heard. Which means what? Bring back his own prophecy. The Kari Bay Lo Yashmiya, Lo Yishma. El Drei, El Zivay. Siv, Anoki, Adrosh, Ni'imo, Yishamayim. Okay, so we'll say, so again, in that one pasuk, disregard it, cite somebody's own prophecy, disregards, and somebody else who hears the word disregards it, and the Navi again who is Kovish as also does not share the word. And it's Navi Mash Shalosh Shama. Also, okay, fine. We'll found that a little later. I'm a Navi Mash Shalosh Shama. The person prophesies something he did not hear. So Gemara gives an example of his own Sidkia ben Kinana. Like Sidkia ben Kinana. Who's said Bayas lo Sidkia ben Kinana. Interesting, by the way. So this story in Navi of Aram was attacking Israel, and it was an interesting alliance. Remember again, there's a split kingdom of Malchus Israel, and of Malchus Yehuda. The king of Malchus Israel is a man by the name of Achov, and the king of Malchus Yehuda is a man by the name of Yoshaphat. The Shabbat was very righteous. Achov, unfortunately, was righteously challenged, and but they realized that they have to form an alliance in order to combat that. So Yoshaphat was like, "I'll go with you." Some prophecy to back this up because it's like a shtickle unholy alliance. Sometimes you need an unholy alliance to accomplish holy objectives. So Yoshaphat was like, "I just need a nothing." So Achov produces, and Achav's got no shortage. You pay enough money, you can find plenty of prophets. So, in other words, Achov do some claims was a prophet, and still Yoshaphat is not exactly. So there was this other guy, Sidkia ben Kenana, who did something interesting. So what does Sidkia ben Kenana do? He makes iron horns, and it was supposed to symbolize the fact that Charlie was going to door around. They were going to be successful. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. So my house now, so what's going to find out? Sidkia, prophecy. We really did receive prophecy. But ultimately, again, what we're going to see was a shtickle false prophecy. Because again, what ends up happening in this battle is Achab is killed in this battle. All of this whole thing was a Baruch Hu's way to lure Achab into battle so that Achab was dying in battle. So the Gemara says, my what should Sidkia have done? This is a wild story. So Sidkia was deceived by a spirit. Whose spirit? The spirit of Novos. We'll say that name sounds familiar. Remember, Nabos had a beautiful vineyard that Achav very much did, so that Achav wouldn't sell it. So Achav has a lifetime ring of Yisrael. Yisrael convinced the husband Achav to essentially bring Nabos up on false charges and have him executed. Nabos was executed, and ultimately Achav takes the vineyard. Achav takes the vineyard. So what happened? So the spirit of Nabos came back and kind of appeared to Tzidkiah, making it look like it was HaKadosh Baruch Hu, in order to get Achav to go out to battle, so Achav would fall in battle. Okay, the Moshe did. Ve'omer Hashem, Yifates Achav, V'yav v'yava v'yipol b'Ramos Gilad. Baruch Hu put out a call to the Neshamas. Who is willing to go down and pull Achav into going to war? So spirit came before and said, I will go and entice Achav to go to war. Vayomer Tifta, they got two say, but Asaki or Yudah might say, what does it mean when the prophet said to the spirit? It turns out to be the spirit of Navos. Go, say Michitzasi. We have to leave here. So I said, this is actually incredible. The Baruch was saying to the Neshamas, whichever one of the Neshamas wants to go, you can go. But after you go, you can't come back here. Why not? Because the job of this spirit was to deliver a false prophecy. So they want this all MS. All MS is something that is not reside inside confines of the Olam celestial sphere. Myra, Navas the Israeli. So again, it was the spirit of Navas who was there to avenge his by misleading him going out into battle. So that was the spirit that appeared to Tzidkiah ben Kinana. I but so 1 second. So Tzidkiah should have been a little bit more vigilant. Rabbi Yitzchak, Signon Echad Olam Kaminadian, main Shnei is found in the Signon Echad. Just enough. You can have many prophets that have the same prophetic message, but each of them get it in a different way. So it's actually fascinating that prophets are giving the same message, but no two prophets receive, or for that matter, again, convey the word about Kodesh Baruch Hu in the same way. One of the like, Obadja Amar, Zodon Libach Yaakov. So again, just examples of Nevi'im conveying the same general concept, but each of them was seeing it and conveying it in a slight way. So it's actually a different idea. Because if you think about it, what's Nevuah? Nevuah represents almost like the highest level of relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what is the Gemara saying? No two people can have the same relationship. Two people can receive basically this message. But the way that message is received and the way that is conveyed varies from person to person. On the profound message, of course, is not just true by Nevuah, but it's true by every element of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Two Jews have the same relationship with the same kind of mitzvah, the same shulchan. And at the end of the day, we relate to God, the way we interact with God, the relationship we have with Baruch Hu varies, maybe slightly, but never varies between one Jew and another. So the Gemara goes weiter. Good. Tahani, Ka'ami Kulu Ta'adadi, Shmanina Los. So ultimately, so Tzidkiah should have realized. Now, what should Tzidkiah have realized? Today, so Achav had hundreds of prophets that were saying the same thing. When you have hundreds of people saying the same thing, that's a red flag. That's exactly the same thing. That's a prophetic red flag. And Tzidkiah should have realized there's something going on over there. The Gemara says, second, maybe Tzidkiah didn't know this in the Yitzchak. Maybe Tzidkiah didn't know that prophets can't have the same prophecy. Maybe he just didn't know this at all. Which the Gemara says, Yoshafat hava hasam v'kalahu. The Ksiva Yomer Yoshafat ha'ein ho navi. Yoshafat was there, and Yoshafat knew this. That's why Yoshafat, even though Achav produced hundreds of Nevi'im, Yoshafat said, there's something wrong over here. There's something wrong over here. Because everyone is saying the same exact thing. Which I must say, I feel like that how profound this is. So not only is it an incredible lesson in terms of like our relationship with HaKadosh, but all of us interact and relate to a different relationship with Hashem. And it also plays in something like proud story. Let's say, sometimes we think of like, what's the utopian view of proud Islam? Can you imagine hundreds of Jews sitting together and saying the same exact thing? That's what's happening over here. Especially when it says, that's terrible. That's terrible. I don't want hundreds of Jews saying the same thing. You know what I want? I want hundreds of Jews saying different things, and yet all of them sitting in the same room together and being lovable. That's Achdus. That's Achdus. We have this very skewed view of Achdus. That means like unanimity. You know, everyone's on the same page. So never happened. Well, I've said it a million times. Like, what does Rashi say by Har Sinai? Har Sinai, we were Isha Echad, the Levi heart. One people with one heart. Rabbi always said, it never says Isha Echad the Dea Echad. It doesn't say one people with one opinion. It's one people with one heart. One people with one heart. So this is so. Somebody was making and he's trying to make my family use a little bit more he's going about and there's such thing there should be a world in which yeshiva students are drafted and literally everyone my wife looked at me, she didn't say anything. You know, one of those okay, so I held it together for about 10 seconds, but the rest of the people did not. And they jumped on this particular member of my family. And it was like and then what was so beautiful, so fun. That's right afterwards, Baruch Hashem, after like this went on for about, it felt like about 3 hours, but it was turn time. So it might have been like 30 seconds, you know, but whatever, like, everything was slower. So also, you know, those thing was that at the end, like the way it ended, I don't know how, like I don't know all the events, but somehow it started like that in about 3 minutes, whatever it was. It was just a circle of grown men holding each other. Like I said, I don't know exactly what happened, right? But the nice was it? Isn't that what it's about? It's about the ability to hug people, even if you vehemently disagree. It's about the ability to absolutely wrong and miss the mark every step of the way. That you think what they are saying is the most unintelligent, correct thing in the world. I love you, but I love you. So when you see hundreds of people saying the same thing about saying, no, we like to surround ourselves by people who say things about us. It's so boring. It's so boring. People like in an echo chamber. Like an echo chamber, that's not life, and it's not Klal Yisrael. The beauty of Klal Yisrael, what I say is a lot of us are Jews, and yes, a lot of them are uninformed, and a lot of them are incorrect. And a lot of them are just listening after the shir from all the collections, right? Shitas and dishes in life, and having it to be free. Right? And I'll say, but so what happens when you see hundreds of people and they're all saying the same? That's not it. Something's off there. You're in a room with a bunch of people and they're all saying different stuff. That's Christ. And Achdus is that moment when you can embrace, even after that vociferous argument. All right, did I say that? So the Gemara goes right there. I'm going to Kohani. So what happens? So Yoshaphat said, I need someone to be in. So Achdus says, why do you want to be in? Look, all these hundreds of guys that are here. So the Gemara says, I learned this from my father. The ancient name Nevi'im is not the signal Echad. So ultimately, yes, what I learned is this. You could have prophets all espousing the same message, but they'll be back lines up from the bottom, right? But none of them give it over in the same way. They all get the same message, but don't give it over. The fact that Shepard is sitting there, and these hundreds of prophets who are acting, I just want to point out, these were not prophets were actually receiving a message. But remember, the whole thing was skewed because the Kodesh Baruch Hu wanted Achav to go out to war to fall in battle. To yourself, like, why? You guys are all saying the exact thing that doesn't make any sense. Therefore, again, Yoshaphat needs to be it. Okay? So the Gemara goes like that. So, Masha, good. I'm Mr. Navi, who gives over something that's over things to go. Tanya ben Azor. This is like Tanya ben Azor. What happened to Tanya ben Azor? Yirmiyahu was standing in the upper marketplace for Koamar Shem Tlakos, Hineni Shover as Keshes Elam. So Yirmiyahu is beginning to practice. Right? And Yirmiyahu says that Baruch was going to go ahead and break the bow of Elam. Elam was not going to Elam. I'm going to break the bow in order to defeat Elam. Okay, so what's Nosach Hananya Kavachol? So Hananya hears this prophecy of Yirmiyahu and he makes his Kavachol. What's the Kavachol? Ma Elam Shalopa El Lazarus. Babel, Amrakadosh Shover as Keshes Elam. So Elam, they came to tell Babel. I'm going to say he's going to break the bow of Elam's going to defeat him. Now, become a constant. That's when Allah has come to become. And Hakadosh Baruch Hu is coming to breaking the primary fault of Klal Yisrael, break the secondary fault of Klal Yisrael. Babel. So Hananiah made a kolmer. Baruch was going to go out and defeat Elam, certainly going to go out and defeat Babel. So what happens? He goes out and prophesies this Hosei who Bishopak. When Amar, Koamar Hashem, Shavarti as old Melech Babel. It's fascinating. So Hananiah gives a prophecy of Yirmiyahu. This is coming from that prophecy. And then he spells as a new prophecy. Only one issue. Baruch didn't say it. Only about Abaye. What are you talking about? This is not an example of someone who heard a prophecy given to his friend and gets it over. Hananiah made this up. To which the Gemara says, Kevan this Yair Chavachomer Lemedrash Keman the Itmar Le Dami. So ultimately, again, the Itmar Le Dami Hudni Lo Nemar Lo. So let's say ultimately, because he's the Chavachomer, it's interesting. Because he's the Chavachomer, and because the Chavachomer is one of the exegetical principles, so the Gemara treats this like a case of saying over a prophet that was not given over to you. Okay, so I'm astonished about this. What's an example of one who prophesizes in the name of Shabbos? Last one, you go with the how. So we'll say this is easy. Nevi'ah Baal. For Nevi'ah Baal. So again, Baal was not one of the He had his own Nevi'im. So again, obviously, prophesied in the name of Baal, things that were not true. Next, Hakovish is the loss. What's incredible? What's an example of withholding your own prophecy? Keep going. Yonah ben Amitai. Yonah, right? Yonah gets a prophecy. What does he do? He runs away. And let's say, just like you understand what Hakovish is in the loss. So many of us are over on that every day that he should over Mrs. Emmanuel. What does he say? It could be great. You guys help us great things. And right, just like again, the Gemara says, every day Bas says and says, Shuvu Lim Shodavim. Every day Bas comes out and says, Shuvu. And I hear this prophecy, and I hear this basket. What do I do with it? I suppress it. And I ignore it. That's Kovish Nevu also. Everyday prophecy comes to us. Every day Hakadosh Baruch Hu whispers to us. Every day Hakadosh for us to self-actualize and become great. And if we suppress it, we don't utilize it, and we don't actualize it, that's called Kovish Es Nivlos. Yonah ben Amitai. Who is the one who was on the days? On the days, so the word is of me, who the person. It's the ish of the man of the Omer of the Eob and Yikani. No, Jeremy Yo, then you know, it's not the Osa Yom Achab Ishon Pilat Torah. So again, this was also one of the prophets, was prophesizing that day about Achab. It said the ish Achab the man of the Omer of the Eob and Hashem Yikani. No, it was Nabi Micha. He went over to a guy and said, God, get me. So this is part of the prophecy to show ultimately again that Klal Yisrael was going to be successful ultimately over Aram, but Achab was going to fall in battle. So the man refused to hear Michael, and what happened? It was said by Yomer Lo, the Nabi Shafan. So the guy was consumed by a lion. Okay, so the Nabi tells you hit him, right? And because again, in this case, he didn't hit the Nabi, he was consumed by a lion. Obviously, more of that story is better than that. The Nabi Sha'abra al-Dibra Asmo, what's an example of violated his own words? Nabi violated his own words. Don't ego and Nabi. There's nothing ego. What's what happened with ego? It says, he came Siva also. See? He came Siva also. So what's this? So ego was ultimately again, was commanded to go ahead. This was the story of Yeravam. Yeravam was king over the smoke. Let's remember again, Yeravam. Interesting enough, Yeravam started out as a man. He was appointed by a Kodesh Baruch Hu. He started out as a good man. What ends up happening to good people? Power has been corrupting good people. Yeravam understood that if he was going to celebrate his rulership over multiple cells, he had to prevent Jews from. Remember again, even once the monarch the great unifier is going to do this. Everybody has to be overled. If that's the case, Yeravam said people are going to be subservient to the great king, not to me, because he has the base of the country. So what did he do? Remember again, what did he do? He built 2 eagles. He built 2 golden calves. Now, in the beginning, he said, just I'm saving you a trip. You don't have to go ahead and go all the way to the base. And if you wish to serve Hashem, serve here. Serve here. But what happens? Again, it evolved into our desire. So Edom confronts Yeravam when he's offering his fellow fathers in debt and Yeravam, like in a way, his arm shriveled up. So Edom was then ready. But he commanded, you go. When you go, so to your prophecy, don't eat, don't do anything, nothing. Okay. So that's why we stop to eat. But on the way back, we said by Yomerlo, so ultimately what happens on the way back, somebody invites you to eat. You says, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm a prophet. I'm down on a mission. You're not going to believe. You're a prophet. I'm a prophet. Come in, right? We eat together. So Ego goes ahead and makes a mistake, and he goes into this guy's house and by what happens when Ego left after his meal, he was pursued by a lion. He was devoured by a lion, ultimately again violating his own law, violating his own words. Which is also such a story. This story is such a profound metaphor. It was such a telling you that. If you want to accomplish something in life, then what do you have to do about it? That's really focused on these Grand Khal speaks about this in the Shana's Jesus. He says, what's reasonableness? Jesus is necessary. You don't always appreciate this. More often than not, the reason we don't every year, everyone here and there, okay, I was like, because you get distracted. Right? I'm on that, and I get distracted. It's happened all the time. I this, I'm like, just get distracted, I'm like, so I'm kind of like, the whole use of this is, when you start, just get it done. Don't get distracted, because once you get distracted, that's usually when you're not going to go ahead and accomplish. So it's really incredible. So what's another thing over here? This story is, it's an actual metaphor. It's a metaphor for us to show back. You have a mission, don't go to eat. Don't get distracted. Don't do anything. Just stay focused on your task. And you don't get distracted. And what happens when you get distracted? You get consumed by the lion. And metaphorically, what that means is, once it's distracted, that's it. You lose your momentum. And by the way, you know this. Once you get distracted, even if you get back on task, what happens? It's not the same. You've lost the momentum. This is what I was saying, even by learning. There's this soul of learning through Cephas. Right? We're going to Cephas. Learn for a certain amount of time. Undistracted. Right? Even minutes of learning through Cephas is better than 45 minutes of distracted learning. So my own lives is what I'm learning in here, I'm learning in another year, I'm learning that I'm this, and at the end of the day, what did you get? You got 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, and sometimes for this Hashem, what he wants us is be in it. Be in it. Even if it's only for 5 minutes, be in it. Because the moment you get distracted is the moment you get consumed by the line. It's like this stuff. The COVID system is so local. Listen to this. He goes ahead and he holds his coffee. He gets Malchus. It's Malchus. Amalei. Man of a Kameh. The Arbala Lucky. And I'll say that this is a community expression. It literally means one eats dates out of a basket to get Malchus. Now, what's wrong with eating dates out of a basket? The answer is nothing. nothing. So it's an expression. It's much better than the idea. Right? It's an expression that feels like, what did he do? In other words, there wasn't here. You might as well ask me over here about what a person did wrong. It's called your prophecy. What really asking is, how is anyone going to know? In other words, so you have another prophecy. Okay, how exactly does anyone know that he would help his prophecy? So you must have master again. Who's giving him master off? I'm sorry. Having a lead. So now you have a bite, it's last action, King Davar, King Davar Sazal. So who's going to know his fellow prophecies? This is what we said before. Then in check, it's interesting that apparently this works is it's often given to more than one person. Again, each person gets it differently, or each person communicates it differently, but it's given to more than one. So because of that, if you have another prophecy, apparently other people know about it and don't know what a particular Navi can share. Okay? So don't hide today. Well, maybe if it was powerful, retract it. Or giving us one change in mind, so to speak, change in mind. And you said 100 we create a model. If you were to do that in large form, you would form the group of the dealers. The high Yonah, after they belong to. 1 second. Yonah, after the Baruch Hu changed his mind, and he didn't tell Yonah. He didn't tell Yonah. Like Yonah, remember again, Yonah finds out to everybody else who's watching this. The Baruch Hu did not go ahead and in any advance warning. To which the says no. Yonah, Min Beinei HaTachas, those are very important. The Rosh Hashanah, Yonah, Old, I'm going Yom. Excuse me, the Min Beinei HaTachas. Now, what is the HaTachas? What is it? Turned over just meant from now, something is going to be reminded. The change should be that you all become ridiculous by so in Yonah's words itself was the actual possibility of circumstances. I'm like, evil lo yada, evil tova, evil law. Again, it was put into the law. Again, and this is incredible. And by the way, I want to point out, part of the reason ultimately why do we sit here and in the Shiva is the charismatic story is Shiva. It's those charismatic story and the metaphor that our life is like this open ended possibility. The Rob says to me days, all are quite known to me. What does it mean? It means what you make of it. It means what you make of it. As much as the Bible knows what we're going to do it, how we're going to do it for us, our lives are this open-ended, choose-your-own adventure type of life. In another 40 days, we're sitting here and we're going to or is it bad? What your life is going to be, who you're going to be, the person you're going to become, it's up to you. The last time today, nothing. So once I said ultimately, one ignores the word of you do not know the honest. So once I saw, here's what's interesting. Now, if a Navi says, how do I know he's a Navi? Right? So someone says, right? So I know that he's a Navi, but after that, you have like, oh, gives a sign. He's a sign. Obviously, we'll say again, you gotta prove, like, you know, you can't just roll it. You gotta prove it in some way. So he goes, the law yard by Oswila, which I gave you corporation that you're not hearing to is, and that eating is the law. It's like the book such shame. No, it's different. As we'll say, a Navi doesn't have to give an oath every single time he says it. Rather than we'll say why. Once you have a Navi who's muhsak, what does muhsak mean? You know he's a Navi. You know he's a Navi. Once you know he's a Navi, you don't listen to his words. You don't take up because you don't say this. I'm from Bahara Moria, again, what Yitzchak listened to his father. Right? And again, when Abraham says to Yitzchak, I'm going to shepherd you. Yitzchak should have said, the old man's lost it, right? That's what he should have said. So why does Yitzchak listen to his father? Because he knew his father was Christ. Right? So he was, and Yitzchak never said, I told him, you know, my friend makes money, this little something, a nuance, and housekeeping. no, but if you notice, by the way, there's no thing, right? There's no giant. Avram says it, and we saw why, because Avram was a son. Avram was in the Muksak as a Rabbi. Further again, other examples of this. Carmel, and his son Kelly, but how close? Let's say Ilya, Carmel, Ilya, Bahara Carmel, right? What happens is a showdown between Ilya and the Diabban. Remember the story? Like they build, everybody builds altar. Ilya builds an altar. The Diabban builds an altar. And there's a theological showdown. Whoever brings fire down from heaven first is the true God. Is the true. So what happens? So what happens? So remember again, the Navi says about the crying out. All kinds of crazy stuff. What is the Navi does? He submerges. Puts a lot of water on top of his altar, right? On top of his altar. All of that. What does he do? Quick tefillah. Fire comes down from the heavens, consumes everything. This is beautiful. It's definitely going on. There's a few things to offer up karbanos aside of the right? So what's happening over here? So how is Ilya able to do shmita? Again, Trump told him, now I believe yo, come on. Like, don't you need to get oaths? And then say, what do you see here? The Gemara says, no. Once a prophet has established that his credentials, no longer has to give an oath as much as another. You know what happened in the next parak? A lot of these fellows worshiping Baal. In this statement, I must say that Muslim how long we will defense for. And it's also these right very important. So it is miracles going on. Miracles don't create any. Miracles don't create. They don't. Again, listen, this passage also probably saying that her Sinai. And what happens? Days later, they built the golden calf. Miracles don't. So it's like, how many, like you would think, how many missiles fired from Iran? Like, how many missiles fired from Iran and not one hit? So you would think, again, eyes would have undergone, nothing was made. Actions everywhere. Miracles don't work. Miracles are good. Miracles like like what happens when you go to fireworks? What happens? What happens? Oh, yeah, you hear someone working for like you know what? That was like volume. You know what? I am just going to become a better person, whatever it is, a better citizen, whatever it is. Right? You know what happens with fireworks? You watch it, it's entertaining, and you go. It's like you see all the videos from the missiles flying around. It's entertaining. What happened? People go like, it's like change doesn't come from nothing. It comes from hard work. It's from effort. Change is ultimately again from putting in the effort, day in and day out. Create momentary bursts of inspiration, but they do not affect target content. That's how you become inglorious work, day in and day out. Incredible. All right, let's go back. We should pick the second room for 30. But all right, fine. But yeah, so now they mentioned Avram and Gary. Let's say, I just want to say this week. So watch this. But now that we mentioned that Avram did not need to give a sign to Yitzchak because he was Moksa. So we were talking about the Akif, but he has to call him like Elohim Yisas Avram. After 9. After what? If it was after these things, Hashem has to Avram says the Akiva. So afterwards, I'm going to be on after the words of the supper, what did the supper say? Say, Vayigdal Hayelad Vayigdamal. The Pasuk said, Vayitzchak, the birth of Yitzchak. The boy got up and he was weaned. He grew up and he was weaned. Another he was eating a big suit of weaning. The Sultan said to Hashem, Sultan said, Sultan the first time doing something disparaging, like his own man. So Canaan, when they showed up, she gave him a 20 years old. So Sultan says, he gave this old man so much. And all of these students that he made never even offered you up a look. Never even like a pig, a turtle dove, nothing. A little bird, nothing. I'm a sucker. Everything Avram did he done. In my life has been thought, the fun of to tell Avram to sacrifice, he would do it. If I ask Avram to give me his son, he would do it. Yad Elohim Yisrael Avram. Immediately afterwards, Hashem tested Avram. So we'll say the genesis of the idea was this conversation between Baruch Hu and this. Now we're not finished. No matter. Hashem says to Avram, please, it's fucking awfully long. Aim Allah Lashon Bakasha. Now is a request. It's a request. So this is Shamdullah no Thomas Harden. What will his take? He's going to be direct to a king who way too many words. We'll say first the intermediate wide lines. Vayala, he bore effort. Enough sons. And this king, he had like one, he had like the guy, this one valiant warrior who was like really responsible for all of these victories. Under Allah, he faced the most intense battle of his life. He says to his most valiant soldiers, of peace, stand strong in this battle. So the Yom Rishonos aimed by an mamish. Because if you fail in this most important battle, what will it do? It will take away from all these victories. But if you stand from this multiple battle, not only at years, but it's meant to previous victories. Fail here, and it erases all the previous victories. Be successful now, and it's meant to be. I've given you many tests over the years, but I'm not the one. I'm successful in all. I'm more excited. Now I'm asking you to please be successful as well. So your aim management. That people not say that there is no for previous us. So this is a fascinating. What does this? First of all, it's a tremendous sort of human nature. Human nature is all about what have you done in nature. Right? If you fail someone, generally human nature is that you remember to fail yourself, and it erases the things that came before. It's just this thing. Like I say, if the valiant warrior fails in battle, all of the successes of the past are. Most important what's responsible is a beautiful idea of excellence. He quote you, he says, amazing, he says, Haide Asonos, Shinasnasinu, Nispash to Kolat Kokos Shiish the name Yisrael, Discover our Telam Yisrael. With every single one of Amnavin is the Sonos, but he did embedded another power in the DNA of Yisrael. Amnavin was our father. And with every test that he succeeded, every Messiah, he endowed us with a certain level of strength. What did Akedah Yitzchak represent? He says, Akedah Yitzchak represents, at the end of the day, Kolach Yeruba Shalasim Nefesh. What Akedah Yitzchak represented was a willingness to give everything. I'm not going to already demonstrate a willingness to give himself. This is even more. A willingness to even give his child. It represented the ability to give anything and everything for him to be vulnerable. HaKadosh Baruch Hu pleads with Avraham and says, you need to pass this. Do you know why you need to pass this? Not for you, but if you pass it, you embed this koach within the DNA of Israel. If you go to Haran Moriah, and you take your son, and you will offer the carbon, but you will embed within Klal Yisrael is the koach and the ability to give anything and everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that's HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do this, we have everything. But if you fail, the truth is you leave the people. Isn't that incredible? Today, I'm going to use this test as we know. We're living in times of incredible Messiah. Not a day goes by that we don't see a dramatic spiritual heroism. One of the most striking pictures that I saw coming out of that show is something. This little girl who dressed up at that down church. Should mention with every single reference line on there that's Shana told us. Why? What does she represent? What does she represent? She represents this incredible this cloth of Shabbos, this cloth of Yiddishkeit, this cloth of Emunah. And this cloth, where does that come from? Where does a girl, she's a child, does a child get that koach? Adam Avinu was willing to go in everything for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He embedded in our spiritual DNA the ability and the willingness to do that. And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, have to increase, you have to pass this test. This is not just about you. The strength you're going to summon up, the strength you're going to muster for this Nisayon, the strength that is going to become part of the spiritual DNA of your children, the strength that you're going to access throughout the ages. Because Adam Avinu was successful. His Nisayon has the clock to be successful in our Nisayon. I will say, tremendous. All right, again, I will say a lot of these Gemaras this week, a lot of Agadah this week, so tremendous ahead of us.
Got taken down by the man. We tried to put up the video. It was live. What does premiere mean again? Premiere just means that the episode is premiering. Premiering, yeah, okay. I thought it was like live. I don't know. I don't even know what that means. It's basically the same kind of component as live, but it knows it's not live. Yeah. Well, anyways, they're gonna take it down, but not a copyright strike. Yeah. Just a regular old strike. Yeah, no, just a complaint. So it made a claim against us.
Good morning.
Not ours to use, but the audio episode is we came to an agreement. Something really crazy. No more full shot episodes. Yeah, actually, you know what? They take it back. They come back and bear will be in the future. We came to an agreement. What if we are, we're going to do the agreement was 10 minutes a shop every episode. Yeah, he's really right. You said that tonight. Okay, well, 10 minutes a shop. Watch a clip or something like that, other shop. But like, what can he do next that we can? Like, he did a 25-minute YouTube special. What could possibly be next thing? Definitely tweet. Cover that. How long can an IGTV be? IGTV. I think it's like an hour. You can make a special IGTV. Dicey. It's so fun to do it. It's just shout out to
His finger to the left, and about 4 lines up from there. You actually get it. I'm gonna buy it. Come over to the show more, right? Come over to the show more, right? Come over to the show more. So think about those other sports next. Yes, so that's everyone agrees that we're going to do this Spanish show more. Everyone agrees that we're Spanish show more. And everyone agrees that we're what it is. There's a hot dog and soda more. Maybe I'm still saying that I can put shit in one matter how close. I would agree that the body of person that's what I've been saying. If you're literally I don't know whether I'm more thick voice or more fighter than kid. I think you're getting thick because you have to be one of the firms out of Houston's. Why? Because I have an update, by the way. I went to Taco Bell the other day. It was a different cook. I don't know if you remember the story. The story about leaving the country, writing in for his brain. Yeah, they invited the lady on the side because she said that it was good. That was there. This was the fucking cook because he treated us with fucking alright. What I did. So for here, watching the coast up, and you go, okay, right? I was looking at the guy, and he was like, "What I ordered for you?" And so the guy grabbed it with his hand, just like whatever. Grabbed the shit and put it in the go over for your like, if I was a taco truck guy, I could have fun just with the big guy. But this is so good. He'd be like, "What if they're
respectfully as I came in.
Now what happened?
Ordered for your needs, and then you just hung out with fucking this guy. What this sounds looking at it. What do you think to say about this? Looking at no one, put your shit on the plate.
They are not
I don't know why I'm turning into some fashion business.
in their life.
Aren't you a big racist?
I true. I don't associate. So I associate.
Yes, it's Tim and Shep. Promise to be right now. Text in 10 minutes. We'll open the door. Let's see what's starting. I'll start it. I'll take full of literally. Oh my gosh, Tim. You're like, there was a study done, and that's all we can take. Dr. Slade told 10 minutes of Shabbos. Just be listening to that.
In order to be reliable, you have to be testifying without an entire remember again, we put that to the beginning of yesterday's back. Also, I'm going to buy you have on there. You have to about what we just said. How the first come? We just said a moment ago that the health of the race defending could save himself. How could he himself? So he could go ahead and say, he can go ahead and say,
Right after the South Street shooting, he's doing
my habit. How about
there was a chance of this because he did a shit on St. Three people started just shooting people randomly on South Street. They have no idea why. I don't think there's many arrests. Maybe it's because they were trying to prevent shot there. Leave it to you. I did not have that pre-written though, so maybe
don't have EDPA, but you have to mind that you had, you only have witnesses, that we don't have social, the no can even kidnap children. What are you talking about? You have to
maybe he's taking my advice. It's on Gene Rick on tweets. Is the gringo copy? But Gene Rick on tweets like, what do you do? It's different.
We could not be doing it all. Back up to my okay, but if you're on the good oils, okay. Without the time that we didn't social is not yet accepted testimony that we didn't get. It would be liability to the Indian appeal, but not yet accepted testimony that the kidnapping itself. As you talk about it, so it is a signal to each other. In other words, the one note that he's having returned where it's like, you know what, the witnesses are testified that we didn't social are the ones who appear first in case. But as you're testifying, we didn't understand what you're there, and they're going to testify that we kidnapped children. And like, they're mostly each other. Not much of a bad way, that's the easy way. We just have to listen to each other. Like, they are, you know what, actually, so you might thought, no, the thing about the reason was, but that's the way you're only communicating. I don't know myself. You should always feel like you have testimony out. Testimony about the testimony about the kidnapping itself, which is not such much more long. The result lasts. The ultimate of the single with the witnesses is how often it is. Therefore, a lot of myself, if you have no longer say we saw themselves. And this is why there's no formal testimony that really don't say Mishnah, just moving along. He's looking at I said, listen, very I'm talking about the city's references before. Looking at the really translated. What's great about you? The left side of the dog is number of the discussing Social bucket theory.
What scares me
Some
about
like
this clip
three
is
different bucket theories situated in the
right now. And only because
that's
he
like
just
Yoshi
read
about Hesa Harabai. One
graduate.
is the restriction
But
Harabai
I don't
that
remember
Hesa
that
Hazoro.
Benjamin
One
Franklin.
was situated at the entrance of the court
So
that is
I'm
Rikos.
skeptical
The
that
F like Yoshi, the
skeptical
Rishka
that Shab
Harabai.
is going to come
And
up
one
with
was
a good
situated
joke
between
right about
the
this
I was
news. He
like,
can
what we
tip off
call
Benjamin
this
Franklin.
entry. The
But said
Sanhedrin, the
nothing
High
that he's
Court,
done in
that
the
was
book.
going to be
So,
situated in
that's
Rishka's
kind
high
of his
court.
favorite author.
So listen to this.
That's
So what
why
happened?
it's
Boy
random
was there, Hesa Harabai.
places
Once
you'll
was
go,
there,
the
into the
places
back.
it's just
The backstory is, I was just using the Gemara, there's a dispute in the moment. Right? And there's everyone's on one side, there's something on the other side. The person who was in United States is going to piece up to each other. First step, they go to the street. See, look, they're at the entrance to the house. They come there. Boy looks at something. I saw that. Cops got on the cop structure coming in. And right to the qualities in the knowledge. He comes along. He says, this is my position. This is the position of my Hindu copyright. This is how I wrote the situation. Some of them in Shamu, right? Shamu Amalav. And the sentence says, have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? Was I going to know this? You do not get it right now. He's just a guy. He's just a dissenting judge. What's beautiful about this? You want to tell something non-race box. First of all, you want to say, this is my position, and this is my friend's position. He's not always, we are able to articulate our own position. A lot of difficulty, certainly hearing and even still articulating the positions of others. It's a mind lock. It's a mind. Not only to be able to say, but really like take time to actually understand someone else's opinion. I don't want to say like yours, but at least it's the word that inform disagreement. As opposed to what happens all too often, you just kind of scenario of quickly or superficially disagree with me like us without really trying to understand what the other person says. There's a lot of gut, but there's nothing memory is able to articulate the position of the other. He goes on. Fine. So other lines are being right. So what happens is the first stage in the business of Harabayas, they don't have to add to this conversation. So what happens? Finally, this station is situated at this way of the zone. Because there is all that. Once again, he says, he said, this is what my friend said, they looked, and once again, we got this level, basically, this is what these guys have to add. Like anything else. If they do, first they get in love, if you're able to get in the face, like everything. And if not, because everyone sounds like even members of the other group, I think everyone's now coming along to the high point of the psychology. That's they tell the police stuff. This is the beginning of the basement from which Helen goes, calling herself Shana and I, will watch her youth passion. So now, it turns out it's that psychologist. Which psychologist is in favor of the Messiah against the soul of his. Okay, puzzle, Shalom, it goes back to his town. And he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. Fine, so in Torah, let us just hide. When this is becoming a memory, let's do a second memory. If you means not only refers to his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that. In other words, if the second memory comes back home and all he's doing over here is just simply right? He's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah. If he comes back, entire process, and says, Hebra, this is what you have to do. If you need to find the majority, that's a problem. That's when he becomes a Zaki Memo. Achir Lassos, Achir Lassos, Achir Lassos, Shutter, the most of the interesting enough, all of this is a Zaki. Now, what is a Zaki? The Zaki is your belief safe. That's what becomes a Zaki Memo. You don't have a Zaki Memo. That's interesting. What's the problem? Like it's about, she says, Pia law, in that basis. So this is a guy, someone who might be coming from whole law, what's the halacha? So let's say an individual like this, like this particular ultimately Potter, Potter why? The thing is that the man is only someone who has vehicles, so he has reached the level of the law of ultimately going out and instructing others the passing a law. So, they will say, turns out that ultimately again, his what's his full his full thing is not allowed to go off. If that don't touch the law, ultimately turns out to be a law. What do you mean? It's that the thing is something incredible. All right, this is tomorrow. Turn out later. Here we go. Keep on the card about it. Okay, so now we just outlined the process for something. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what kind of like what kind of disputes are we talking about a son to his fellow citizens? So come on, the Italian cut the top of the design inside of it, the mufla things are customers out of it. First of all, we're talking about someone like a mufla. So what is a mufla? An expert. In order to become a Zaki Mamre, you can't just be an guy. To be a Zaki Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. You have to be called, okay, I'm trying to find out what's happening. Is analyzing it is the points that are in the back. It's dramatic halacha or the argument. And down in and to the blood is blood. And do the thing, judgment and judgment. Nega and nega. Like one type of affliction. Right?
So he apparently
tweeted. But they're going to give you votes to shout out. Or any argument disputes you may have in your case.
Every girl is
so what is the mean? We call it mean project. So the mean project. God, Mincha say yo, everyone needs something. You want to be able to do counsel. In other words, let's say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a second member, you have to be holding on a certain level. So Mincha actually says your words can reach. Now, most are giving examples of types of mathematics which could result in a scenario. For example, Mincha refers to intercalation of the year. Like people are summer, like leap year, not a leap year. So this is the kind of thing that they speak about that. Yes, so you must say, the thing Omer, Nimsa Toshiva Hashem Reacha, Yois Goyah, Davar, that's the Davar, so halacha. Who's the first thing speaking halacha? For example, there's a dispute between the Zachary Mamre and the other individual about halacha Moshe Halacha Moshe is right, so that's what they're disputing. There's the Mishpat, Zehagin. What's Mishpat? This is supposed to say a Shabbat. There's not a particular type of Zeh Shabbat. This is a Zeh Shabbat, not a Zeh Shabbat. And down with that, Moses, remember again, we're just going to different examples of things that ultimately in instructing Mamre area. Fine, then down with them, we down into a down for example, Napokas in distinguishing between Dan Sivo, in doing a process of doing Mamas, there's a dispute. There's something again, whether it's conscious capital cases, doing Mamas, money cases, doing Mamas, they Nega, for example, you get Adam, you get the God. Something concerning again the God in Saras, of a home clothing. These rays, maybe running every vacation. So different means again, Canaan vowels, Erech vowels, Zuash cross, so Arifas, and that kind of Sitsera, both really arguments. This one is very sort of situation. Ezra Arifas, the captain of death, behind the body of the human control. The kind of Sitsera, the Shada, but in the beats, you let it pay off. You suppose again, let it pass out of the things, agricultural price, so that's what it was. It comes down to what they say that what you might just put over here is that's in all the different possible areas of halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a certain nomination scenario. Okay. It comes up, and you will get up. Where is that? We get from the local court, Shadis and Mikdash, Gavon, Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Mikol Hala. What is this? Whatever it is that Jonah said, you will get up from wherever you are, go up. go up to go up, going up. You see the base of Mikdash, the highest point there is Israel. And ultimately, again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other ones. The fact that ultimately, again, the lesson of idea of ascension is used mixes and agrees looking at these and such, and that is incredible. So you might think, okay, let's analyze that for slow. Which one takes something to come on there? So I understand why you see that the base and is taller, and one of the tallest partners itself, because Russian is about to go up to this interest. I don't know. Eretz Yisrael is taller, I love to we're going over Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands. It's still running button in my show. But you know how I experience on Eretz Yisrael. See, now I show you how I know about the radio is Eretz Yisrael. The Eretz Yisrael. Mikoma, I love to say Shekim Sham. Yeshua, I say, how incredible. Moby is part of the technical Yah. The other never said something beautiful. He said, the days will come. There will be no more as the body just has a piece. Right? And if you watch the years, Hella, as he was like, Hashem took us not just out. What is Hella mean? Hashem took us up. Hashem took us up. So he won't refer to the God as God who took us up. It's trying to start us that way. We refer to ourselves as the one who brought the children of Israel from all the lands, brought us up. Hella, Hashem, from all the lands. What do you see? Whenever there's a reference to Eretz Yisrael, what's the likes? Aliyah. Always supposed to refer to that. How overwhelmingly amazing the funny is concept of Geula and Butter. Sometimes in the best reference, just hold on to these things. Wait, these accounts, wait. Right? So, but just amazing. A process about Geula, we're really talking about the fact that he's probably take us out of all of the lands. 2015 association. Incredible that sounds like a joke. You know how you joke with your friends. You want to see that. You want to you're not serious. That's what the world is like. They're going to come, and when they come, they
text messages and tweets. I can't believe you said that you would never do that. They don't literally mean. It's just you say it's not going to talk. You know, it's long. There is some truth to it. I mean, Trump said was that's kind of crazy. I've never heard somebody say, you know, like,
to make some of the voice up in
said about
so in their home, that only regarding something done intentionally would be a fee of Paris, and accidentally would be a fee of Katos. Now, you don't read this as how the Hashem finally did it, and Yehuda says, no, to have something where the cross halacha is alright, so but the interpretation is Yehuda Abanon, and the argument about the interpretation. So like Yehuda over Yehuda says, he puts up how they see himself. Yehuda says, he's pretty much you have to argue it out like a small thing. Yeah, I remember that they were small. It's so pretty bad. It's not as common as something like my class was like, I know, my class was like, first time I was like, I remember, and he may have said that halacha when I saw, I may have said that halacha was ultimately again,
which is just a pizza restaurant.
He may have said when I saw, the only type of thing that can make you into something memory, ultimately is type of thing that unintentionally attack us. So you must like it. Dabar. He makes his dinners dabar. So you know it says sit hapa. He probably didn't cut dabar in the so also first of the widest. It says over he probably cut dabar in the spot. Sit hapa. In your hakao. That's talking about the high highlands of the incorrectly. Don't lead the people to go and make a mistake. Not that I don't know if I actually go first. Just like when I was talking about something, your intentional commission is Christ, right? And I showed you this. I was talking about something, man, first shit, I about going to Paris, I'll shoot it us up. Okay, so Mary lays up an exam Shabbat. Fine, that's opinion one. Ready we go? Let me just say this. Remember who this opinion was? That only going to something Mamre, only going to something Mamre on something. Haram is given Torah and speaking sofer. Right? That the Ikar Halacha is Midaraisa and the details are learned out Midrabbanan. When did we do it? So that Yudah, after Torah Torah Yudah, Adi the Torah Yudah. It has to be something where the Torah says something, but based on the passage of the Torah, we don't know how to pass it. We need Chazal to teach us how to interpret it. That's the type of situation that this takes up in Mamre. And I see that we should. Actually, we do a kind of, I think the Restream says pretty much anything that comes out from a basin, anything they argue about, with the second Mamre remains in the fixed place where it uses to yield to the majority, that could change second Mamre. I'm going to go back to it up. Here, the Hamas is going to get this. But here's the his device, and I was saying, because we talked about at the beginning of that, his device is temporary skinny find closest women. Remains a grouping that halacha myself, you can only come as a machlokas regarding something that is done intentionally has a few colors, and it's unintentionally comes with you and only that goes it's a limited body of halacha that so again, so like if they have my focus, you need to even give a second very good. Without being a focus, that could not result in something on this scenario. Why not? Because it's a thing that it says it's only if we're not about something that's going to intentionally give currents, unintentional access. So now listen to this. So we're about Rabba. You put this in the right. Tell me how this can use for this. Watch this. Rabba, put it in my leg. Here you go. Pollard. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started with that with today. So King Pollard. Some people use the mufmash of it because what it means. In order to go ahead and become a such a man, you got to be someone who's an expert. Someone who's an expert. Fine. What's next? Name talk. Say yours. She'odea la'adar shorid l'frachad furthermore. Not only experts, but the experts are the experts. What the experts are the experts? Someone who knows about the interconnection of the moon. Again, one second. Understand what it means to know about the interconnection of the moon. First of all, right? Or the more so, I like to do that, right? So, or the more so, the actual process, the separation type of the moon, of the year, of the month. You're talking about the expert of the experts. Next. Let's say, Joyce, she'll get out of the far from the fine. So, give us done. Hey, you should not have okay, let's say, what's an example of an operator curve? Okay, you ready for this?
What I'm getting from this, because the first report I click on
Hey,
is
Idris, I showed it more out there. So you move out my
misconduct, sexual misconduct.
I'm done. I feel like this is just
the entire newspaper against
absolutely ridiculous. How does this happen? 7.5
somebody
years
at the paper.
cycle. How does it happen? And it's not like the Russia, it's not like the Lemons, it's not even match. Literally against the police case on Poland. A Poland case on Poland. So what's the matter? It's incredible. Sometimes, we get up for a meeting, we're going, a lot of this is and we wonder, like, how do you feel about this? Is this the top? And then every once in a while, we also give us a kiss, and not just a kiss, and listen to this. This is my children. I love you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do the job. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my tongue. When I'm quiet, but I'm not listening to you. And if you think that I'm not interested to you, I would try to, however many blocks there are in Shas, that a certain sugya should come up is for it. I was like, one day earlier, one day like, point the points for this person. Just know. So there's, every child wanted to know deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father nothing. what I want to do. Spend a lot of so again, all the work on them, they know like some glory, and you know that apple. You know that apple is so kind of and maybe actually trying to so again, we want to give an example over here. What's the case? For example, hey, I'm a sexual project. So for example, say they have a guess about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, the other members said that they can go ahead and make the entire object into a created object shady, right? So that's not focus. Up until the point, after the point, you do the height piece of the the height piece of the qualification. Illustrations, of course, of that my focus. Again, the battery is going to be a leap year. And as the shading and as the page is going to do the when things falls out, you have public standardization. Here's an example of an focus where again mistakes are versus kata. Asiri, Asiri so the Shimon, the lucky Asiri okay, so again, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, those Akadasai, actually show you how it's going to be illegal. So say so from last cycle, from your position, typically that Rashi points out here that are 11 days, at least 11 days between the cycle. Remember again, we will continue to work with the right cycle is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nido, 11 days of Zibo. So you might focus on the idea of say, you're not going to get in depth with all of these, not focusing partly because only because they're all fascinating. So, these are all just, I want to explain what we're doing. Just trying to show strength of my again, we're trying to find things that are becoming something memory, which if you have enough to find something, which is done intentionally is a place, and then unintentionally is a capital. We're just trying to interpret the concept of the interpretation of this dot, and like a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. Example, so for example, again, what's Java? You should first define Java. So you're supposed to define a series. What happens if one of these are a series? Type is better like the ninth. A series after that. So again, remember, not with this about what happens is our reading from the other shade of the 10th stage going forward. Does that make Java resulting ramifications which could potentially be covered. And the other Masiri, Masishi Baishina, Abasiri Baishina, find the Shagisha Masiri, Hadasar, Mahadasar Baishina, Afasila Baishina. So again, let me use one of these right now. Fundamentally, my progress about readings that extend from the days of the Zivos. Ultimately, I get into the days of the movement. What's the my focus regarding that could lead to potential field colors. Fine. Next. Zeh was a Zeh Hadin. So it's there in the concept of first of Zero Shabbat. Then the whole is Zero Shabbat. What does that mean? We'll say on the base. He's on a subset. So for example, we have markets regarding whether or not one's broader from the one who is divided. Let's say we divided Ruffle. Then it's broader. What's the Arabic status of that brother to Ruben? So, Yamalava, I'm going to read Asya, Haina, Asya Zuma Zuma. So let's say, so again, for example, we show this again. We can't about the brother from a woman who was violent, who was by his daughter, and therefore again, she is an heir the father. She's the father. Okay, so it's like a Mamre. Says no, it's only your brother from a woman. Not from a woman who violent. So again, this would be an example that would be a courage to come and change the facts for your thing. Getting down the lead down. Getting stand lead up with the guys. Getting down lead up, stand up, stand sheep up, one of the two. Stand lead up, a caveat of the Hammer Brabana. By Danida, the focus of the Hammer Brabana, Dam Hayaba. What happens if it's yellowish white? White that has a yellowish color to it. So down a yellow, a caveat of the Hammer coming. The caveat of the says ultimately again the Chacham Paris, and the Chacham ultimately say that it is once I so once again. What do you think of this method? Yes? These are three parts. Relations with one of the things God can develop your colors. So then these are examples. Down laser, what's the down laser case? Interesting. If we put the that way, this is what the down laser is. I rap on a million FSU. I don't so as very, very unique work. Fascinating halachas in the horizon child. What are the halachas? We have a new horizon. I mean, you don't constantly this way today. A whole system of like Tamida, Tamida, Tamsiba, putting them kind of more one framework called Tamida. In the rights, by the way, what a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she reaches a certain amount of time the blood is coming, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, having one of the girls, the blood is tougher. This is not mechanics of that. That reminds me that says, really, there's one source of blood. I thought you also about talking also, and again, at certain point in time, it says the blood is coming. And another point in time, it says, ultimately again, down is tougher. But really, I'm like, he says, no, it's not true. It's two kind of sources of blood. If the tummy source is closed off, the tar one is open. This time, the tar source is closed off, the tummy one is open. And I will say, now what does that matter? What does that matter? So this comes up in the ultimate way continuously bleeds out going ahead and stop it. So can we see that she switches over from what we call down tummy to down tar? So once again, the ramifications over here are huge colors. All of the show again are examples of cases where the Zucker money will be arguing with the rest of the Bezdin, and the stakes of the case are currents that can intentionally start us at the unintentionally. Dan Sibo, what's Dan Sibo? Brooklyn the Rose of Yeshua. I think the Rose of Yeshua, the spell Kishkosh Hashem, so that's how you know the whole went ahead. And literally again, Kishkosh actually says over here, Simify, reader, she might not hear these because you should be able to look them up. So here was a message here that is going for 3 days, for 11 days. It was 3 shops on the Ace. If it stops subsided for the Ace usually 24-hour period, the yoga, currently 11 days old. So to stop for 24 hours period, and she gave birth during that week, which was the 11 days old. So technically, a woman can give birth while she is in a state of sleep. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. Here are the ones. The Shabbat says, light up the Yom, and Shabbos, was an eye-terrible piece. Like, the word Gemara, right, a reference to Purim, to Shabbos. Reference to Shabbos. But the Yeshua says, light up the Yom, during Shabbos, feel low. Okay, I was like, okay, this one, you probably could share the Shabbos. Right? This one I don't know how to work. Right? This one's probably not going to work well. Right? So the next again, so the Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, right? If she stops bleeding, ultimately, not just for a day, but ultimately again, like a shot, namely a night and a day, just something outside, a little bit down. I think that's subsided. Right? A little bit that subsided. Not the law. Anything like you know, once again, just all examples of cases where the stakes are high enough because we're dealing again with a indication that's unintentional because unintentional next they really let's do the process. My focus is again, by capital cases, multiple cases, so examples of these cases to result in this is very interesting. What's an example of the again amount of cases? Schneider should done in this is the Shmuel says people act as if they've been so their judge is valid judgment. However, it's not based in cuts. They're called the justification. Okay. Rabbi Avo, Amar, the Biblia have called being Rabbi Avo says, no, everyone agrees that what? Based on the two people, if issues halachic rulings, and if the halachic rulings are totally invalid. That will say, how is this play? I did not know this is how did this result in a current case? That will say, what? How rational is this? So remember again, let's say that a basic two people. Given two people, adjudicated case to litigation. Like Ruben claims that he owes him money. Given the people, prosecutors say Ruben's right, and they extract money from Shimon. Now what happens? So now Ruben loses that money. He's Mekaydish woman. Right? The problem is what? According to one opinion, he's Mekaydish woman with his money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential ish, right? I'm not going to say which again could result potentially in adultery and all the whole variety of different circumstances. Which could become a curse. Like arguably, like it could become a curse. So again, and that will start from the amount of curse. So here's going to come again. But the second memory says, I hold that a baby. And the other thing he said, basically, no, the personal murder cases, it's not cases could result in a potential cause. Fascinating.
But now it is. Now that
person is cautious. The Rebbe Rabbi, what's the name of the Pasha's case? The sign the Rebbe over. But it's not the Nefesh, Nefesh, like us, this moment. Saying it's always a life for a life, a life for a life. Other what is a military conversation. I told them over in our Nefesh man, I'm a seal of Mouth, the seal of Mouth. Like it says, the seal of Mouth, so once again, let's say they have a focus about what Nefesh does Nefesh. So literally, it's like the money can bounce me to put someone to death. You have to say, no, it needs not that conversation. Once again, this is the need to be cars unintentionally. Not just unintentionally. Being Marcus, what about Marcus? The point is that you show up on it. It's not. Marcus beginning, it's going to show up the fuck. So again, not fundamental difference. How many unique translations ultimately are your knowledge? So one thing he says, a basic of demorphine. Another says a basic of customer. So most like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over for today. I know we went a little bit past one video, but again, I just want to read the takeaway. Here's the takeaway. We know we have right history for us, it's the point of something numbers. Now we know the entire class. Really not focus, ultimately again, what are the cases that make, when we just read over here, it's really easy to understand about the average guy and what's called it the smart guy. That's how you talk about what I in order for such to become a something number, and the focus about something which is done intentionally would carry a key cost and it's done unintentionally carry a key effect. That's how it is. All your intention was interpreting the that we started with that today. We outlined all the different kinds of cases and showed how each and every one of those cases could eventually be a key /slash. So it's like, again, in the midst of all this, we got Purim, in the midst of all this, we got Shabbos, in the midst of all this, we got Haggai, and then also saying from Purim, we're going to gather in there for and then this week, and it's going to be
You can say that shit on Instagram, you can say that shit on Facebook. Yeah, but it's not the same because Instagram has pictures.
All right, Haggai and Zoom.
Caption doesn't even matter. You get no cap, that's where it came. So you're telling me Instagram has a third dimension now? You're like text-based shit doesn't understand what you mean. Right, talk about it. You can share a story post of this fucking flat dude. I'm there for it. I'm retweeting that shit. Can you share stories? I know you can't. I know you can't. I do it all the time. I just don't. The stories are like, I don't know. I don't want to film something. I don't want to have to like edit whatever the fucking thing is on the thing. I don't understand that. I like writing. I'm a writer. Oh, I'm a writer. Oh my god. I know. I just.
All right, Joel, say good morning. Good morning, my friends from Purim. We're looking at Shabbos. Just let's watch things we're throwing dots together on this holy and incredible day. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's here to thank our sponsors for Tough Days. The Coach Mishpach itself, the dedication of this year as Jesus Christ, Torah's Tovos for all of us. Torah's Tovos for one for other, carrying Zin, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zvi Hirsch, Ben Yossi HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berlin families. In memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael Shmuel, and of the week of learning sponsors, Colin Catholic College, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zachariah, Ben Zachariah, Zachariah, and the Torah. all of them on Shabbat Aliyah. The fans in the tunnel, all those new reports having to be called for the Hashem, in whom all our hostage and all the soldiers were successful. Masi Adehem, just be so Hashem to Nisim and flows all of Klal Yisrael. Because with that, let us begin a lot to do today about Hashem and less than usual. So let's maximize it. Today's episode 87. We're picking up on pick up again with Amar. So if you see where it goes with Amar Ab Yosef, and about 4 lines up from there. We actually read the same. Hakom Odin Ben Sorum. Hakom Odin Ben Sorum. More focus Ben Sorum. More mathematics. Everyone agrees that Ben Sorum more than Ben Sorum more high. Everyone agrees that Ben Sorum more are and everyone agrees it doesn't matter. Notice Hakom Ben Sorum more. Stating Hanshon Shenera in Kopshia Polomar Lahak. Everyone agrees that regarding the first complaint about Ben Sorum more, if they are native babies only, that they cannot be executed. They cannot be executed. Why? Because they can always claim that their entire intention was only to go ahead and visit Malchus upon the kid. Call on Ben Sorum more. They did not Shinera. They go to when it even comes to the second set of witnesses, because by Sorum more, that if they are making a claim that they can't be killed. Why? Because essentially the entire sentence of the Ben Sorum more hinges on their testimony. Because the first set of witnesses simply say, we came in order to make a kindness. And therefore the second set are clearly the ones who are responsible for the death penalty. The Machlokes Ben Sorum more. Where's the Machlokes Ben Sorum more? Is actually interesting. Shnaim Omen Lefanenu Kan, Shnaim Omen Lefanenu Achal. Interestingly, so you have 2 witnesses who testified. We saw the kids, right? We saw the Ben Sorum more steal the money from his father. And 2 more, we saw him go ahead and eat the meat and wine. Because normally, again, you're having 1 set of witnesses testify about the both events. Here you have 2 set of witnesses testifying about 2 separate events. What's the nature of combined testimony? That's not progress. The last is this. Back to kidnapping. Right? We've been kidnapped. So now what happens? We can along and say, we saw the baby and sell Shimon. So those very same witnesses are made into agents. Where it says they are not killed, right? The Zomer are not killed. Why not? Because you can always turn around and say, yeah, I true. I killed Shimon. I sold Shimon. You know why I sold Shimon? He's my Evet. He's my slave. It's because he's my slave. I'm allowed to sell him. So because ultimately, again, the defendant technically exempts himself from the claim, therefore, Allah and Maisa, a Zoring would not be able to be executed over this. I'm ready, Yosef. The man of the Hashma, whose opinion is this? Like, is it going to be why the Omar Davar Allah? We're going to keep us for Allah and Maisa in order to be liable. Allah and Maisa, you have to be testifying about an entire Indian. Remember again, this was at the beginning of yesterday's that whole over and not Chatzika. I'm going to buy a teacher of Anon. Again, according to Rabbanon, apparently again, this could be killed. What about what we just said? Just said a moment ago that the local Raisa, the defendant could exempt himself. How could he exempt himself? Because he could go ahead and say, that yes, I sold Shimon, but Shimon Allah people came over the law us to aid the What's interesting? What's the case over here? The case over here, as we have witnesses, claim that we saw moving function. What's missing? Witnesses say that moving kidnapped. So you have 18 Mechira, you don't have 18 Geneva. You have to remind the member of all. In fact, if you have, you only have witnesses that Ruvain went ahead and sold Shimon, but no witnesses that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon, so there's no case over here. What are we talking about? You have to remind the member. So the idea over here is at the end of the day, halal for myself, the witnesses to the kidnapping came later on. Okay, but if they came later on, in other words, again, the fact that the time the witnesses are testifying that moving Shimon, there's not yet accepted testimony that we kidnapped Shimon and have liability for the Kira if we have not yet accepted the testimony about kidnapping itself. So Tzricha to come around Zira Musi. So this is interesting. What's happening? The witnesses are signaling to each other. In other words, the second interesting enough in this case over here, the witnesses that testify that Reuben sold Shimon are the one here first three days. They testify. There's another set of witnesses that are there, and they're there to testify that Reuben kept Shimon. And like emotions, not like in a bad way, not in a solution way. You just have the emotions with each other. Like indicate, oh, you know what, we'll talk after you. So you might have thought, no, it's enough. You're reasonable. You might have the fact that the witnesses are all communicating. I love the myself. You should always feel like you have testimony about the testimony about the kidnapping itself, to which the Gemara says, Misa loves it ultimately again signaling between witnesses is how we can significant. Therefore, if you have witnesses come along and say you were going to sell Shimon, and those witnesses made into Aiden Shimon, they can be executed. Why? Because no formal testimony that relates to okay, good. Let's say Mishnah. Moving along. Zakim Mamre. I said this is very interesting. When we've spoken about this, we've referenced before. Literally translated is the rebellious sage. Essentially, in a nutshell, the rebellious sage, a member of the Sanhedrin that we'll discuss in a minute, who refuses the oath to the majority and remains set in his personal wishes. That's right now. Says the Mishnah. Zakim Mamre Api based on the Mishnah. The employment called Davar. Now we're going to explain the concept of memory. Right? There are three different buckets situated in Yerushalayim. Listen to this. One based at the entrance of Harabayis, one was situated at the entrance of the courtyard of the Mikdash. And the refuse, I will say, what we call the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin was the last one, that's number 3, situated in Lishkas HaGazis. So listen to this. So what happened? So let me give you the backstory. The backstory is there's a dispute in the local page, right? And there's everyone is on one side, and something is on the other side. They can't see the resolution. Now they take their case up Shabbat. First step is they do this ultimate entry to the Harabayis. They come there. And the Sakin, right? We'll call it the sage in the minority. The sage in the minority, he comes along and he says, he presents peace in front of the base. Listen, this is my position, this is the position of my friends. Because you can't be right. Ultimately, how I learned that. So my friend is telling me, in Shamu Amar, Shamu Amar. So, and again, and the Sakin essentially says, based in Hebron. Have you heard anything regarding this case? Have you heard anything regarding this case? You do not get a fucking number. He's just the guy. He's just the sensitive judge. We'll see what he comes to fucking number. What's beautiful about this? You notice how the fucking number talks. This is my position. And this is my friend's position. There's often in life we are able to articulate our own position, but a lot of difficulty, certainly hearing and even more so the positions of others. It's a mitzvah. It's a mitzvah. Now, really time to actually understand someone else. I disagree with it at the end, but at least it's informed disagree. As opposed to what happens often in life, just kind of summarily or quickly or just officially disagree with things that just don't sound like us, without really trying to understand what the other person has to say. There's a lot of God's listeners that the memory is able to fully articulation of the other. He goes on. So what happens if the first base, in the base has they don't have anything to add to this transition? What happens? You go to the next base. This base is situated at the entrance of the Azar. Once again, the Sasha says, guys, this is what I said, this is what my friends say. Okay, right. Im Shamu Amalahem. Bema, so at the entrance of the Azar. To add, right? Anything to add. If they do, fantastic. They involve, they will be able to partner with these like other psychologists. And if not, then everyone, the bus team station over here, everyone sounds like even the members are now coming along with a court from the Lishka psychosis. That's what they're coming. Shedding from the phone spell. This is the basement. This is the basement from which Torah goes out. So all the studies are Shana and Maris. You know, Mokam of one Shana. So what's this fun? So now, it turns out that the partners in Israel they get Lishka psychosis. Lishka psychosis rules in favor of the majority and against the sucking. Okay, so you know, the sucking turn goes back to count. And he just continues to teach in accordance with his opinion. It's fine, it's not a problem. In Horela Chayish. When does he become a sucking member? Let's be a sucking member. It means not only in his opinion, but he encourages people to act upon that opinion. In other words, if the sucking member is back home and all he's doing over here is simply teaching his opinion, right? He's espousing his Torah, fine, espousing Torah. He comes back after this entire process. He says, Hebra, this is what you have to do. Clearly in defiance of the majority, that's a problem. He becomes a Zaki Mami. Talmud Torah Lasos. Interestingly enough, all of this is a Zaki. Now, what is a Zaki? Zaki is an ordained sage. Actually, become a Zaki Mami. Let's say you don't have a Zaki Mami. Let's say just a Talmud. What's a Talmud? Like it's Rashi says over here, Talmud Shalom, Yallah, the Nefak Abezid. So this is a guy, this Talmud is someone who might be a Talmud Chacham, but he has not yet gotten to the level of Horah, what we call passing Halacha. An individual like this goes ahead and, disagrees with the basic, and even with his particular opinion, look at Potter. He's Potter, right? Because the beginner of Zaki Mami is only being someone who has Simcha, and someone who has reached the level of Horah, of ultimately going ahead and instructing the passing Halacha. Minza, Chamuro, it turns out that ultimately, again, his Chumrah. What's his Chumrah? His Chumrah is that he's not allowed to pass Halacha. But that Chumrah that he's not passing Halacha, ultimately, it's not put to death for being a Zaki Mamre. Incredible. All right, here we go. So now, we just outlined the process for Zaki Mamre. So now we know exactly how this works. Now the interesting part is what cloaks, right? What kind of dispute are we talking about a Zaki Mamre and between his fellow students? So turn up on the Parliament part of our time of Pesach, he said, first of all, we're talking about someone who wants to say a mufla. Now, what is a mufla? An expert. In order to become a Zaki Mamre, you can't just be a regular. To be a Zaki Mamre, you have to be a recognized expert. Next, Mimchat, say, just want to point out what's happening. The Torah is the Gemara's analyzing the Pasuk. The Pasuk Gemara's analyzing is, when some matter will be unclear to you, din ledin, judgment and judgment, nega nega, right? One type of nega. What is it? Affliction. Good affliction. There's another word, right? Okay, good. Benjamin Rivos Bishara. Or any disputes you may have or gates, it comes about some Makwa Shin Khashal Kera. Well, the merge darshan this entire process. So what does it mean? Mincha, you call it mincha davar. So mincha, the mufla. Good. Mincha, say going. Furthermore, mincha means someone who's able to give counsel. In other words, we'll say in order to get yourself in trouble, being a Zaki Mamre, you have to be holding on a certain level. So many actually says we're very unique. Gemara is also giving examples of types of machlokim which could result in a Zaki Mamre scenario. So for example, Mimcha refers to interpretation of the year. Right? Ibarama. Right? Leap year, not a leap year. This is the kind of thing, but it is not. Next. So it says, B'chenu Omer, Nimcha Yotza Choshev Al Hashem Re'ach. Yois B'liyav. Davar. Next is Davar. So halacha. There's a first dispute in halacha. For example, there's a dispute between Zaki Mamre and the other individual about halacha and Moshe Sinai. Halacha and Moshe Sinai. Right? So that's what they're disputing. The Mishpat Zehadin. What's Mishpat? First din Zera Shabbat. They have a whole particular type of Zera Shabbat. This is Zera Shabbat, not Zera Shabbat. Being done with that. It's supposed to remember again. We're just going through different examples of things that ultimately again could result in something family scenario. Fine, being done with them, being done with them later. For example, there's not focus and distinguishing in them. In them later, done Siva, in Dimbuting, in the partial scheme of the scheme of there's a dispute. It's something whether it's in cautious capital cases, in monetary cases, in lashes, they nega, what does that mean? They negate other dozen. Something to do again the current Saras of a homo soul. Divrei, Educhin Erkin Bakisha. So Divrei means again, Karen vowels, Erech vowels, Hekish vowels, Rivos, Duashkas, Sota, Valifas, Ebitanas, Misora. So Rivos, literally argue with this refers to captive cat, you find the body that's killed. And Tarasora, Bisharefa in your deeds. To Leket Shikaka. This refers again, Leket Shikaka, different tribes, so Leket agricultural tribes. The Kamdon, again, what emerges put over here is just mentioned all the different possible areas of halacha where you can have an argument which could result in a sucking mamre scenario. Okay? The Kamdon, and you will get up. Where is that? Where you get up from? Basically, from the local court. And you will go up. Malame, Shadis, and Mikdash, Gava, Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Yisrael, Gava, Mikol Ha'ad. What is it? In fact, it's interesting. Scholar says you will get up from wherever you are and go up. Go up. What do you see when going up? You see the base of Mikdash is the highest point in Eretz Yisrael, and ultimately again, Eretz Yisrael is higher than all of the other lands. The fact that ultimately again the Lashon of Hallelujah of ascension is used with this legend was located in the base of Mikdash and Eretz Yisrael. The Gemara says, okay, analyze that for flow. Tishon based on Mikdash from Eretz Yisrael, the Siv, Valisa. So I understand why we say that the base of Mikdash is taller, is one of the tallest parts in Eretz Yisrael, because Lashon is Valisa. You go up to the base of Mikdash. Ella, Eretz Yisrael, Gavon, Mikol Ha'aretz. And where do I know that Eretz Yisrael is higher than the other lands? The Siv, Lachin, Hine, Yomim, Va'im, Nu'um Hashem. Well, Yom HaChai Hashem Asher Ha'ela, explanation on Eretz Mitzrayim. Kim Chai Hashem Asher Ha'ela, V'asher Hevi Ezera Beis Yisrael, Eretz Tziphono, Mikol Ha'alatos Asher Yidachtim Sham, Yeshua L'San. I will say, how incredible is this? The Gemara over here is quoting the passage from Yirmiyahu Hanavi. Yirmiyahu Hanavi says something beautiful. He says, the day will come, the days will come, but we will no longer simply refer to Hashem as the God who took us out of it. Right? And if you notice what I here is, Hashem took us, it's not just simply out. What does Ha'ela mean? Hashem took us up. So we won't only refer to the God as God who took us up from Mitzrayim territory. We refer to HaKadosh as the one who brought the children of Israel from all lands, who brought us up. Ha'ela, from all the lands. What do you see there? I see there that whenever there's a reference taking us to Eretz Yisrael, what's the law? Aliyah. Always look at things like that. How overwhelmingly amazing is it that this topic of the law on Torah? It's not even the best part of it. Hold on. Wait, right? Let's say, but just amazing. A passage about the law, we're literally talking about the fact that His Father is going to take us out from all of the lands of our dispersion and is going to bring us up. You know, as great as Purim is, and as beautiful as Purim is missing this kasya. It's covered in miracles. It's even miracles. Right? It's miracles cloaked in nature. And term awakens in us as much as we celebrate this beautiful, beautiful race. Because we have incredible it awakens in us the desire for more. I don't want to be miracles. I don't want to be cast up. We want to feel miracles. And we are, as we're yearning to feel miracles, what is it? Reminds us to come. And when they come, he's going to the bucket, he's going to take us up, he's going to take us out. Because every reference to every song is only one direction. And it's always going up. Incredible. Hold on. Right? So this is interesting. Now they're going to see there's essentially a theory in our process about what type of legal matters can make someone into a Zaki memory. So Rainer holds that it's only regarding something which, if done intentionally, would be a fee of charis, and accidentally would be a fee of katas. Rabbi Yehuda says, "Al davar sheikara mizivei Torah." Rabbi Yehuda says, "No, it's about something where the source halacha is midaraisa, but the interpretation is through the Rabbanan, and they're arguing about the interpretation." So Rabbi Shimon says, "Afilu victor echad b'kivei pretty much anything, even if they're arguing about like a small detail in the thing of law. So ultimately, again, it still become a Isakim Mamre. So my time, supposed to sound like my time right there. So it's Ramir's life. So remember, Ramir's said that halacha, so ultimately, again, Rabbi Meir said that halacha l'maisa, the only type of thing that can make you into a zakin mamre, ultimately is the type of thing that you intentionally is kares, intentionally, unintentionally yatos. So the Gemara says, what's it? Davar. He makes it zir shava ultimately again of davar. So the Gemara says, sit haka, keep on. So what's the widest line? It says over here, that's talking about the Har of Davar Natzibah, which Sanhedrin constantly incorrectly ultimately leads the people to go ahead and make a mistake. Just like over there, it's talking something. We're intentional to make kares, right? And shogig is chatas. Afkaris, we're talking mamre, davar shechadon kares. Okay, so may learn that. Fine, that's opinion one. Rabbi Yehuda says this. Rabbi Yehuda's opinion was that only become a sakin mamre, on something different Torah, and the key case, right? That the ikra halacha is medarais, and the details are learned after Rabbanan. So where did we get this from? Rabbi Yehuda, adi ikra Torah yolicha. Actually, something where the Torah says something. But based on the passage in the Torah, we don't know how to pass it. We need Chazal to interpret it. That's the type of situation that could create Sakin Mamre. And last, Rabbi Shimon, Asher Gidul HaKamahu, I feel called Rabbi Shimon says pretty much it comes out from a base. Anything they argue about. Because the Sakin Mamre remains kind of place and refuses to yield to the majority, that could create Sakin Mamre. I'm going to ready for this. So Shafina said, fine. Take the Rabbi says, referring to the Bryce we spoke at the beginning of the take the Bryce and interpret it according to Rabbi Meir. So Rabbi Meir is of the opinion that halacha l'maisa, you can only come to a Sakin Mamre if there is a machlokes regarding something that if done intentionally has a charis, and unintentionally carries a chiyuv chas. That's the only ergo. So it's a limited body of halacha that again. So like if they have a machlokes, do you need to read the Megillah a second time, during the day? If that's being a machlokes, that could not result in a Mitzvah. Why not? Because it's a thing that on. But Meir says it's only if they're machlokes about something which is done intentionally chiyuv charis, unintentionally chiyuv chas. So now listen to this. Interpret between the vice president and mayor. Tell me how this whole thing works for this. Watch this. Here we go. He probably. So he's interpreting the same exact puzzle that we started the dot with today. So the mufla first of all, everyone agrees. They'll say, in order to be a Mazak Mamre, you gotta be a Muslim. You have to be someone who's an expert. Someone who's an expert. Okay? Fine. That's next, Mincha, Zeyoetz. Sheodeh la'aber shonim l'kwach ha'lashon. Furthermore, not only an expert, but an expert should be experts. What's an expert should be experts? Someone with intercalation of the moon. Again, I say, you understand what it means to know intercalation of the moon? First of all, none of us know what intercalation itself actually, right? All the more like using that word, right? Like, so all the more so the actual process for the intercalation of the moon, of the year, of the month. So you're talking about expert of the experts. Fine. Next. We'll say, what's next? Good. Fine. So Kidisnan. Okay, well, get ready for this. What's an example of a machlokas that could occur? Okay, you ready for this? Okay. Listen to this. I'm done. It's just call it a day. This is ridiculous. 7.5 year. How does it happen? It's not like a drasha. It's not like it's not a gematria. Again, a Purim case on Purim. Purim. So what's the matter? I'll say, just we always say. Sometimes, we get up, we deprive ourselves of sleep, eat ourselves. We're going a lot of information, not a lot of time. And ones are like, how do you feel about this? Is this the proper avoda? And then every once in a while, and that's infrequent. The emotional kiss is just a kiss, a nachas kiss, and some grace. Says, my children, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for waking up early, or whenever we do the daf. Thank you for carving out the time to learn my Torah. And if you think that I'm not listening to you, and if you think that I'm not attentive to you, and if things out of however many blocks there are in Shas, that a Purim Sugya should come up in Purim. I always say, one day earlier, one day later, poked on Purim, the Purim Sugya comes up. I always say, just know. Sometimes, what does every child want to know? Deep down, every child wants to know that I give my father nachas. That's what I want to do. Spend our lives trying to give our parents nachas. So again, all the words were really Shalom. And then a Gemara like this comes along, and we know that Abba is so incredibly proud of us. To continue to give our father nachos. And never ask him Shalom. So again, so the Gemara gives an example here. What's the Purim case? For example, so, for example, also they have a machlokas about how to go ahead and declare a leap year. So again, they members of the Sanhedrin said that they could go ahead and make the entire Adar into create an Adar Sheni, right up until Purim. So that's machlokas. Up until Purim, after Purim, the Ilahai Kashari Chametz V'Pesach, the Ilahai Gisa Kashari Chametz V'Pesach. The most the ramifications are you going to end up eating Pesach? Right? Again, depending if there's going to be a leap year, another base, so that's going to the Pesach falls out. Yeah, you have vacations. So here's an example of a machlokas where again the savar zehalacha zu hilchos Rabbi Yochanan Amar Asiri Kishi, Rabbi Shimon ben Amar Asiri Ka'achad. So again, if you take a look at Rashi says over here. Hilchos Achadasar Yom Achron Shal Yud Aleph Shebei Nida L'Nida. So remember again from last cycle, from Hilchos Nida, from Sekas Nida. So we have this concept. Rashi points out over here that there are 11 days, at least 11 days between every Nida cycle. Again, the way Hilchos Nida works in the Doraisa is a 7-11 cycle. 7 days of Nida, 11 days of Ziva. So the Gemara quotes over here, it's like, we're not going to get in depth in all of these machlokas, partly because only because of time. They're all fascinating. These are all just, I want to frame what we're doing over here. We're just trying to show a series of machlokas. Remember again, we're trying to do Meir holds. It's the only time you can become a Zakimrei, because if you have a machlok regarding something, which if done intentionally is a Chiyav Charis, and done unintentionally is a Chiyav Chatos. We're just trying to interpret beginning of this daf and highlight a whole bunch of cases that fit into that criteria. So, for example, what's davar? This refers to the following halacha. Zu hilchos achad asar deitmar asiri. What happens if a woman believes 10th day? Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kitishi. 10th is asiri ke'achad asar. So again, remember, the two machlokes about what happens if there's machlokes about status of her bleeding from the 11th day or from the 10th day. Does that make her a zava? And the resultant ramifications, which could potentially lead to a chiyuv kares. Rabbi Yochanan Amar asiri kitishi. Matashi ba'ishimer, af asiri ba'ishimer. Fine. Rish Lakish Amar asiri ke'achad asar, ma'achad asar lo ba'ishimer, af asiri lo ba'ishimer. So again, without getting into all the details right now, a fundamental machlokes about bleeding that extends from the days of the zivos ultimately again into the days of the needle. What's her status? If they have a machlokes, that could lead to potential chiyuv kares. Fine. Next. Zeh. So the Gemara says Zeh hadin. So Zeh, the pasuk, the first thing Zeh Shabbos. The machlokes about Zeh Shabbos. What does that mean? On the days din bito ma'anaso. So for example, have machlokes regarding whether or not one's daughter from a woman who violated. Let's say we've been violating a woman, we violated Rachel, daughter. What's the herb status of that for two moving? So we'll say, so again, for example, remember we saw this sugi actually. So we passed that ultimately, even the daughter from a woman who one violated still his daughter, for again, she is an erva to the father. She's an erva to the father. So let's say again, it's like in Mamre, he says from a legal relationship, but not from a woman who is violated. So this would be an example where a would be a chiyuv kar intentionally, a chiyuv katas unintentionally. Dein dam ludam, dein dam sorry, dein dam nida dam leida siba. So what are the cases over here? Dam nida betrug the akavya the mahalero v'rabbanan. So for example, by dam nida, the machlokes could be like the machlokes in a kavya the mahalero v'rabbanan. What's the machlokes? Dam hayara. What happens is yellowish blood that has yellowish color to it. A kavya ben mahalel, so kavya ben mahalel says ultimately again that it's tamei. And the chachamim ultimately say that it is tahar. So we'll say, so once again, what are the ramifications of this machlokes? Ramifications are because relations with love carries with it a penalty. So again, these are examples. What's the dam leida case? This is very interesting. The chukkas the Rav. So this is machlokes Rav and Levi. Rav Amar Mayin Hatorah. So again, the way it works, fascinating halachos midaraisa with shabbat midaraisa. Now again, we don't pass in this way today because our whole system, like dam leida, dam nida, ziva, have kind of morphed into a framework called nida. But again, in Daurasa, the way it works, a woman gives birth, and after she gives birth, she bleeds for a certain amount of time. The blood is tamei, and then for a certain amount of time afterwards, depending on a boy or a girl, the blood is tahar. There's a machlokes about the mechanics of that. Rav Amar Mayin Echatu. Rav says, really, there's one source of blood. And again, a certain point the Torah says the blood is tamei. Another point the Torah says again, the dam is tahar. The Levi Amar Levi says, Shnei Ma'ayanos saying, no, it's not true. It's two different kinds of sources of blood. So the Gemara says, Nistam hatamei matar, Nistam hatar niftach hatamei. So literally again, if the tamei source is called tar one is open, the tar source is closed off, the tamei one is open. Now what does that matter? So this comes up a case where ultimately a woman continuously bleeds without going ahead and stopping. So you can't say that she switches over from what we call dam tamei to dam tar. So once again, the ramifications here are chiyuv kares. All we're trying to show again are examples of cases with the zakin man we're doing with the rest of the days. Then the stakes of the case are kares if done intentionally, chatas if done unintentionally. Dam ziva, what's the dam ziva case? We put the Rabbi Yoshua. If a woman went ahead and literally again kishta, Rashi says over here, Ksiva Parshas Zava, Ba'achad Hashem Shebei Nida L'Nida, Shemayim Aviyah L'Dei Ziva, V'isha Kiyazov Zov Damah. So again, I said, let's say she has a situation where she's flowing for 3 days within her 11 days of zivos. In Shafsa Me'es La'es, If it stopped, if it subsided for Me'isleis usually means 24-hour period, the Yoga, how does the Yoledes dissolve? So if it stopped for a 24-hour period and she gave birth during that time, this is called the Yoledes dissolve. So technically speaking, a woman could give birth while she is in a state of zivus. Okay, so that has its own ramifications as well. The Rebbe Lazar, the Bishur Bishua says, "Laila v'yom kalele shats v'yomo." How incredible is this? Right, in one Gemara, right, a reference to Purim, a reference to Shabbos, reference to Purim, reference to Shabbos. Rabbi Yeshua says, "Laila yom v'leile Shabbos v'yomo." Now you're gonna say, again, the Purim one you probably could share at the Shabbos day, right? This one I don't know that I would, right? This one probably not going to work well. Right? So the mice again. So Rabbi Yeshua says, if she stops bleeding, ultimately 24 hours. No, not just a day, but ultimately again like a Shabbos, they need a night and a day. Just something not sour, it's the pain that subsides, right? The labor pains that subside, not the pain in the din. Okay, so once again, just all examples of cases where the sins are high in the machlokas. We're dealing ultimately again with a case where it's done intentionally, it's unintentionally. Next, machlokas again both sides against dine, right? Cases, monetary cases, malchus cases. So what are examples where these cases could result in kares? Dine mamonos is very interesting. What's an example ultimately again a monetary case? They plugged the Shmuel Rabbi Avo. Listen to this. Machlokes Shmuel Rabbi Avo. What's the machlokes? Some Shmuel. Shnayim shedanu dinei and din. Listen to this. Shmuel says if two people act as a beis din, so their judgment is a valid judgment. However, ela shenikrain beis din chatzif. They're called the chutzpahdik beis din. Okay. Rabbi Avo Amar the divrei hakol ein dinei and din. Rabbi Avo says no. Everyone agrees that what? A beis din of two people can't issue halachic rulings, and therefore the halachic rulings are totally invalid. Rabbi will say, how does, okay, I hear the machlokes, this is interesting. How does this result in a kares case? Rabbi will say, watch how Rashi explains this. This is fascinating. So remember again, let's say you have a beis din of two people. Beis din of two people adjudicate a case between Reuven and Shimon. Like Reuven claims that Shimon owes him money. Beis din of two people ask him, they say Reuven's right, and they extract money from Shimon. What happens? So now Reuven uses that money and he's making shalom. Right? The problem is what? According to one of he's making shalom with money that does not belong to him. So now you could create a potential right? A married woman situation, which again result potentially in adultery or a variety of different circumstances, which become a key of kares. It could become a key of kares. So and that all started from the monetary dispute. So here's an example. If let's say the second memory says, I hold that a beis din could be two. Say a beis din could be three. So you know, again, it's capital cases. It's monetary cases. It's monetary cases which could result in a potential chiyuv kares. Fascinating. Dini nefashos. The plug to the Rebbe v'Rabbanon. What's the Dini nefashos case? Rebbe v'Rabbanon. The son Rebbe Omer v'nasata nefesh achas nefesh. Right? At so the Gemara says moment. When the Torah says a life for a life, it doesn't mean a life for a life. Rather, what does it mean? It means monetary compensation. You say money, but maybe it means actually life for life. So like it says above, it says so once again, let's say they have a guess about what nefesh tafesh means. So literally, the memory could be passing to put someone to death. The other chevra could say, no, it means monetary compensation. And once again, this could potentially lead to a chiyuv kares if done intentionally, chiyuv kares if done unintentionally. What about makos? The point of Rabbi Yeshua B'Snan, makos b'gimel, Rabbi Yeshua b'chaf gimel. So again, fundamental machlokes, how many do you need for a beis din? Ultimately, again, of malchus. So one opinion says a beis din of gimel, 3. Another says a beis din of chaf. You know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here. We're going to stop over for today. I know we went a little bit fast. We wanted to be able to get through. But again, I just want to, here's the takeaway. My taught us, so now we know the entire passage of fucking memory. Three-way machlokes, ultimately, again, about what are the cases that make one a sucking memory. What we were just doing over here is really fair, which, by the way, I don't want to split because it's tomorrow's daf. That's how you pass halacha myself. In order for a Zaki to become a Zaki membrane, the machlokas has to be about something which, if done intentionally, would carry of kares, and if unintentionally, would carry of chatas. Take that to the bank. That's Allah for myself. All the Gemara was then just doing was interpreting the pasuk that we said the daf with today, which outlined all the different kinds of cases, showed how each and every cases could potentially be of kares slash achilai. And again, this we got Purim in the midst of all this. We got this in the midst of all this. We got a hug and a kiss from our cousin. And I will say again, if in Purim we're going to dive in the Mirta Shemain Shul, tremendous shkayach, tremendous week, and a good narrative. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual commentator sponsor for Tashim Tehes, 785, the Tosim Mishbaba, of our Tisra, dedicating all the Sherman's Rushes this year. In this Chus Soros Telesfor, all of our sponsors for the of other, about the Torah, Terry and Steve Zinn, 11 million of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kurtz, CEO, Ziv, Levin, and Berman families and members of William Ziv, Zev, and Soldier, and our company sponsor, Paul, Rabbi Paul's grandfather, Zechariah, Ben Zechariah, President of American Icon Torah, all over the show, Saturday, families in the family, all those who were fortunate and who Israel, the American soldiers should be successful before massive. Let us begin. We have a lot to do today, and it's time than usual to do it. And so today's daf is page 86. We are picking up a Mishnah on Teher with days 85b. And the Mishnah says as follows: So now we're talking about the interesting subject, kidnapping. So literally, again, like going to Israel, a person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. They'll say that I just want to point out how incredible it is to learn this Mishnah on Tini's Esther. Like the entire part of the story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Ahasuerus, totally against the will, against Mordecai's will. And again, one thing we see about the Hashgacha Hashem, divine providence, is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. It's how incredible it is. Literally, again, at Tini's Esther, to begin Hagomev Nefesh Yisrael, person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now, this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So, what's the halacha? So, in general, again, the halacha for kidnapping, or the punishment for kidnapping, is misa, is punishment, is death penalty. So, now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. Hagomev Nefesh Yisrael. If one goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew, you're only kind if you take the dunk into your rishus, your domain. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says you have to take the victim into your domain, and number one, use of them. Like, do something to them. We go to the Pasuk, this Amr Umafro. The Pasuk in its entirety is, he might donate nefesh me'achad mibnei Yisrael. The person will be found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew. His Amerbo utilized him. He worked him, and he sold him. And the kidnappers put to death. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Yehuda says that Allah there's really three qualifications: kidnapping, number two, making use of the individual, three, selling them. Rabbi Shmuel, what happens if someone kidnaps their son? Interesting case. A person kidnaps their son, and you the chayiv. Shabbi Yochanan and Bloch is chayiv. I don't really the Chacham say your patri. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's located here? What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a Chatzi Evan, Chatzi Ben Chomer? What's the Rabbi Yehuda Mechayev Bekanton? Rabbi Yehuda says that you're Chayiv, and the Chachamim ultimately say that you are Pater. Okay, so one says a lot to unpack over there. First things first, the Tanakama, Lo Ba'Yimur, so one says, remember again, first Machlokes in Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama says that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're a Chayiv if you bring them into your Rishus, if you bring them into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda added on, you also have to work with the individual. So that's according to the Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. And I will say, without doubt, the pasuk itself says, you're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakama disagree with that particular fact? So the Gemara says, everyone agrees that in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, put them to work and it only goes ahead and let's say generates less than a Shava Puta's worth of work. Is that called work or not? That's the point of contention between the Tanakh and Rabbi Yehuda. So here we ask the following question. Gunbo for Yoshe Mahu. So what's this interesting question? What happens from actually Ruvain is steal, Ruvain kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep. Kidnaps Shimon while Shimon is asleep and he sells Shimon. Right? So he's kidnapped, he's sold all while he's asleep. So Mahu, we'll say, what's the halacha? So ultimately he actually said, well, again, we'll see exactly what the question is over here. So Makar Yishal overall, well, what happens? If Ruvain kidnaps Rachel's pregnant, he's not kidnapping Rachel. But for Rachel's sake, rather, what is Ruvain doing? He wants to kidnap the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Each direct imobakah or indirect imobakah. So is this considered to be, is this considered to be, again, a form of working the individual or not? Which is what I'm talking about. The safer play, the lekka imobakah. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember again, what's the case? Ruvain kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Ruvain kidnapped Rachel and ultimately again sold him for the Uber. So there is no teamwork at all. There's no working over here at all. So what Gemara says, no, what's over there? Look, Tzvicha Yoshin is Zaga Alel. The case is Ruvain kept Shimon and then sold him. And after Ruvain kidnapped Shimon, he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized Shimon, sleeping Shimon as much. Or with the pregnant, there was a big wind. And he put the pregnant in front of him to shield him from. So he's utilizing. He's utilizing these people in an interesting way. Is that called derech imo or not? So again, what you begin to see is the Gemara is accepting this approach and you have your kidnapping. Number one, you have to take a person, kidnap a person. Number two, you have to bring your rishus. And number three, you have to work things. The shaila is called working job, to which the Gemara is taken. Gemara uses the examples like explains this constantly. The Gemara's case, Reuben went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping, he's asleep through the sale. So the shaila just is this called kidnapping or not? Is that called that? So what if you wonder to yourself, how can someone sleep through all of that? How can you sleep with being kidnapped? How can you sleep with being sold? I will say, what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a tremendous koach of shnuch. People can sleep through a lot. People can sleep through kidnapping, people can sleep through selling, and people can sleep through life. And you can see sleep at the wheel of life, through so many twists and turns. And you miss so much, and you don't realize so much, and so much of our whole in life is disorderly, is to be awake, is to be mindful, is to be present, is to recognize what is unfolding all around us, as we don't take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, Tana Abanar, Kimatze ish koni netma, imi ele ish shagana. Ishim is what says, Lashon the pasuk is if you will find amongst you a man who is kidnapped. So I don't even know that there's liability for him who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? What's liability? Now, the golden age. Pasuk says someone kidnaps. Okay, so it's not very specific. Any other issue could have been Isha. I know that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The Isha Shekan soon you get a woman kidnaps a man. Isha Shekan Isha. How do we know that there's liability? If a woman kidnaps a woman, Tamalomar, who makes Hagana Haru Mikomakom. Says the Ghana will be put to death. And again, Mikomakom doesn't have anything, there's no gender specific, no person specific mentioned in the past. It's only death Mishmiachot. The person will be said to have stolen a Jew, kidnapped a Jew. Whether you kidnap a woman, a Garib, a Shukar, you kidnap a convert, you kidnap an emancipated slave. In any of these cases, you are chayiv. Okay, fine. Gunbo below Machro. Machro, Gunbo below Machro. What happens here? What happens here? Reuven kidnaps. And what happens? Reuven kidnaps him, he did not yet sell him. Gunbo below Machro. Or Machro, Va'adain Yeshna B'Shusa. Or Reuven sold Shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered Shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Reuven kidnapped Shimon but didn't yet sell him. Case number two, he sold him but did not yet remove Shimon from his rishos. What's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, if Reuven is discovered, he's when we say pater, he's pater from Nisa. Pater from Nisa. That's not biblical kidnapping. So this is a different case. What happens if Reuven goes ahead and kidnaps Shimon and then sells Shimon to Shimon's father, or Shimon's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Reuven is chayiv. We'll discuss all these cases. According to this, one who goes ahead and kidnaps and is okay. Top of paper 86A. Kind of coming to Rav Sheshes. Amalei. And Mishon Rabbi Shimon holds as follows. So let's say specifically the Gemara is focusing on the case of where Reuven kidnapped Shimon and sells him to Shimon's father, one of Shimon's relatives. Okay, so now into the Rav Sheshes said as follows: the time before Rav Sheshes, Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them from their family, which sounds like you're kidnapping someone from their family and selling them to someone else, which would indicate to us that if Reuven kidnapped Shimon and then sold him back to Shimon's own family, then Reuven would not be liable. Yet the Brisa says he's liable. So what's going on there? So the Gemara says, no, you're right, you know what? Change it to Pater. That if Reuven kidnapped Shimon and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, Shimon's someone else, then ultimately again Reuven would be Pater. So what's second? My question, what's the puzzle here? Perhaps this is a machlokas to which the Gemara supposed to have Rabbi Yochanan, Stam Anachis Rabbi Meir, Stam Tosef Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifer Rabbi Yehuda, Stam Sifer Rabbi Shimon, Bekluz Rabbi Yehuda. This is halacha. We have these principles that we establish the part of Stam Tosefta, Stam Sifra, Stam Sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to amend that which the Brisa said, and in fact, the halacha is that if Reuven Shimon and sold Shimon to his own need, that Reuven is pater. You say pater, no, you're pater from that penalty. Because halacha might want to be liable for kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. You know? So next thing the Mishnah is, what happens if the person kidnaps his son? Like kidnapping his son, what is liability for kidnapping one's own sons? Again, this was in Machlokas. The son of Rabbi Yochanan of Rosh Chayiv, and the Chacham that it's your partner. So let's analyze. My time to why did Rabbanon say that from Rabbi Ramakov, because the pasuk is Ki Matzei, Fat Lematzu. He also said, Lashon of the pasuk is Ki Matzei Ishtiv Nefesh Be'acha. If it will be found that a person kidnaps someone amongst his brethren. Now, Russian Kimatse indicates that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? You found to exclude an pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would never be found with you. How is someone with you if they're not normally found with you? You kidnap them. So this comes from someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. That's the line of the Rabbanon who all again say that you are Potter. Okay. You want to only a couple of by Eliminator. So okay, so now you might say means only in new circumstances, something that was not a pre-existing circumstance. If that's the case, Kiddush Shochet in Isha Bow. Also talks about adultery. It will be found that a man is sleeping with another woman, right? With another woman who's married to another woman, who's married to another man. All Kanami, he must say, so is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example of that? Keep going. Bias places pony the shlichin gabayu. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out their base pony was living arrangement of people shared the house. Now, not this is not what they're listening about. Weren't very happy with this. It's not a good idea for married couples to constantly be close proximity to each other. It is a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was a situation where different married couples shared the same house. So you're going to tell me then that there's not adultery in such a situation like this, because why? Because since it was around with couple three, some you might say it's not like the new circuit. To which the Gemara says, how can man continue? Because I will say, of course, that would be uncontroversial. Of course not. Well, of course, it's going to be liability in that case. Bill Clough, sorry. I'm not learning it out ultimately again from Matei, rather, the Sabiyada. What does the Pasuk say? A man kidnapped, right? The Goni Ish Maharo, the Sabiyada. Right? One person kidnaps another person, and the victim is found. So the Nimsa indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately in a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting, but again, we'll say, by the way, sort of point out, that's how you pass. Grandma passes like Rabbanon, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's not biblical liability for kidnapping. I will say, it's going to out. When we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, so what does that mean? What does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not mean it's good. And of course, you know, say, one thing to remember is we hold one of the Russian Satina. So remember, a lot of people talking about the vacuum in this local. But if you live in a where there is its own laws, you have a law of the land. So it might be true that halacha says that a father kidnapping a son is not kidnapping, but if you have the law is kidnapping, halacha myself is kidnapping. But that's the halacha. So remember, based on the snowfall, I mean, must be Rabbanon, Kimitsuyin Biyadan Damin, Damu Kitiba say, so this is fascinating. So that's done this, based on this, teachers, right? Teachers who teach young children, and also teach other students, right? Teach Rabbanon. These are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore, how I saw, they are the Yimtsu. But I guess it's indicating that if the Rebbe, technically speaking, there would not be biblical life since Talmud that much time of Rebbe. Which is interesting that it's from the Gemara's perspective, that how much time children spend with their Rebbe. Fascinating idea there. And once again, you see this motif a number of times of how the Rebbe Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. You see that again in the circumstances as well. Okay, in any event, take away from this, because we pass like Rabbanon, both of myself, things like that. The father was kidnapping his son during kidnapping. Okay, let's go back to it. Yonav Mishak Katziel. So remember again, next math was if you steal, if you have Katzi Evan, Katzi Boni. what is the halacha? So again, Rabbi Yehuda says Chayiv, the Chacham say that you're potter. Let's analyze. Says the Yerachnan Hasim. Rabbi Yehuda Omer Ein la'avadim boshes. Okay, so seemingly an unrelated statement over here. Rabbi Yehuda says has no boshes. Now what is the evidence? Rashi says over here. In la'avadim boshes. And this Mayesh that will be after Torah loss is Nebashma. Also, we know that there is a compensation category called Boshes. Called humiliation. To embarrass someone, there is a compensation for that. Because that Avodim that doesn't have Boshes, doesn't have humiliation. So if you humiliate the Eved, ultimately again, there is no patient. You are symmetric. What's what we Ish ve'echad. Ish yesh lo achva, yotza eved lo achva. So the Rebbe says the concept that talks about Moshes, that talks about humiliation, talks about the lashon of Yinasu Anashim Yach. Ish ve'echad. So someone who has echad, someone who has achva, familial relations, from the people who is related to a sense of family, he has Moshes. Someone who does not have achva, ultimately, again, it doesn't have Moshes. And Evan Rashi says, or Evan Shein La'os, Ba'akidu in Evan, B'nei Aviv, B'tziv, Amach Amar, Imad Dovel Amar, Ein Ra'ala Kiveh. So from a halachic perspective, Evan does not have familial relations. Because of that, therefore, in technicality, he is not wise, he is not entitled to Moshes. Incredible. Rabbanan will say, Epsis. Rabbanan say, no, it's not true. Echab doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. What does Echab refer to? Someone who is your brother, and it's interestingly enough, an Ebed is your why? Because an Ebed, remember, to Knani over here, right? Because an Ebed is a full-fledged Jew. But a Knani, an Ebed Knani is still your brother in mitzvahs. How so? Because an Ebed Knani, remember again, is still chayiv in any mitzvahs that a woman is chayiv. So therefore, he's your Echab of mitzvahs, and therefore the Rabbanan say, does have Moshes? So the Gemara says, the Haki, Echi Darish, over here, in our context, in our how we actually speaking, Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda says, Me'echad. So let's remember again, Lashon over here is, Ki matei ish gonev nefesh, Me'echad. If a person will be bound to be kidnapping another person, Me'echad. So watch this. So Yehuda dashes, Me'echad, Ba'puke Avodim. Echad comes to exclude Avodim, that Avodim are not included in the halachos of kidnapping, and therefore, again, if somebody kidnaps an Eved, ultimately, again, they're not liable. So it's Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Uti Mishechetzel V'Chetzel Bnei. And again, when it says Bnei Yisrael, that comes to exclude even a Chatzi Eved, Chatzi Bnei Chorim. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Uti Mishechetzel V'Chetzel Bnei Chorim. Bnei Yisrael, Bnei Uti Chetzel V'Chetzel. Sorry. מאחר פוקי הקודם, בני ישראל ומיעוט משחציית עבד וחצי בני חורין. מבני ישראל ומיעוט משחציית עבד וחצי בני חורין. אבל מיעוט החמיר. So this is very interesting. And when you do this drasha, watch this. So me'achal comes to exclude an Eved. Good. So mibnei Yisrael comes to exclude chatzi Eved וחצי בני חורין. And again, mibnei Yisrael, there's two exclusions of chatzi Eved וחצי בני חורין. What is that? That's called a miut akar. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut akar, you have a miut akar, miut el rabos. And a miut after only comes to go ahead and include good to the Gemara. So that's why I will say, interestingly enough, that's why you hold that if you kidnap a chatzi b'nei chorin, ultimately again, about us, if we could fast about stuff, just a moment. Okay, so let's say therefore again, miut akamiut. Ultimately, again, it is an exclusion after an exclusion, and the halacha is that miut akamiut comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a chatzi eved chatzi b'nei. That's what we do Russia. Rabbanan, they say, Rabbanan don't lafuki avodim kulu. The Rabbanan don't hold of the echad. Remember again, it was said before, the Rabbanan used echad to teach me what? Use echad to teach me echad the mitzvah. So therefore, You see Echad as an exclusion for Avodim. The Ha'achit Hu b'mitzvos. Because ultimately the Eved is my brother in mitzvahs, B'nai Yisrael B'nai Yisrael. And again, when it says B'nai Yisrael, Mi B'nai Yisrael, Chala Mi'uti Eved, exclude Eved, but Chala Mi'uti Shechatzi Eved Chatzi B'nai Chori. And when it's to exclude Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nai Chori. Okay, so it's like, so ultimately again, so just to understand what we're left with over here, is our fundamental machmok, yes? If you kidnap a Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nai Chori, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Yehuda says, yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get it from? Essentially, it's a miut achar miut. B'nai Yisrael, mi B'nai Yisrael, exclusion after exclusion, miut achar miut is the rebels to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nai Chori. Rabbanon ultimately again reject the Dasha, and they exclude Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nai Chori. For Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nai Chori, we'll say Rambam ultimately again not like them coming, and therefore if one were to go ahead and have a Chatzi Eved Chatzi B'nai Chori, one would be better. Okay, incredible. Now the ask an interesting question. As far as the Shminayim, from where is the law? Where is the law and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, no signal. Rabbi Yoshia is not from no signal. Don't steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Milo Yimkuru Keres Eved. Rabbi Yochanan says after the pasuk you should not sell him like one would sell a slave. The Gemara says fine. And so this is the argument. Marka Pasha Blab Kiba, and Marka Pasha Blab Kiba. So I'll say it's very interesting. Remember again, what did we already establish in the Mishnah? Essentially, in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping steps, number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number two, you need to bring them into your shus. And number three, you need to sell them. Which is there's really four. There's really four because you also have to make use of them in some way. So really four steps, but we'll call it three. So the most interestingly enough, Rabbi Yoshua and Rabbi Yochanan are not arguing. One is quoting the pasuk that says the law of kidnapping itself, and the other is quoting the law ultimately again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing. They're just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. Incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. So the Gemara goes, the Torah says, do not steal. They go make the fashas hakasov in gather. The Torah is talking about again kidnapping. So we'll say so. You tell me that those signal is talking about kidnapping. How do you know that? Or how do you know that? Maybe it's talking about stealing money. How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So, save mad, we'll say, so let's utilize, let's analyze this pasuk using our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principle? Dover halomid mihino. So we'll say, so sometimes the way to understand what the pasuk is talking about is how the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk is seen. That's what's called Davar halomid mihino. Some pasuk that to be understood in the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. The Na'akos Medaber, so we'll say the pasuk says, Lo signovu, lo sekachashu, lo seshakli ishpan. What are you talking about up here? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong pasuk. The pasuk we're talking about is Lo Sirtze. Sorry, I started to say Lo Sirtza, Lo Sinaf, Lo Sinov, Lo Signov, Lo Sanaberecha, and Shaker. So that starts in Rosh, right? The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be false witness. That's the context in which Lo Signov is mentioned. So now listen to this. So the Gemara says, Makos Medaber, what is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, Makos Nefashis. Now listen, when you look at the context, what's context? Don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal. So murder and adultery are both capital offenses. And both of these capital offenses. We already see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses. So there that we're talking about is a capital offense when you from someone. That's not an offense. So therefore, Allah is about over here. Going into the Pashas, Lo Signovu, we don't need Mammon. The Pasuk says Lo Signova. So we'll say, so this is the Pasuk heard before. Lo Signova, Lo Sechachashu, Lo Sechakri Shvamito. Don't steal, right? Don't lie. And one by Lo Sechashu means like don't contradict. But again, also means don't deny, don't lie one to his fellow. So you are don't need Mammon at customer. That's called stealing money. How do you know that? So the Gemara says, we're going to the Fashas. How do you know someone's stealing money? Maybe it's not stealing people, kidnapping, sale. Once again, we'll say this is a technical principle. So, which principle? Understand what a particular pasuk is talking, the context in which it was stated. What is the Torah talking about over here? The mammon. So let's remember again the rest of the pasuk. Is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the gneva in this context must also be financial liability. This is very important. Low signal in the Aseret Adibros is talking about kidnapping. The Torah says, don't steal somebody. How do we know that? Context. Since other offenses mentioned over here, don't murder, don't commit adultery, are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah said this neighbor mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says, lo signovu, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offenses over here, lo sechachashu, not deny a claim, not lie about a claim, monetary compensation. And therefore, again, neither is talking about money. Incredible. Itmar was an interesting case over here. Supposed to say, now watch this. This is a fascinating case. So now remember, we've established again that our local Muslims are to be liable for kidnapping. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to your shows. You have to go ahead and utilize them as someone. You have to sell them. So now in this case over here, interestingly enough, right, you have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along. We saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say we saw Reuben sell Shimon. I will say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eight but the one set of witnesses who say we saw Reuben kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly, you have two sets of witnesses. So now this is going to persisting halakhic issues. Now, what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made at the so another set of witnesses says, hey, first said you cannot remove a sell Shimon because steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon because you're with us there. And they say to the second who said it could be the same set of Mashim or second doesn't matter. And they say to the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Reuben sell Shimon. Why? Because you're with us that day. So I'll say, so now Rashi for just a moment. Shnei Eden, Echad said, it's Rashi, Eden gave of Eden Fila. Shnei Kide Eden, Echad said, Ida Shekana Vasanepesh Ida Shamachar. So two sets of witnesses, each one set testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, one set testified that Reuben sold Shimon. So the Bible says, now they're both made into Eden Zolis. Remember again, what's the halacha? How does Eden Zolis, right? When witnesses are made into Eden Zolis, what's their punishment? Reciprocal punishment, Sama. So therefore, then how should these be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death. We should put these witnesses to death. Here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Reuben, right? Because one set testified that Reuben kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put into that. The second set says, put by that Reuben sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put that. So once they say, see what happens. So therefore, the Gemara says, what do you do with these witnesses? So Rashi says over here, in there, the first time also. But they don't know the country, Ihu Nami, Ilo Husbulo Mikro, the Hamlet Idus, Shatalaka Zima, Bomishkakas of the Mak, the Elevakat Atlas. So the words seems to be suggested. So, okay, so now let's see, that's the context. So essentially, neither set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Reuben. They're each delivering partial testimonies. What's the halacha? Chizkiah Amar. When they made it to Eden Zolim, it says, Ein Haragin, you can't put your witnesses to death. Rabbi Yochanan or Haragin. Rabbi Yochanan says, yes, you can. Yes, you can. What's the machlokes? Chizkiah Damar Rabbi Akiva Damar Velo Chatzi Damar. Shabbos say, Chizkiah is Rabbi Akiva. The truth is, this machlokes Rabbi and the Rabban, and Rashi points out over here, is a machlokes in Baba Basra. That ultimately, again, can you put Zolim can you put witnesses to death? Ultimately, if they're only doing partial testimony, partial incriminating testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. That means davar means complete testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put to death as Izim Zolomim if their testimony was complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with Hazama based on that. Davar v'lo chaz davar. Rabbi Yochanan on the other hand was like Rabban. Davar v'afilu chatzi davar. Again, the Rabban is saying, no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle, ultimately again they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's his phone at the macro? So this skill would agree. Interesting. The macro should have been solar or mora. Because listen to a couple days ago, this was actually a groups of information. This solar umora, the first time that he steals money by meat and wine, he's not convicted. Right? The first time is a warning. The first time is malchus. It's only the second time ultimately that he's put to death has been solar mora. So watch this. Let's say again, second umora this would agree. Bein ha'achronim shall ben solar umora shuzmu shenera. So listen to this. So let's say again, you have second set of witnesses, we'll call the kid Reuben. Right? So second set of witnesses come along and say, we saw Reuben steal money from his servant, eat meat, purchase meat and wine, and eat some of it. He ate the meat and wine and some else in Rishos. So what's that like? And those witnesses now imagine the second set of witnesses show up. So Reuben steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. Then another set of witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you can connect this row with us, even Solomon. So now we're going to put them, because they were going to put Reuben the kid to death. So I say, I did claim 1 second, but we only came to give him Malchus. Right? Our testimony by itself is not enough to incriminate him. You need the testimony of the first set of witnesses. Even Chizkiah would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because Arishonim on the base, La Kol Salbanu, Akmini, Kuli Davar Ka'abili. No, because the first set of witnesses could say, look, all our testimony was to make Reuben the kid liable. And therefore, the entire death penalty rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So, Masker about, so I said, just to appreciate what's being introduced over here. What's being introduced over here is when you have two sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither were able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty with their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be eating zomimim, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental focus between Chizkiah and Rabbi Yochanan. Chizkiah says no. Chizkiah says no. Chizkiah is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you can put a zomim to death is when your testimony was complete to put the defendant to death. But if they're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them a certain punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as their testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of offending. You could visit reciprocal truth upon them and ultimately execute them. That's how mathematics. Because once they pay all the base, it's a gimmick. So that's what Papa says. The witnesses should testify about the Akira, which shows them to death why. He told remember again, they could always say, look, what we came to do was making Chayim that is the side. If Reuben kidnapped Shimon and technically doesn't sell him, so all Reuben is liable to it is not. It's not Chayim under those circumstances. So Allah reminds us we should say that complete liability rests upon the Eidim Akira. If he came with the Kasavra, Chizkiah below lucky. So Chizkiah is suggesting that one who goes ahead and kidnaps someone would not be liable malchus. Ikmar Baki learned, Eide Gineva Benevesh, Shehozim. Those are ultimately again, if you have witnesses who testify that who they kidnapped Shimon. And then those same witnesses may have Eidim Zomen, Chizkiah, Rabbi Yochanan, Kat, Amalo, in the Kat, Imo. one of the things he says that they did. The real get Malchus, and he said, Daniel it must be Fiskia who said ultimately they get Malchus. The Amr Fiskia in the Herodian, since he says then after death. And then after death, then obviously the halal is that they get Malchus. The Rav Yochanan, because again, if it was Rav Yochanan, given them in Herodian, having not live Shemikim as far as says this, Rav Yochanan, once he's being executed, so this is a lot that is given over to execution by Bezdin. The Chalav Shnitan as far as me says, Bezdin in general, and I was saying in general the halacha is, anytime Bezdin is executed, so not Malchus for that same fraction. So the Gemara says, Ihu lo laki inu etilaku. So in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be given Malchus. He's going to go ahead and we're going to give the woman Malchus. It doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa, Papa says this also. This is a very important line. Ella Papa, Be'efira, the Kuli Amalo Kigidinera. That would come along and testify, right? We saw Ruvain sell Shimon. That there's liability, there's and now let's say again, those very same witnesses related to Ibn Solomon, that there's capital liability. Those witnesses are why? Allah myself, through testimony, the defendant Ruvain would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Idi Mechira, those witnesses who testify that Ruvain sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death in Solomon. Okay, so where's the machlok? This keeps making it very interesting. The machlok is about the witnesses who testify about the cases, like those witnesses who say we saw Reuben kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses were made into agents only. What is their liability? Now watch this. This guy, where Chizkiah says, hey, they're not put to death. Why not? Chizkiah essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things. And therefore, kidnapping, interestingly, kidnapping by itself does not generate capital liability. Therefore, the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuben kidnap. What are they making Shimon? What are they making Reuben liable to? What are they making liable to? To Malchus. To Malchus. That's it. And therefore, if they're found to be Edom Solomon, okay, we make them subject to Malchus, but nothing more. It's the second set of witnesses who testify that Reuben sold Shimon. Those are the ones who make Reuben liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses are found to be Edom Solomon, they're not put to death. That's Chizkiah. Rabbi Yochanan says no. They're rugged. It's not true. It's not true. The first set of witnesses who testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon are also put to death. Why? Geneva has chalta to Nefila. As well saying, kidnapping is the beginning of Nefila. In other words, how can you reverse the due process? It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there should be liability for kidnapping itself. So we'll say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental method. This is interesting enough. According to our Papa's approach over here now, I will say, these are because this is going to build us into Allah Chalamaysa. According to Papa, it goes without saying that Allah Chalamaysa, the Edi Mechira, if they are made into Edom Zolomim, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Reuben sold Shimon, that ultimately again would create liability for them. So they're about to be put to death. What about the Geneva? So again, Chizkiah says, no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself will just make Reuben liable to lash. The real is, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? But Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if they're found to be Izim Zolomon, then how long will so they are put to death as well. Incredible. Even Rabbi Yochanan would agree. So that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. That was Sora Mora, because remember again, the Sora Mora is the other parallel case. So not the Sora Mora. Remember again, first set of witnesses about the Sora Mora, right? What are they making the Sora Mora liable to? Well, it's not the Sora Mora yet. What are they going to be liable to? Malchus. Or again, the first set they're made into Edom Solomon will get Malchus. It's the second set we need to create general liability. Mondra Yochra the Edom Arishonim Shabat Sora Mora Shein Herod. But even Yochra would agree that the set of witnesses by the Sora, if they're made into Edom Solomon, they are not put to death. Why? We told Shia Holden Lomar Lahal Kol Savanu, because they can very simply say, listen, We didn't come to make this kid liable for death. What did we come to make him liable to? Malchus. Malchus. And therefore, Allah for myself, there's a proper punishment for them, but also be Malchus. Incredible. Amr Abai says, Someone says, interesting. So Amr Abai, listen to this phrase, we'll have to start with this. Hakomod the Ben Sora Umora. Hakomod the Ben Sora Umora. Umakok is the Ben Sora Umora. So I said, this is incredible. He's one of these great Jews. Only Jews can make statements like this. Abai says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora Umora. Right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora Umora. And the book is by Ben Sora Umora. So I'm also going to end up on this statement we will pick with this Mavosa, but I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Quran. Why? So you look at this, what do you say to yourself? What do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I must say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. And I say, what is the entire Yisod Torah? Life is filled with circumstances that no sense. But what's the Yisod in life? Keep reading, keep moving forward, keep learning, keep growing. In some ways, somehow you'll see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces fit. And I want to stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, in Eretz Hashem, right early, 5. So, all right. Stay close on the WhatsApp chat. Eretz Hashem, but that tomorrow morning at 5. Just an answer. We'll be learning in here. So register for the Eretz Hashem davening in the main shul tomorrow morning. We'll say, Shbayach. Everyone. Maybe tomorrow. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual commentary sponsor for Tafshin Pei 5785, the Tosim Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year in this Chus B'Soros Tabos for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Habal Leon Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Zechon Lebracha, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Zechon Lebracha. And our week of learning sponsor, Paul and Kathy Pollack, and Paul's grandfather, Zechariah Ben Zechariah, Zechon Lebracha. Blessed be up to the Maritime Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all of those who need a refuah, should have until it's called Choli Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu should Meretz Hashem bring home all of our hostages, and Meretz Hashem will be soldiers who should be successful b'chol Maaseh Yedei. So with that, let us give a lot to do today and a little bit less time than usual to do it in. So today is page Vav 86. We're picking up at the Mishnah on Pehem with base 80b, and the Mishnah says as follows: Hagonei nefesh miYisrael. So it says now we're talking about the interesting sugya of kidnapping. So Hagonei nefesh miYisrael. A person goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew. We'll say like that, how incredible it is. Learn this Mishnah, kindness Esther. The entire Purim story is Esther Hamalka was kidnapped. Esther Hamalka was taken forcibly from her home, taken to the palace of Achashverosh, totally against her will, against Mordechai's will. And again, the one thing we see about the Hashkachas Hashem, divine providence, is that even from the darkest and most difficult of circumstances, Geula and Yeshua comes. So how incredible it is, literally again, and kindness Esther, to begin, Hagonei nefesh miYisrael. Person kidnaps a Jew. What's the halacha? Now this is obviously talking about the Jew kidnapping a Jew. So what's the halacha? So in general, again, halacha for kidnapping, or the punishment for kidnapping, is misa, is punishment, is death penalty. So now the Mishnah discusses the parameters of that. Hagonei nefesh miYisrael. If one goes ahead and kidnaps a Jew, you're only chayiv if you take the victim into your reshus, into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda have to, number one, take the victim into your domain, and number one, make use of them, like work them, do something to utilize them. And he goes to the pasuk Shnechnar, this Amar Bo umachro. The pasuk says, the pasuk in its entirety is ki yimatzi ish gonev nefesh me'achav Yisrael. If found to have literally kidnapped a fellow Jew, this Amr utilized him. He worked him, umachro, and he sold him. And the kidnapper is put to death. So it's enough for Yehuda says that there's really three qualifications. Number one, kidnapping. Number two, making use of the individual and selling them. There'd be Shmuel. What happens if someone kidnaps their son? Interesting case. The person kidnaps their son. Maybe Shabbat says and ultimately the Chacham say your patron. Now again, we'll discuss exactly why that is. What's the machlokes over here? What happens if someone goes ahead and kidnaps a chatzi ben cholim? What's the halacha? Rabbi Yehuda mechayev b'cham potrim. Rabbi Yehuda says that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim ultimately say that you are patur. Okay, so we'll say so now a lot to unpack over here. So first things first, the Tanakama lo by. So we'll say, remember again, the first machlokas in the Mishnah was as follows. Tanakama said that if you go ahead and you kidnap someone, you're chayiv if you bring them into your rishus, to bring them into your domain. Rabbi Yehuda added on, you also have to work the. So the Gemara asks, and according to the Tanakama, you don't have to make use of the individual. And I will say, and I just want to point out, the pasuk itself says this amerbo. You're kidnapping and you're making use of the individual. So how could the Tanakama disagree with that particular fact? So the Gemara says, everyone agrees that in order to be liable for political kidnapping, you have to go ahead and quote unquote make use of the individual. You have to work them. The shaila is what happens if you work them in a fairly insignificant way. For example, you put them to work and it only goes ahead and let's say generates less than a shava pruta's worth of work. Is that called what? That's the point of contention between the Tanakama and Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi asked the following question. So that's an interesting question. What happened from actually for a moment? Reuven kidnapped Shimon while Shimon he kidnapped Shimon asleep and he sells Shimon. Shimon is clearly a very deep sleeper, right? So he's right. So he's kidnapped and he sold all while he's asleep. So Mahu, we'll say what's the halacha? So ultimately, again, is there liability? Again, we'll see exact question is over here. So Machar Ishal Obra Machs Rachel. Rachel's pregnant, but Reuven is not kidnapping Rachel for Rachel's sake. Rather, what is Reuven doing? He wants the fetus. He wants the baby. He wants to be able to sell the baby. What's the halacha? Yesh derech imor bekach or in derech imor bekach. So I'll say, so is this considered to be imor? Is this considered to be again a form of working the individual or not? Which what are you talking about? Specifically, to leka imor klal. There's no working of the individual in this context. Again, remember again, what's the case? Reuven kidnapped Shimon while Shimon was sleeping and sold him. Reuven picked and ultimately again sold it for the Uber. So there is no imor at all. There's no working over here at all. To which the Gemara says, no, what's the case over here? Look, tzricha yashin bizaga alal. No, what's the case? The case is where Reuven kidnapped Shimon and then sold him. And after Reuven kidnapped Shimon, what he did was he leaned on Shimon. So he utilized Shimon, sleeping Shimon as a support. Or with the pregnant woman, there was a big wind, and he put the woman in front of him, shielded him from the wind. So he's utilizing, he's utilizing people in an interesting way. So is that called derech imor or not? So again, what you begin to see is the person accepting this approach that in order to be high for kidnapping, you have to take a person, kidnap a person, you have to bring them into your shus. Number three, you have to work them. Shaila is this called working the individual? The Gemara says take it. Gemara leaves it unresolved. Both sides. Remember this was hospital on this. In the first case, Reuven went ahead and kidnapped Shimon, and Shimon is asleep. He's asleep through the kidnapping. He's asleep through the sale. So the shaila just is this called a kidnapping or derech imor? So why don't you wonder yourself, how could someone sleep through all of that? Right? How can you sleep through being kidnapped? How can you sleep through being sold? And I will say, what do you see from here? You see from here that people really have a koach of shlof. That people really could sleep. And people could sleep through a lot. And people could sleep through kidnapping, and people could sleep through selling, and people could sleep through life. And you could be asleep at the wheel of life. We don't through so many twists and turns, and you miss such, and you don't realize so much. And how so of our hold in life is his orrery, is to be awake. Is to be awake. Is to be mindful. Is to be present. Is to recognize what is unfolding all around us, and specifically to take advantage of all of life's opportunities. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "Tanabana, ki masik ishkoni nefesh me'achad, ini ela ish shekana." Sorry, ini ela ish shekana. Ish if you man who has kidnapped, so I know that there's liability for a man who's kidnapped. What about if a woman is a kidnapper? Where was liability? Now, the going ish. Pasuk says someone kidnaps. Okay, so then you're specific. Amy ela ish shekana. I that a man is liable if he kidnaps a man or a woman. The isha shekan v'ish. Similarly, again, if a woman kidnaps a man, isha shekan v'ish minayin. How do we know that there's liability? If a woman kidnaps a woman, who makes haganav hahu mikol makom. The pasuk says the ganav will be put to death. And again, mikol makom doesn't have anything. There's no gender specific, no person specific mentioned in the pasuk. Tiny on the brayso, ki masik shkoni nefesh me'achav. If a person who was found to have stolen a Jew, to have kidnapped a Jew, whether you're kidnapping a car, you're kidnapping an emancipated. In any of these cases, you are chayiv. Okay, fine. What happens if Reuven kidnapped Shimon? And what happened? He kidnapped Shimon, but he did not yet sell him. Or machro va'adayin yeshna b'shuso. Or Reuven sold Shimon, but what? He has not yet delivered Shimon to the buyer. So case number one, Reuven kidnapped Shimon, but didn't yet sell him. Case number two, he sold him, but did not yet remove Shimon from his rishos. What's the halacha? Pater. Ultimately, if Reuven is discovered, he's pater. Now, when we say pater, he's pater from Esau. Pater from Esau. Because that's not biblical kidnapping. So this is an interesting case. What happens if Reuven is ahead and kidnaps Shimon, and then Shimon to Shimon's father's own father, or one of Shimon's own relatives? What's that law? Reuven is chayiv. Again, we'll discuss all these cases. Hagonev is Habadim Potter. One who goes ahead and still kidnap Nabed is Potter. Okay, top of page 86a. Tani Tana Kani Rav Shishas. Ani Shon Rabbi Shimon Me'achov Ad Shizi Ein Shus Achayir. So I will say, so specifically, Gemara is focusing on the case of where Reuven kidnaps Shimon and goes ahead and sells Shimon to Shimon's father or to one of Shimon's relatives. Okay, so now, interestingly enough, so Rav Sheshes said as follows. By the time we talked before Rav Sheshes, Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, in order to be liable for selling someone, you have to sell them me'echav, from their brethren, which sounds like kidnapping someone from their family, selling them to someone else. So it seems to indicate to us that if Reuven kidnapped Shimon, and then that Reuven would not be liable. Yet the Brayso says he is liable. So what's going on over here? No, you're right. You know what? Change it. That if Reuven were to kidnap him and sell Shimon to Shimon's own family, Shimon's father, Shimon someone else, that ultimately again Reuven would be potter. So Mar says, 1 second. My question: what's the problem over here? Dilma Rabbi Shimon Harabanon. Perhaps it's two different opinions. Perhaps this is a machlokas, to which the Gemara said, "Lo sarvaycha da Amar Yochanan stam masnisim Rabbi Meir, stam tosef da Rabbi Nechemia, stam sifra Rabbi Yehuda, stam sifri Rabbi Shimon v'kud Rabbi Akiva." No, you can't interpret it that way, because since Halakha L'Maisa we have these principles about who a stam Mishnah follows, a stam tosefta, a stam sifra, a stam sifri. Therefore, again, the proper way to explain this is to amend that which the Brayso said. And in fact, the halacha is that if Reuven kidnaps Shimon, and sells Shimon to his own family, that Reuben is pater. When we say pater, remember again, pater means pater from death penalty. Because halacha mice, in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you have to sell the victim to someone outside of his family. Okay, fascinating. Hagoni, So the next thing the Mishnah said is, what happens if a person kidnaps his son? Right, kidnaps his son. What is liability for kidnapping one's own son? So remember again, this was a machloket. So the Shmuel, the son of Rabbi Yochanan ben Baruch, said that you're chayiv, and the Chachamim said that you're pater. So let's analyze. My time with the Rabbanon. Why do the Rabbanon say that you are pater? I'm Rabbi, I'm a Kra, because the pasuk says ki matzei prat lematzui. Because you also said lashon of the pasuk is ki matzei ish gonev nefesh me'achav. If it will be found that a person kidnapped someone from amongst his brethren. Now, lashon of ki matzei indicates to us that there's a new circumstance that's here. Right? You found a new circumstance. This comes to exclude an already pre-existing circumstance. In other words, someone is found with you who would not normally be found with you. How is someone found with you if they're not normally found with you? You kidnap them. So this comes to exclude someone who normally is with you. Who's normally with you? Your child. Your child. That's the logic of the Rabbanon, who ultimately again say that you are pater. Okay. Okay, so now what you want to tell me is ki matzeh means only a new circumstance, something that was not a pre-circumstance. If that's the case, ki matzeh ish shochev im isha be'ulas al. Pasuk talks about adultery. If it will be found that sleeping with another woman who's married to another man. So is that coming to exclude a situation where another married woman is commonly found with another married man? What's the example of that? Keep going. So it's interesting. Rashi points out over here, Beis Ploni was this living arrangement where a number of people shared the same house. This was not like listen. Chazal weren't very happy with this because it is not a good idea for married couples to constantly be in close proximity to each other. It is a recipe. It could be a recipe for disaster. So therefore, again, but there was the situation where a number of different married couples shared the same house. So the Gemara is suggesting here, tell me then that there's not liability for adultery in such a situation like this. Because why? Because since couple one was always around with couple two and couple two was around with couple three, so it's not ki matzeh, it's not circumstance. He wouldn't be liable for adultery. To which the Gemara says, would you say at this point that would be an untenable situation? Of course not. In other words, of course there's going to be liability in that case. The Gemara, no. I'm not learning it out ultimately again from the matzeh. Rather, v'nimt sabiyado. In other words, what does the pasuk say? A man kidnapped, right? V'goni ish umacharo, v'nimt sabiyado. Right? One person kidnaps another, and the victim is found with the perpetrator. So the nimtza indicates that what? There's like something new over here, right? A circumstance that would not normally have been in effect is now in effect over here. What does that come to exclude? That comes to exclude ultimately, again, a situation of a father and a son, where the son is normally with the father. Interesting enough, therefore, again, the Gemara says, and we'll say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's how he paskin. The Rambam paskin is like the Rabbanon, namely, that if a father kidnaps his son, there's biblical liability for kidnapping. I will say, I just want to point out, when we say there's not biblical liability for kidnapping, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means you're not put to death, you're not executed. It does not, it's good. And of course, one thing to remember is we hold those Satina. So remember, a lot of these, we're talking about in a vacuum where there's halacha. But if you live in a foreign country where there is its own land, its own laws, we are governed by the law of the land. So it might be true that halacha says that a father is not biblical kidnapping, but if the Machlusa says it is kidnapping, it's kidnapping. Yeah, but that's the halacha. So Marsa Amarav is based on this hilchah. Hani mikri dardiki must do rabbanon kimitsuyin biyadan damu. So this is fascinating. So Rav is based on this. Teachers, right? Right? Mikri dardiki means teachers who teach young children kriya or must do rabbanon and also teach their students. All right, these are people who spend a lot of time with these children, and therefore halacha l'maisa they are not considered to be v'nimtzu. That I guess what the Gemara seems indicating that if the Rebbe were to kidnap the Talmud, technically speaking, there would not be biblical liability since Talmud spent that much time. It's just an interesting window, at least from the Gemara's perspective, about how much time children spent with their Rebbeim. Fascinating idea here. And once again, we see this motif a number of times of how Talmud relationship is very much like the father-son relationship. We see that again in many different circumstances as well. Okay, and then even takeaway from this is we pass like Rabbanon, and then for Allah Ma'isa, Rambam Paskins that if a father were to kidnap his son, there would not be biblical liability for kidnapping. Okay, let's go back there. Ganav Mishetziab. So remember again, next quote in the Mishnah was, if you steal, if you kidnap, a Chatzi Eved, Chatzi Bechorim, what is the halacha? So again, Rabbi Huda says, you chayiv, the Chacham say that you're potter. Let's analyze. Says the Gemara, Tanan Hasan, we learn. Rabbi Huda Omer, Ein La'avadim Boshes. So okay, so seemingly unrelated statement over here. It says an Eved no boshes. Now, what does it mean? Eved has no boshes. Here, Rashi says over here, in la avodim boshes, mismayish esa Eved lo chiyavto to Torah lo says mebashto. Also, we know that there is a compensation category called humiliation. Right? You embarrass someone, there is monetary compensation for that. The Yehuda says that avodim and Eved doesn't have boshes. Doesn't have humiliation. So if you humiliate an Eved, ultimately again there is no payment. What's my time to do? What's your dispatch? Amakra ki natsu anoshim yachdov ish be'achov mish yesh lo achva yotza ein lo achva. Because the pasuk that talks about shes, it talks about humiliation, talks about the lashon of ki natsu anoshim yachdov ish be'achov. So someone who has echav, someone who has achva, familial relations, related to achva, a sense of family, he has boshes. Someone who does not have achva, ultimately, again, it doesn't have boshes. And therefore, an Eved, Rashi says, or Eved she'en lo achva, ba'afilu im echav ben avid tichsid amachamar, imachamar, imadom belachamar, eno eliki behema. So from a halachic perspective, an Eved does not have familial relations. So because of that, therefore, on a technicality, he is not entitled to boshes. Incredible. Rabbanon will say, Echav hu b'mitzvahs. Rabbanon say, no, it's not true. What does Echav mean? Echav doesn't refer to someone who has familial relations. Rather, what does Echav refer to? Someone who is your brother in mitzvahs. And interestingly enough, an Eved is your brother in mitzvahs. Why? Because an Eved Kanani over here, right? Because an Eved Ivri is a full-fledged Eved Kanani. And Kanani is still your brother in mitzvahs. How so? Because an Eved Kanani, remember again, is still chayiv in any mitzvahs that a woman is chayiv in. So therefore, he's your Echav mitzvahs, and therefore the Rabbanan say, does that Moshe says v'hachi hechi darsh? And over here, in our context, in our subject, how are we dashing the psukim? Rabbi Yehuda Sabra me Echav. Rabbi Huda says me'achav. So let's remember again, lashon over here is ki matzei ish gonev nefesh me'achav. The person will be found to kidnapping another person me'achav. So watch this. The darshan me'achav lafuke avodim. Echav comes to exclude avodim. That avodim are not kidnapping, and therefore again, if somebody kidnaps an Eved, ultimately again they're not liable. We must have b'nei Yisrael l'me'utei mishechetz. And again, when it says b'nei Yisrael, even a Chatzi Eved, Chatzi b'nei Chorin. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. B'nei Yisrael, l'me'utei mishe Chatzi Eved, Chatzi b'nei Chorin. B'nei Yisrael, l'me'utei Chatzi Eved, sorry, I just lost the place. Me'achav la'fuke avodim, b'nei Yisrael, l'me'utei mishe Chatzi Eved, Chatzi b'nei Chorin. Mi b'nei Yisrael, l'me'utei mishe Chatzi Eved, so this is very interesting. In Rabbi Huda's drasha, watch this. So Echav comes to exclude an Eved. Good. So Mi b'nei Yisrael comes to exclude Chatzi Eved, Chatzi b'nei Chorin. And then again, Mi b'nei Yisrael, there's two exclusions of Chatzi Eved, Chatzi b'nei Chorin. What is that? That's called a miut achar miut. So remember again, that's called an exclusion after an exclusion. Whenever you have a miut achar miut, a miut achar miut el rabos. And a miut after a miut only comes to go ahead and include. Good. So the Gemara says, So that's why I will say, interestingly enough, that's why Yehuda holds that if you kidnap a chatzia and chatzia you're chayiv. Again, you are allowed. Also, I think that starts in just a moment. Okay. Okay. So we'll say so. Therefore, again, miut achar miut. Ultimately, again, it is an extent, and the halacha is that miut achar miut comes to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, it comes to include liability for kidnapping of a chatzim mechor. That's what we would do. But what will they say? The Rabbanon don't really hold of that. Because remember again, as we saw before, the Rabbanon use echav to teach me what? They use to teach me echav the mitzvahs. So therefore, they don't see echav as an exception for Rabbanon. Because ultimately the evidence is my other mitzvahs, b'nei Yisrael, and again, when it says b'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael, chalani uti eved. One is to exclude eved. The chalani uti shechatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin, and one is to exclude chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. Okay, so I'll say. So ultimately, again, so just to understand what we're left with over here is our fundamental machlokas. If you kidnap a chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin, are you chayiv or not? Rabbi Huda says yes, you are. Where does Rabbi Huda get it from? Essentially, it's miut achar miut. B'nei Yisrael, mi b'nei Yisrael. Exclusion after exclusion, miut achar miut is the levels, come to include. What does it come to include? Ultimately, again, chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. The Rabbanon ultimately again reject that drasha, and they exclude chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. Chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin. We'll say Rabbanon's ultimately again like the Chachamim, and therefore, if one were to go and kidnap a chatzi eved chatzi b'nei chorin, one would be potter. Okay, incredible. I'm going to ask an interesting question. As far as going to Nevish Minayim, from where do you see, where's the lav? Where's the lav to go ahead and kidnap someone? Rabbi Yoshia Amar, Milo Signov, she says, we're not from Milo Signov, steal. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Milo Yimkuru Mim Keres Evet. Rabbi Yochanan says, we learn out from the pasuk, you shall not sell him like one would sell a slave. Okay, it says fine. So and the truth is really arguing. So most it's very interesting. Remember again, we already established in the Mishnah. Essentially, in order to be liable for biblical kidnapping, you need 3 steps. Number one, you need to kidnap someone. Number 2, you need to bring them into your shus. And number 3, you need to sell them. The truth is really 4. There's really 4 because you also have to make use of them in some way. So really 4 steps. So we'll call it 3. So the Gemara says, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yoshia and Rabbi Yochanan are not in the pasuk that says the law of kidnapping itself, and the others quoting the law of again that you can't sell the individual. So they're not really arguing, just highlighting different parts of the prohibition of kidnapping. So the Gemara goes right there. So the Gemara says, good. So Torah says, do not steal. The Torah is talking about the kidnapping. So we'll say so. You tell me that little signal talking about kidnapping. You know that. Or I don't know. How do you know that? Maybe it's talking about stealing money. How do you know that it's talking about stealing people? So Gemara says, so sorry. Say ulamad mishloshes ve'yidosh akar l'jashis. So we'll say, so let's utilize. Let's analyze this pasuk. Our exegetical principles. What's the exegetical principles? Davar halamid mi'in yano. So we'll say, so sometimes the way to understand what the pasuk is talking about is how through the analyzation of the context in which the pasuk. That's what's called davar halamid mi'in yano. Something a pasuk that to be understood from the context in which it was stated. So listen to this. So we'll say the pasuk that says Lo signovu, lo sechachashu, lo sechakri ishpa'anido. What are we talking about over here? So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that was the wrong pasuk. That was the wrong pasuk. That was the pasuk we're talking about is lo sirtza. Sorry, I said the lo sirtza, lo sina, lo sino, lo signo, lo sana berecha shakers. So that's right? The context is don't murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, and don't be a false witness. That's the context in which the signal is mentioned. Listen to this. So the Gemara said, what is the Torah talking about over here? The Gemara says, now also when you look at the context, what's the context? Don't murder, don't commit adultery, and don't steal. So murder and lo signal of don't steal is written in the midst of these capital offenses. So they see that the Torah is talking about capital offenses, so therefore it makes sense to say that the Gneva that we're talking about is also a capital offense. When you steal money from someone, that's not a capital offense. So therefore, Allah must be talking about nefashos. Time talking about the brayso. Lo signal begonei moment. The pasuk says lo signal. So we'll say. So this is the pasuk put before. Lo signal v'lo sechachashu v'lo sechak. Don't steal, right? Don't lie. But again, also means don't deny. So the Gemara says begonei moment. Talking about stealing money. Begonei nefashos. How you stealing money? Maybe he's talking to people kidnapping. Say ulamad. Mishlosh semido shatan. Once again, we'll say this is a fascinating exegetical principle. So, which principle? Davar halavin me'inyano. On particular pasuk is talking about through the context in which it was stated. What is the Torah talking about over here? So let's remember again the rest of the pasuk. Lo signovu, lo sechashaku shamito is all talking about financial liability. Therefore, the neighbor in this context must also be financial liability. Ben Mammon, Afghan, so it's very important. Lo signal Ros is talking about kidnapping. The Torah says don't steal. How do you know that? It is mentioned over here. Murder, don't commit adultery are capital offenses. Therefore, Allah said the Sifa mentioned over here is also a capital offense. When the Torah says Lo sinovu, do not steal, that's talking about stealing money. How do I know that? Context. Because the other offense is over here. Do not deny a claim. Do not lie about a claim is monetary compensation. And therefore, Gneva is talking about money. Incredible. Itmar was an interesting case over here. Supposed to say, now watch this. This is the fast. So now remember, we've established again that Allah wanted to be liable for kidnap. You obviously have to kidnap an individual. You have to take them to your shows. You have to go ahead and utilize them and sell them. You have to sell them. So now he's over here, interestingly enough, right? We have witnesses who come forward. One set of witnesses comes along and says, we saw Ruvain kidnap Shimon. Second set of witnesses say, we saw Ruvain sell Shimon. I will say, under normal circumstances, how would you generate liability for kidnapping? How would you do it? One set of witnesses, right? Eight, but the one witnesses who say, we saw Ruvain kidnap and sell Shimon. Interestingly enough, in this case, you have two sets of witnesses. This is going to present an interesting halakhic issue. So, Itmar, now, what's the problem? The problem is both sets of witnesses were made into Eidim Sobrim, right? So again, another set of witnesses says, hey, first set, you cannot have seen Ruvain sell Shimon because you were, steal Shimon, kidnap Shimon because you were with us that day. And they say to the second set, you couldn't have said it could be the same set of witnesses, or second, doesn't matter. And the second set of witnesses, you couldn't have seen Ruvain sell Shimon. Why? Because you were with us that day. So I'll say, look at Rashi for just a moment. Shnei kite edim, it's Rashi neighbor ve'edim achila. Shnei achas he'idah shekana v'sanefesh v'achas he'idah shamachar. So two sets of witnesses. One set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. One set Ruvain sold Shimon. So now they're both made into edim zol. What's the halacha? How does it right when witnesses are made into edim zol? What's their punishment? Reciprocal punishment. So therefore, again, how should these witnesses be punished? How should they be punished? Remember again, if their testimony was accepted, it would have resulted in the death of Ruvain. We would have put to death. So if we should put these witnesses, here's the problem. What's the problem? Neither set of witnesses delivered a complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Ruvain, right? Because one set testified that Ruvain kidnapped Shimon. Well, that's not enough to put Ruvain to death. The second set of witnesses testified that Ruvain sold Shimon. That by itself is not enough to put them to death. So once they say, see what happened over here? So therefore the Gemara says, what do you these witnesses? So Rashi says over here, first time but they know mekantli inami ilo husmu lo mikdal to have the idus shataloch azima lo mishkach chazadim achos. So the Gemara seems to suggest. So, okay, so now let's see. That's the comment. So essentially, each set of witnesses is delivering a complete testimony, which would have resulted in the death of Reuven. They're each delivering partial testimonies. Chizkiah Amar. Now, when there's only Chizkiah says, "Hey, Neragim, you kiss the death." Rabbi Yochanan Neragim. Rabbi Yochanan says, "Yes, you can. Yes, you can." What's the machlokes? Chizkiah Damar Rabbi Damar V'lo Chatzi Davar. Shabbos saying Chizkiah is like Rabbi Akiva. Now, the truth is, this machlokes Rabbi Akiva and the Rabbanan. Rashi points out over here. That ultimately, again, can you put in Zomin? Can you put witness to death? Ultimately, again, if they're only delivering partial testimony, partial incriminating testimony. Rabbi Akiva says no. Rabbi Akiva says, davar means testimony. Therefore, witnesses can only be put in Zomin if their test is complete. But if they only delivered partial testimony, you cannot execute them with hazama based on that. Davar v'lo chaz davar. Rabbi Yochanan on the other hand was like Rabbanan. Davar ba'afilu chatzi davar. Okay, Rabbi Yochanan was like Rabbanan. The Rabbanan say no, even if witnesses do not deliver complete testimony, but they're a piece in the puzzle. Ultimately, again, they can be put to death as well. Okay, so what's his fun of the machal? Okay, so Mordech Chizkiah, even Chizkiah would agree. Interesting. Let's listen to this. We actually just saw this a couple of days ago. This was actually I think this was a new piece of information. Then Sorar Umora, the first time that he steals money to buy meat and wine, he's not convicted, right? The first time is a warning. The first time is Malchus. So the second time, ultimately, that he's put to death as Ben Sorar Umora. So watch this. Let's say again, second Chizkiah would agree. Shal ben Sora umora shehud shuzmu shnei ragim. So as they listen to this, so let's say again, you have second witnesses. So we'll call the kid Reuven, right? So second come along and say, we saw Reuven steal money from his father to eat meat and drink, to purchase meat and wine, and he ate it. Like we saw before, he ate the meat and wine in someone else's rishos. So what's the halacha? And those witnesses now imagine the case. Second set of witnesses, we saw Reuven steal money and purchase meat and drink wine. The other set of witnesses come along and say, witnesses, you can't give him death because they were going to put Reuven the kid. They could claim 1 second, they came to give him Malchus. Like our testimony by itself is not enough to include the first set of witnesses. Even Chizkiah would agree that in this case, those witnesses are put to death. Why? Because the first set of witnesses could say, look, all our testimony did was to make Reuven the kid liable to Malchus. And therefore, the entire death penalty really rested on the testimony of the second set. Okay, incredible. So Masker Bob, so I just want to just so you appreciate what's being introduced over here. So what's being introduced over here is when you have two sets of witnesses, both who are delivering important information, but neither who are able to ultimately convict the offender of the death penalty their sole testimony. So therefore, if they turn out to be even Zoman, what do you do with them? Can you put them to death or not? So this is the fundamental machlokes between Chizkiah and Rabbi Yochanan. Chizkiah says no. Chizkiah says no, because Chizkiah is based on Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says davar v'lo chatzi davar. The only time you can put Eidim Zoman to death is when their testimony to put the defendant to death. But if they're only delivering partial testimony, you can't convict them. You can't give them reciprocal punishment of death. On the other hand, Rabbi Yochanan holds that no, as long as the testimony was part of the incriminating process, right? And had they been found to be correct witnesses, they would have had a hand in the execution of the defendant. You can visit reciprocal punishment upon them, and ultimately execute on focus. Okay, so what's the base? Second line down. So that's his Rav said. And we should put the witnesses who testify about the Mechila. Shows up with them to death. Why? He told Remember again, the Ede Geneva could always say, all we came to do was to make him chayiv, right? Because it was like, if Reuben kidnaps Shimon and technically doesn't sell him, all Reuben is liable to it is he's not chayiv for giving up those circumstances. So Allah said, and we should say that the liability rests upon the Ede Achira, the Hidema de Kasavar, this get low. So is Hizkiah suggesting that one who goes ahead and kidnaps someone would not be liable malchus? Itmar, what we learned, Ede Geneva Benefesh, Shehuzim. So ultimately, again, if you have witnesses who testify that Reuben kidnapped Shimon, and then those same witnesses remain to Edom Zolman, Chizkiah Rabbi Yochanan, Chad Amar Lokin, the Chad Amar In Lokin. One opinion says that they get malchus. One opinion says they don't get malchus. But Aminon, who said to Stein the Chizkiah Amar Lokin, it must be Chizkiah who says that ultimately they get malchus. Why? Since Chizkiah says they're not put to death, if they're not put to death, then obviously the halacha is that they get malchus. The Rabbi Yochanan, because it kills Rabbi Yochanan, Kivan or Negim, Havili Na'av Shenitim as far as Mitzvah's based. According to Rabbi Yochanan, once he's being executed, so this is allowed given over to execution by Bezdin. The Chalav Shenitim as far as Bezdin in Lokin Allah. And also in general, the halacha is anytime Bezdin is executing someone, there's not malchus for that same infraction. So the Gemara says, Ihu lo lo inu et hilahu. So in that case, technically speaking, the kidnapper is not going to be giving malchus. So you're going to go ahead and give. You're going to give the Edom Zolman malchus. It doesn't make any sense. Ella Amra Papa, rather, Papa says this is a very important line. Ella Papa, the Edom Mechira, the Kuli Amalo Dinera. So this is very interesting. Everyone agreed that if witnesses come along and testify, right, we Reuven sell Shimon. And now let's say again, those very same witnesses, there is capital liability. Those witnesses are executed. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, through that testimony, the defendant Reuven would have been made liable to death. So everyone agrees that under those circumstances, what we call those Eidechira, those witnesses testify that Reuven sold Shimon would absolutely be put to death as being sold. Okay, so where's the machlokes? Keep thinking. It's very interesting. Be'edei Geneva. The machlokes of Osai is about the witnesses who testify about the kidnapping itself. The first set of witnesses, right? Those witnesses who say we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon. Now let's say those same witnesses are made into Edom Zolman. What is their liability? Now watch this. Hizkiah says, "Ein neharagim." They're not put to death. Why not? Gneva luchuda kaima. Hizkiah essentially says that we look at the kidnapping and the selling as really two distinct things, and therefore kidnapping by itself does not generate liability. Therefore, when the first witnesses come along and they testify that we saw Reuven kidnap Shimon, what are they making Reuven liable to? What are they liable to? To malchus. That's it. And therefore, to be Edom Zolman, okay, make them subject to malchus, but nothing more. Second set of witnesses who testify that Reuven sold Shimon, those are the ones who make Reuven liable to capital liability. And therefore, again, if the first set of witnesses found Edom Zolman, they're not put to death. That's Chizkiah. Rabbi Yochanan says, it's not true. It's not. The first set of witnesses who testify and kidnap Shimon are also put to death. Why? Because we'll say, kidnapping is the beginning of it. In other words, how can you divorce this? It doesn't make sense. Of course, to be liable for kidnapping itself. So we'll say, so this is fascinating, right? So this is our fundamental machlokes. Interestingly enough, according to Rav Papa's approach over here now, and I will say, these are right because this is going to build us into halacha l'maisa. According to Rav Papa, it's saying that halacha l'maisa, the Edei Mechir, if they are made into Edom Zolman, will be put to death. Why? Because it's their testimony that Reuven sold Shimon, ultimately again would be a liability for Reuven. So if they're found to be Edom Zolman, they're put to death. What about the Edei Geneva? So again, Hizkiah says no, they're not put to death. Why? Because Geneva by itself would just make Reuven liable to lashes. Rabbi Yochanan says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Right? Edei Geneva, this is the beginning of capital liability. So of course, if they're found to be Edom Zolman, then halacha l'maisa, so they're put to death as well. Incredible. You even Rabbi Yochanan would agree. So now that seems to be where we're going to settle in the kidnapping case. Now, what about Ben Sora Mora? Because remember again, Ben Sora Mora is the other parallel case. Not Ben Sora Mora. Remember again, first set of witnesses by Ben Sora Mora. Right? What are they making Ben Sora Mora liable to? Well, it's not Ben Sora Mora yet. What are they making the kid liable to? Malchus. So therefore, again, the first set, if they're made into Eidim Domin, will get Malchus. It's the second set who really create general liability. Most of the Eidim are showing them Shabbat Sora Neherag. But even Rabbi Yochanan would agree that the first of witnesses by Ben Sora, if they're made into Eidim Zon, they are not put to death. Why? Because they could very simply say, listen, we didn't come to make this kid liable to death. What did we come to him liable to? Malchus. And therefore, Allah Kalamaisa, the Sukkot punishment Bai says, so I'm going to buy it. Listen to this phrase, we'll have to stop with this. Hakom Odim Ben Sora Umora. Hakom Odim Ben Sora Umora. Umacholkas Ben Sora Umora. So I say, this is incredible. It's one of these great Jews. Only Jews can make statements like this. Abai says, everyone agrees with Ben Sora Umora. Right? Everyone agrees with Ben Sora Umora. And there's a machlokis by Ben Sora Umora. So I say, we're actually going to end up on this statement. We'll pick up with this, but I just want to point out what an incredible statement this is to go into Purim with. Why? So when you look at this statement, what do you say to yourself? This makes absolutely no sense. But I will say, there's one thing that is absolutely clear, which is in the coming lines, this is all going to make so much sense. The entire Yisod of Purim. Life is filled with circumstances that make no sense. But what's the Yisod in life? Keep reading, keep forward, keep learning, keep growing, and some way, somehow you'll see how all of the beautiful and holy pieces fit together. So stop over here for today. Tomorrow morning, in Hashem, right and early, 5:40, so a little earlier even. At 4:30, and we'll go into. All right, well, stay tuned. I'll post on the WhatsApp chat. Hashem, but I think tomorrow morning at 5. Just here in this, will be in the main shul tomorrow. Shibayach. All right, so good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank the Common sponsor, annual Common sponsor, Close Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shomer Joshua this year. Days of bliss for Am Yisrael. Our Common sponsors for Adar, Abagin, Rakel, Harry, and Steve Zinn, and love memory of Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, John Yosef, going on vacation at his 12th yard site. The Ziv, Levin, and Roman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb Shmuel, and a week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul grandfather, Zacharia, and Zacharia's and that's the only sponsor for today, Adam Monka, in memory of Moshe, David and Moshe Feinstein, on the occasion of his art site, and the merit of our Talmud Torah. In the Shamus Adonai, we are the families in the Chama, home the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful before Amasi. Because with that, everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I will say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of us today. That is pay 80 up to the next left off and pay down on the days 84B, and we left off 6 lines up on Hagnistan. So let's remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question that Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting for his father? That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed initially, introduced us to the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayiv kanek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and he does bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? Interesting enough, we have two opinions, Rav Masno and Rav Dini Rachina, who both seem to say yes, but then we quoted two-story Rav and Marek Ravina, who do not allow their children to take out the land's oil from the idea of causing a chab. So the Gemara goes on and says, "V'hadisnan, Sifra Zevelav, V'hadisnan, Chat Shalyad, Liktov Bas." Once this remember again, is now over to the Shabbos. So the Mishnah says as follows: if you have a small hand idol that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not muktzah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. One second, remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to be concerned that maybe now, again, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with removing a splinter on Shabbos. What's the cause that you may cause a greater injury? And causing a greater injury, one that draws blood, again, is an issue. So what do you do? I'm sorry. Maybe you'll cause an injury. The Haggadah Shirigas, Skila will be a shogi, it's not a kabula, but never it's a shogi of Skila, which the Gemara says, no, Hasal Kabula. That's different because if there is a kabula that's caused by kicking out of the splinter, that's Makal. So that's considered a destructive act. The Gemara says, so that's fine according to the opinion that says Makal is part but in general on Shabbos when you do something destructive, that is part of Al Mandam Chayiv. According to the opinion that says Mikal is Chayiv, even if you do something destructive, a malacha is a malacha, is there to say, to which the verse said the man Sham is the Mikal B'Chabura Chayiv, who says that Mikal by Kabula, because of Kabula and it's still collected, that's your Chayiv, that's Rabbi Shimon. Tapa Pehe. Amar Kamalach Shmizika Lagufa. Rabbi Shimon is also being said that any malacha shika lagufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended. In other words, that the malacha that's not the malacha that he holds that's your potter. Okay? So so bottom line, by the way. So what happens in that kind of situation? More just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chabura by taking out the splinter, that will be a malacha she'etzricha l'gufa. In general, we'll say, Shabbos, what do you call for Shabbos? Melechas machshavas. You need something constructive and premeditated. If at the end of the day you do a malacha, but the malacha itself is not necessary, then ultimately, again, it's not also on Shabbos. Now, that being said, we don't split splinters on Shabbos. Right? We leave splinters on Shabbos, we splinters after Shabbos, out of a fear of ultimately, again, of a damage in the sky. Right? Well, even though it's a malacha she'etzricha l'gufa, you still don't go ahead and do it on Shabbos. But coming back to our previous suggestion, what about a son doing bloodletting for father? So this is a big shame. In other words, again, I mentioned in Shir yesterday, that in all of these cases where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going out and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing the procedure. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch Paskins in Hilchot is called Hilchot Kibod Abayim. Fascinating halachas. In your day, Simon Reish Mem Aleph. So the Shulchan Aruch says, Reish Mem Aleph Gimel Ramah Gimel. Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Hachos Tachal La'avi. My father has a splinter. Father has a splinter. The Shulchan says, Lo Yotzienu Shema Yavo Va'asos Bochala. A son should not take out the splinter, lest he come to cause his foot to bleed. It will make his dam all rough. Let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor. A son should not do anything to a father that causes bleeding, even if the intention is for refuah purposes. That's how it's going to happen. So let's say but the Ramah is in a very important qualifier. Hagar, when is this true? When is this true? When there's someone else to go ahead and provide, we'll call this is quote unquote service for the father. About an ancient akar lasos, who mitztayer, harei makon makizo, the chote klotofima shir shuhu lasos. So it's interesting enough, if there's no one else there, then the son could do it. So the Shulchan is a very interesting qualifier. He says, "K'fi mashir shuhu lasos." He has to get the shus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the lachat is that a son should not do this for his father. Like that's the lachat tefillah. But the evidence, if there's no one else there, a son can do it, but really he should get the shus from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause kabura or cause the drawing of blood. Incredible. And I want to say, this also presupposes that the father is in the capacity to give rishus to the father. Say again, the father is not the mental capacity. The son is the caregiver who's there. So again, but I'm not saying it's understood. It's understood. And although ideally, better to have someone other than the son to perform these duties, but if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishus, the son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more of the shmuel a little bit later on today. Jones like top of pay 85. Any second line, very interesting case. One way of Sheshas. That's the function of Sheshas. Then, Malu Shias Shliach La'aviv La'akoso Kalaro. Wow, listen to this. He is son being agent of the birth to strike his father or to curse his father. Now, what does this mean? If you look at Rashi, Shias Shliach Rashi says he's giving La'aviv is high of the midway or Malchus. So what we're seeing, the question is like this. Let's say yeah, right, Adam in Yitzchak, Adam probably Yitzchak is the son, was condemned by Beis Din, was judged by Beis Din for Malchus, to get lashes. Or Abram was going to be put in excommunication legally. So remember again, so now the Shaila is, let's say Yitzchak, the son, is employed by the Beis Din. So can Yitzchak go ahead and carry out these sentences against his father? So again, not the son acting of his own volition, the son acting as a shliach habeis. So the Gemara says things. Amalei, la'amiyatiro. So here ask such fascinating questions. So in general, like why is, so let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for Malchus, or Avram is judged for the excommunication. Brother will say part of excommunication was a curse. You would get cursed by Beis Din. So the Gemara says you're never allowed to do this to another Jew. But can you go over to another Jew and flog them? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them? You're not allowed to. So the Gemara says someone else stomp another Jew. How are they permitted to flog someone? How are they permitted to curse someone? Plus this beautiful Ella, Shamayim Ha'adif. That was saying that in general is allowed to flog another Jew, because Kvod Shamayim Adif. Because the covet that we are obligated to this Leifat Torah trumps any other covet. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the Kadosh Baruch Hu and they're deserving the Malchus, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. Or someone is deserving ultimately again of medium expiation. We're going to curse them. But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covet to Kadosh Baruch Hu knows that it comes for the covet of any other person. Akanami, Kvalajit, that ultimately again a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father for doing as well. So that's the Gemara's assuming. So they say, Uma Shemitzvah Koso Mitzvah Koso, Misha in the Mitzvah Koso in the Diva Shalom Koso. So it's a little bit of a strange advice. It's literally translated. If someone who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Someone who I'm not obligated to strike, certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. All right, so no idea what the guys is talking about. So the Gemara says, "My love, easy to eat in makom mitzvah." So perhaps both cases in the Bryce are talking about makom mitzvah, where someone was deserving of malchus. I say if someone is deserving of lashes, and what happens? Maybe one Bryce is talking about a son. The one Bryce is talking about someone else. Another one Bryce is saying like this. When it's the son, even though the father is deserving of malchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer to the father. And versus someone else, where even though ideally you really shouldn't be hitting any Jew, but when you're working for Beis Din, and Beis Din is obligated to give a person malchus, so someone else is permitted to administer it, to which the Gemara says, "Lo, idi v'idi motion of no motion." The Gemara says, no, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether you're talking about a son or talking about someone else. For Kasha, kan b'makom mitzvah, kan shelo b'makom mitzvah. One is talking about makom mitzvah, and one is talking about makom mitzvah. What does that mean? What is the kashrus? What's makom mitzvah? Makom mitzvah is where someone is chayiv malchus from Beis Din. Shelo b'makom mitzvah means someone is chayiv malchus from Beis Din. If someone's high marks is amazing, as much as you don't get hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Someone's not high marks, you're not going to hit them because halacha l'maisa is prohibited. So the Bahagikata is what it means to say, here we go. Mitzvah shemitzvah lahakol, mitzvah shelo lahakol. So it says, listen to this. It's a makom mitzvah. Let's like this. Right? Avram, ultimately again is Chayiv Malchus. Avram's Chayiv Malchus. So now Yitzchak, let's even leave aside that Yitzchak is his son, not his son, let's leave that on the side. Yitzchak is going to administer the Malchus. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not permitted to deliver more than the mandated number of Malchus. Right? This is Daraisa to flog someone even one more lash than they are before. So that's what it means when it says, even in the case where a person is liable to lashes, right? So, there is a mitzvah not to give them any more lashes than they are liable to. Mitzvah, when someone is not liable to lashes, so the Gemara says, mitzvah, so, it's only when someone is not subject to lashes, then halacha strike them at all. Okay, so therefore again, that's how the Gemara ends off. Now, by the way, what do we do with this halacha? So the Tashmas, we're not finished. Let's finish up. Tashma. So let's say, so remember again, keeping the ball. What's the primary shot over there? So we've already established about a son administering medicinal healing to his father, which could potentially result in a couple of topic number one. Number two for today: can his son carry out the punishment based upon his father if his son is working for him? Is that mutter or not? So that still seems to be the market is Tashma. Avram is condemned to death. Avram the father was condemned to death. You kill a low, and what happens? And his son comes along and hits him or curses him. The son is hiding. All right. So the Gemara. If another person comes along and hits or curses Avram, so the other person is going to be potter. So the Gemara says as follows: so again, Avram is condemned to death and strikes, curses him, so the son is going to be liable. Someone else other than Yitzchak curses or hit Avram, they won't be. The Gemara says why this distinction? Right? Why this distinction ultimately again between someone else? This stuff is very interesting. The Misarvin Bolodis Ve'eriyot say, okay, this is fascinating. So what's the case? Avram was condemned to death. We spoke about earlier, much earlier in the sector, about the process for leaving someone out of death, specifically again by skila. Let me get into that whole process of leaving them out. What's the case? The case where Avram was condemned, but he won't go, which makes a lot of sense, right? He won't go, right? He won't go. So therefore, so what do we need to do? We need to prod him. So how do you prod him? Get him, right? Or you curse him. So the Gemara says. So that there, the Gemara seems to be a distinction is following. If the son hits him or curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else hits him or curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rashesha is mubilot, Vishaim is Sarvin Bolotses. Rashesha said that no, it's not a case of where he's refusing to go out. If that's the case, they're not refusing to go out. So let's say, if we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, he's refusing to go out to meet his maker, right? He's refusing to go out for execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him, liability for the son. If someone else does it, there's not liability. Okay, Risha says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not unwilling to go. Right? He's willing to go. If that's the he's willing to go, and at the end of the day, if someone comes along and him or curses him, why is there not liability for the other? To which the Gemara says very simple. So let's say, remember, it's very important. When everyone is condemned to death, what's his status? What's his status? He's considered to be dead already, right? Let's take a different case. Someone like Avram is condemned to death by David, and then Yaakov comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability? Zero. Why? He killed a dead man. He killed a dead man. So halakha l'maisa, the verse says like this: when Avram is being condemned to death, so if someone else comes along and Avram curses Avram, there's no liability because they hit and they curse the dead man. Whoever does it, there is liability. Again, I want to say this is all the heightened level of relationship responsibility a child has to a parent. I was being condemned to death. You're right, but he is fucked. It's still your and he's still living and breathing right in front of you. And there again, you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity. Gemara says as follows. Let's listen to this fascinating case here. Let's say you embarrass someone. Just stand. I go over to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. That's while Ruvain is sleeping. Like Ruvain is sleeping. So what's the problem of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Like you don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruvain is asleep and I put toothpaste on his face, whatever. Right, I go ahead, ready to sleep. So once I said, interestingly enough, if he dies, that's in his sleep. So he never woke up to realize the embarrassment that's been created. So what's the halacha? Baisho Yashin's Chayiv. I'm says over here, you've actually read across Chayiv. This Baisho, the Hayi Nami Loshna. So as I say, obligated to pay to the heirs, right, to Ruvain's offspring, because they were embarrassed with this activity. So I say, what do you see from here? That halacha, even if you go and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are you bringing this up over here? Because the Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov's not going to be chayiv. Why not? Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. Hit or he cursed a dead man. But what does that mean? What do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person, quote unquote, is dead, they never realize it, there's still liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and do embarrassment to the offspring. I'm going to ask, what's the Sheikah? What happens? Where again, injury to Avram is an injury that's not Shavatika. So therefore, again, there's no liability. If the damage is less than a Puta, ultimately, again, there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara, but we learned that if you injure someone and you right to commit someone, you cause them instead of Shavaputa, while there's no monetary compensation, you get Malchus, to which the Gemara says, you're right. My part of the Kamar, what does it say that if Yaakov goes over Abram and he's struck or he first Abram, then ultimately he's Potter. What does that mean, Potter? Potter means that he's Potter from our there's no monetary compensation. But there would be there'd be no Chayim. So as I saw again, that sounds like over here that it's Chayim Mama, which would be strange. To which the word says, Ella, Bedino, Hakanami Bedino. That doesn't say another word. What it means is Chayim just means ability. Chayim just means you're liable. So a son will have a type of liability. Right? Yaakov, another will have his own liability. So it says, so why that another will be Potter, right? Yaakov comes along and strikes him or curses him. Why is it that Yaakov is Potter? The Pasuk says literally again, a prince amongst your people, you shall not curse. What do we learn from here? Paul says, well, only when is there a prohibition to curse another Jew? When he is Ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means part of Klal Yisrael. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? They're not behaving in conformance with the normative standards of Klal Yisrael, and therefore there is no prohibition to curse an individual. The Gemara says, "Hatinach Klara." So I understand. So I suppose I said. Now, by the way, this is actually very important because what this is telling us, the prohibition to curse another Jew is only when they behave Jew. Right? Only when what we call only when they are conducting themselves like a Jew should. So the Gemara says, what about hitting? What about hitting someone? Right? What about hitting someone? We compare ultimately person. And therefore, just like person, only by the person is conducting themselves in conformity with Jewish standards, so to our hitting applies as well. So we'll say that's the case, then the same thing should apply for a son. So therefore, even when Yitzchak, right, Avram's been condemned to death, that means that what? I'm not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael. He's not conducting himself like a member of Klal Yisrael. Halacha myself, you should take him or to her. And therefore, the son should be exempt as well. This is incredible what we'll say. Gemara says, what's the case? The case is where Avram did tshuva. Avram's been dead, but he did tshuva before his execution. Hachanami tisha asa tshuva. So we'll say, so again, if Avram did tshuva, then what? He is included back in Amcha, and therefore again, his son is not permitted to curse him or to hit him. So we'll say, this is a profound Gemara on a variety of levels. So first of all, what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha myself, do tshuva until when? Literally again until the end. Like the Rambam writes in Hilchos Tshuva, even if a person is on their deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So what's interesting is Avram's been sent to death. Avram is literally again being let out to be executed, but the possibility and the window to tshuva is still open, literally that he is executed. Such is the power of tshuva to affect change within oneself or within one's life until your last breath. That's the power of tshuva. What's lesson number 2? So says, he's about tshuva. He's about tshuva. Then what should we do? What should we do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. So what else do you see? They'll say just because it doesn't necessarily mean we do the effects of all this. Sometimes we do things in life, or often we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for a protracted amount of time. You can't simply undo that. And this is the incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself could really undo everything, right? Like Imam Satsuma says, that if you do the highest level of tshuva, you might call tshuva mi'aval, even zidonos naslo tizukuyos. Even your intentional awareness can become like mitzvahs. That is true in the spiritual. In the physical realm, sometimes the things that I do cannot be done. There are realities of our actions, realities of circumstances. And I see this all the time, like in human relationships. So, it could happen that we offend someone, we hurt someone. We see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage. Right? Something that is terribly hurtful and destructive. And then what happens? The person says, let's say it happens to be that the offended party is the husband. Let's say, for argument's sake. Right? The purpose is only. So then what happens? Then a husband owns it, and he understands that he was wrong. And he says, so what does he do? He says, sorry. Now it's interesting. On the husband's expectation is that with an I'm sorry, what happens? What happens like a magic wand, like magic erase marker. So I said I'm sorry. It was genuine. There was even like in the corner of my eye. Like I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that some things the hypothetical husband thinks that certainly everything that just like snaps back, everything is fine. And the hypothetical husband realizes that wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. So it's also because again, our actions have consequences, and our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important to live with in life. That's why, again, living with mindfulness, living with attentiveness, and contemplating about the effects and implications of our actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important, because they understand everything I do has a reaction. And I realize the error in my ways and I want to pull it back. You can't pull it back. It stays. Error may be about tshuva. And what's going to happen after Adam becomes about tshuva? What's going to happen? What is it going to say then? What is it going to say then? Ashraka. Incredible. But now we have to go. Like, in other words, that you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set into motion. You are about tshuva, and in Shema, you will absolutely accept you with open arms as great about tshuva. But we're still going to execute. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. And I will say, how often do we certain things thinking in the back of our mind, it's not a big deal. I'll just kind of dial it back afterwards. But then you do it, and you can't dial it back. And I'm stuck with the consequences. Tshuva, always possible. But the undoing reaction or the reactions often cannot be undone. Incredible you saw. So much the hockey. That's this I was doing about choice. It's not really worth setting it up like this. Do you want to know why Yitzchak, his son, is chayiv if he hits or he curses his father? Because his father came about tshuva. Because Avim the tshuva. Yes, he said Avim the tshuva. And someone else should also be liable for hitting and for. I'm not married, but on the call, and we're very interested. No. When are you chayiv? Hello, for another Jew. Well, again, it's a Jew who is going to live. Meaning, again, I said this all circles back to the that someone who has been condemned to death. In halacha, it's almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So they're hard to really create liability for someone different. It's a different obligation. Right? It's a son. Right? The son always has to remember again. Coming of has nothing to do with whether or not your parent is a good parent. It's incredibly important. In other words, my parent is a parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm going to go ahead and have cover. So with parents, if like he was convicted to death, a son has an obligation to honor his parent. But the rest by everyone else, obligation is considered to be dead. It's shared liability for a dead guy. You know, okay, you know now. I mean, if that's the case, the son should also be exempt on the days. Here's what's different. We'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of the aim that are in effect, as we're going to see. For example, one is now, again, you can hit your parent after they're dead because there's no prohibition of hitting a corpse, right? But like myself, you can't curse your parent after they're dead. So, for example, the kalo of the limo applies even after the death of a parent. So you see from here, and it's fascinating. Even if we look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, right, Yitzchak, his son, cursing him, still be prohibited, because you can't curse your parent as well. So I want to say, by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of people of the aim, even after transcends after death, right? This is why halacha l'maaseh, again, this interesting idea is Kaddish is one of the forms of keyboard of the aim, which has a lot to discuss. What the father says, parent says to the child, I don't want you to say Kaddish for me after I die. Crazy things like that. It says, so is a child obligated to go ahead and honor that request, or could they dispense with that request? Yeah, a lot of shilas like this in halacha about when a parent asks for something, that runs contrary to halacha. Okay, but our point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a shayla, indicates to us that kibbud avayim extends even beyond mercy. Okay, very interesting conversation. Bottom line, let's remember, how did this all start? What was the shayla? Right? Avram Yitzchak worked days, and Yitzchak worked days. His father is chayiv, ultimately again, Malchus or Kvala. Can the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition, right? Or ultimately, again, Ayot Sivichalek, which is the other case, right? Avram is being left dead as is Yitzchak the son of him. So certainly establishes, certainly cursing in the Yitzchak before. And because Lamaisa, cursing the parent after the dead is also a liability. So certainly when he's actually physically breathing. So my what's the bottom line? So I'll say, the day of Ishmael, general halacha l'maisa, son is not allowed first and hit his father, even if the son is doing so in the capacity of an agent of basi. That's the halacha. Can't curse or hit your father again as an agent of basi, with one exception. Chutz min basis, shari Torah, or Amar Torah, lo sakmo, lo sekasal. What's the one exception? If Avram, the father, was involved in inciting other Shekhavot Zara, the son is permitted to go ahead and hit a person and carry out the punishment of Bezin, which made us once, as we've seen, once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah, we definitely forget them in a general sense. Okay, so I'll say, so by the way, that is the halacha as brought Shekhavot. Again, so Shekhavot constantly, this was act. this was actually far. Good. Richmond Aleph does listen to this. So he goes to Gary for this. The Gemara says two halachas here. So how you abid the imo rishayim over avera? Let's say one's parents were rishayim gimurim, right? Over. So listen to this. Even if they're being let out to be executed, you are not permitted parents, you're not permitted to them. Then he calls a kolam potter. Now, it's just enough if you hit them or curse them, you're potter. Why are you potter? Because technically speaking, they're also tshuva. Suppose that this is fascinating. So if one's parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak's father Aaron is being let out to be killed. First of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't hit him. Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit a person, Yitzchak is technically potter because he hit and cursed a dead person. Okay, listen to this now. He says, however, if Aaron did Shuvah and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him and cursed him, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parent. Even though Yitzchak is being right, even though he's being let out to be killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, halacha might say in halacha hey, Rama writes over here, in halacha hey, Shmuel Paskins that his son Yitzchak should not be an agent of Beis Din to carry out malchus or to carry out legally excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back to Mishnah. Not finished yet. Was alluded to this already in the last sugya, where you hit is actually at the beginning of the parak. If a person hits his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless a person causes an injury. So that's you have to create the chabura. Zeh chomer b'mekala b'makel, shemekala la'achar nisa chayiv, v'makel la'achar nisa pater. But we always say, even though normally we hitting and cursing parents, there is a stringency that person has over hitting, namely, hitting you're only chayiv when the parent is alive. Cursing I'm chayiv when the parent is dead. Okay, incredible. Same thing, guys. So let's say, so very important halacha. What this means is, right, Yitzchak goes over to his father Aaron, like gives him a fast, gives him a patch. It doesn't give a it doesn't give an injury. Not good. It's not going to be the same level of life. There's only liability from the parent when you call kaburu. Says the right turn up on it. Aviv Imokilel Akanisan. So that's what the pasuk says. The pasuk says, Aviv Imokilel Ki ish asher kalas Aviv es imo. Most you must Aviv Imokilel. So there's redundancy in the pasuk. It says Ki ish asher kalas es Aviv es imo. The pasuk does that if a man will curse his mother and his father, most you must. He is put to death. Why? Now, he gets cursed his mother and father. Why do you need the same thing twice? To which the Gemara says, the second me, that there's liability for cursing one's parents even after death. Even after death, even after the parent died, who else cursed them? Listen to this. I would have thought, since Shabbosai, the Torah goes ahead and equates hitting, cursing, therefore, just like striking the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So, cursing the parent, there's no liability when the parent is alive. Shabbos says, therefore, again, the extra phrase, of the emo kilo, that is liability for cursing the parent, even once they are dead. Oh, Kalvachomer. There's a Kalvachomer. Uma Naker Boba Amcha Amcha. So he was in Bochai Boba Achim. So furthermore again, when it comes to Naker, when it comes to hitting someone, what does it mean? Also Shalom Bob Kiba Amcha. So what that means is like this. It doesn't matter whether a Jew ultimately again is living in conformance with the dictates of Jewish life or not. There's liability for hitting. There's liability for any other Jew. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, right? Yet, a again is not liability for striking someone after dead. The kalo shelo asavo shelo ba'amcha kibamcha in addition to kaibal achar himself. Because when it comes to makalo, interestingly enough, the din of makalo is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But if somebody is not what we call it amchor, in halacha l'maisa there is no liability for going ahead and cursing them. Certainly there should be no liability for after death. Talmud Lomar, Ovid Dimo Kilo, Lachar himself. In other words, I give an extra phase other than Kilo teaches me that what? There's liability for cursing a parent even after their death. Alright, so let's analyze. So once I saw again, this means we're going to see this in the Bryce in just a moment. That old phrase of Avid V'imo Kilo is extra. Because the Pasuk already said before in the earlier part of the Pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase, Avid V'imo Kilo? That's going to teach you that even after the death of the parent, there is going to be liability. So there was Elrod Yoshia, Michael, Rabbi Yoshia, who holds that that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about here? Here we go. The Sanya. Ish ish. The pasuk says ish ish. Now again, lashon of the pasuk is ki ish ish asher kalo es aviv es imo. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish? Ish ish. The rabbis bas tumtum teach you that even if the father is a tumtum and an atrocious, ultimately again there's no liability for the child for cursing the parent. Asher Kalo Esri, who cursed his mother and his father, in the other of the email. I only know that there's liability both your mother and father. Aviv Shalom Imo. Imo Shalom Aviv, there's liability even if I curse my father and my mother. To which the Gemara says, Minayin, Talomar Aviv Imo Kilo. The pasuk there goes on to say, Aviv Imo Kilo. Aviv Kilo, Imo Kilo, the Rabbi Yoshia. So once I say, now you see what's happening over here? So Rabbi Yoshia says like this. Rabbi Yoshia uses that last phrase from the beginning of the pasuk. The pasuk says like this: Ki ish ish asher kalo es aviv ve'es imo. So what that makes it sound like in the reading of that pasuk is there's only liability when you curse both of your parents. Rabbi Yoshia says therefore the end of the pasuk says the emo kilo to teach me that what? There's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. So Rabbi Yoshia uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, Rabbi Yonasan says, no, that's not how we read the in general. Whenever it creates a grouping, the assumption over here is even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately, unless the Torah places them together. When we know, this is very interesting. From where we know this, not me who mekalo avil most must. The pasuk says again from the color of the mimosas then the rabbis start putting the bad roaches. That's learned out to teach. When you say for the ish, you learn it out from ish. Function like a normative way. Listening, chomer and maka, like the idea that there's a chumrah and maka as over the color. How shebemaka, shebemaka asako shel ba'amko kiba amko energy. Whether the Jew is Ankar or not Ankar, the kind of Mashiach in the Makalo, ultimately again, but that's different by Makalos, but because by Makalo, you only cry for cursing the Jews by Ankar. Hasavar, Makshin Pa, Mitzvah. You go ahead and ultimately, again, we compare or we compare the halacha of Hakar to Klava, that just like Hakar, you're crying on your head and you so the Klava, Lema, tiny tonight. It's the same with these time I like these other tonight. So let's watch. Very interesting case over here. Kusi ata mitzvah also. Yata mitzvah kilasa. Kusi. First say now, again, remember, again, in general, kusi shas is used in one of the ways. Sometimes kusi just means a guy. That's what it means, just means a guy. This error kusi is the same thing as aku. Right? Other times, what kusi refers to is who? Kusi. Who are the kusi? Right? Remember again when Shalmaneser, the king of Ashur, exiled so he had a good strategy. You know what the strategy? Their strategy was whenever you conquer a group, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland and resell themselves. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so we read 2010 price, who did we put in a place? The Kusin. Where are the Kusin from? There were Abusim were of the Avodazara. There was an outbreak of lying about their conversion. Were they legitimate converts? Now, the Gemara says as follows: Kusi at the Mitzvah Hakas, and the Mitzvah also. So Kusi, if you hit Kusi, you're tight. If you curse a Kusi, you're not tight. You're tight on the right. So he had them Mitzvah Hakas. So ultimately, by Kusi, you're not tight for either hitting him or for cursing him. Now the Gemara says Savrua, the Kuli Alma Kusi. MSA, that was an assumption is everyone assumes that the Kulim were legitimate Gary. If that's the case, the Gemara says, so my love so what are they arguing about? So the Marsar actually not called the Klava. One opinion says that we compare hitting someone to cursing someone. Mars, and therefore again his liability. Mars Sabar, Omar shouldn't have called the Klava. And the opinion says, no, you treat them separately. Whereas the Gemara says, well, not true. The Holy Alma, everyone agrees, Lomak shouldn't have called the Klala. They do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. So what are we arguing about? Mar Sabar Kusin Giri Arayos. Am I saying Mar Sabar Kusin Giri Arayo? I'm sorry. Mar Sabar Kusin Giri MSA. Mar Sabar Kusin Giri Arayos. So I'll say the case ultimately is Halacha L'Maisa. What's the nature of Kusin? Ayos means that allows for an ayin. Right? Murder because of the lions. Those lions, therefore, they were legitimate gear. Other opinion says, no, they were gear MS. Legitimate lion means legitimate gear. So the Gemara says, so let's say, so ultimately, again, if that's the case, then what does it mean we say that the Shara of Kusi is treated of a Yisrael? Gemara answers, rather, we'll say, what do you see from here? What do I focus? My focus ultimately is, do we compare Hakah to Klala or not? That is the fundamental focus unfolding over. So let's say, so just Halacha, just to understand the takeaways from. So Halacha, the review is that Hakah and Klala are treated differently. Right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parent, or there is a prohibition of cursing one's parent even after their death. But Halacha L'Maisa again, Hakah, right? Striking does not apply after the death of the individual. After death of the parent. Sorry for me, a little bit fast now. Last piece. We'll pick up with Mishnah Restream tomorrow. Tremendous stuff. All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha B'Eretz Yisrael, getting all the Shomer Drashos this year. As is also the source of us for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Adar, Habalim, Latova, Terry, and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Khan, Tzvi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, on the occasion of his 12th birthday. Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Yisrael Zechron L'Bracha. Week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kat Pollack, in memory of Paul's grandfather, Zechariah and Zechariah Zechron L'Bracha. And our Daf Yomi sponsor for today, Adam Plonka, in memory of Harav Moshe Ben Harav David Rav Moshe Feinstein Zatzal, on the occasion of his yard site. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah. Thank you. The Neshama the families in the Chama, the rest of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. So that's thank you to Jameson for always troubleshooting everything that could possibly go wrong at 5:45 in the morning. I want to say, so let's begin. An incredible daf ahead of today. Today's daf is pay 85. We are up to a measure. We left off on pay down on the base 84b, and we left off 6 lines up from the bottom. So once you remember again, we're dealing with a very interesting case. The question the Gemara had is a son allowed to do bloodletting from his father. That was the fundamental shaila. Because on one hand, we discussed, the Mishnah introduced us to the idea that if a son injures his father, he's chayek. So the shaila is, what happens if he goes ahead and bloodletting for his father? Is that permitted or not? So interestingly enough, we have two of Masno and but then the Gemara quoted two stories of Rav and Mar Brei Ravina, who did not allow their children to take out a splinter, to let some oil, for fear ultimately again of causing a chabura. So the Gemara goes on and says, "V'hadisnan, v'hadisnan, machat shalyad, lital ba'asakot." So now switching over to Hilchos. So the Mishnah says as far that if you have a small hand needle, right, a small needle that's used for sewing, you're allowed to go ahead and move that on Shabbos. It's not mutzah. Why? Because ultimately, again, technically you can use it to remove a splinter on Shabbos. You can remove a splinter on Shabbos. Don't you have to be concerned? Maybe in that, again, technically speaking, there's nothing splinter on Shabbos. What's concern? The concern is that you create an injury. And causing of a greater injury to blood, ultimately, again, all right, so what do? You got skila. Maybe, and again, although it'll be a shogi, intentional chabura, but nevertheless, it's a shogi of skila. To which the Gemara says, no, hasam mekalkahu. That's because if there is a chalitz caused by taking out of the splinter, that's mekalkal. That's considered to be a destructive act. So the Gemara says, mekalkal potter. So that's fine according to the opinion that says mekalkal is potter. That in general on Shabbos, when you do something destructive, that is potter. But according to the opinion that says mekalkal is chayiv, even if you do something destructive on Shabbos, a malacha is a malacha. What is there to say? To which the Gemara says, one second, man, Sham, who's the opinion who says that mekalkal by that if you cause a chabura and it's cool and it's destructive, that's Rabbi Shimon. Top of Pei Rabbi Shimon Amar Kamalach Shnitzvich Lagufa Padrala. Rabbi Shimon is also the opinion who says that any malacha shnitzvich Lagufa, which means any malacha that is done that is not needed for its intended purpose. In other words, that the malacha that is not the malacha that I want, he will fetch your potter. Okay? So the word goes off. So bottom line, by the way, so what happens in that kind of situation? The word is just suggesting that even if you end up causing a chavur by taking out the splinter, that'll be a malacha shenitzricha l'gufa. In general, both Shabbos, what do you feel for Shabbos? Malachas machshavas. Needs something constructive and if at the end of the day you do a malacha, but the malacha itself is not necessary, then ultimately again it's not on Shabbos. So that being said, we don't take out splinters. Right? We leave splinters in our Shabbos after Shabbos. I fear ultimately again of a darshan of the scathing, right? Well, even though it's malacha shenitzricha l'gufa, we still don't go ahead and do it. What about a son doing bloodletting for fathers? In other words, again, I mentioned the share yesterday, that in all of these things where you have a son checking the blood sugar for his father, a son going in and being a doctor and operating on his father, doing this procedure. So what's the halacha? So the Shulchan Aruch Paskins is a whole section called Hilchos Kibud Alayim. Fascinating halacha. Because in Yeridea, Siman Reish Mem Aleph. So the Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Reish Mem Aleph Gimel. Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Hayakot Takavu. If let's say again, my father has a splinter. Father has a splinter. The Shulchan Aruch says, Lo Yotzi Enu Shema Yavo La'asas Habura. A son should not take out the splinter. V'chein, it will make his dam. O Rofe, let's say the son is doing bloodletting, or the son is a doctor. Lo Yakiz Dam La'aviv Lo Yachtich Lo Eiver Afa Pisha Mechavin Rufua. A son should not do anything to a father that cause bleeding, even if the intention is for a purpose. That's how it comes. So let's say, but the Ramah has a very important qualifier. Haga, when is this true? When is this true? The Sheyesh Sham Acher Lasos. When there is someone else to go ahead and provide, we'll call this quote unquote service to the father. Aval Sham Acher Lasos, whom it's stire, Harei Makizo, the Chotek Loma Shershu Lasos. So it says, interestingly enough, if there's no one else there, then the son could do it. The son could do it. Shulchan is a very interesting qualifier. He says, "Kafi mashir shuhu laso." Get reshus from his father. Fascinating. So in other words, the lechatila is that a son should not do these things for his father. Right? That's the lechat. Right? Maybe as no one else there, a son could do it, but really he should get reshus from his father before going ahead and doing anything that's going to cause bura or cause the joint incredible. And I will say, this also supposes that the son fathers of the mental capacity to give reshus to the father. Let's say again, the father is not mental capacity. The son is the caregiver. Yes, again, but I'm not saying it's understood. That although ideally better to have someone other than the son for his duties, but again, if there's no one else there, even if the father can't give rishos, son is permitted to do it. Okay, good. We'll come back with more a little bit later on today. So what's like top of pay 85A, second line down. Very interesting case. Yes, the father shall Rav Sheshes. Then with a kalaro. Wow, listen to this. Can his son be an agent of the court to strike his father or to curse his father? Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Bezdin la'aviv in this chayiv of a nidui o malchus. So what we're assuming now, the question is like this. Let's say again, we have, right, Avram and Yitzchak. Avram's father Yitzchak is the son. Avram was condemned by Bezdin, not condemned, was judged by Bezdin for malchus, to get lashes. Was going to be put in execution immediately. So remember again, Shaila is, let's say Yitzchak is employed by the Bezdin. So can Yitzchak go ahead and carry out these sentences against his father? So again, it's not the son acting of his own volition, it's the son acting as a shliach. So the Gemara says, this is Malay, so the Gemara asks this fascinating question. So in general, right, why is, let's say Avram and Yitzchak are not related. Avram is judged for this, where Avram is judged for excommunication. Your brother will say part of excommunication, part of it was a curse. You would get cursed by Bezdin. So the Gemara said, you're never allowed to do this to another Jew. In other words, can you go over to another Jew and flog them? Can you go over to another Jew and curse them? You know, the Gemara says, someone else, stam another Jew. How are we permitted to flog someone? How are they to curse someone? Well, it says, Ella, kavod shamayim adif. And will say, so why is it that in general, right, anyone in base is allowed to flog another Jew, curse another Jew, because kvod shamayim adif, because the covet that we are obligated to display to HaKadosh Baruch Hu trumps any other. That's it. So therefore, again, if someone did something against the HaKadosh Baruch Hu and they're deserving the malchus, we're going to flog them. We're going to flog them. Someone is deserving ultimately again of needless explanation. We're going to curse them. But it's an affront to the dignity of the individual. The covet to HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes and comes before the covet of any other person. Hachanami kvod shmayla. That's the life that ultimately, again, a son should be able to go ahead and flog his father, or a son should be able to go ahead and curse his father for nidui as well. So again, that's the Gemara is assuming right now. So Meisvei uma mi shemitzuva lakoso mitzvah lakoso mi she'in mitzvah lakoso in a din shemitzuva shelo lakoso. So we'll say, all right, so a little bit of a strange brayso, which we'll have to explain. So literally translated, if someone who I'm obligated to strike, there's a mitzvah not to strike them. Someone who I'm not obligated to strike, certainly there's a mitzvah not to strike them. All right, so no idea what the Bryce is talking about. So the Gemara says, "My love, idi b'makom mitzvah." So perhaps both cases in the Bryce are talking about makom mitzvah, where someone was deserving of malchus. I see someone who's deserving of lashes, and what happens? Habib no, haba acher. Maybe one Bryce is talking about a son, and one Bryce is talking about some other words, and the Bryce is saying like this: when it's the son, even though the father is dismalchus, nevertheless, the son should not administer to the father. And versus someone else, where even though ideally you really shouldn't be hitting any Jew, but when you're working for Bezdin, and Bezdin is obligated to give a person this, so someone else is permitted to which the Gemara says, "Lo, idi v'idi loshna no v'loshna acher." The Gemara says, no, not true. Doesn't make a difference whether we're talking about a son or talking about someone else. So, kasha, kan b'makom mitzvah, kan shelo b'makom mitzvah. One is talking about makom mitzvah, and one is talking about not a makom mitzvah. What does that mean? Both say so. What does that mean? mitzvah. Makom mitzvah is where someone is malchus from Beis Din. Shalom b'makom mitzvah means someone's not chayim malchus in Beis Din. Someone's chayim malchus in Beis Din. As much as you don't like hitting people, you're going to hit them because it's a mitzvah. Vot shemayim agav. Someone's not chayim malchus. You're not going to hit them because halacha l'maisa, it is prohibited. So the Gemara says, this is what it means to say. Here we go. Makom mitzvah shemitzvah lahakoso mitzvah lahakoso. So we'll say, listen to this. Even in the case of makom mitzvah, in the case of makom mitzvah, let's take this. Right? Avram ultimately again is chayiv malchus. Avram's chayiv malchus. So now Yitzchak, let's leave aside that Yitzchak is not a son. Let's leave it on the side. Yitzchak is going to administer the malchus. Even in that case, what is the halacha? Yitzchak is not permitted to deliver more than the mandated number of malchus. Right? This is what I saw. So one, even one lash, then they are chayiv for. So that's what it means when it says ma'bama. Even in the case where able to lashes, right? So not to give them 4 lashes, then they are able to. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, so it's only where someone is not subject to lashes, and the nice don't strike at all. Okay, so we'll say, so therefore again, that's what do we do with this halal? So the pashtos. Well, we're not finished. Let's finish up. Tashma. So we'll say, remember again, cry on the ball. What's the prime over here? So we've already established a son administer medicinal healing to his father. It could potentially result in a kabur. Number 1 for today. Topic number today. Can a son carry out the punishment upon his father if he is working for Beis Din? Is that mutter or not? So that still seems to be up in the air. So the Gemara continues. Tashma was condemned to death. And the father was condemned to death. Ubino v'iko lo chayiv. And what happens? And his son comes along. All right. So the Gemara says, if another comes along and it's his Avram, so the other person is going to be Potter. All right, so what's going on over here? The Gemara says, so again, Avram is sent to death. The Gemara says, if Avram's son Yitzchak comes and strikes him, versus him, so the son Yitzchak is going to be someone else other than Yitzchak comes and curses or hits Avram, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, we asked, why this distinction? Why this distinction ultimately again on someone else? It's very interesting. Okay, so this is fascinating. So we'll say, what case? Avram was condemned to death. And also, remember again, we spoke about earlier, much earlier in the second, about the process for leaving someone out to death, specifically again by Sila. Remember again, we went through that whole process of leaving him out. What's the case? It says where Avram was condemned, but he won't go, which makes a lot of sense, right? He won't go, right? He won't go. So therefore, so what do we need to do? We need to prod him. So how do you prod him? You hit him, right? Or you curse him. So the Gemara says, so that therefore the Gemara seems to be making this distinction as following. If the son hits him or curses him, the son will be liable. If someone else curses him, they won't be liable. So the Gemara says, Rav Sheshes Mukila, B'She'im Misarvin Bo Lotzes. Rav Sheshes sets it up as, no, it's not a case he's refusing to go out. If that's the case, he's not refusing to go out, Ihachi Acher Nami. So we'll say, if we're talking about a case where Avram is condemned to death, he's refusing to go out to meet his maker, right? He's refusing to go out for execution. So now, okay, the Gemara says, if his son hits him or curses him, there's liability for the son. If someone else, there's not liability. Okay, Rav Sheshes says, no, it's talking about a case where he's not willing to go. He's willing to go, right? He's willing to go. He's willing to go. If that's the case, if he's willing to go, then at the end of the day, someone else comes along and hits him or curses him, is there not liability for the other? To which the simple, Achar Gatilahu. It's very important. Avram is condemned to death. What's his status? He's considered to be dead already, right? Let's take a different case. So Avram is condemned to death by David, and then comes along and kills Avram. What's Yaakov's liability? Zero. Why? He killed a dead man. He killed a dead man. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this: when Avram's been condemned to death, so if someone else comes along and hits Avram, curses Avram, okay, there's no liability because they've hit and they've cursed a dead man. If his son does it, there is liability. Again, I must say, this is all the heightened level of relationship responsibility that a child has to a parent. Avram's been condemned to death. You're right, but Yitzchak's still your father, and he's still living and breathing right in front of you, and therefore you have an obligation to maintain proper dignity towards him. Gemara says as follows: Gemara says, "V'hamar Rav Sheshes, Baish is an interesting case here. Baishu Yashan Meis Chayiv." So let's listen to this fascinating case here. Let's say you embarrass someone, just stand, right? I go over to Ruvain and I embarrass Ruvain while Ruvain is dying. Right, sorry, while Ruvain is sleeping. Like Ruvain is sleeping. So I say, what's the kind of getting embarrassed while you're sleeping? Right? You don't know about it. So I don't know, Ruvain's asleep and I put toothpaste on his face, whatever it is, right? I go ahead, ready to sleep. So I will say, so interestingly enough, and he dies in sleep. So Ruvain never woke up to realize the embarrassment has been caused him. So what's the halacha? I show Yashin Meis Chayiv. I'm Chayiv. Now I will say, who am I Chayiv? And Rashi says over here, actually Rashi is right across Chayiv. The Misbaishin Banov, the Hay Nani Loshna. So as I say, interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa, I'm obligated to pay boshes to the heirs, Reuven's offspring, because they were embarrassed with this act. So I say, what do you see from here? That halacha l'maisa, even if you go ahead and you embarrass someone who's dead, there's still liability. Now, why are you bringing this up over here? Because the Gemara wanted to say that if Yaakov goes over to Avram and hits him or curses him, that Yaakov is not going to be chayiv. Why not? Because he hit or he cursed a dead man. But what do you see from here? That even if you do something to someone and that person, quote unquote, is dead, they never even realize it, there's still liability. If I embarrass someone while they're sleeping and they never wake up, I'm still liable to go ahead and pay for the embarrassment to the offspring. What's the case over here? Where what happens? Where again the injury to Avram is an injury that's not shava pruta. So therefore, again, there's no liability, right? For damages less than a pruta, ultimately, again, there's going to be no liability. So the Gemara says, "V'hamar Rabbi Amar Rabbi Yochanan, hikar sheva shava pruta." Look at, but we learned that even if you injure someone and you if you hit someone and you cause an injury that's less than a shava pruta, while it's true that there's no monetary compensation, you get malchus, to which the Gemara says, you're right. My potter de Kamar. What does it mean when we say that if Yaakov Avram and he struck or he cursed, that ultimately he's potter? What does that mean, potter? Potter, mimaman. It means that he's potter from mammon. There's no monetary compensation, but there would potentially be malchus. Michlal did be no chayiv mammon. So I say, so again, does that sound like over here that his son would be chayiv mammon, which would be strange? To which the Gemara says, Ella, Bino, Hachanami Bedino. Rather, say, no. What it means is, chayiv just means everyone has different liability. Chayiv just means you're liable. So a son will have one type of liability, right? Yaakov, another unrelated, will have his own liability. Ella, Acher, time of the potter. So I say, so why is it that another will be comes? Avram has been condemned to death, and Yaakov comes along and strikes him or curses him. Why is it that Yaakov is potter? The pasuk says literally again, a prince of your people, you shall curse. What do we learn from here? Well, only when is there a prohibition to cursing a Jew? When he is ba'amcha. Ba'amcha means he is part of Israel. He behaves like another Jew. But obviously, if someone has been sentenced to death, what does that indicate? Not behaving in conformance with the normative standards of Klal Yisrael, and therefore, again, there is no prohibition to curse such an individual. The Gemara says, okay, hatinach klala. So I suppose I say, now, by the way, this is actually very important. Curse another Jew, behave like a Jew. Right? Only when they are behaving, when they are conducting themselves like a Jew should. So hatinach klala, haka. What about hitting someone? Like, what about hitting someone? We compare ultimately hitting to cursing. And therefore, just like cursing only apply amcha when the person is conducting themselves in conformity with normative Jewish standards, so to hitting applies as well. So we'll say if that's the case, then the same thing should apply for a son. So therefore, even right, if Avram's been condemned to death, that means that what? Avram is not conducting himself like a member of Klal. He's not conducting himself like a member of Klal. Then there should be no prohibition to hit him or to curse him, and therefore this should be exempt as well. This is incredible. I'll say, Gemara says, what's the case? The case is where Avram did tshuva. Avram's been condemned to death, but he did tshuva before his execution. Again, if Avram did tshuva, what? He is included back in Amcha, and therefore, again, his son is permitted to curse him or to hit him. So this is a profound Gemara on Varel. So first of all, what do you see from here? You see from here that halamaisa, you could do tshuva literally again until, like the Rambam writes in Ruva, even if a person in a deathbed, they have the ability to perform tshuva. So what's interesting within this dramatic case, Avram's been sentenced to death. Avram is literally again being led out to be executed. But the possibility and the window to tshuva is still open literally until the moment that he is executed. Such is the power of tshuva, the ability to affect change in oneself and in one's life, literally until your last breath. That's the power of tshuva. But what's lesson number 2? So he's about tshuva. He's about tshuva. What should we do? Stay the execution. Send it back home. So what else do you see? Those say just because a person does tshuva doesn't necessarily mean that you can undo the effect of all of your actions. Sometimes we do things in life, or often we do things in life, and there are irreversible consequences. You behave a certain way, especially for an amount of time, you can't simply undo that. And this is the incredible dialectic of tshuva. On one hand, tshuva itself can really undo everything, right? Like the Gemara says that if you do the highest level of tshuva, the Gemara calls tshuva me'ava, even zidonos na'as lo kizuchuyos, even averus can become like mitzvos. It's true in the spiritual realm. In the physical realm, sometimes the thing that I do cannot be undone. There are realities of our circumstances. You see this all the time, like in relationships. So, it could happen that we offend someone, hurt someone, and we see this happen a lot, especially in the context of marriage, where I do something that is terribly hurtful and destructive. Happens. The person says, let's say it happens to you that the offending party is done. Let's say, for argument's sake, for illustrative purposes only. So then what happens? And a husband only, he says, I'm sorry. Often the husband's expectation is that what happens like a magic wand, right? Like magic erase marker, right? I said, I'm sorry. It was genuine. There was even like a little tear in the corner of my eye, right? I'm really sorry. And so it's interesting that sometimes the hypothetical husband thinks that certainly everything that just snaps back to what it was, right? Everything is fine. And then the hypothetical husband realizes that, wow, like not everything is snapping back to what it was. So I said, because again, our actions have consequences, and our actions have reactions. And when you hurt someone, they may even accept your apology, but it doesn't undo the pain. It's all there. There are consequences to our actions. And this is one of the most important yesodos to live with in life. And this is why living with mindfulness and living with attentiveness and contemplating about the effects and implications of actions before we do is so incredibly and profoundly important. Because to understand everything I do has a reaction. And even though I realize the error in my ways, I want to pull it back. I can't pull it back. It stays. Av tshuva. Error may be about tshuva. And what's going to happen after Avram becomes about tshuva? What's going to happen? What is the Beis Din going to say to him? What is the Beis Din going to say to him? Ashrecha. Incredible. But now we have to tell. In other words, that you can't undo it. In other words, that's it. You did something, and there's an irreversible set of consequences that you have set into motion. You are about tshuva, and in Shemayim, they will absolutely accept you with open arms as a great Baal tshuva, but we're still going to execute you. Because in life, when you make certain decisions, there are irreversible consequences. And let's say, how often do we do certain things thinking in our mind it's not a big deal, and dial it back afterwards? And then you do it, and you dial it back. And I'm stuck with the consequences. Tshuva, always possible. But the undoing the reactions or the reactions of my actions often cannot be undone. Incredible yisod. So that's the case that I was coming up to us. It's not the way the Gemara is setting it up like this. Do you want to know why Yitzchak, the son, is chayiv if he hits or he curses his father? Because his father came about tshuva. Because Adam did tshuva. If that's the case that Adam did tshuva, ihachi chernami, then someone else should also be liable for hitting and for cursing. Very interesting. No. When are you chayiv? Halacha l'maisa for cursing or for hitting another Jew? When ultimately, again, it's a Jew who is going to live. Meaning, again, I will say this all circles back to the idea that someone who has been condemned to death, ultimately, in halacha, is almost as if they're already dead. It's as if they're dead. So therefore, again, it's hard to really create liability for someone who's dead. The son has a different obligation, right? The son is a son. Right? The son always has an obligation. Remember again, has nothing to do with whether a parent is a good parent or not. It's incredibly important, right? Whether a parent is a good parent, not a good parent, doesn't make a difference. I'm obligated to go ahead and have for them. So with parent, Abraham is convicted. A son still has an obligation to honor his parent, but by everyone else, Abraham is considered to be dead. It's hard to generate by a guy. If that's the case against the son, should also be exempt. I'll say, days. So this is interesting about say. No, here's what's different. We'll get to this as well. Remember, there are elements of kibud aim that are in effect even after the parent dies. As we're going to see, for example, one is now again, you could your parent after they're dead, but there's no prohibition of hitting a corpse. Right? But Lamaisa, you can't curse your parent after they're dead. So, for example, right, the kala of the vimo applies even after the death of parent. You see from here, and it's fascinating. Even if we look at Avram as a dead man, right, because he was sentenced to death, even so, cursing him, Yitzchak, his son, cursing him, still be prohibited, because you can't curse your dead parent as well. So I'll say, by the way, there's a lot to say about this, about the concept of kibbud ava'im, even after death. It transcends after death. Right? This is why halacha l'maisa again. This is one of the interesting ideas. Saint Kaddish is forms of kibbud ava'im, which has a lot to discuss. It says, parents said, child, I don't want you to Kaddish from me after I die. I have a crazy case like that. The parent says, so is it obligated to go ahead and honor that request? Could they dispense with that request? You have a lot of shilas like this in halacha about when the parent asks for something, that runs contrary to halacha. But right, not for now. Point over here is that the obligation, the fact that it's a shayla in the class that kibbud ava'im extends even beyond. So the Gemara. Okay, very interesting conversation. Bottom line, also remember, how did this all start? What was the shayla? Right, Avram works for Beis Din. His father is chayiv. Ultimately, again, for Mal or for Klala, can the son go ahead and administer that particular prohibition, right? Or ultimately, again, or Hayotzi Licharik, which is a similar case, right? Avram is being let out to death, as is Yitzchak's son chayiv if he hits him or if he curses him. So, by the way, one thing we've certainly established is cursing him is chayiv, right? Because Lamaisa, cursing his ability. So certainly when he's physically breathing. So my mind, so we'll say, so we'll say, in general, a son is not allowed to curse and hit his father, even if the son is doing so, capacity of an age basin. That's the law. Can't curse or hit your father even as age in the basin, with one exception. With the one exception. What's the one exception? If Avram the father was involved in inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, and the son is permitted to go ahead and hit him, curse him, carry out the punishment of Beis Din, which makes it also, because we've seen once somebody is inciting others to worship Avodah Zarah, we definitely throw the book at them in a general sense. Okay, so I'll say so that is the halacha as brought down in Shulchan Aruch. Again, so there's one of our constants. This was actually good. Reshmem, ask listen to this. So get ready for this. The Gemara says two halachas over here. Let's say one sentence, right over Avera. So listen, even if they're literally being let out to be executed, you are not permitted to hit your parents. You're not permitted to them. Then he got also a clump potter. Now, interestingly enough, the Shulchan Aruch Paskins, if you hit them or if you curse them, you're potter. That's why because technically speaking, they're dead already. Right? So it's fascinating. So if one's parents, right? So let's say Yitzchak, right? Yitzchak Avram is being let out to be killed. So first of all, that clearly indicates that he's a Rasha. Even though he's a Rasha, Yitzchak still can't hit him. Yitzchak still can't curse him. If Yitzchak does hit or curse him, Yitzchak is technically potter because he hit and cursed a dead person. Okay, listen to this. Rambam says, however, if Avram did tshuva and then Yitzchak subsequently hit him and cursed him, Yitzchak is chayiv for hitting and cursing his parent. Incredible. Even though what? Even though he's being right, even though Avram is being let out to be killed, nevertheless, about Shuvah is about Shuvah is about Shuvah. And again, halacha l'maaseh in halacha hey, right here, avar aver shalokim alav, v'yen shliach l'dayanim, lo yakya osam, v'chein nischay v'nidui, lo yeshliach l'dosam, v'lo yirda v'lo yakas. So again, in halacha hey, Shulchan Aruch Paskins that son Yitzchak should not be an agent of Beis Din to carry out malka or to carry out nidui excommunication. Incredible. Okay, let's go back there. Mishnah. Not finished that. Because we actually alluded to this already in the last sugya. When you hit is actually the beginning of the parak. If a person hits his father or mother, he is not chayiv unless of course he causes an injury. So you have to create the chabura. Furthermore, we'll say even though normally we group hitting and cursing parents together, stringency that person has over hitting me, that hitting your only chayiv parents is alive. Cursing I'm chayiv even when the parents are dead. Okay, incredible. Says the Gemara, let's analyze. So we'll say, so very important halacha. What this means is, right, Yitzchak goes over to his father Avram, like gives him like a fras, gives him, it doesn't create a chabur, it doesn't create not good, but there's not going to be the same level of liability. There's only liability for striking a parent when you cause a chabur. Says the Gemara, Tanabanan. Aviv v'imo kilel la'achar nisal. So that's when the pasuk says, Aviv v'imo ki ish asher yikalel es aviv es imo. Most you must Aviv v'imo kilel. So there's redundancy in the pasuk, right? The beginning of the pasuk says ki ish asher yikalel es aviv ve'es imo. Pasuk does that if a man will curse his mother and his father, most you must. He is put to death. Why? He has cursed his mother and father. So why didn't he think twice? To which the Gemara says the second Aviv v'imo kilel teaches me that there's liability cursing one's parents even after death. Even after the parent died, you're not allowed to curse them. Listen to this. Shiyachol, I would have thought, since Rabbosai, the Torah goes ahead and equates hitting and cursing. Therefore, just like striking a parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So in cursing the parent, there's only liability when the parent is alive. So Rabbosai says, therefore, again, the extra phrase, v'imo kilel, to teach that there's liability for parents even once they are dead. Furthermore, v'od, Kal v'chomer, Uma she'asa bo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So the Gemara says, Lo chayiv bo la'achar nisam. So I'll say furthermore again, when it comes to makeh, when it comes to hitting someone, so what does it mean? Asa bo shelo ba'amcha ki ba'amcha. So also what that means is like this. It doesn't matter whether you ultimately, again, is living in conformance with the dictates of Jewish life or not. There's liability for hitting them. There's liability for striking any other Jew. The Gemara says, I'm sorry, right? Yet again, not liability for so when it comes to Makalel, interestingly enough, the din of Makalel is only for a Jew who lives in accordance with the dictates of Jewish law. But somebody is not what we call an Amcha. Halacha l'maisa, there's no liability for going ahead and cursing them. Certainly, there should be no liability for after death. Talmud Lomar, Aviv v'imo kilo la'achamisa. See, Rabbi again, the extra phase of v'imo kilo teaches me that what? There's liability for cursing a parent even after their death. All right, so let's analyze. So I'll say, so again, we're going to see this in the Bryce in just a moment. That whole phrase of Aviv v'imo kilo is extra. Because the Pasuk already said before in the part earlier of the Pasuk that you can't curse your parents. What do I do with that last phrase, Aviv v'imo kilo? That's going to teach you that even after the death of the parent, there's going to be liability. In other words, Rabbi Yoshia, my opinion, my friend Rabbi Yoshia, who holds that phrase is not extra. What is there to say? What are we talking about? Design. Ish ish. The Pasuk says ish ish. And again, Lashon of the Pasuk is key. Ish ish. Kalo as other. Why do you need ish ish? Why not just say ish? Why ish ish? Ish ish. The rabbis bas tum v'androgynous. To teach you that even if the father is a tumtum and androgynous, ultimately, again, there's still liability for the child for cursing the parent. Asher kalal es aviv vesimo, who will curse his mother and his father. Imi ela avivim. I only know that there's liability to curse both your mother and your father. Aviv shelo imo. Imo shelo aviv. How do I know that there's liability even if I father without my mother without my father? To which the Gemara says, Talomar aviv v'imo kilo. The pasuk then goes on to say, aviv kilo, imo kilo, di Rabbi Yoshia. So Rabbi Yoshia says like this. Rabbi uses that last phrase when you're looking at the pasuk is ki ish ish asher es aviv ve'es imo. So what that makes it sound like from the reading of that pasuk is there's only liability when there's both of your parents. Rabbi Yoshia says therefore the end of the pasuk says aviv v'imo kilo, to teach me that what? There's liability even if you curse both of your parents independently. Says Rabbi Yoshua uses that phrase for. Rabbi Yonasan says, "Mimashma shneim ke'echad u'mashma echad b'fnei atzmo ad sheyifrot l'cha kasav yachdav." Rabbi Yonasan says, no, that's not how we read psukim in general. Whenever the pasuk creates a grouping, the assumption over here is that even people mentioned together are still reckoned separately unless the Torah places them together explicitly. What do we mean by this? Minale, for us, is very interesting. We know this. Minale, not the of it, the emo, most, the pasuk says ultimately again, from the kala of the emo, most humas vida, when we buy the rabbis, bastumtum ba'adronis. That's learned out to teach me, bastumtum ba'adronis. Tefach, the pasuk first while, safely, ish, learn ish. The Torah Kloshim Manetam. Torah is just talking in like a normative way. Listening, Chomer ben Makeh, meaning the Kalo. So why not highlight the idea that there's a Chumrah that Makeh is over the Kalo? How so? Sheb Makeh, sideline. Sheb Makeh, Asa Bo Shlo Ba'amcha Kimcho, by Makeh Bo, say, I'm forgetting any Jew. Whether the Jew is Amcha or not Amcha, you're Chayiv, Mashen came in the Kalo. Ultimately, again, but that's different by Makalo. Because by Makalo, you're only chayiv for cursing the Jews ba'amcha. Kasavar makshah miklala. We go ahead and ultimately again we compare halacha of hakah to klala. That just like hakah, you're chayiv going ahead and hitting any Jew. So to klala, lema kani tonight, kani tonight. So let's say that these time I like these tonight. So what? The tiny interesting case over here. Kusi mitzvah hakah. So mitzvah killa. So kusi. I will say now again. Remember. We're going to get into kusi in general. Kusi in Shas is used in one of two ways. So kusi just means, that's what it means. It means a guy. Or kusi same thing as akum. Right? In other times, what kusi refers to is who? Are the kusim. Who are the kusim? Right? Remember again when Shalmaneser, the king of Ashur, exiled the 10 tribes. So he had a good strategy. What was his strategy? His military strategy was whenever you conquer a people, the first thing you do is uproot them from their natural homeland and resettle them somewhere else. That makes it less probable that they will go ahead and rebel. Okay, so when he exiled the 10 tribes, who did he put in their place? The Kusim. Where are the Kusim from? Kusa. They were Kusim were all devil desire. There was an outbreak of lions, and they converted. So there's a whole shaila about their conversion. Were they converted? It's not legitimate conversion. So just bear that in mind. So the Gemara says as follows. So Kusi also, so Kusi, if you hit a Kusi, you're chayiv. If you curse, you're not chayiv. Also, ultimately by Kusi, you're not chayiv or for cursing him. The assumption we're making is everyone assumes that Kusim were legitimate Gerim. Legitimate Gerim. If that's the case, so my love back so what we're about. So the Marsar action I call the Klava. One opinion says that we compare someone to cursing someone, and therefore again there's liability. Marsavar, call the Klava. Another opinion, we treat them separately. To which the Gemara says, no, not true. Everyone agrees. We do not go ahead and compare hitting to cursing. So what are we arguing about over here? Mars kusim gere arayos. Am I saying Mars savar kusim gere arayo? I'm sorry. Mars savar kusim gere MSA. Mars savar kusim gere arayos. What's the machlokes? So I'm saying the machlokes ultimately is the nature of kusim. Where gere arayos means that's arayos an aleph, not an ayin. Right? They converted because of the lions. Those lions, they were not legitimate gerim. Other opinion says no, they were gere MS. Legitimate lion, legitimate gerim. So the Gemara says, so I'll say, so again, if that's the case, what does it mean when we say that the shar of a kusi is treated like a shar of a Yisrael? To which the Gemara answers, rather, we'll say, what do you see from here? What is the machlokas? The machlokas ultimately is to compare hakah to klala or not. That is the fundamental machlokas holding over here. So we'll say, so just halacha, so just to understand the takeaways from here. So halacha, the way we paskin is that hakah and klala are treated differently. Right? That, for example, there is a din of cursing one's parent, or there's a prohibition of cursing one's parent even after their death. But Allah again, hakah, right? Striking does not apply after the death of the individual. Right? Well, so after the parent. Sorry for being a little bit fast on the last piece. We'll pick up with the Mishnah and the staff. When you will say it is a source to be able to flow. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there personally. 40 minutes Hashem. Back by Tuesday afternoon with 40 minutes Hashem. See everyone each year in Hashem. So, but it is a source nevertheless. Continue to learn at least virtually. Thank you to all of our sponsors who are listed again in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's doc is 8,084. We are picking up the Hashem on a Gimel of the days 83B. And we are picking up Krue Rosh. So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up about Orel. 2 lines are from the bottom. About Orel owning the Yoshi Bazos. So we're again going through the list of people. First, we went through the list of Kohanim who are high Misbedeshamayim, or associated circumstances which generate liability of Misbedeshamayim. And then Mishnah created a list. The Bryce created a list. Abel, a Kohen who does the Avodah as an mourner. Orel, uncircumcised. Yoshev, sitting. So the halach is all three of these things are such that one doesn't violate and not the way we know that it's someone who doesn't get that is quote unquote only not so the Shem is much of an aroma. So the truth is this is not just because We did not learn this in the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu. It was not explicitly said in the Torah. Actually, by Chesed ben Muzi B'Laman. Chesed ben Muzi, what Chesed ben Muzi, what did Chesed say? And then it's Rechar Orel, Leif Kapach Nidal 848, Va'orel Basa, Va'yava Amikra. You know, see, Chesed says, Open Nechar, again, these are non-Jews. Orel, uncircumcised part, Va'orel Basa, means little physically uncircumcised, should not come to the Mikdash. So ultimately, again, what you see now here, obviously, this is not a God, so and therefore, again, when the Gemara says that it's a lab, really what it means is, Rashi points out over here, when we see a lab, it is what we call Kabbalah. So the coin words to work, the coin word to do the service, as Torah also is uncircumcised. I remember again, each subject, the coin is not circumcised, is the case like me. Where they couldn't, if someone again could have a procedure but remain in an uncircumcised state, there's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where this is not because his brother had died as a result of the receival of a fortune. Especially if it was allowed, quote unquote, to remain uncircumcised, he is not allowed to do this. Where do you go now from? Constantine. Good. Next, owning. I remember again, owning is someone, if you notice, owning and now for our purposes, again, is the state of the period of time that is that a coin changes the upholder. Does so, it is kind. It's a lot. It's a lot. Just remember, no, where you know that the only know. Second line from the top, 848, $8,000. Specifically, the Midrash will say, below you come out, estimate dash and look. Like the process is exactly by the coin God. Positive by the coin God. That's specifically by our after the I cannot believe in the Midrash, and he should not pertain the Midrash of the God. Now, the Pasuk is telling me, even though our had the story of such a one loss, he was not Mark says, what do you see there? It's after the clean bottle who has to continue to serve as a guest. But if someone else were to serve as a guest, they would in fact feign temple service. So here's the fact that clean bottle has to serve as an owning / although indicates to us that other may not serve in that service. I'm going to the name of Pillow Simon. Now, okay, so where the man's coming right now, therefore, calling does speak about this, he's in violation of a law. Prohibition. One second. Maybe you should make a clear Shabbat. Come on. Harkening back to yesterday's stuff. Harkening back to yesterday's stuff. So remember again, on one hand, it says by a thing it was Hillel, and by Truma it says Hillel. So you should say, just like if a coin who is coming tomorrow, Friday, Mr. Ishaman, to go to a coin who Abel does the Avodah, you should also be high Mr. Ishaman. I'm going to and say just again by we'll just call it Truma. But again, in case the common coin of Truma is highly Ishaman, it's just like by Truma is Mr. Ishaman. So to again, only also be Mr. Ishaman, which was mixed with the name. 12 colors. First of all, let's understand. Prohibition for a color, yeah, oh yeah, it's not really it's inferred. The fact that it's in double is not allowed to be the nickname. It has to serve even in the tells us that a regular coin can't serve. So it's not explicit, it's inferred. So this is something that is learned out from inference. And there's a principle called was anything that is learned out of music itself cannot be clear. It's saying is, in order to be hard to clear some of these explicit concepts, we need to go to the if one of those concepts is not essential, rather learned out by inference, you cannot use it for clear. Interesting. Okay, no shit, no. Next, I don't know that if I Diabol is sick, and he is in violation of God. ולא ברמת מלחמת God the Yvon Bakar Hashem was actually cautious like that. La'amod l'sharei. The Pasuk said by the Kohanim, Hashem chose the Goyim to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the Goyim from among all of the tribes. La'amod, stand and serve. When you see here, La'amid Bakar to the Lord of Yeshua. The Dafka Hold the sacrifice of the temple don't have to become standing, not sitting. When Diabol does, and a lot of money said he's invited. Talmud, next. What about a blemish story? What happens to blemish stories of Diabol? Ready only, so Ready says, the from say guys, it's a lunch. My time is Ready, what's Ready about? Because he said it's about stories of Diabol. What's his logic? Ela Parochas, Lo Yavo. Once it says, again, the coin has you should not come to the pasuk. The rest of the pasuk is the Lord Yichalel Yishdoshim. You should not come to the question of Zillow. Zillow, the Martin, Yalid, Zillow, the Shuma, Vikir Shava, from Balmon, Shuma, just like it says, Mala, just like Shuma, if you have a question, Shuma, Chinese Shumi, Afghan, the situation of Balmon, does the Avodah, he also can I but remember it also says Shul by Nosa. Nosa is the cards. Two digits to shove up in Balmon Nosa. Just like Nosa is the cards. Don't do Balmon with the cards. To which the word says, Mala, I don't cards have cards. Instead of Shuma, it's not the point thing to have Balmon. Shuma, they can go to why. She came Suha Goth with Suha Goth. But remember again, something running between Shuma and Balmon. In both cases, they didn't get disqualified color. Right, Balmon, the friend himself has a condition. And he's Shuma, call you with Shuma. Even Shuma. It makes more sense to learn how to physical qualification from physical. How can I go? Yeah, you don't have a little. No, you don't have why. She can Kodesh. Nim, Tingle, and those. That's coming out. Number one, they both Kodesh. Number two, again, all taking place inside of the and furthermore, again, it's subject to people. And also, Allah, with Hamesh, Allah, with Hamesh, Allah, with Hamesh, Suha, Kodesh, Nim, Hazard, you know some of the taking Kodesh, Nim, open also. Rather than from Allah, with Hamesh, Shinish, rather than his government, rather than how the case, we're going to learn how, ultimately, all you do is come in because yeah, sitting and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, "Elami coming to Suhago, Suhago, Kodesh, name take over the start, the Kodesh take over the okay, so we'll say, so this is Rabbi Pash. Rabbi Pash ultimately making it out. So again, different ways you can learn it out. Who's learning it out, but when I saw results with the so let's remember, try to figure out the Solomon does the apple. What is that? So, again, a couple of different possibilities for Rabban on Amar Drop, both below about both. Rabban says the Pasuk says both. The Pasuk says about this guy calling us the apple. It's similar. It says ultimately, again, this individual is high. So, it's not about. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. So, the Gemara goes like this. This is the middle. Whatever I say, what is every word is up to my focus, not sorry, calling our mom does the Aboga, a lot of nice again, what this is right, this is I'll just tell you, read the Lama class and my twin power mom does the Aboga, next you use which I have again, please be God. Okay, so next, is it the middle? What about additional middle? What's next? Rabbi over the Musa. Rabbi says that the Musa, that some over Darshman, some say that it's a What's Levi Body? Why does Levi say that ultimately the intention of the is in himself? What's Levi about? Come on, hate. That's hate. Ultimately, by the it's a hate by Mama Havan, but it's just like all the teachings are coexist and so just like by Truma, there's the administration. I can't miss up so slowly here by this thinking of the administration. I, but I want to, on the other hand, I'm a cross goal for both of me. I want to say again, once again, when is there or where is there administration? That'll be the case ultimately against according to the head and intentionally. Come on, so the nice and nice is once again, incredible. All right, so let's now back to this. Dark's used to make questions. We're going to look at this was Shabbos' God, right? The Mishnah said this was the end of the hours of the days. Dark's used to make the non-point intentionally, right? Serves the keep on the correct. The Chachamim only deviation. The Kiva says correct transition, and the Chachamim say it's me subdivision, not good. So nice. Again, my kind of traditional moment. Never can you must never alone or courage on this question. You almost what they say. Not all the years of the small nice job and the small and one year it says Nazareth courage must. This is a copy of the man from the other. Then he goes to the second. Courage of Mishkan in coming to Torah. So it's actually talking about my honest Torah. But again, in any case, there's another one. And it says, whoever comes to the Mishkan Hashem, Yom will die. Mala Haroy, just like by the second process. Talking about mediation. That's the place out over here. Allah Sebastian Friday person told us, Mala Haroy mediation. The Messiah Hamisi, what? The truth. Remember again. Follow the Torah who were killed. Alright, when they got so they were told to do this. This is not the people of their troubles. It says by 9 calling the donkey numbers, and it says by Adam's Torah, Kalakari, Hakore, and Mishka Hashem, Yom. They were also they were killed. Mala just like by Torah, you did Shemaim, so that after you did Shemaim, still over here, never get this every small Naya, that if a non-calling doesn't have all of this, still needs to be Shemaim. I have the people of the hills. Yamar Khan Bazar Kari, you must. The Yamar Lahalon, the Hadabi Havu, O Min Hasalomahu, you must. So what's the issue? She makes a big difference. It says by the non-calling that we have all the Yumas, and it says by the Nabi, this is the false prophet. The false prophet, these are individuals who try to go ahead and get bodies of worship of all these, because it says you must by them as well. Therefore, what? Just like by the Nabi, by the false prophet, Mala Hawaii, Akam the Sila, just like the false prophet is killed with Sila, so to the Zah, because they are also killed with Sila. Yochanan and Uriam, and Yochanan and Uriam said, no, Mala Hawaii, the Shemek, Akam. In other words, you just think about the death of these 44 times. The Akiva says that the Oakland hold that it's 10. But either way, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Shabbat, which is false prophet, the false righteousness, the Navi, the false prophet, and non-claim that we have. So again, according to that's the result of the punishment of the lost. That's right. For the Yochanan is going to result in the punishment of the temple. So he's mentioned, by the way, I'm not going to mention already. So first of all, the first of all is between the Ishmael and not yet, right? That he's making the Shabbat about Kari that you must, and he's comparing it to the followers of Korah. Just like the followers of Korah killed Misri Shemaim, so too again the Zah, the non-claim does the other also killed Misri Shemaim. That the Akiva compares the Zah to the false prophet. just like the false positive is Yuma, it's not really true. It's like Yuma, what's the focus? When I come into the authority, was the first five line on the bottom, $3.84. Now the Akiva stuff is done in Yumas to Yumas. Then we've done in Yumas to Yumas. Oh, the Akiva stuff like this. However, if you're making zero Shabbat, you make it right. I make it zero Shabbat with two identical words. So the word is Yumas. It says Yumas by Shar, and it says Yumas by the fourth bracket. By Atas Kula, the Russian of the process is Yumas, not Yumas. And the Akiva says that I make it zero Shabbat like that. There's most of the done in Hedgehog in Hedgehog, Hedgehog in no. So it's one of the answers. No, it's better to Shabbat between Shar and why? Because they were both ordinary people. The star and the nothing again is the guy. Remember again, you only make the false kinds of any kind of intimacy. If somebody proves himself to have it up, you get it. Therefore, if you smoke, they better to learn that ordinary people from ordinary people. Star from smoke, not pronounce the star from the north, which is the rest of the Akiva, here in the front end of the Akiva says, or maybe it should be once upon a time. But once you have tried to move the worship idolatry, in the head of the more ordinary person. Very so much of this status. We're not simply like status fundamentally. What you are, now you understand we have a fundamental natural case. Ultimately, that is called now, but when you actually the false prophet itself is in the focus of the Akiva and the Yoke, that the Akiva says, that the Yoke says, so what's going on here? The Gemara says, what's going on? The Gemara says, the Yoke, the Maklish, the Akiva, the Yoke, and the Put, the Shir Rabban. They're arguing, they're not focused, the Maklish, the Yoke, the Shimon Rabban. What's the Maklish? Rabbi Shiki, Akiva. Another type of people work by other things and still, and sure of the thing. He said, no, connect. I, Hanan, that keep all of the connect. What's that? We have on record. You can say that you see the whole, but another type of people to idolatry, ultimately still. They have to be on record. Saying that trace command how people got yet. There's not only two different one kind of people hold that is both processes high evil, and one is you said that the people hold that is highest. Machlisi that Shimon value the radiate, one of value the radiate. Okay, this was let's review and the right side view of radiate. So we'll say, how do we translate this last piece over here? Last piece, the Rama actually like the Kacham. So that the Zar goes ahead and does the Avodah in the Mikdash, and point does the Avodah in the Mikdash. And Halacha Lamaisa, he is Chayiv Misa. We'll say, Mazel Tov, now we begin on the days 84, new Mishnah. Now, what we are still doing is we are moving on through the different, through the various weeks of days. You might not listen and say, these are the individuals who get connected. Now, what's everything? We spoke about saying this a little bit. Spoke about saying this a little bit, like again, you have the walk around the neck, I will pull the rope from both ends, and ultimately strangle the individual. Again, we'll get more into this later on. You must say, so who gets connected? Again, we'll talk more about the actual. Who gets connected? Right? When is there kind of liability? I'm not getting hungry. I want a person to take his father or his mother. Only an effort for yourself. Kidnap someone. Something I'm not being patient. We're going to talk about this. Something I'm not being patient. The men, you have to take before we start the rules of way. We got to 10,000 one day. We get to 20,000. What happens if you have a judge who refuses to deal
like BGL for one
He
of them.
refuses. So they suck me.
I don't know if we get to 20,000, I'll do
So
it.
again, but he's put the guys with. I'll about that later. Not yet, right? False prophet, which again, interesting, you know, what we just learned before. Right? You reflect that you don't be. It's not about this one. Na bola, segundo começou. It's all made basketball. So remember again, this last piece is interesting. The results, I remember again, we had this case, I got from a basketball municipal, what happens is, Ruffle, or like call Ruffle, when the situation is up, and they bring the Ruffle to you, they're trying to make Ruffle mind. Now if you take a impossible, not as Ruffle, but you know, too wide, because at the time, the results that you wrote with zero thoughts. That was not again, even zooming in, Ruffle might have just like they want to so today, but we'll see it in 6 more tomorrow, but we'll discuss the idea that is only about points of self. They even zooming don't get this, so that what do they get? They get 10. Same idea of bar up. Same thing, the man who needs a little shoes about time. You also pick that, and that was because you need some herb, rather than getting kicked. Okay, incredible. So what's the rest of it? You see, knock the other. I didn't know that one kid, like literally one strike father or their mother, that I was so nice to the penalty. So that's incredible. Striking was nice to that penalty. We didn't know this. Knock your other game. Most you must hit your father or your mother. You put together. All the time, ain't no elephant. And in general, it's actually the religious goal. Whenever you call it, you qualify that. Whenever you put that, it's in specific type of death penalty at times. Default is penalty.
I just have some
The default is penalty. Whereas it's emo, I put the release. How do you know? Maybe when it says not other people are more similar. Whereas the person gets their parent, that's what it is. That's penalty. To which the life couple has decided the other different. So here's the problem. The problem is, what does that mean? That's how you look like. The person thinks his father's high. The most opportunity is something that is considered to be more and more of that. So then, not your father, the exercise, a more colorful of that. You put your parents, you try to kind of, right? You put up kind of a more uniform of that. What does that mean? Because one second, when you come on number 10, like how? Now that's fine if you understand that mechanic in general is a more meaningful of that penalty. However, mechanic Hummer might be right? But if you say mechanic is more Hummer than what is your error, let's just say this time you got over here. Here's what I know. Classic says if you put your mother and father, you put your dad. Sam unqualified decimal for your penalty. Or think together here, what does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injure them, or you hit them and you kill them? Which you must very interesting element that say, not get ish hames, mostimos. It says, Oge'eva hikol yado hayamos. So once it's very interesting. Look at the other cases when the person says hit it. And notice the interesting option that the Torah uses. Right? Imagine a man hits his fellow and the other person dies. Then the hitter is put to death. Or Oge'eva hikol, which is someone's animosity. Right? You are going to end. You almost and he died. And you notice in most of these what you see that there's a qualifier. Plus it says, and when they hit Shimon, and what happened? Shimon died. So there's a qualifier. Increase cost what? The fact that there needs to be a qualifier. Ruben hit Shimon and Shimon died. Increase cost, then the stances. Where it just says Ruben hit Shimon. What does that mean? That means hitting without class. Incredible. So now what I have over here is five. So now we've just proved this first one. Remember, you're just thinking, yeah, he's viable. First case, he hits his father or his mother. Where did I learn that out from? Not the other emotions hits his father or mother. That's about killing them. Because if it's killing them, it would have said, not get hayamos. fact that it says mafia is just hitting with an injury. And what's that? Look on most you must when story gives you an unqualified death penalty that automatically means he's proven his first one in it. Incredible. Now, by the way, was it? You might say it's just a myth of Maki, which the myth of Maki. But interestingly enough, the conversation seems to be too redundant. On one hand, it says Maki Ifame's mostly like you hit someone and they die. You'll be put to death. And it says the Chomake Nefesh. Right? The Chomake Nefesh, if you again, like your says so it says. Suppose it says if you kill a Nefesh. So it says Chomake Ishvame, if you hit a man and he dies, you put to death. And then it says Chomake Nefesh. Which means that if you kill a person, you put to death. Why do you hold those decisions? The most of this is because of Rahman and Maki, which remains typical with it just says, you kill that kill a man, you put to death, how the fuck like this? How about me, if the bad nit Siberin, Katal law, how the fuck like this? When you liable to someone, to a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of risks. So it makes sense. It's China, not liable like a child condition. Therefore, Rahman will come back in one. Different verses, no, come back, never do that. You never do that. Anyway, you need to have some good child also. I was because of Rahman. The show would just said come back. It's out of what my kids have me now. Oh, I feel like smaller. I would have thought that even if you kill people, right? Why was it so? Right? Felix is not just improving to be viable, or maybe it was 1 after 8 months. You might have to the assumption that maybe 1 to 8 months might be viable. So I would have thought that you would be trying to kill him, proving to be viable, or Felix in utero, or maybe 1 in 8 months. So you might have said, therefore, it's easy. There was a therefore, I love my to be both. Interestingly enough, so Komaki Nevis teaches me, I'm tired for going ahead and killing all viable things, right? Otherwise, I say differently. Really, I need both, right? Because if it wouldn't just said Maki-ish, I would have thought just the both. Therefore, just Komaki. So if it just said Komaki, I would have thought anyway, even if it's not viable, Mark, when you only try it if you kill a viable thing. Therefore, the Mark is you need both of them. You need both of them. The Ema, Alpha Dablo, other things. Went back to Paris. Now I'm just now, I love myself. The person goes ahead and takes it. From the sky, this is high. I should be liable. Even if I hit a parent, don't cause it wounds. I don't cause it wounds. Rumor says, just the act of hitting. This should be enough. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not the other people. Actually, I said, if you hit your mother or father, you're not entitled to all the injuries. The person says, massive parent. No, like you don't. So again, I'm good, but I try to do so. And he said, because of Kabula, which is my argument for Mafia. So how do you know this? In other words, if you understand over here, the Mafia other just means literally hitting one's parents. Every high connect, you just need to know that. How do you know that if one's liable that hitting one's parents, you have to. How do we know that? I'm not sure the pasuk says the other Mafia behavior. Once it's just supposed to be a person, and it is another. I'm not going to aim at the other day. Just like you do, there's only liability if you cause an injury, like you have to cause a wound. Like you slap a cow or a deer, but when I stop, there's no penalty, no monetary compensation. Just like Mafia, the only tied if you cause an injury, juxtaposition, Mafia, other than also only tied if you hurt if you cause incredible. Mama ke ema ada abu bakura. Sibra nefesh. Mafia adam had the abu bakura. So it's like only liability for striking one's parents, one's husband. So also it's incredibly important. So the most interesting over here is that some person strikes their parent. Obviously bad. But not a death penalty unless it strikes them and cause some type of injury. So I'm asking for this, the image is one second. If that's the case, that we're jumping out to animals, it's only liable for injuring animals. Because of Habula culture. That's the case. If you shove out money, let's say I go over that animal and go to the animal off with a whole load of stones. So I'm not physically figuring I'm diminishing its strength. You're telling me there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can that make a woman tired? Are you going to say I'm not fighting? Of course I'm going to be tired. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value and the strength of the animal. You see, that my animals don't cause a physical injury. Hello, and in the himo, the heart, Nami, you should not want to. So practically, I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh to himo. Not the other market, right? Nefesh, right? The nefesh process right away. Market nefesh to himo. So I don't really need nefesh to himo. Teach me that I have to cause injury. Why? Because my animal, the truth is, even if you don't cause injury, you clearly do something that simply diminishes the profit of how long you're going to be tired. So if I don't need nefesh to teach me about animal injury, very well, the heart tired, so when you're in nefesh problem, these different nefesh are done Ela-Hekesha Rama. So therefore, what is therefore, it turns out interesting enough that the way we're learning is health, ultimately as nefesh to himo, right? Market nefesh will teach me I'm only tired if I do, right? If I hit my parent, I'm only tired if I actually cause bodily harm. Like the person gets hit, slaps, and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, and I love the nice that he's not definitely unless that's the case, I would increase the level. Then what are the hackers to nefesh to able or not the other right, not the nefesh. No, sorry. Not the other right? So what now what juxtaposes the animal injury the person. So what does that juxtaposition teach you? I'm sorry. Okay. So therefore, what is the head? What is the juxtaposition of injuring a person, injuring an animal? What does that teach me? The first thing Gemara says is, the sign of the comes to teach me the ruling of this. What's the ruling? Let's look at that. Have this before you the Baba Kamal with first in so show you can actually. I'm not getting a local kalasa. So what's the very true? So the interest is about this. If this be a whole, you know the chance of purely blood. Right? Which means that I love when I say use monetary capital liability, you are certain financial liability. But make this go like this. Even if you do something to show them, if it's the kind of act that done it that needs it, you would take on financial liability. Even if you do it to show them, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay, and they were learning out from that. You might say that's fine, but when you go around the history, candidate history, that's fine if you hold by candidate history. Element the less than candidate history, official liability. But if you don't hold on the candidate history, which many don't, or many reject that concept, and they say the only candidate to cut them from monetary compensation is when you are liable for that penalty. But if you did something to show them, and if we're not yes, we are liable today. So you reject that keyword in what you do with it. Not so much. So remember again, just to understand, we're just trying to figure out that we have positive juxtaposition injuring the person injuring your animal. So what do I need then? Which thing am I supposed to do this? Now, not get the image of the floor contour, not get other just like that happens if I am moving the animal is injured and I'm trying to help the baby. And I end up injuring the animal. So if I injure the animal in the context of trying to do it, there's no liability. So the Gemara brings out the justification. If I end up trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I'm not liable for that. That's the justification. So the Gemara is quite little. Then listen to this case. Then now the is done wrong. Let's listen to this. Let's say again, let's say we have a father with a father Adam, and Adam has a son. What does he say? And Adam is remember he was the third man of all of Israel. Now Yitzchak wants to help his father. What's the problem? What do you just say? The son injures his father, right? Going to son is I think the son's intention is not to injure his father. Just the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this for basic things about himself? So the Master says, yes, it is permitted. Why? The half-brother is incredible. Because again, he is in distress. How big that it is your father. And of course, but Omar, not Adam and Maki Behi. Rabbi Rashid says the juxtaposition. The Torah says Maki Adam Maki Behi. The juxtaposition. You just what? Man Maki Behi to the floor. Just like it's an injured animal in the torch trying to help him. What's trying to do is give mother. Maki Adam to the floor. So if you injure someone in the course of trying to live in God, so there was a interesting, both of these opinions are agreed, namely that a son is permitted to body blood letting on his father, even though he's injured. But since the injury is from additional purposes, therefore it is going to be incredible. Incredible. So this, by the way, just so you should know, we'll do this more on Wednesday, but this is a fascinating subject. Because again, let's say right now, a son is a doctor, he wants to treat his father, he's about to treat his father. Or again, a child is a nurse and wants to draw blood. Or just even not a nurse, a child is caring for a parent, right, and wants to go ahead, has blood sugar, things like this. Is a child allowed to do these things for a parent? Knowing that essentially you're doing a quote-unquote care, even though the baby has a purpose, looking for a cool-off, but is a child allowed to do it or not? Now, both of the opinions mentioned here seem to be the answer is yes. It's just a child. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to second opinion, from the Haggash, the comparison between Makah and Makah. Listen to this. The Meshach Rav, Lo Shabbat Libre, the mission of a secret. So Rav allowed his son to remove a splinter from his head. Right? So Rav got a splinter, he would not let the son remove the splinter. Why not? Because again, it was injury. Rav Ravina, Lo Shabbat Libre, the mitzvah like Kapsa. So Simeon, again, married the son of Ravina, would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Why not? The Mahabile, Father Shigigas, he would do it, that's the Shalom. He would do it, or he wanted to learn the boil, to get the contract. He wouldn't do it why? Because his son would be able to put that because of injury, two big on him who would not allow their children to help him to put their lands in boil because of concern that it could cause a couple of what's that? He asked me, that's the concern. Someone may end up injuring someone, of course, trying to help them get infected in the sun. And no one else should be able to go to land to boil. Someone else should also not be permitted to take up the splinter land to boil. To which the Russians, no. Acher, Shigagas, no, Shigagas. Here's the difference. Someone else trying to take up the splinter land it's allowed. It's an accidental son, if he does it, is an accidental condition. So let's say, so on one hand, the Gemara asks, allowed to essentially pour out injure his father for his heart. My question was the first two opinions, yes, we have to technically not the but yet again, you see Rav not only take out this dirt and not take out more. So again, we're gonna stop over at the simple table tomorrow, but one might decide one or two. How do you reconcile it? Is it that a non-holder is considered that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah Lamaisa against son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could or just be more practical under the sense? Because if there are distinctions between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people to do it, so that America should come to that. Take away from the whole understand, we have solidified the first on understanding that clearly if a son, a child, does strike their parent and causes physical injury, that Allah will punish them. Dr. Muslim, stop over for today. Can't wait to see everyone's question on Wednesday.
Thank you for tuning in to another 10 Minutes of Shop. I do have an announcement though too. I just want to let everyone know I am a fan of griddle chops. Okay.
When you will say it is a supposed to be able to flow into them. I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there personally. We're calling here to Hashem.
I don't care about people watch. I have not.
Got by watching the 10 minutes I do. Look forward to next week. Seeing everyone in here. The next Hashem shot over the top on Wednesday morning. So, but it is just quick, nevertheless. Continue to at least virtually. Thank you to all of our sponsors who are listening and in the description on the YouTube channel as well as on the podcast. Today's daf is page out 84. We are picking up Emir Hashem on page Gimel of days 83b. And we are picking up So actually, no, I take it back. We are picking up about Orel. Two lines at the bottom. About Orel only Yosef has. So we're again going through the list of people. First, we went through the list of Kohanim who are highly Yisrael or circumstances which generate liability in Yisrael. And then the Mishnah created a list, the rest of the list. Then Orel, according to Dr. Yamodah, Orel, uncircumcised. Yosef sitting, so the halach is all three of these things is what you just prohibited. A coin doesn't be violation of love, and not these seven reasons. It says you must now you must go through each of these one by one. I don't know. From where do we know that the coin does the halach that that it is quote unquote only from love and not these reasons? Travis in the course much in the Rama. So the truth is, this is not explicitly mentioned in the Torah. The Washington over here is, we did not learn this from the Torah of Moshe, which means it was not explicitly said in the Torah. Actually, but Yecheskel ben Buzi v'Laman. Yecheskel ben Buzi, another Yecheskel came along, and what did Yecheskel say? Kol ben nechar orel leif tapach b'dal eight v'orel bas. Again, these are non-Jew. Orel, already uncircumcised part, but Orel, who is really physically uncircumcised, should not come to the mikdash to serve. So ultimately, again, here we see now, again, obviously, this is not a God itself, but rather, again, this is a pasuk from Navi. And therefore, again, when the Gemara says that it's not really what it means is, Rashi points out over here, so when we see Allah, really is what we call the Habana. So according word to do the service as in Torah, also means uncircumcised. Now remember again, the case of the point not circumcised is the case of Nasi Afab Not. Where they couldn't do a bris mitzvah, right? Because if someone is dead, to have a bris mitzvah remains in an uncircumcised state, there's a whole different layer of liability attached to that. We're talking about over here where this particular coin could not have any love because his brothers had died as a result of this evil before. Such an individual, although he is allowed to remain uncircumcised, he is not practiced circumcision. Where do you learn from? Good. Next, Onaim. Remember again, Onaim is someone but if you learn three both Russian of Onaim and Ofel. For our purposes, again, Onaim is state of a period of death and burial. The halacha is that a kohen can't do the avodah during that time. If he does so, he is high. It's a lot. It's a lot. Says Imam Nolan. Where you know that? Only know. Second line from the top, 84 days, $3. The tip, when you're mikdash, what you say? Halal es mikdash shokah. So the pasuk says by the kohen gadol. The pasuk says by the kohen gadol, as is specifically by Aaron after the death of Nadav. Aaron should leave the mikdash, and he should not perform the mikdash of his God. Now, the pasuk is telling you, even though Aaron had encountered and experienced such a catastrophic and overwhelming loss, he was not committed to leave the mikdash. He had to continue to do the avodah. The Gemara is actually something very important. The Gemara says, what do you see here? It's actually a kohen gadol who has to continue to serve as an owner. But someone else the service only, they would in fact sustain the temple service. So from here, you see the fact that the kohen gadol has to serve as an owner indicates to us that the kohen may not serve in that. Now, where the one for me right now is, therefore, the kohen does serve. He's in violation of a law. Prohibition. Just 1 second. Maybe you should make it clear shop. Come on. Harkening back to yesterday's stuff. Harkening back to yesterday's stuff. So remember, again, on one hand, it's set by a table that says Hillel. Shuma says Hillel. So it's just like if a Kohen said Ishamayim, it's like a Kohen who's an Abel does the other. Used to be Shamayim. I'm going to it's just like again by its coming with Truma, which is Truma for now. But again, it is the coin is too much tiny to be mine. It's just like law is easily to mine. So to again, with my in one side. Mix it in the different. The law colors. First of all, to understand, the condition for a color to do the whole gas and not be explicit. It's inferred. The fact that the conductor is not allowed to leave the mixture, even in the state of Anino, tells us that a regular coin can't serve it. So it's not explicit. First, so this is something that is learned out from the inference. And the principle, the Chabdala Habam in Akal in running also the Jewish Gemara establishes the principle. What's the principle? Anything that is learned out from the inference itself cannot be part of the Jewish. Logically, it's saying is, in order to be part of the Jewish, so many two explicit concepts, we need to go the bridge between them. If one of those concepts is not explicit, but learned out by inference, you cannot use it towards the Jewish Shalom. Interesting. Okay, Yoshik Minala. Next. I don't know that if a coin does have all this sin that he is in violation of Allah. The passage says, "B'ol bachar Hashem Elokecha mikol shvachacha la'amod u'lishares." The passage says by the Kohanim, Hashem chose to go ahead and serve. Hashem chose the coin from among all of the tribes, la'amod, to stand and to serve. What do you see here? La'amid b'bachar to the Lord Yeshua. The fact that all the sacrifices from the temple has to be done standing and not sitting. Therefore, one coin goes there and sits. Bring the avoda and halacha. Someone said he's in violation of Allah. Next. What about a blemish coin? Remember, what happens if a blemish coin does that? Ready or me? So Ready says, the come say that's how Allah. What's that one? My time is Ready. What's Ready? Project and guys, it's about mum, it's a blemish coin does. You have all these kinds. So what's his logic? We must sit. Allah Parokas. Lo Yovel. The pasuk says, but again, it's a mum. You should come to the Parokas. And the rest of the pasuk is. The Lord Yechalel es mikdoshi, yani es mikdasham. You should not put him on it. Lashon of Hillel. Hillel, the remarks is, Hillel, make it get a shava from Balmon to Truma. Just like it says, Mala Habon Beneath, so just like Truma. If you have a comment going with Truma, tiny to the Shanayu, have kind of Nisa. So if a Balmon does the Avoda, you have a kind of Nisa. That's the people actually get a shava. Hillel, from Truma to Balmon. And they were still filming those sets. We'll say again, like Hajjah yesterday. But remember, it also says plural by Nosa. Nosa is a few cards. So usually you see a shove of few Balmum in Nosa. So just like Nosa is few cards, so too Balmum is few cards. To which the Gemara says, Mala, I love the cards, that kind of cards. It's kind of a Truma. No, it makes more sense to learn Balmum from Truma than from Nosa. Why? They take Suhaguf with Suhaguf. Because remember again, the denominator between Truma and Balmum is, in both cases, we didn't use disqualified color. Right? Balmum, the point of self-understanding. And the piece of Truma, so it makes more sense to learn out physical qualification from physical qualification. How can I go? Just the opposite. You also have a little bit of no, you should learn from notes of why between Kodesh, Nim, Pickle, and Notes. Because again, has a lot of coming out. Number one, they're both Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of Kodesh. And furthermore, again, it's subject to the Notes. Hello, Hello, the coming Shishimish, Hello, the coming Shishimish, Suha go with Suha go, Kodesh Nim, Adraba, you know some of the taking Kodesh Nim, Pigo Benosa. First, I just learn out from Nosa rather than from Truma. Hello, the coming Shishimish, rather again, it's better know. We're going to learn how, ultimately, again, coming, who's coming to find these comments because we have all. Again, this is more like, it's yesterday and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, Element coming to Shimshimar, Sulago, Mitzvah, which the Gemara says, Kodesh, Nim, the Kodesh, okay, so let's say, so this is how this happens. So everybody ultimately, again, now, so again, different ways you can learn it out, different possibilities of learning it out, but the lifestyle results in a Chiyuv Mitzvah. Okay, so what's this? Remember, trying to figure out the Balmum does the Avodah. What is Avodah? That means that's Chiyuv Mitzvah. Again, a couple of different possibilities of where learning it out. What about Rabbanon? Rabbanon, Omer Frog, Bo, below the Balmum. The Rabbanon says, the Pasuk says, Bo. The Pasuk says about this, about the Kohen, that's the Avodah. It says ultimately, again, this individual is high himself, but not a Balmum. Okay, that's the logic. That's the logic. So the Gemara goes right there. So the Gemara goes right there. This is the Gemara. What about the case? Well, since therefore, one month my focus again. Gemara is up to my focus. It's not my fear. It's not side. Kohen Balmum does the Avodah. So halacha l'maisa again. What this is because this. Right. So this is. I'll just tell you. Read the Rambam passage. Rambam passage like the Kohen Balmum does the Avodah. It is not. He needs to be rather again, it is life. Okay, the next is intentional issue. So what's the status here? Rabbi Omer ben Musa, Rabbi says there's a Chiyuv Mitzvah, there's a Hamim Omer Ba'as Hamim. Hamim saying that it's a law. My time is Rabbi. What's Rabbi why? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately intentional Mitzvah is Rabbi Abahu, Gamar, hate, ultimately by the law. It says, hate, just like by Tumah, all the pieces of Tumah are going to come in like this. And just like Tumah, there's a needs to be Shemai. After Mitzvah, so too over here, by these people intentional law, there needs to be Shemai as well. I, the Rabbanah, on the other hand, say no. So you know, Rabbanah, Omer Shra, both the love of Mitzvah. Rabbanah said, again, once again, when is there, or where is there, needs to be Shemai. That'll be the case ultimately, again, at the point it goes ahead and intentionally, like the Avodah. Somehow, like when I said not choose the beginning, and once again, the Rambam passes like that, the Ma'amot, that's the English part for that, Rambam on yesterday's last day, the Yom Dalet, Rambam passes like that, the person intentionally goes there and violates the Yom, and it's not need to be Shemai. Instead, it needs to be Shemai. So let's now back to the commission. Remember, they're going to rotate this. This was that. This is that, right? So the Mishnah said this was the end of the hour from the daily commitment. So now it's intentionally, right? Personalization. But if you want to connect, the Chachamim only do the Shrine. And either says connect foundation, and the Chachamim says it needs to be the Shrine. Either way, not good. Not good. All right? So again, this is what the tradition is. For example, and that's like for a few months. The Nema Lahalon, Halakare, that right on this kind of them, you almost, what I say, run over here, so the smoke, right, so, and one end it says, Halakare beach. We're talking about the man from here. Then we must go to the second. What's the second? Halakare, in Kabbalah. So again, this is actually talking about Torah. But again, in any event, Mark goes another process, and it says, whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yomos will die. Allah Haron, just like by the second process, talking about Bidi Shemai. Now that's plays out over here. Look at that. Mala Haron, actually, very cousin close to Mala Haron. Shemaim, in the Messiah, should be the quiet. This group keeps it. Don't again by the followers of Torah who were killed in cities. All right? They were told these to be Shemaim. This is the enough additional thing here. It says by now, how it results via Avodah, Namos, Hazara, Karif, or Yumas, and it says by Akas Korah, Halakari, Hakore, Mishkan Hashem, Yom. They were also talking. They were not fighting. So they were killed just like by Korah. So here Therefore, again, this is small nine, that if a nine point does the above the interest, it's still I had a keeper of the Lama Andre, the Nella Alon, the Hydro, only Hakamoma, was the interest. It says that the answer is of the other humans, and it says by the job, this is the false prophet. False prophet, because of individuals who try to and get bodies of worship above the prophet says you must by them as well. Therefore, what? Just like by the love, by the false prophet, not like after the kilo, just like the false prophet is so to the sour who does the above, also to love. The yoke of the union, the yoke of the clear. No, Mahalan, the Kemet, the ultimate ability trains for Kemet. Either way, what we're going to do is we're going to get Shava between false prophet, the false right between the Navi, false prophet, and the non-coin is just the other. So again, according to the Yeshiva, it's going to result in the function of Shiva, and according to the Yochanan, it's going to result in the function of Kemet. So the Gemara says, by the way, by my commitment here to show already. So first of all, the first method is between the Shmuel and the Yaakov, right? That the Shmuel is making the Shava of Azar, and it's comparing it to the followers of Korah. Just like the followers of Korah still receive the Shemayim, so again, the Zah, the non-plain of the Avodah, is also still receive the Shemayim. That the Yaakov compares the Zar to the false prophets. Just like the false prophets still receive the Zar is still receive. No matter what they're not focused, when I come to the Torah, okay, first by line on the bottom, keep us done in Dumas. Done in Dumas, oh, ever committed to your Shabbat, committed to your Shabbat, so the word Dumas, it says Dumas are, and it says Dumas are false prophet. By Atas Korah, by followers of Korah, the Russian of the pasuk is Yomos. And the Bible says that doesn't mean to your Shabbat, the word. The Shmuel says, done in head of the head. And you're going to head of enough. That's one of the answers. No, it doesn't mean Shabbat between stars and also the other ordinary as opposed to the star and not begins the question. Remember again, the false prophet gets kind of legitimacy is that someone has proven himself as the guy that I was, therefore he Shmuel will say better for ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Zar from Atas Korach, and not from the Zar from the Nafi, to which the Gemara said the Akiva, even Shivya in the Pasuk. Or maybe this Nafi once upon a time was a deal. But once he's trying to convince Jews to worship idolatry, you know the head of no more ordinary person. Very different. Gemara says like this. So it's almost as if the Akiva faith to a certain degree. Like your identity and your status cannot simply be based on past actions. Your identity and your status fundamentally tethered to what you are. You might as well go. Might as well keep it at the open. But now we understand we have a fundamental focus here in between that we show that way. Now, but in the actual false prophet itself is not focus that he has brought in the open. That he says, that the open says, what's going on there? Which the Gemara says, what the Gemara says, my good the open, my good that he keeps the open, right? And the focus that he should have the argument is the Gemara focus that the open up and Shimon and Rabbanon. What's the matter? That's the sign of zero. So that is like idolatry. He said, no, kind of. I none. That is so one second. I'm on record. That is also says you just say that he even old. And now he tries to convince people to idolatry. He's still by zero. They are keep us on record. And this is saying that it's a key. Straight command. I'll leave the guy. My focus on making this that two different tenors, one tenor ready to hold that full traffic is high kilo. I want to be said that the kilo hold that is high kilo. Now, please see that the shimon from the Rabbi Akiva, rice that I want about the Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our mission reflects the view of Rabbi Shimon from the Rabbi Akiva, and the rice reflects the Rabban's view of Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, hello, Kalamaisa, how do you this last piece over here, last piece, the Rama asking like the Hakon. It is a sound goes ahead and does the apple. So, and hello, Kalamaisa is Chayiv Nisa. What's like, Hajjuna Box, Ibrahim, and Instruction, Mazel Tov, what's like, now we begin our day, now, base 84, no, it's like new Mishnah. Okay, so now what we are really doing is we are moving on Hashem. We are through the different, through the various things of truth. You might now Mishnah has a good Mishnah. These are the individuals that get connected. I wasn't already spoke about translation a little bit. Understand each other. It's all good. Run your business how you want to do it. Translation a little bit. Walk around the neck, idols, all the rope from both ends, and ultimately trying to be again, we'll get more of this later on. So you must is nothing. So who gets kind of? We'll talk more about the actual penalty of penalty. Who gets kind of? When is that kind of liable? Hamak is hungry. I want a person to take his father or his mother. Only definitely himself, kidnap someone. Sucking Nami up to Daisy. We're going to talk about this. Sucking Nami up to Daisy. This second one is the method. You have to see the rules of certain things. There's a particular stretch to the minority. And I'm going to get the way that works is that you're not going to talk. What happens if you have a judge who is appealed to the minority? That's called the sucking diocese. So again, I would like to put the rest in kind of, again, worry about that later. Navi HaShaker, false prophet, very interesting enough, I think what we've learned before. And I think you should reflect that too. And also the children of that. And it's not just about someone who's trust the sign is named like Al-Qasim. Now, all of this is really that so someone may ask comments. Alright, so remember again, this is the last thing. The story that's going to remember again, I think, about from myself, about school is miserable, what happens if Ruffle, like Ruffle, with this issue, and they bring the couple of minutes. They're trying to make them liable. Now it's going to get the 2 over this issue. They pass it, now it's in Ruffle, why? Because at the time it's in the result is you were with us. You were with us. So now what's now generally again. So even someone getting sick of I lost my eyes just like they wanted to get first so see this morning tomorrow. And we'll discuss the idea that drafting is only about itself. Even someone don't get sick. What do they get? They get kind of same idea. Simply manage to live as culture the last is also put that now it's rather than yes. Okay, incredible. So how do you want to kids? Like really words right their father or their mother that are also a nice penalty for that. Incredible. Really know this. It says, mark your obligation. Well, most people Pasuk says if you take father or your mother, you put to death. Only someone who does stand, ain't not elephant. And in general, it's actually very interesting. In general, whenever the Torah gives an unqualified death, the Torah says you put to death, give a specific death penalty of penalty. Default is penalty. We've seen that before, right? The default is penalty. I remember this emo, I have to calculate this. So, 1 second. How do you know maybe way to not get obviously emo more probably and kill them. Otherwise, the person take that right and kill it right. That's what it is. That penalty to which the Gemara says. I like the couple have decided for the other person. So here's the problem. The problem is that what does that mean? First one, the person comes to father's side. Now, the most operating under the assumption that Shana is considered to be a more lenient form of death. So the thing is, if you kill us regular father, that's a son, a more common from the head, more common from the death. If you kill your parent, you hide the planet, right? Uniform of death, what does that mean? Because one second, when you kill a number of Panic house, now that's fine if you understand Panic in general is a more lenient form of death penalty. Element of common medication, but if you say the Panic is more common than what is Ella, they'll say, so this trying to figure out over here, here's what I know, classic strategy, your mother and father, Sam unqualified death penalty is Panic. What we're trying to figure out over here is which one you take. You take them and you injure them, or you take them and you kill them. Which we must be I don't need to say, not get issued from me, most humans. To say, and get anybody called the adults are youngest. So once it's straight, we can have it I noticed the issue wrong. Right, not the issue is the man hits this fellow and the other person dies, then the hitter is put to death. Or the evil, someone's animosity, right? You know, the young and he dies. You know, what do you see? You see this as a qualifier. What it says, and Ruben hit shit, and what happened? Shouldn't die. So there's a qualifier. It indicates that's what. None know, the fact that there needs to be a qualifier. Ruben hit shit, indicates that then the stand case, where it just says Ruben hit shit. And what is that? That means hitting without that. Hitting without that. Incredible. So the amount of so now what I have over here is the problem. So now we just move this first one. Remember the first thing we don't try to figure out who's liable to panic. First case, the person hits his father or his mother. Where do I know that from? Not your other the person hits his father or mother. So I'm talking about killing them. Because it is killing in order to not get a yamos. In fact, it just says not get, it's just hitting with an injury. And what's that look on most humans, where the story gives you unqualified death penalty that automatically means connect is proven this first one in the Mishnah. Incredible. That by the way, you must check the myth of mocking, linked with the myth of mocking that. Interestingly enough, this says two redundant decisions. On one hand, it says mocking is most you give someone and they die, you'll be put to death. And it says the chomake nefesh. Right? The chomake nefesh means like your church on says. The book says if you kill a nefesh. So it says right? It says chomake ish an ish, a man, and dies, you put to death. And then it says chomake nefesh. It seems like you kill a person, you put to death. Why do you hold those two? So most of this is fascinating. Because the Rahman and Maki Ishmael is, this is what it would have just said, Maki Ish, if you kill Maki Ishmael as a man. If you kill a man, you put to death, I would have thought like this. How about the guy Mitzvahim, Kakaro? I would have thought like this. When are you liable to kill someone? You kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. Kakaro. If you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? That's what kind of mitzvahs. But there's not more like Komake Nefesh. The Torah says, no, Komake, what is Nefesh? Nefesh means anything. Even if you have some to a child, you also tie it. I think because of Rahman, Komake Nefesh, if no one had just said Komake Nefesh, I would have thought like this. Havamina, I feel in the fallen. I feel it ben Shmona. I would have thought that it is for the fetus. Like, why have this utero, like for a fetus that is not yet completely viable, or maybe you won't have to 8 months. You know how they can do something that maybe 1 to 8 months is non-viable. I would have thought that you would be trying to kill an fetus that's not proven to be viable, or a fetus in utero, or maybe 1 to 8 months. The Gemara says, therefore, excuse me, so Komake Nefesh teaches me, I'm trying for going at killing all possible things, right? In other words, really, I need both, right? Because it would have just said not Ish, I would have thought just the goals. Therefore, it says Komake, just said Komake, I would have thought anything, even if it's not viable, Komake is still a viable. There's a message to people. People to the email, Afagablu, other people. We're back to place. Now we just have to tell off on myself. The person goes ahead and from scientific height. Maybe it should be liable even if I hit my parents and don't cause an injury. I don't cause a wound. Umar says, just for the act of hitting, there should be a death penalty. But one second, I'm not going to do it. I'm not sure how the people say I actually asked about Kabula. If you hit your mother or father, you're not hiding to cause an injury. The person, let's say, slaps his head. There's no injury. There's no wound. There's no injury. Obviously not good, but not hiding himself. And this is because of Kabula, which was, I'm not sure. How do you know this? There's no understanding over here that Mafia has been doing anyone's parents. How do you know that in order to be liable for penalties for hitting one's parents, you have to cause bodily harm? How do we know that? It's very interesting. I'm going to throw the plus it says Mafia or Mafia behavior. The plus juxtaposes one who injures a person and who injures another. Mafia behavior has the other behavior. Just like if you injure an animal, there's only liability if you cause an injury, like you have to cause a wound. If you go and you slap a cow, or it's weird, like a livestock, you're not, there's no penalty, there's no monetary compensation. Just like mafia, only tied if you cause an injury. Juxtaposition, mafia also only tied to striking the person if you cause an injury. Mafia behavior. Siva nefesh, Mafia Adam as of it so put in any liability for striking my parents. One incredibly important. So the most interesting over here is that sometimes a person strikes their parents, obviously bad, but not a death penalty unless a person strike them and cause some type of injury. So there was one side. If that's the case, that we're talking about animals, it's only liable injuring animals, not because of a cause of wound. That's the case. If it's stolen. Not physically injuring you, yeah, the issue is that you're telling me that there's no liability because there's no physical wound. How can I control the fact is you're going to say that I wasn't a person who was fighting. Why? Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value of the strength of the animal. So she's going to be my animal, don't cause a physical wound. Hello, and you know, in the nefesh behema, there are nani abundance. So if that's the case, I don't really need nefesh. I don't really need nefesh behema. Right? It says nefesh. Right? The nefesh side of the way is makin nefesh behema. So I don't really need nefesh behema to teach me. Why? Because my animal truth is, even if you don't cause me, but you clearly do something that self-thinking diminishes the power of the animal. So I don't even understand the teaching that animal injury is very much. The Hakina is Fisha Babon Taif, Tinayo in Nefesh Adam. Use it for Nefesh Adam. Use it for Nefesh Adam, Ella Hekesha Lama. So therefore, what I text, therefore, once I turns out interesting enough that the way we're learning this else, ultimately, again, it's from Nefesh Behema. Right? Maka Nefesh will teach me by a person I'm only trying if I injure. Right? If I hit my parents, I'm only trying if I actually cause body harm. So if a person gets hit, slapped, and there's no subsequent bodily harm from that, Allah said there's not a death penalty. So if that's the case, elification level, then what I need to heck is between Nefesh Behema or not the other Russian. Right. Maka Nefesh. Right. So what now how these plus juxtaposes between the animal and the person. So what does that juxtaposition mean? This is very interesting. I'm sorry. So therefore, what is the heck? Maka Behema, Maka. So what is the juxtaposition of a person injuring an animal? What is that? First thing Gemara says is it is signing to this constitution the ruling of the basis. What ruling is it? Look at that. We actually had this before. The Baba Kamal lift for Kaibin, so show you give me like a showman. Mamaki never look alaka. So what's the interesting? So the Bechis gets us like this. The Bechis holds. We know there's a concept of cumulative liability, right? Which means that Allah for myself, if you use something that generates capital liability, you are exempt from any financial liability. Even if you do something to show it, if it's the kind of act that had you done it that raised it, you would be exempt from financial liability. Even if you do it to show it, you're exempt from financial liability. Okay, I mean, we're running out from that package. You might say, that's fine, but let me fill them on the equally time to make this deal. That's fine if you hold like time to make this deal. Element the less they time to make this deal. But if you don't hold on the time to make this deal, which many don't, or what's it, many reject that concept, and you say, the only time that you're cut there from monetary compensation is when liable for death penalty. But if you did something with the showgate and if we're not liable for death, you are liable to pay. If you reject that reward, what do you do with the hedge? Not the merchant. Remember again, just to understand, we're just trying to figure out that we had a part supposes injuring the person in the animal. So what do I need that for? Which we must do this. Like what happens if I think animals injured and I'm trying to help them. I end up injuring the animal. So if I injure the animal in the contact with the lip, there's no if I end up trying to help someone and I end up injuring them, I'm not liable for that injury. That's a justification. You must say, we fight over then you become wrong. Let's say again, let's say right, we have a father Adam. And Adam has a son. And Adam is old, and he uses love language. Again, remember again, love language is the first man of woman is what given. Now, each fuck one help his father. What's your problem? What do we just say? Son injures his father. Right? One son is I kind of. But here, the second intention is not to injure his father. It's the opposite. His intention is to help. So is he allowed to do this or not? So the Gemara says, the master of the says, yes, it is permitted. Why? They have to. Incredible. To get another year to help them out, especially if that's your father. What's the shaila? Of course, you can help. The thing about Hinna Omar, Makia Adam and Makia Behim. All right, the thing about Hinna says the juxtaposition. Torah says Makia Adam Makia Behim. Juxtaposition. Teach us what? Just like if you injure an animal. The course of trying to help, what's trying to do is your partner, not your Adam, so if you injure someone in the course of trying to heal them, your partner as well. So the one says, interesting, both of these opinions are agreed. It means that son is permitted to do bloodletting on his father, even though he's going to quote unquote injure him. This injury is for medicinal purposes, or it is going to be incredible. One second. This kind of, just so you should know, we'll do this more on Wednesday, but this will be a fascinating research, because again, let's say again, a son is allowed to treat his father again, as a son, a child is wants to grow blood, which is eating out of this, right? And wants to go ahead, has blood circulation and things like this. His child allows to do these things for a parent, knowing that essentially you're doing a kaput, the quote-unquote injury the parent. Even though the injury is not the injury purpose, the injury is ultimately for the fuah, but is the child allowed to do it now. Both of the opinions mentioned this yes, the Shiloh. First opinion says, of course it's permitted. You have to do a second opinion learns out from the Haggash, the comparison between Makkah and Makkah Behema. Listen to this. The Mercy Rav, Lo Shabbat Libre, Mishkele Sibuk. So Rav would not allow his son to remove his splinter from his head. Right? So Rav got a splinter. He would not let his son remove his splinter. Why not? Because again, because of injury. Marriage of Enoch, Lo Shabbat Libre, the Mitzvah like Hafsa. So Syria, again, married the son of Rabino, would not allow his son to literally open up a boil. Why not? Probably Father Shigi got this. Because if he would do it, that's the shalom. So he could do it, he wanted to lance the boil, open up the boil to get the contract. He wouldn't do it. Why? Because if his son would have to be a little bit too aggressive, he can really be all over the boil. He would not allow his children to help him. His children are lancing the boil. oil because it's concerned that it could cause a kabula. You must check the option. If that's the concern, that someone may end up injuring someone, of course, trying to help them, then that's giving the sun. And no one else should be able to go to land to the world. We are the Ahanami. Someone else should also not be permitted to take out the splinter of land to the world, which the message will. Aher, Shigagasla. You know, Shigagasla.
Calves are so crazy.
Someone else trying to accept it's a lot. And it's accidental. Son, if he does it, is he accidental? So what here is fascinating tension. So on one hand, when the Gemara asks, the son allowed to send quote unquote injure his father for the purpose of killing him, was bloodshed. First two opinions, yes, we have to talk about hecklish between Makadema. But yet again, you see Rav not allowing his son to take out his dirt, and Margaret Davina not allowing his son to land the boy. So again, we're gonna stop over at this table. Tomorrow, the fundamental side is what does this mean? How do you reconcile? Is it that they might hold that even if the son is trying to help, that Allah again, the son is not allowed to do anything to a parent which could potentially result in injury to the parent, or would it just be one? Acting on themselves, because if you are distinction between where it's only the son is available to do it versus other people to do it, the idea of some kind of attraction. Takeaway, but just important to understand, we have to solidify the first on understanding that clearly if a son, child, does strike the hand and causes physical injury, then Allah myself the punishment is. That was a couple of today, because it's one of the
things like Tony Soprano does on The Sopranos, but they're to TV. Yeah, they did that to make us like Job is like a idiot long. I'm saying really dumb stuff. This one's called New Merch off the Beatrice and Dope Ass Hats. Alright, that seems like a reasonable.
Let's say the more change is this whole spot. I should do that one time. I'm not there in person, but I very much want to thank you. Cast have another series to enjoy last what legally learn with you together. So all of our sponsors and sponsorship people will be listening there to Chef. In each YouTube video as well as in podcast. We'll say with that, let us begin. Today's about 14 lines up for the bottom of the two dots. So the Mishnah recorded ourselves calling to see so the fascinating Mishnah. The Mishnah said that if you have a coin, you does have all the the young Kohanim would take him out and essentially beat him up, give him to death. Give him to death. Concept or application of time, not in closing for this one yesterday. So, the Gemara says as well, 1 year and a half about one minute. So that's how I'm going to ask the following according to Shemish Kumo, how do you see the Shemaim? What if a Kohen does the apple, but in which will say so what's the halacha? Is it higher use of the Shemaim or not higher use of the Shemaim? What is the halacha? So again, remember, this is the Al-Habadina asking this one stress. And it's fine. So we're going to Mishnah. According to Shemish Kumo, Kohen did the apple, and any apple, Hashman, the bean, also the days. The other Kohanim don't bring it. Other times don't bring it to days, no matter what they do. Ella, Pierre Kohuna must still also put the young Kohanim take this coin and did the apple, and stay outside of the courtyard. Because we had clubs. So what do you see from here? These are right from the and again, so we're making the assumption that the company does the above and the come out. I need to meet the issue. Show that the hands are having, then you go alone. Leave it alone. Why did the people, why did you call him to take this kind of sensitivity to that? He was element. Rather, it must be that Allah from the Israel, a coin, because the above in the state of the law, is not highest intimidation. After the Gemara says, making something that one of actually, but on a make of the Nicoline is a such a thing for an infraction. That he says butter, and we're going to make a person tired. So it must be that he's not tired. We saw in the Shammai. Incredible. Is that true? Is that true? That just because the Hashem says the butter, we don't expect punishment from checking the door. That's how we case. But not Misha, what of the television, not Misha, what of the people. So again, we just wanted to try this and that. If somebody went ahead and violated his prohibition multiple times, and his highest mountain stories after a certain number of times, we put him in the key box, and we put him in the cell. Remember again, the cell is small, and he can't sit down, he can't get down. We put him in the cell, and ultimately again, feed him a little bit of bread with water and barley, he dies. You might be right. One of my days, Veronica, here's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to Daisy, what would Daisy do to this individual? Nothing. Nothing. So here's the case of Veronica. And says the person is out there, and yet we still take the law in our own hands. Gemara says, no, it's not a good idea. Because remember, I'm not sure you I'm like, fuck it. The mouth goes to shop. You done? You got the past to cover. No, remember how we defined that case? What case the mouth is that this person committed multiple acts of card activation. He violated the same card, the same card is prohibited multiple times. The card is basically another astute person that's taking up the mouth is the person is deserving of that. And then again, Gemara said, including the fact that he a repeat offender if he doesn't value his life. We just expedite the process. I go, oh, going about this, what about the cases? Yeah, also, the sharks, the service. So again, you said, all right, Pokemon, kill the individual. How many of those? So again, here's an example. If you bring the guy who did the sharks, in life, again, the case of death, they got this stolen, move on. Again, you kill the guy, or a minority would kill the 20 people. And even in a case where someone is technically exempt by a particle by Daisy, we will still go by a particle. Go ahead and kill him. You might say, no, I'm not used to the two strikes. The Ramiza will go around to call that second instrument. Remember again, that case is different because you have the base on the hospital. Remember again, we see the parts of the and then we need to us that I have a list I quote saying, what about the guy who curses with sorcery? Remember again, also, in poking boxing, as an example, if you bring him to court won't do anything. Yet you still kill this guy, right? I mean, you kill this guy. And as you say, you have to expose him as small, the next case in the body. Remember, that's the case. Remember, it is fine that things. As the appearance of such individuals actually person or a vulnerable. That's how we can deal with it. I have all of this. What about the case of all of this? Like, what about a manual police around here? Remember, midnight is actually in, okay, maybe it's a lot. But when I saw, kind of in poking balls, see, there's an example where there's part of the quote unquote exempts the person, and anyway, which the Gemara says, no, remember, how you ended up kind of a Talmud, the accurate Rav Ligmar. Remember again, that's where, remember again, he asked the questions to Rav didn't know the answer, Rav kind of had to do, and therefore, again, this idea that you go and kill someone who went ahead and was called, this is, again, based on that possible interpretation of that possible. Also, so Allah for a case today, Gemara is the conscious one, so again, just to keep track of our basic fundamental question. When Cohen doesn't have all the state of ritual or church, is he chayiv nisam b'shamayim or not? So remember, this was the question that the Rav asked from Rav Shishis. Now, Rav Shishis responded. Rav Shishis said the answer is obviously no. Right? The answer must be no. So she said, I'm sorry. The answer must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that the Kohen does get hold of the Tumah and Halacha here they who are about to take him out and beat him to death. Now, from Rav Shish's perspective, the only way that would be committed if such a person was highly Shamayim, then again, if they were enough, they almost actually Hashem. That's penalty. And at the end of the day, have to be one who has to be part of the master. Not ignorant of all of these things. No, you have cases like that where someone technically would not be liable in a legalistic framework based in, but yet we still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay, or I should say at least liable to death at the hands of a kanoi. Okay, the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, so the Gemara is here we go. Fascinating. I don't say Yosef, today's talking about different aspects of covenant. So the person goes ahead. The person goes ahead. We'll see exactly what this is. Pouring oil on a mikvah, that's Yosef. Bono, ultimately again, mixing the flour with the oil. Bono, process, strengthening up host will be made up and crushed. So the adding of process, molea, adding salt. Native is waving the mikvah. Magish, bringing the mikvah close. Bringing the mikvah close. So what? והמסדר את השולחן הולך המפנים on the actual shulchan itself, or a mesaniyot, or one of the leaders candles of the menorah, that culminates, or one of his techniques, remembering it meeting the little punches in the flower for carving it up, the little fingers, mekabel damin b'chol, or one that goes ahead and mekabel, he receives the blood of a brother that has been offered. If you do these things, ultimately, putter, the one is putter, and ultimately, again, not kind of course. Now, what is putter about? Let's take a look at the last says, Bachutz, in Asa Apasim, we're talking about over here, is if a person performs any of these avodos outside of the so if a person is an pour oil on a mikvah, mix the mikvah, broke up the pieces of the mikvah, added salt to the mikvah, wait the mikvah, brought the mikvah close, arrange the bread on the shulchan, or arrange the candles or the lights of the mikvah, receive sacrificial blood. If you did any of these things outside of the mikvah, you are putter. You are putter. Now, this is very interesting because remember, within the concept of shkutik hooks. What shkutik hooks? You're not allowed to check the covenant outside of the mikvah. And that's another thing over here. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrifices. So this is what's the putter? That last Rashi on page 8 when it's putter. So I place a shulchan. The only thing you're trying to do before slaughtering of the animal. The sid asher yishkat u'malet sid asher ya'ala ola v'zorek yishkavim v'tamshach v'tamshach honey yesh achara avoda in it the this is very any official right that's another sacrificial that follows after it, you're not trying it for doing the buckles. Essentially, the only thing you're trying to do after it is including sacrificial rites. That would be shvita, slaughtering animals, like zrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final actions that only have a corresponding follow-up action. Because that you do it as a race and it does, you are punching. Okay, so let's do so you're not tight. Now, what are you not tight? What we should go, someone, for example, let's say a Cohen did any one of these complimentary acts outside, right? Before the oil, we broke it up. We did all these things. So for 9%, you would not be chayiv. Remember, normally, there's a new side, and not clean up the apple. So, but again, if any of these things were done, now, my is not tight. One mission to us, simply if the Cohen did it, and he was in a state of coma, we also wouldn't be tired. But one mission was done, right? Similarly, a Cohen, after he's not in Parsha, a Cohen has to do the avodah wearing the requisite individual Hanic vestments. Failure to do so, in many respects, invalidates the avodah. But again, this doesn't apply to the list that we just mentioned before. The Lomishum, Lachos, Yadayim, Raglayim. And also, again, halacha is normally before performing an avodah, a Cohen would have to go ahead and wash his hands. Failure to do so. But culpability. Again, if he didn't wash his hands in the future, any of these outside, there's no liability. Okay, great. Rashi, לא משום זאת, בגלל שעשה אף הזמן בפנים, אין לו חייב ניסה. זר, אינם יכולים did any of these things inside the base of the you would not be חייב ניסה. Same idea, but לא משום תומה, Kohen coming to Shimish, Vizaros to Shimish to Tuma, Nechadka. Same idea that again, there's no good of Tuma, there's no good of Nechadka. The God didn't put it. You might as well just follow it. Matter, Chayim. Interestingly enough, what we put system is that if you were to do the Haftarah, if you were to go ahead and take the carbon and put it on and burn it outside of the base of the Mikdash, that there would be light. You know what Rashi come back here. The Hagia Avoda Kama, Shei Achara Avoda, Chayev Mishum Tuma, Umay Chayev La'isa. So again, you're having my conversation. That if the Kohen were to go ahead and offer up a carbon, burn it on the day in the state of Tumah, he would be tired. In other words, the only time that there wasn't a bit of Tumah, ultimately again, is if it was Bachot. But if it's Bifnin, there would be what is he again from time also that if a Kohen does the Avodah in the state of Tumah, this is the Yisrael. Now again, the trust is something you should be tonight. That seems to answer the original question that Rabbi asked the Rashid. That was the original question. The Kohen does the Avodah in the state of Tumah. Is he chayiv misa b'dei shamayim? The answer seems to be a resounding yes. To which the Gemara said, "My love, Misa, don't we see from here that the Kohen goes ahead and offers up a covenant in the state of Tumah? Misa, no, ba'ashara. No, it's not a Misa. It's a lot. So, the Gemara said, I was dying nagin la'ashara. So they're going to say that a non-Kohen does also only be by Misa. Rashi says, okay, I was dying nagin. How did I think? I'm not. In the Taurus, they might not be the wrong Bible on these ledgers. So you should remember, you're grouping all of these things together. If you tell out that if a Kohen offers up in the state of law, not in the state, so what does that mean? If a non-Kohen does this, it's also only a law, but that can't be. Since the Hazar is with us, plus it says explicitly that non-Kohen is used in sacrificial service against the important sacrificial service. Okay? This question is right. How can you sell a hundred? You're not treated the same. Not treated the same. In the cloud, my difference over here, in the cloud, the Yotzei Kubolo, in the cloud, the Yotzei Kubolo, Lav Nami Lo. So you're not supposed to choose this, you're not supposed to purpose this, but ultimately, again, Yotzei, remember, Yotzei is the point of the oil, Bolo is the oil, Lav Nami Lo. We also not about what you actually. Where it says, Yotzei Kubolo, the common master Lav Ba'amovim, the Istay, ומהרות דיבור מעט ולא דיבור אבא דיבור לאו לא מחייב דיבור. So apparently again by Yotzei Kubolo, I guess it's not even allowed by tomorrow. Which the rest is exactly I tell you Yotzei Kubolo so where we know that you're allowed to go ahead and mix it on to a company that's one of the mistakes. Lomar, Roshi, you the Lord is Kalam. Plus it says you holy and do not necessary. But it's the right that only you do that on. Okay, interesting. Apparently, you know that, so there's no prohibition against someone coming or to be deciding against that. Basically, you saw the Rice says, these are the people who are hiding. Coming to shoot. Okay, pretty explicit. According with Kameh, ultimately, again, it does have all this hiding of these days come out. Gemara says,
Captain America's not part of the X-Men.
Yes, that about the license, the person who does the license. Well, he's trying to use substitution. Now, by the way, if we take that approach, so if we take that approach, so then it makes sense why Mr. says, what is the Jewish law? Eight apple pie in the Venus for this. So you can't bring today's, right? Like Mr. said, what are you bringing today's law? What is based in Jesus? There's no place in my surgery, but what can they do? I was here, a good number of sin also puts out. They can take it out and they can do it right. Now, what's the license to do this? Because it's calling this kind of use of Shamayim. Therefore, I'm also a nice song. At other times, you take it out and send you to that. Pretty incredible, I'll also point out that there's another like nugget of information that a local license appears from the company doing sacrificial rites and services outside of Israel. Let's put the Gemara over here. I don't know how the Gemara passes over here. The guy only was called an avodah to come. Only including service. What's the definition of including service? Service that there's nothing that follows after. I think this is by Shita, there are services that follow after. Shita itself is a self-contained avodah. It doesn't follow with Shita. Interesting enough, so just as an aside, what is going to tell you? Or you take as far as avodah, people we call an avodah to come up. hold it because it didn't have anything firing right now. Okay, so now we're going to go back and finish the rest of the task today. Go back and dissect the rice which will just be. Fine. Okay, here's the so also as I said, person goes in, what's person goes in, whatever the type of himself, deviation here. Actually says over here, actually says, so again, let's see what do. We're gonna go ahead and mention this, and then we'll go back and explain how we know each type. Number one, hold us at title. Number two, the coin hamisha offer to look at the a coin is coming, Sumo which is really pure. Right, so coming, Sumo which is pure, is Ishmael. These are Shabbos and non-coin Sumo also means really Shamayim. With that, right, 9 points. Again, coming, calling who's coming, who does have also Chinese, or Chinese without this previous. Never again, you are just quoting part of myself beforehand, but once again, it seems to be the definitive thing that the coin does get hold of the state ritual purity. It's Chinese tradition. We remember it requires parallel challenge. Sunset in order to be a hold up, work to be pure. He does the hold up, try the institution. Next, we push to be better. Calling incorporates all of the inventory for high pressure. Next, we push the Kapara. The Koei is exactly coming. Different types of Tuma require up to 3 things. Number one, time, duration, and 2, but repeat Kabbalah for the part of someone may have had time in London has not yet brought his necessary Kabbalah. So a person like that does get hold of the Mesa because he is Chayish Misa. Fascinating. Okay. So we merge the Viter. Shalom. Shalom. Let's let that in black line. Now, hopefully, this person who is playing comes into the business morning. And they wash their hands. Failure to do so, and therefore doing the other unwashed hands, highly civilization. If you do the avoda under the influence, right, drink some Jesus of wine, right, his mind, Kue Rosh, the Kohen allows his hair to grow. He didn't take a haircut from everyone, so he says, that's how often the Kohen has to cut his hair. I like to cut his hair. Kohen goes in with long hair, right, so, about Orel, Ba'olim, the Yosh, and Sugar and Nisa Alabasta. Kohen drinks, Kohen is Orel, Ba'olim. Only becoming a great relative who obviously more death and Carlos. Coin does get older. Standing up, let's say the coin does get older sitting around. All three of these things. RL, only your shape, there's no feel of these conditions, right? No matter what is there. Allah, there's a lot. There's a lot. That interestingly enough, Rashi points out that this year is fascinating. Rashi says, the Misi Achad Machmas Miva, that in Onim Shishimis, that in Shishimis Yerusha, the Kohen Kulu Kulu the Matria Avoda. So this is the ingredients that we ever had an uncircumcised Kohen. Remember, it didn't happen in the situation. Today, we know it's for hemophilia. So we know, and again, obviously, genetic conditions, so myself. Let's say the coin had overrun it over the zero. So recognize that now again. Such a coin is the person now the other has which is fun. It's not just but it's not a any of these three people really are not allowed to see all else only are not allowed to see so not here needs to be Shemayim, rather again look around. Talmud, that's what happens if a blemish coin does the other? What's Talmud? Rebbe over the Mishnah, the Chacham is only not Torah. Rebbe says, "These are the Shemayim." Chacham say Allah, not the Rebbe. Okay, again, we'll see all this going on in the but basically, let's say like intentionally convinced. Let's say someone acts went ahead and took it properly. No, that's now let's dissect this. Number one, both of them. The first person in the Shemayim lineup, first guy in the Shemayim lineup is untied throats. You want to know where exactly do I know that from? How do I know that if someone eats that dog that is tiny, so literally it says, do not profane the consecrated items of the name Israel that will be raised to Hashem. Future tense. You must see him literal apostle to that. But it's talking about produce that is going to have pride. What's the definition of produce that is going to have pride? From it, Kotero. And notice over here, do not go ahead and say it. Do not try to say it. Well, actually, tons of make it near Shabbat. It says kilo by Tavel, and it says kilo profane by it's my people like this. It's here, hallelujah. So it says kilo by Tavel, and you say, just like if someone is not allowed to I'm not going to smoke or a point technically. Therefore, that so here Shabbat pillow, because if you use Tevel, it also means something in Shema. Incredible. I give us a second, hold on. The neighbor will know. Why don't you make it no cell? Anything else? That's what this is. Has to. Why don't you why not make it zero Shabbat? The following is not allowed one of the parties have consequences. Now, no side is punished by others. Right? Usually, that's the has to be committed. No parties. So why don't you say that just like no side is parties, so to it. The countless parties with the rest of no. Probably Suma Hamalim. So it makes more sense to learn out Hevel from Suma than Hevel from no side. Why? Taking Truma, number one, Truma doesn't apply to this right? Truma doesn't apply to this Hevel doesn't apply to this Putra, both of these cases, there is a way to remedy the status. Right? So actually says over here, actually says that Truma is that Truma, no star can when no star is heterobox when you are personal author. Personal author no certified and you effectively zero then about most are inevitable. Second distinction, second commonality is pushback. No, I remember, hell can be committed. Truma ultimately is into a going. No side never no side remains created. Furthermore, beloved, both Rosh and Kilo by Hevel and by Truma is a plural, but by no side is singular. And beloved, Pickle, Truma Futsars, Putra, beloved, Peros, Pickle, and no side. Take a look at all the fight before this is right. So tag, total both the fight before this both being again. Tag out people to know, neither people nor notes apply to tag out or therefore again, these are only similarities Truma and Hevel, and therefore it makes more sense to compare Paternity Tier Shava between Hevel and Truma than between Hevel and Nosar. Hold up, I'm not. The Yosef one second. Nosar also shares many commonalities with Hevel. How so? Chicken muscle, look at that. Chicken muscle opening. Notice that the fellow Shmei is still in my place. Remember again, both Nosar and Hevel is a food in the order. Food itself, the item itself, is inherently invalid. Right? So again, Nosar inherently invalid. Hevel inherently invalid. It's not just about Truma. Plus, a lot of groups, you can see how good Truma sits. Interestingly enough, Truma, right? Remember again, we're talking about Truma itself is heavily committed, right? But the Rabbi so the Gemara suggests, why not compare Hevel to Nosar? Because Hevel and Nosar have this commonality. So ultimately, again, both of them are inherently invalid or inherently compromised. Which is furthermore, Elo enters, but right, furthermore again, Elo enters in the club, neither can be remedied in the club. Right? You can't remedy the Nosar by putting it in the club, you can't remedy Hevel by putting it in the club. Like in case human calling was Kame, he's not allowed to eat it. So ultimately, again, he can go to the thing and himself. Rashi says over here, for the same Rashi. You know, say them Tarabim, Baba. I mean, Truma Yesh no Tarabim. Okay? So the point we're making over here is you're making it sound like all the comparisons that exist between Hevel and Truma. But that first Rashi is Hevel and Nosar as well. Which you might kind of right, but there are more similarities between Hevel and Truma than there are between Hevel and Nosar. And making it so Shovel, we'd rather make it between Hevel and Truma, than Hevel and Nosar. And therefore, like Truma is these right? So again, some Hevel will also be subdivision, right? Not like Nosar to the few cards. Okay, beautiful. Ravina says, you will do that and feel that is the reason we prefer Hevel. Truma, that Hevel to Nosar, because Hevel and Truma both have the luxury of evil, same, as opposed to Nosar, which has singular, and next, you work with collect, weird. Alright, incredible. So the Cohen comes to what's going to be no lot. Where do we go that Cohen is coming? Right, so again, it's on the list. Cohen is coming, goes ahead and so coming Cohen, eats the mother, needs to be from so where do we know that? The other 12, United Cohen coming to us from the Torah. From where do we know that Cohen is coming, which is from the Torah? How do we know that Allah Maisa? Should we use it? How do I know that it's coming Cohen? Eats too much Torah. That Allah Maisa, again, is kind of Ishmael. Show us Mishmartin, Allah Yissi Allah. Plus it says, literally again, guard my guardianship, Mishmartin, Lisa, will not get any. And it says, hold it in to mail though. Ultimately, again, it's the first 2 months. Hold on, not 2 months today. I'm going to Lisa, so what's it saying? The Mark suggested over here, it is only a Kohen Tameh, 2 months of Torah, that is recently Shanai. But if a Tameh Kohen is 2 months ago, there's only the total. How do I know this? Shenamar, Yesu Bo, he is correct. What do you see here? Almost it looks like 83B. Fast position of Buddha Truma, which is already character, but it's so much an example of Truma is already different things. Truma was already different. So again, therefore I also nice that when we speak about again consumption of Truma, that coming Kohen who consumes Truma Tahora is Chayiv Yisrael. So remember, so our list, we're just going for our list over here, right? When we are separating our this category, all of us we're going to use this. But let's go back. These guys shop off of Truma. It's a non-Kohen Truma. Chayiv Yisrael says Amara. Zarsha, was from Logan. The rap is really not set off a 9-point Shuman Kiss Malchus. I'm in the Anna. Ravasi Brad, name of Madam Musa, except all Galo Yohakodesh, I knew Hashem would be Hashem. I must say, there's no non-point. The verse again, the pasuk, the beginning of the pasuk before it says, Shamas Bishmati, but Yisrael hate Ignacy. So Esau is juxtaposed to Hazar. Why did we say therefore Hazar influenced the which the Gemara says, let's see that. So this is introduction. Actually says, Benesu Bo Uben Kozai. The pasuk doesn't flow, right? In other words, the pasuk begins ultimately on a discussion about Benesu Bo, and then it says, Kozai Lo Yohav Kodesh. So it doesn't flow directly. Like it doesn't flow directly. So you teach me that the sound of the two is going to be higher than the okay. Whereas initially it's kind of the English, the Nisa, these are the people who are high, Nisa, Zara, Okala, Satuma, and not only is Tuma, because it's the very person that are not only is Tuma, really high Nisa, which much is no, Nisa, that's so you bring it up again, you bring it up again. You know, rice is like this. So go ahead, you're bringing this rye up. Half the drug, man says drug, kind of that is hello, and not as people of the drug. Okay, the one thing that happens to be, in this list, and also the rice that we constantly that exactly tomorrow is highly. Okay, those that does like both of them typing so the point is like here about I haven't made of Yosef. This is exactly the discussion we had before. The name of the should have been so how do we know calling this coming? Yeah, both of these in the front, this guy Sandra Alibaba. The nice really touching it itself, but when you have a little exchange touch. Okay. The Russian says, keep the iron in the sun. And they say, be careful. You must be careful with touching up here yourself. You should not profane my holy name. Once again, you know that. Kilo. Wow. We need to get here. Shabbat. Kilo. So, that's like a little consumption of Kuma. It needs to be mind. So, again, the person is coming. On the time, but yeah, hold on. And you said it. I said, you know, once I say a thing as you had before, the nail it, kilo, minos. Ooh, why not make the zero shove a kilo, minos? And remember, the verse says, Mala, one Christ, not 10 Christ. The sun comes out, says 3 Christ. So, what do we say? It says kilo, it says kilo by no sun, and it says kilo by. Going with coming to the apple. So, just like you know, so it's hard. So, you just go, it doesn't, that's that one. Come on, looks like courage. Which means stop, bro. You're too much of it. What's the first out? From a case, you must change the growth because it's cleaning up both of the cases of truth as well as have to do again with the body of people. Nick as we go to Rapid, both had a thorough watching of the interaction how many you cover Rapid, how many shoes, you cover the upper Puma. So both was coming to the and a point was coming to Puma, shapes to the apple. First of all, both of them, they are disqualifications in their country. Which may have suited Puma, right? Both of them are in it. The Isham had been also remedy by if you also both shared arguments people in close form. Let's learn how point does get over by Tokonosa. Chicane, Kodesh, Yin, go to the side. And all of these others who are Kodesh, Kamish, Kodesh, which they became. Remember again, all of these things, right? Both of them deal with Kodesh. Both of them deal with the inside, right? Or sorry, inside of everything, and both are subject of Hilo and Hosa, which the says, you look at that, sorry, you look at that, one thing about the case looking before here that really is interesting. So it kind of carries the date is you rather compare two things that have the same level of fuel. Since again, the local of fuel is used by the fuel form of fuel is used by a person only does the whole thing come up. Therefore, I think we will mention that. We'll see that local just has little consumption, right? That's one is coming from Chinese, so too. A coin is coming because the older is also Chinese incredible titles of selected. Swoją przyszłość. Next in line. Swoją. Next by day, and it still requires he does the this does the avodah, his kind of needs subdivision. It says the Gemara, no, where do you know this? Besides that, you might know was a first white line and Rabbi put from where do you know? Oh, the point is it's food, no. You know, it's by day, but it's only telling the sun go down. How do I know that his avodah is unsure? You know, denying, I'm going to go to you renovation. The way you tell it, because it says, each part of it, to your God, and do not prepare. You might say, no, it's remember again, if I don't need this bucket, this means a Kohen who does the other is kind ultimately, again, you can teach me that a Kohen is kind. I don't know that it's kind of make a dear shove a pillow full of Truma, Malahalunda Misa, Afghan Misa. Just like by Truma, if a coin was coming to Truma, it's kind of so for again, if a coin was does it's also kind of incredible. It was never again, like I said before, last week, this past week's parish practice is other. Right, the Kohen has to wear the requisite outfit, requisite clothes, failure to do so. Right, it doesn't really have both, it doesn't have both, it's not that. And he still does the Avodah. It's kind of Nisa, Eden, Shamayim. It says, you know, from everything else is strong. I'm not the Avodah, I'm not the Avodah. We must be doing the Avodah of Shimon, the Kaganta Osam Akim. Plus it says, you shall put the belt, you shall gird them. You shall gird them with a belt. Right, I've made the belt one of the Mashike Aleim to Nasam Aleim. Where's your clothing? When their clothing is upon them, then their clothing is on them. Right, because the Lord has to be rest of us. Rest of us is the Shagatim also outward. Right, you should put a belt on them. I love you, but not the Karasham, the bows, put the hats on them. I saw, but you know, the keep us over. And the first one I'm like, and this is anyway, the clothing. And I love when I was like, when I'm standing, a point does the abode, when I'm studying, then I love when I'm studying, and the abode is awesome. Again, in this case, I used to do it. So how will we study? Because the Kohen does the abode without the record. Gardens is the equivalent of a non-Kohen does the and non-Kohen does the Chinese so Kohen does the abode without the proper vestments, the proper articles of clothing on the night. So if I actually choose for myself, we learn that about the myself, if a non-Kohen does the abode, this looks like a incredible that only vests upon Kohen when he learns the best. So listen, it's such a fascinating idea. Why? Because on one hand, what we got is remember again, what you have to do to no matter how well you play, if you're not in, you're not in. Well, that's a point you're up. Well, it's not a point you can be because how do I do it? On one hand, when it is game. On the other hand, he's reading for in her pocket. I just love that, like, every time I see a clip of Crystalia on this, he's just angry and angry that he's really into it. Which is why it's your punishment. You do your bad with the gang. You gotta fucking six to a thick voice. Everything Snapchats the more you don't have to learn anything. You want to do if you're Jewish, that's beautiful. if it's some deep, the next step, like what the garments do you want to do? You know, a bag of represents some take from the world, everything outside the living part of it, right? You know, clothes to make the man clothes hide up in the person's head. And spiritual might be luggage. On the exercise needs, what is what am I going to wear? And if you don't have the luggage, you don't have the if all your references were yourself, if all you have is you're a sorry, look at your spiritual thing. Comes into this one, yeah, maybe it's all fantastic, but maybe you're actually nothing. So how can it be every single thing has a but right, successful living is all about what clothing are you going to wear? What are your nice clothing? What are your good deeds? What are your accomplishments? What are your successes? What's your stuff up? And every single thing that you do in life is another bag. There's another garment that you put on. And clothes manage to make the man. Clothes make us real. Now listen, think about it. One is a jacket that is such specificity describing the beauty of the body. Such specificity. So, we'll know when it's down because people are very taken by externalities, and we want people to come to these we need to the point all dressed up. But I think like this is beautiful example. But it's also other people that remember my what is your point? What is the I'm like, what do you mean for the spirit of growth oriented? And when I see the point is, you need to coin, right? With no clothing, right? You need to coin on the street. You need to coin on the street, right? You need a message shop that you're getting pizza just like everybody else. So what happens? You're gonna let him go first in line, right? Why? Because you have to respect him. I think he's not willing to do that, but he's still going. He's still going. Even without the he's still going. Because his unique identity is enough. But he really only fully self-actualizes when he puts on the wall. Now listen, it's the same thing for all of us. I'm only I'm only a new you want to be the best version of you, what only way you're gonna die. Right? And every day I just like, oh, it's gonna be a jacket that's enough. Right? It's gonna be a pair of pants of Hamilton. It's gonna be a sweater of Hesed. Every day it goes like more and more and more. Walking around clothing is still cold. And that's all this is me. But this is that's holding right from without the dozen you're not a coin. Without at least without the dozen you can't study this one. With the dozen, says the Gemara. We'll put some dozen. Next. This is a rough fancy guy that I know. Coin does not go ahead and watch these. He does the activities. I used to be Shemayim. Says Gemara, where you know this? Something no one. It said, "The go on or Moed. If the Shemayim below Yamus, says I mean, comes to the or Moed, you should go ahead and watch your hands, and then you won't die. When you won't die, okay. So pretty explicit. Wash your hands and feet, you won't die. Don't wash your hands and feet, you will die. One more. Sorry. Do your nine. The point is why you did the Chinese fishermen says you are great, Roche. What about so again? The Yain, the Shin Yain Shek Happy, the positive explicit. So it says, do not drink wine on the taxi. Beverage can do the above. Good. Kool-Aid Roche. How do we know that a coin can't do the above with one coin? Because so it's kind of sick. Or Sham Moyigaleku, or Terrible Yishalik. The Torah says on one hand, you can't go ahead and shave his head, but you also can't let his hair grow long. So there's a juxtaposition between wine and letting his hair grow. This ish kalua also is yain. It compares letting his hair grow to drinking wine. Mashing yain b'misa, just like drinking wine, ultimately a very b'misa. Gurue rosh. So to again, letting your hair grow. When you have only long hair, most like most fun to be in the club. You know, washing your hands. Yes, you love to issue the says that you don't wine. I'll say the kick out, and you do that one of the challenges of being president is you go to your head. And ultimately, the stroke is so what happens? Every day from the person who washes his hands and feet take you where you want to go. The hands represent how you accomplish it. The other says what people is one I'm gonna go not where I want to go. My feet, I'm gonna go where the spark wants me to go. I wash my hands. I'm ultimately what am I gonna accomplish? Not just something that I want, I'm going to accomplish it. That the way that the coin goes ahead and enters into the mustache is by washing away this. Washing away any muscle. I'm going to be successful in this role. I got to do it to God. I got to do it to the team. I got to do it to some stuff. What about, again, why take the coin? One of the most basic level, you can send it out to the Greek wine, so nice of you to mess up on the beat. That wine is very important. That this by the way, this is one of that wine. But there's different kinds. There's wine on one end. The yang is something about that. Wine should go ahead and really incredible. Like because you know it. Shabbos, Yom Tov, Purim Haba, we go well. We typically do such the Egyptian American one is not next question. We should be still used. We need wine in different kinds of ways to get us moving. That's the nature of it. Like we saw before, we need wine to get up, sometimes we need wine to amplify or allow them to listen. But when something that closest to right now, I don't need anything to help me. So if you're a fan, you want to see me go Briscoe and come to Chatterbox last night. Check it out. Thanks for tuning in every week. We'll see you next week. Inner pieces, inner sense of he does not need wine to be able to find something. In fact, he introduces wine that is now with so much more than a coin, a simcha, America's largest financial service. For us also, because you know we're all looking for happiness. Everything's happiness comes like this. One thing's happiness will come from money. This one thing's happiness is going to come from possession. This one thing's happiness is going to come from career. That's going to come from this. And at the end of the day, happiness comes from one place. We are assured to financial peace nationwide is on your side. Nationwide Investment Services Corporation and Federal also have everything. That's why we have everything. I watch my shot clips at night so I can make fun of that dumb gorilla head. Hey, guys, come on there for today. Well, yeah, we're excited to be with you in person.
Make sure you get to hear a woman's laughter. That's because we have 80 matches over the side off camera. Yeah, of course she's not here. She would not be here. But welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Well, before we started, it's pretty hot in here. You might as well check out my jacket. Yeah, of course. Oh my God.
The morning is this close.
Secret.
I'm not there in person, but I'm very much want to thank the industry and enabling me together. So I also want to thank all of our sponsors. Sponsorship info. This Net Hashem in the description on video as well as the podcast. We are picking up on today's unfortunately like something of the body the mission of what you're calling to see fascinating mission of Nathan said that if you have a coin, you just be a holder and see it what's how up. So the young Kohanim would take him out and essentially beat him up, beat him to death. Give him to death. It's time for that. I'm not clothing was like yesterday's so the immerses is how one day an akaba kuna mira the akaba kuna and the family shall do it going to see me to come out how do you need to be I don't think how you need to be shine what if a coin does the about in the ritual city I mean so what about even how you need to be shine I'm not how you need to be shine what is the about I'm going to be so again remember this is the akaba kuna ask me so much and if she just responds, she was in the Mishnah, according to she is come up. The Kohen did the Avon, the ritual state of purity. And Akal Hakon will be also the other Kohanim don't bring in this Mishnah. Other times they don't bring in this. In other words, Ella Pirkei Kohen also put young Kohanim and take this coin and give you a vote of the state outside of the court. Oppose them as local business. Maybe they want to act. So what do you see from here? These are right from the Taiwanese Samanim, the Shah gave the rich over the Shamayim. And again, if Halacha we're making the assumption that the about the state of Tomorrow is highly needs to be the hands of heaven, then leave it alone. Leave it alone. Let it go far to reach out. Far go run his world. Why did the peer say, why did the uncommon not to take this guy and sense he gives it back? We must elamai, enochai, rather it must be that Allah on the side, a coin because the Avodah in the state is not chayiv to use to be after the Gemara says, meeting the meeting for Rahman Ashra, Va'an Mekom Mikdoin is such a thing for a infraction. Like a 12% is butter, and we're going to make a person chayiv, so it must be that it's not chayiv Nisa B'dei Shamayim. Incredible. That's it. That's true. It's just because Hashem says the butter, we don't exact punishment comes up to all that how we think. But not Nisha, what of the Shana is not Nisha. So again, we just learned some Shabbos and if somebody went ahead and violated his prohibition multiple times, and it's high enough to slowly be after a certain price, you put him in the key box, you put him in the cell, again, so that's small that you can't stretch out. You put him in the cell, and ultimately again feed him a little bit of bread with water and then bargain. He dies. So you might have one of Patre, here's a perfect case. If you were to bring the guy to David, what would David do to this individual? Nothing. So here's the case of breakfast. Part of the person is Patre, and yet he's looking for law enforcement, right? No, it's not a good item. Remember, I'm going to give you, I'm going to put this, the mouth goes to pieces. The Gabra to find that case. What case is that this is a person who committed multiple acts, he violated the same card, from multiple cards. Now, the card is dating the person. Such a person is deserving of death. And again, Gemara said, and clearly the fact that he's offended indicates that he values his life. So we just expedite the process of death. Going back to this, what about the case? Yeah, also Shabbos is Mishnah. What about the guy who steals in Sharis? So again, the Mishnah said, I'm voting individual. How many of them? So again, so here's an example. If the guy today who's just stealing Sharis, what would they do? They back to the same law. Yet again, we killed the guy. Or not we killed the guy. And even in the case where someone is technically exempt by a historical by Daisy, we will still go by a historical. We'll still go ahead and kill him. No. I'm not used to the Kushari Sasuna, but I'm used to the whole around the whole as I call it. Remember again, that case is different because we're going to talk about and then you crush on Shabbos. I have a Muhammad. What about the guy who's sorcery? Remember again, also, I know in talking about it, as an example, if bring him to court won't do anything. Yet we still kill this guy, right? I can't make you kill this guy. Remember, find that case. Such an individual person. Well, that's how you feel it. I have more balls. What about like what about manipulation of non-Jewish? Again, remember, you guys days in, it's a lot. But when I saw it, or a case rate, similar is because it's so again, of our safety fundamental question. For coin, it does the avoda in the state of ritual impurity. Is he chayiv nisa b'dei shamayim or not? So remember, this was the question that the Achos asked from Rav Sheshes. Now, Rav Sheshes responded. Rav Sheshes said the answer is obviously no. Right? The answer must be no. So first he said, for myself, I'm sorry. It must be yes. Because the Mishnah said that the point does get in the state of tumah, then halach for myself, since the two are allowed to take him out, and beat him to death. Now, from the Sheikh's perspective, the only way that would be permitted is if such a person is high needs to be shamayim. Then again, the Tiruf Yisruna can almost act as the Shluch Hashem, the agents of HaKadosh. That kind of and he's not high needs to be shamayim. And at the end of the day, how can you kill someone who has to be part of the practice? Which not for all of these cases, where no, you have cases like that, where someone technically will not be liable in a technical, legalistic way. But yet we still see that they could be liable to a death penalty. Okay? Or I should say, liable to the death, liable to death at the hands of the Hamid. Okay, you might have like, you might have said insect. You know? There we go. Fascinating case. I'm so well, okay, I'm aware, I mean, I'm not getting some other things. Guilty. This is talking about different types of covenant. So the person goes, we'll see exactly what he says. Pouring oil on a mince, that's roasted. No, ultimately, again, mixing the flour with the oil. But certain knuckles would be baked off and crushed. So the act of crushing the process, molea, adding salt. Native is raising the mikvah, magic, bringing the mikvah. What's the halacha? Now, the side says, or one plus the lechem the actual book itself, or a naked asanios, or one of the arranges in tenders or the oil of the menorah, the Homemade or one takes the meats, and then the meats is the way one takes the flour from the color the previous notes, on the cabo gum booklets, or one who goes ahead and the cabo gum, he receives the blood and covering the pants that has been offered. If you do these things ultimately, Hamdan booklets, potter, the in chayav. One is potter, and ultimately again not chayav for it. Now, what is this talking about? So if you take look at the last Rashi here. Rashi says, "Bachutz in asa afas." So we're talking about over here is a person who performs any of these bodos outside of the basic. So again, so if a person, so that's the case. Pour oil on a mincha, mix the mincha, broke up the pieces of the mincha, added salt to the mincha, wait. The mincha, brought the mincha close, arrange lead on the shofar, or arrange the candle to the right side of the rough. Through the mitzvah, receive sacrificial blood. If you give up these things outside of the base mikdash, you're a partner. Now, this is very interesting because remember, there is a concept of shlichut books. What shlichut books? You have a shepherd outside of the base mikdash. And that is more fully over here. So apparently, it only applies to certain types of sacrifices. So it doesn't apply to others. Take a look at that. This potter, that last Rashi on the reason potter. So Chayiv is our shochet. The only thing that Chayiv is to do by force is shkita, slaughtering of a sacrificial animal. Yechsed asher yishchat umad yechsed asher ya'ala ola v'zorek v'yishkavim v'damshav v'azak v'chol hani yesh achara avoda v'yet v'zak. This is very interesting. Rashi has a official right that has another sacrificial right that follows after. You're not trying to doing that properly. Essentially, the only thing you're trying to do is including sacrificial rights. Slaughtering it, right? Zrika, sprinkling the blood. So these are final rights. They only never correspond to the so because if you do it outside of the base of Mikdash, you are part of it. Okay, so you must be in Chayav and top of Chayav. So you're not Chayav. Now, what are you not Chayav? Lo Mishum Zaros. I want, for example, they did any one of these affirmation acts outside of the base of Mikdash, right? Before the oil and the milk, you broke it up. You did all of these things. So if a non-Kohen did outside, you would not be Chayav. Remember, normally, it's a mitzvah. A non-Kohen does the animal. So it's Chayav. So again, if any of these things were done, so it's not Chayav. Lo Mishum Zaros. Simply if a Kohen did it, and he was in a state of tumah, he also wouldn't be chayiv. The one who puts the similarly, a Kohen, after he's trying to start stuff, a Kohen has to do the avodah wearing the black weighted indigenous kind of question. Failure to resolve in many respects invalidates the avoda. But again, this doesn't affect the list that we just mentioned before. The moment shows the rock was the Azarian Drag. And also, a lot more nice, no one to focus on the point we have to try to watch his hands and his feet. Failure to produce the result is like but again, if he didn't wash his hands and feet for anything that was done outside, no liability for anything. It's very interesting. And that's from out here. Look at that. Let me show you those. Zawsze Asa nam dzieckiem Elochai Misa. Right? The star, the number of these things inside of the English, you will not be Hanisa. Same idea, but let me show you Tumah. How incoming Shishimish, the Zaros Shishimish Tumah, same idea that again, there's no good of Tumah, there's no good of Mukhasa. God didn't good. So the Gemara says as follows. Interestingly enough, we could see from this is that if you were to do the Haftarah, you were to go ahead and take the carbon arm and burn it outside the bush, that there would be loss. It would actually come back. The idea of Avodah Kama, Shein Achareha Avodah, Chayev Mishum Kama, in my Mavisa. So again, this is what if the Kohen were to go ahead and burn it on the state of Kama, he would be Chayev. In other words, the only time that there wasn't a bit of Kama, ultimately again, if it was Bachutz. But if it's Bifnim, there would be a so what do you see from there? Again, sometimes full circle, that if a Kohen does the Avodah in the state of Torah, there's a few stuff. Now again, the Kashas are touching on the city of Yishalayim. So that seems to be the answer to the original question that Rav asked the Rav Shusha. The Kohen does the Avodah in the state of Torah, is he Chayav Misa B'Yishalayim? Or is yes. To which the question, my love, Misa, don't we see that if a Kohen goes ahead and opens up a cup in the state of Misa, well, that's hard. No, it's not anything, it's a lot. I remember time Nani, so going to say that I'm Kohen does this. Also, be in violation of Allah. She says over here, Elazar Nani, how did I kinar hamakra the Indian Zaros, Tema Nami the Lahu Mechayiba, Amis Reja. So the issue over here is remember, you're grouping all of these together. If you're telling me now that if a Kohen offers up in the summer, only a lot, now that